Chapter 501, Hashirama's Rinnegan. Kabuto wants to rush to the battlefield, but Orochimaru doesn't want to. He just wants to hide in the distance and wait until the time is right before he takes action decisively and gets what he wants. You have the Rinnegan and Yuuji cells, and you have maximized the power left by Yuuji, so there is no one you can fear, but I can't. Orochimaru took a step back. Kabuto shook his head. Whatever you want, anyway, you can only be a snake hiding in the dark, unable to understand what the world will become. What does Mr. Kabuto's words mean? Is this a plan you made or a plan left by Yuuji early in the morning? Even if that guy is sealed, I'm afraid he still has the means to stay. This has nothing to do with you. If you are lucky enough to live until then, you will see the future with your own eyes. Kabuto walked out with a smile. During this period, he has been hiding in this dark place, controlling a bunch of dead people to cause trouble. Now, he finally no longer needs to continue. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto in surprise. The storm is coming. How come your eyes are Rinnegan? And they are blue eyes. Where did they come from? Shin didn't pay much attention to Kabuto at first, but he glanced at it and couldn't look away immediately. Blue Rinnegan? It's really strange. Besides, how does a guy like Kabuto, who has no extraordinary blood inheritance, possess the Rinnegan? In other words, who were these eyes dug out from? Don't think about it. With your qualifications, it's difficult to even obtain the eternal Mangekyo, let alone the Rinnegan. Even if it were given to you, it would be difficult to control it with your strength. Kabuto didn't care. Shin marked all 4 six-path ninja tools, and then sealed them into scrolls one after another, and was ready to take them out for combat at any time. Don't underestimate people, the Rinnegan is not invincible. After all, you are not the leader. If I want to kill you, it's not impossible with my current strength. 7-star sword, gold rope, banana fan, red gourd, plus the amber bottle he had obtained long ago. With 5 pieces of the 6 paths ninja tools in hand, Shin felt that except for a limited number of people in the entire ninja world, he was already invincible. If these 5 ninja tools are used properly, they can be used as instant kill forbidden techniques, sealing the enemy in an instant. Kabuto and Shin left one after the other. Orochimaru stood there and looked at the backs of the 2 people. This guy Shin is really targeting Kabuto. Having a stronger ninja tool is one thing, and having Hitomi's backing is another. But this guy definitely doesn't realize that Hitomi and Yuuji are the same person. Orochimaru suddenly remembered that Yuuji had been sealed, but Konoha village didn't seem to notice anything was wrong. Kabuto was probably pretending to be Yuuji. That Hitomi is also Kabuto disguising? This is interesting. No, there's also the Akatsuki organization Su. But during this period of time, Orochimaru had been staring at Kabuto, looking for Kabuto's flaws, but found nothing. Is it possible that Yuuji has not been sealed? Or has not been completely sealed, and there are still many clones active in secret? Orochimaru didn't understand, but he was happy to observe with his own eyes. It will take some time. I have to hide myself well. If I die again, I will really die. Orochimaru quickly left from the other direction. Kabuto and Shin walked out of the mountain and came to the outside world. Shin has always had his Mangekyo Sharingan turned on, and his body is equipped with millions of ninja tools ready to go. I advise you not to do anything at will. It's very Uchiha-like to have an inflated mentality after getting new power, but the price of arrogance is death. Kabuto walked in front, with his back to Shin, and it looked like he was full of openings. But how can the Rinnegan be so easy to deal with? Shin didn't even know what kind of eyesight these blue Rinnegans provides. He had never seen them before. Well, let me guess, you are already trying to record my words with the golden rope, and are you going to choose a word spirit that is easiest for me to fall into? Kabuto stopped and turned around, staring at Shin with his oppressive eyes. The golden rope can record the speech spirit of the opponent it comes into contact with, the 7-star sword can cut off the speech spirit, and the red gourd seals the speech spirit. As long as the enemy speaks the same words again, it will be absorbed by the red gourd. These 3 ninja tools are artifacts that form a system of their own. The banana fan can attack with 5 chakra attributes at once, but it consumes a huge amount of chakra and cannot be used by ordinary people. So what, this is the Rinnegan. Whether I dig it out and use it myself, or take it back and present it to the leader, it's the best choice. Shin approached Kabuto with malice. To test out the pupil technique of the blue Rinnegan first, it may take many risky attempts, but it doesn't matter. He has studied Izanagi hard over the past year and has now mastered this forbidden technique. He has no other abilities, but he has a lot of eyes. Now with Izanagi, the ability to not be afraid of death is his. Looking at the entire ninja world, except for Kazu, Shin asks himself that no one is less afraid of death than him, not even Orochimaru. Shin was eager to try, wanting to kill Kabuto and take away the eyes. Why, even if you are not afraid of me, how can you not be afraid of that person? Kabuto said. The war lasted for several days, and people were dying all over the world. He didn't stand up to end it all. You still appeared next to Orochimaru to maintain the Edo Tensei. Behind this conventional war, it was clearly him who promoted it. Shin said, he has done such a thing, what should I worry about? No matter how strong he is, it will be difficult to kill me. There is the mysterious leader standing behind me, so I will not be afraid of him. Yeah, this is the source of your confidence, Shin, you have grown up and know how to use your brain. Kabuto said, his voice suddenly changed. It becomes low and hoarse, obscure and difficult to understand. Shin's face suddenly changed, this is the leader's voice, how could you? He looked like he had seen a ghost. Soon, a large amount of information gathered in his mind, and he vaguely understood something. You pretended to be the leader and secretly controlled the Eye organization. Bastard, how dare you? Where is the real leader? Shin was extremely angry. A large number of ninja tools were frantically channeled from the seals in his sleeves. They were densely packed and condensed into a river of ninja tools, spreading out in a mighty way. In just an instant, Kabuto was surrounded. At first glance, it looked like a strange river was surrounding Kabuto. Is there a possibility that I am the Hitomi you know? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shin's eyes were filled with fire. The existence of the leader is so overwhelming that he defeated Nagato, Izanagi, and Madara. How can something like you be his fake? Even if you have a pair of Rinnegan, you don't know how to use it. Where did you get the eyes? It is absolutely impossible to have the strength of the leader. You are not worthy. Yes, I am not worthy, but I did obey that person's order and prepared something secretly. Kabuto laughed softly and stood in front of Shin. As long as Shin moved his eyes, countless ninja tools would swarm around them and smash the two people into a pulp. At that time, Shin will use Izanagi to resurrect himself. But facing Kabuto, his confidence was aroused, and yet he still didn't make a move. When did it happen? Why did the leader ask you to pretend to be him? Why you? Could it be that your blue Rinnegans are the leader's own eyes? No, these eyes come from the Otsutsuki Urashiki. Well, they are idiots who came from the future, traveled through decades of time, and traveled thousands of miles to come to our world to give them their eyes. Kabuto stared straight at Shin, and his powerful eye power suppressed Shin in an instant, so, you should know the answer, right? People in the Uchiha clan are arrogant, but they have the ability to intelligently observe. Shin felt like he is being struck by lightning, and the whole person is dumbfounded. The clown is actually me? Yuuji and Hitomi are actually the same person? I want to see him, whether it is him or the chief, I want to see him. It took a long time for Shin to form that sentence. He has no interest in paying attention to you. There are more important things for him to be busy with. Kabuto said. When did you start pretending to be him? After the Pure Land War, for some reasons, the plan needs to be accelerated. The two looked at each other and fell silent. Shin is somewhat doubtful and his head is buzzing. But this kind of thing. He can stand at the top of the ninja world just by relying on the Godzilla mode, and is praised by countless people, but secretly he also has the Rinnegan, and relying only on this power, he can also stand at the top of the ninja world. Shin's mind couldn't turn around, he is already so powerful, why would he do such a thing? Of course, in order to calmly deal with the troublesome guy. The threat that lurked in the dark and was not noticed by anyone. The two people, Rikuta Senin and Otsutsuki Hamura, after fighting with my brother, one was completely dead, and the other was beaten to a semi-waste by him. Otsutsuki clan, Tonari was killed, Urashiki was killed, Izanagi was reincarnated continuously, and they are still working hard to be resurrected. The rest of Nagato, Madara and the others are not worth mentioning. In the whole world, after my brother's actions over the years, only Otsutsuki Kagaya is the only one who can pose an obstacle to my brother. My brother has gained more and more power with each action. His strength has reached an extreme. It's time to clean up this bad world. As Kabuto spoke, he thought of Planet Godzilla. Yuuji's soul was sealed, but Planet Godzilla still remained silent. Kabuto knows that Planet Godzilla is not a good-tempered one. According to Yuuji, this guy is more like a pan-conscious product, with his own will, but he follows some strange rules and acts according to established logic. But in the ninja world, this strange rule will basically not play much role, that is, Planet Godzilla will act according to its own behavioral logic. But there was no movement. This big guy obviously has his own ideas. Is it true that he has not fully recovered? Or looking for the right opportunity? No one knows. I'm afraid only Yuuji himself knows. Even Kabuto doesn't know all of Yuuji's thoughts, so he can only rely on existing information and make guesses. If Kaguya resurrects in a complete form, she will definitely pose a threat to my brother. Her strength will definitely be terrifying, but there are things that are more troublesome and difficult to deal with than Kaguya. Kabuto calculated silently. He said to the confused Shin, "Aren't you very interested in ninja tools? Although the 6 ninja tools are powerful, they have great limitations. I will give you some more practical ninja tools, the remaining 4 ninja swords." Kabuto slapped the ground, summoned a scroll, and opened the seal inside the scroll. 4 ninja swords are arranged on the ground. This. Shin looked at the swords in front of him in shock. It was said the executioner's blade was in Zabuza's hands in the past, but after Zabuza died, this sword disappeared. The Thunder Sword, Twin Sword, and Long Sword also shocked Shin. These 3 ninja swords have been missing for more than 10 years. At the end of the Third War, the 7 ninja swordmen of Kirigakure were forced back by Might Guy, and then encountered Su. The entire army was wiped out. 3 of the ninja swords disappeared. How could they be in your hands? Are you also in contact with that Su guy? Shin couldn't help but ask. He has been looking for these ninja swords, but unfortunately there is no news, so he can only give up. Unexpectedly, he was summoned by Kabuto. There is also the Executioner Sword, which should also be in the hands of the Akatsuki organization. There are still many things you don't know. Take it. Counting the Blunt Sword and Blast Sword you already have, you will have 6 ninja swords. Only the same hata in Kisame's hand is left. Kabuto said. Shin immediately took action and marked each of the 4 ninja swords with pupil jutsu marks. Along with this, he looked at Kabuto much more pleasingly. As long as you give me precious ninja tools, you will be one of my ally. Tell me, what do you need me to do, and how far does the leader expect me to do it? Shin took advantage of it, his blood was boiling, and he was eager to find someone to sacrifice the sword. Go to the battlefield, take action when necessary, and clear out the bugs that get in the way. Understood. Kabuto waved his hand to the front, used his Rinnegan to tear open a space door, and returned to the I organization's base with Shin. This is the box of bliss? Do you also want to give this to me? Shin's eyes lit up and he stared at the black box in front of him. How is it possible? This thing is different from other 6-path ninja tools. It is extremely dangerous. Moreover, Setsuna must rely on this thing to gain a new life. Is this also what the leader means? That's right, actually, I didn't want to care about Setsuna's life or death. Kabuto felt the huge negative emotions surging crazily in this black box. Hate, anger, madness, disaster. This box of bliss is like an entropy-increasing container that accommodates the invisible chaos and disorder in life. Thanks to the Fourth War, death and mourning were erupting all over the world, and the bliss box was able to collect negative power on this scale in such a short period of time. I don't know what's going on with Kakashi, my brother's clone has been staying with Kakashi. Kabuto thought for a while, then looked in a certain direction. That guy Orochimaru has controlled Madara before, but he hasn't used White Snake Sage yet. Does he want to use it as a trump card? Kabuto also has an ace card that he has not used. It is no worse than Madara, only stronger than Madara. The seal is tied. It's almost time to recover that guy. After such a long time, I have collected enough information. Fortunately, I acted quickly and didn't let Orochimaru summon him first. Then, the time has come, it's time for this tool, Senjo Hashirama, to also have the Rinnegan. Chapter 502, Products of the Old Era. Konoha Village. Konoha is now more depressed than ever before. Even Konoha during the most brutal period of the Third War was not like it is now. The scale and intensity of the Fourth War exceeded any previous ninja war, and almost all ninjas were mobilized to the battlefield. Even the forces that defended the villages were transferred away, and all villages were basically undefended. Konoha is no exception. We finally succeeded, Kakashi. Now that you have the chakra of 8-tailed beasts, you will soon be able to enter the final step. Yuuji looked at the person in front of him and nodded slightly. Yes, Kakashi is still doing well. Now there are only 7 tails left. The chakras of the first, third, fourth, and fifth tails were part of the chakra that Yuuji stole on the battlefield of the Third War. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Kakashi obtained the chakra released by the Nine Tails. In the subsequent border conflict between Kumagakure and Konoha, Yuuji captured the 2 tails and captured part of the 8 tails chakra. Now there are only 7 tails left. This feeling is very strange. Different tailed beast chakras collide with each other in my body. Kakashi said coldly. It's normal. After all, you have not been recognized by these tailed beasts. These beasts will subconsciously reject you. Yuuji said, but there is one thing you should pay attention to. The tailed beasts may contact you on a conscious level. There is no need to respond to them. On a conscious level? Tailed beasts still have this ability. Well, these beasts have a common mental space, and they can also pull the consciousness of the Jinchuriki they recognize into it. You don't need such fancy things, absolute power is enough. Yuuji said. Kakashi nodded expressionlessly. No matter what, he can just carry out the order according to Yuuji's arrangements. Kakashi had already understood many years ago that the meaning of his existence is to perform tasks. It's just that on the surface he was following the Hokage's orders, but in fact he had been following Yuuji's orders for more than 10 years. When I get the 7 tails chakra, can I become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? On paper, it's like this, even if there is no Gadu golem, that golem is not a good thing. Both Madara and Obito were deceived. Yuuji said. The two of them walked out of the secret room and stared at the few and hurried pedestrians. In the distance, huge and dazzling light groups appear from time to time, and then disappear quickly. That's a lot of Bijuudama exploding. The distance was far away, and there were still shock waves coming, causing the ground to tremble. Master Yuuji, Kabuto is almost ready. Iroha appeared and knelt respectfully in front of Yuuji. Really, is he going to show the world the work he has worked so hard to develop? Hashirama is also miserable enough, but he can also step into a new level and surpass Uchiha Madara. Yuuji laughed. The trick that Kabuto played was extraordinary. It was equivalent to playing tricks on Urashiki's blue Rinnegan and using them to cultivate a new pair of Rinnegan. But it doesn't matter, Kabuto likes to do research, so just let him go and have fun. Yuuji doesn't care. Then I'm going to the battlefield. The war has only started for a few days, but the casualties are so heavy. There are so many people dying all over the world. It's really pitiful. Yuuji took a step forward and stretched, but it doesn't matter. Their souls will return to the Pure Land and survive in another form. It is not considered true death. And I will soon put an end to all this and bring eternal peace to this world. Yuuji looked into the distance. Iroha and Kakashi stood beside him silently. Iroha. Yuuji suddenly said, you can go get the other Byakugan. The world will end soon. Just use the power of the old age to indulge one last time. As he spoke, figures appeared one after another behind Yuuji. That is Yamato and many root ninjas. These people have one thing in common, their life forms have been changed by Yuuji, and even their genes have been modified by Yuuji, becoming brand new life forms. Iroha and Kakashi looked at the people in front of them. Yes, sir, I will go get my other eye now. After Iroha said respectfully, he disappeared and went directly to the Hyuga tribe. The Hyuga clan is basically empty, except for those who cannot fight, such as 2- or 3-year-old children and old people who are too old to walk. The patriarch of the clan, who still had one eye left, faced a disaster. He stared at the remaining Byakugan and looked at Iroha who broke in. With this kind of mask, you are the ghost of the Eye organization. Your Excellency, you come to the Hyuga clan at this time, what can I do for you? The elder of the clan tried to keep calm. Click. Elder, by this time, there is nothing to hide. Iroha took off his mask, revealing his Jowgen filled with blue light. This face, you are Iroha. The ghost of the eye organization is actually you Iroha, is this the truth? The clan elders were shocked. Don't you want to ask, elder, how I got this eye that goes beyond the Byakugan? Iroha approached the clan elders step by step. No one will come to save this old man. I'm also curious. Lord Yuuji killed Kirigakure's AO, took back the eye I lost back then, and transplanted it into you, but you caused this eye to undergo transformation. The clan elders gradually calmed down. He already knew what Iroha was here for. Rather than killing him, it is better to say that he came to take away the other eye. Everyone knows that you come from a different family, your qualifications are not very good, and you are restricted by the caged bird, but you have advanced our clan's supercilious look. It seems that he values you very much. The elder of the clan said. Iroha said indifferently, if it weren't for Master Yuuji, I would still be your clan's lackey. I relied on your eyes to complete my transformation. Thank you, elder. Iroha suddenly took action and gouged out the clan elder's eyes. A bright blood splashed out, and the clan elders staggered to the ground without any room for resistance. Iroha put the eye into his socket, touched it with his finger, and slowly opened his eyelids. One Byakugan is undergoing transformation, echoing the other eye. Aren't you going to kill me? The clan elder covered his empty eyes. There is no need. I am Master Yuuji's tool. I don't have such boring emotions as hatred. Besides, it is useless even if you know the secrets of Master Yuuji and me. Iroha left without hesitation. The clan leader sat on the ground blankly. After a while, a figure walked in. Hyuga Hayashi, who also lost his eyes, walked in. I really didn't expect that our two generations would have the same fate. Both of us had our eyes gouged out by our separated families. Hayashi sat down calmly, fumbled for a while, got the teapot and cup, and poured himself a cup of tea. Ever since his eyes were gouged out by Hoito, Hayashi's daily life has become boring, and there are not many things he can do. Aren't you worried? Iroha is actually a ghost from the Eye organization. So what? Iroha is Yuuji's loyal dog. This is a fact known to the world. So what is the relationship between Yuuji and the Eye organization? What do they want to do? The elder of the clan couldn't figure it out at all. Hayashi said, we can't do anything now. We just need to wait quietly for the results. The only good news is that Yuuji and the Eye organization have been silent. It seems that they have not done anything, but have been operating secretly. We may not win this war, but we will certainly not lose it. Two people sat across from each other and drank tea. Iroha got the eyes and quickly returned to Yuuji. It looks good. Your body can warm this new eye very well. Yuuji glanced at it and quickly ignored it. Now that I'm back, let's get started. It's almost time for my soul and body to leave the Pure Land. Yuuji narrowed his eyes and touched his belly. The soul body was sealed by the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. This is not only because Hamura sacrificed his life but also wanted to create opportunities, and also because Yuuji himself took the initiative to explore some things. By now, he has figured it out. He has already figured out the power of the Six Paths and the strongest sealing technique of the Six Paths Chibaku that can seal peak Six Paths level life forms. You will be free soon, but your freedom is trouble to me. You will not obey my orders. Yuuji murmured in his heart and immediately laughed. Sometimes, just thinking about it makes him feel very interesting. Planet Godzilla was born with a mission. In the monster universe, all life planets that give birth to technological civilization will eventually have a planetary behemoth that destroys the technological civilization on the planet. Don't ask why, the rules of the universe are like this. The purpose of existence of countless technological civilizations, including human civilization, is to spawn children of planets that destroy themselves. The same goes for planet Godzilla, which destroyed human civilization. Human beings on Earth are relatively lucky. They have received help from two civilizations that were also defeated by monsters from their home planet and were forced to become wandering civilizations. After receiving the signal for help, these two wandering civilizations traveled thousands of miles to help the people on Earth. Even if they harbored evil intentions, they were at least unambiguous when it came time to contribute, sacrificing many precious and few remaining people to fight for the people on Earth. But even if the three civilizations joined forces, they were still beaten by planet Godzilla. Facing Godzilla, a planet that can hit the edge of the solar system with a full-power charged particle cannon. 3 civilizations that have developed technologies such as controllable nuclear fusion, faster than light navigation, and ultimate nanotechnology were completely defeated. Planet Godzilla killed only a few thousand people from the total population of the 3 civilizations. After fleeing wildly in a spaceship, they immediately began to rebuild the Earth's ecosystem. But that is the rule of another universe. At this point, Planet Godzilla may not necessarily do this. Even if he does it following his deep instinct, he will definitely not listen to Yuuji. This kind of son of the planet is a product of regularization, has self-will, but acts according to the established behavioral logic. Yuuji is a human being. He has many ideas and ambitions. After achieving one goal, he will find a new goal. This is doomed to be inconsistent with the behavioral logic of Planet Godzilla. A person is born with a natural mission and pursues this mission throughout his life. A person makes plans based on his spiritual ambitions and pursues many completely different things throughout his life. If there is inconsistency, disagreements will arise, which will affect each other's actions. When Planet Godzilla is sleeping, even if he is half asleep, Yuuji can use the power of Planet Godzilla at will. In exchange, he will provide Planet Godzilla with a place to sleep and the power of chakra to repair the injury as quickly as possible. But when Planet Godzilla wakes up, many things will naturally change. Yuuji would not be so stupid as to be unprepared, let alone place all his hopes on an individual that he could not perfectly control. Even the combination of Kaguya and the Divine Tree can be sealed. The technique of 6 paths Chibaku Tensei is not useless. I didn't took the risk in vain. Yuuji lowered his head and glanced at the palm of his hand, slowly clenching his fists. The power that belongs to him must belong to him forever, and accidents and incongruities must never be allowed to exist. Unless he becomes more powerful and does not need some backward and decadent power, and takes the initiative to give up this power, then let's talk about it differently. In this world, only strength will not fail him, everything else is unreliable. However, when this technique is used, it means that a critical step has been reached, and I will not be soft-hearted. He might allow Planet Godzilla to live, but not be free, and strip Planet Godzilla of all his power for him to use as he pleases. If it doesn't do this, Yuuji can only find ways to force it to do so. Let's go and bury this world with our own hands. Yuuji raised his hand, and a space tunnel appeared in front of him, swallowing several people inside. The eyes of the entire world are focused on the 8 tails and 9 tails. Too many people believe that as long as the 8 tails and 9 tails are captured by the Akatsuki organization, the entire world will come to an end. No one has actually seen the 10 tails, nor can they imagine what the 10 tails looks like and how powerful it is. But just hearing that the 10 tails can devour the life of the entire planet is enough to scare people, and they will do everything they can to prevent the 10 tails from being resurrected. But what these people don't know is that the most terrifying thing is not the 10 tails. Not even Kaguya. Because the truly terrifying man is here, the man who will bring his end to the whole world and offer the most brilliant fireworks ever to the people who have used chakra for thousands of years. With a bang, everything of the past will disappear. I'm really looking forward to it. I really want to see the faces of those products of the old era. Yuuji came to the battlefield of the Land of Thunder. Here, life has long been devastated. The battle between Naruto and Madara was extremely bloody. The two of them didn't take human life seriously, and they attacked unscrupulously, destroying everything. The two of them did not expect that someone who could destroy them both was coming. Chapter 503, Chija Ishinokamai. Kabuto wants to get to the battlefield first. Having the Rinnegan, he can appear in various places in the ninja world. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, he saw Naruto and Madara, who were fighting bloody battles. The war between these two men raged around the world and was extremely cruel. But as of now, the two still can't tell the winner. Naruto couldn't defeat Madara because he couldn't see the limbo. Madara couldn't defeat Naruto quickly. Although his limbo were powerful, they also had many flaws. The time limit alone was enough to make it troublesome. The two were engaged in a meaningless confrontation. As soon as Kabuto appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. That was the time and space ninjutsu just now? What's going on with this guy? Who could have a pupil of this magnitude? Naruto and Madara immediately stopped and turned to look at Kabuto. Until he raised his head and took off his hood. Kabuto! Naruto screamed. Minato and the others were also stunned and looked at Kabuto blankly. How could this happen? Why does Kabuto have the Rinnegan? And it's also a blue Rinnegan, I've never seen eyes like this before. The key is, why does Kabuto appear here? Kabuto glanced around and only paused slightly at Black Zetsu. Are you surprised? I should be surprised. It took so long and you still haven't caught the 8 tails and 9 tails. Kabuto said. Kabuto, you are just that guy's subordinate. Even if you get the Rinnegan, don't get too carried away. Madara said coldly. Where did the blue Rinnegan come from? Besides him and Hitomi, how could there be a third person with the Rinnegan? But it would be wrong to say that Kabuto is Hitomi, it gives him a different feeling. Kabuto, is it possible that you are the leader of the Eye organization? Minato couldn't help but ask. Kabuto shook his head, no, based on my strength, I am not qualified to command the Eye organization. Only he can. However, for some reasons, I did temporarily take over the Eye organization. What about Yuuji, what is he doing? He'll be here soon. Your appearance here is related to the Eye organization. Is Yuuji connected with Hitomi? This time, Kabuto did not answer. He turned his eyes slightly and saw that Su's figure had quietly disappeared. It seems that my brother is almost ready, so there is no reason to continue to delay. Kabuto flew to the top of the Gadu statue. Madara frowned slightly, lifted Susanoo, and also jumped on top of the Gadu statue. The two stood side by side, overlooking everyone present. 2 people, 3 Rinnegans. This kind of picture makes people silent. Kabuto, how did someone like him get the Rinnegan? Could it be that he dug it out of Otsutsuki? Obito reluctantly raised his head, breathing heavily. In the past, Obito didn't even look at Kabuto. In his mind, he was just Yuuji's chosen tool. The only person worth paying attention to is Kazu, a woman who cannot be killed. But now Obito discovered that the clown was actually himself. He, who thought he was powerful, had only one breath left and depended on Toby for his life, but Kabuto had quietly acquired the Rinnegan Eye. This slap hurt so much. Naruto observed Kabuto cautiously, with strong fear in his eyes. This kid has got Obito's eyes, which makes it even harder to kill. No wonder you haven't taken it down until now. Kabuto glanced at Naruto and understood immediately. Madara frowned, feeling awkward. The person standing next to him and talking to him could be Yuuji or Nagato, even Hitomi would be fine. But now he needs to entertain a small role like Kabuto, which makes Madara extremely uncomfortable. Let's talk about you first. Is this what Yuuji meant? Or did you betray him? Madara tilted his head and said coldly. Is this important? As long as we can continue to move forward with the plan and resurrect the 10 tails, that will be enough. Humph, that's true, at least you are useful to me now. Let's join forces and take down the 8 tails and 9 tails first. Madara said coldly, if I guessed correctly, your eyes should come from Itsutoki Urashiki, a fool who was killed not long after he appeared. You're right, the power of my eyes can definitely help you. Kabuto took action without hesitation. Strictly speaking, Kabuto rarely fights. After getting the pair of Rinnegan, this was the first time he did it himself. But it still is really strong. Yuuji cells greatly improved his physical fitness and gave him a huge amount of chakra. He also possesses the time-like pupil technique which comes from Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes. The combination of the two, the power that bursts out is extremely terrifying, and it can defeat a speed ninja like Naruto. Kabuto instantly appeared in front of Naruto. Don't look down on me. Naruto grabbed him with a claw. Kabuto's figure instantly appeared a few meters away. Naruto looked in disbelief. This guy was actually faster than him? Too fast to detect his movement? Naruto threw his hands on him several times in succession, but every time, Kabuto can dodge accurately. Is this his pupil technique, a time and space pupil technique? Can he activate it multiple times in a short distance to change his position? Naruto felt troubled. The most annoying thing for the speed type is the time and space type. Moreover, it is an extremely easy to use time and space pupil technique that can be activated frequently. It is not a space-time pupil technique in the general sense. Others are also watching, trying to find out Kabuto's eye skills information as soon as possible. Like Madara and Minato, they have already seen some clues. It is very similar to the combination of the instant body technique and the time and space pupil technique, but there are obvious differences. Madara thought of Hitomi. Hitomi's ability is so powerful that it can overcome all time and space pupil techniques. With one glance, he can lock the whole space, making the enemy unable to move. It always feels like something is not quite right with the way Kabuto uses it. Minato sees it more clearly. His spatial talent is among the best in the ninja world, and he is extremely sensitive to changes in spatial coordinates. What Kabuto uses is not the ordinary time and space pupil technique, at least it is not the one as I understand it. To be more precise, it should be. Minato had a look of horror in his eyes. It's not a space pupil technique, could it be a time pupil technique? Even though he couldn't understand everything, he could at least analyze part of the information. The blue Rinnegan actually possesses the time pupil technique, which is amazing. By changing time, does it give outsiders a sense of teleportation? How was it Satsuki who had such eyes back then killed by Yuuji and the others? The more Minato thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Kabuto stood on Madara's side. Was this a decision made by Kabuto himself after betraying Yuuji, or was it an order issued by Yuuji? Speaking of which, Yuuji has not participated in the war so far. What are these people planning? It turns out that I, the Hokage, have been a joke from the beginning. I have not been taken seriously by them at all. Minato sighed in his heart, with a sharp look in his eyes. No matter what agreement Yuuji, Hitomi, and Madara reach, he will do his best to prevent the resurrection of the Ten Tails. At this moment, no one can understand the helplessness in Minato's heart. Naruto made great attacks, but failed time and time again. All of his attacks failed, and every time he took a shot, Kabuto dodged it accurately. Is this your level? Must have been really hard for you. Kabuto said lightly. Naruto's expression was cold, he was irritated by this careless attitude, and he was even more dissatisfied that he could not hurt Kabuto at all. He opened his mouth wide, aimed at the ground below and sprouted out a huge Bijuudama. A horrific explosion occurred. Fortunately, no one present was weak. Even Obito was controlled by Tobi and escaped immediately. The smoke dissipated, and a huge pit appeared on the spot. It has no practical use except raising dust. Madara snorted coldly. Naruto's face quickly darkened as he sensed the surrounding situation. Kabuto stood there as if nothing had happened. As expected, you can't do anything to me with all your strength, so it's my turn to take action. Kabuto opened his palms to the huge Naruto. Naruto, I probably discovered what his jutsu is about. Kuwabai said. I also guessed some. Naruto's voice was cold, his technique is very similar to the Space Eye technique. They can appear in another place instantly, but there is an obvious difference. Every time he dodges, he can avoid it perfectly, as if he has known it for a long time, such like I will attack at this speed and this angle. Even Minato and Obito cannot do this. For him to do this, they must at least have the ability to predict the future. If it's not the ability to predict the future and travel through space, then it's just a possibility. He has the time pupil technique. Maybe the ability he masters is time reversal. The people present are all elites. If you observe for a while, you can guess a lot of things. In the original timeline, after Jiraiya fought Urashiki several times, he quickly deduced that Urashiki's pupil technique was a time reversal. Urashiki can quickly look back after experiencing an attack, returning to the second when the enemy first launched the attack, and then make targeted responses. Now, Kabuto has mastered this eye technique skillfully, and to some extent, he is better at it than Urashiki. Urashiki in State 1 can perform time reversal, and Urashiki in State 2 can perform teleportation. Kabuto doesn't have the transformation ability like Urashiki, but he manages to combine the two pupil abilities. The Yuuji cells in his body support him, so that no matter how much he commits suicide or squanders his body, he will never have any problems. More than enough to deal with Naruto. Kabuto suddenly threw out a large number of black sticks, but they passed directly through Naruto. Kamui, but how long can you hide? The single-eyed power can only last for 5 minutes. I only need to attack you continuously for 5 minutes, and you will be dead. Kabuto took action one after another and launched attacks continuously. In terms of speed, Naruto could not avoid Kabuto's pursuit. Every move he made had been personally experienced by Kabuto countless times, and it was impossible to get rid of Kabuto. Naruto had a dark face and could only use blur to stall for time. But it cannot continue like this. Who would have thought that the method he used to torture Obito would be used on him again by Kabuto? This kind of time pupil technique is indeed the most suitable for dealing with Naruto. Madara nodded repeatedly, thinking that he still lacked a left eye, so it would be good to find a chance to dig out the left eye. At that time, Limbo of the right eye and the time pupil of the left eye will be invincible. It's not like he can't defeat the super fast Naruto. The current Madara is slightly inferior in speed. If Naruto does not have the power of Kamui, if the two sides continue to fight, Madara with the body of Gedo will definitely win. But Naruto has Kamui, which greatly increases the error tolerance rate. The 5-minute phasing time is enough for the Nine Tails to refine a huge amount of new chakra. This fight will last forever. Naruto's face became increasingly ugly, knowing that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose. Kabuto's eye skills are exactly the type to restrain him. There is Madara watching next to him. As long as he shows an opening, the invisible Limbo clone will rush up and severely injure him. Naruto became more and more aggrieved as he was beaten, and the eyes he looked at Kabuto became extremely angry. How the hell did this guy show up? Damn it! Give up! Now you are destined to have only one way to go. Take the initiative to sacrifice your tailed beasts and die obediently. Kabuto said. Naruto had a sullen face, hurriedly backed away, and said solemnly, I'll give you the 8 tails. Kabuto stopped. Naruto retreated violently, but Kabuto followed him like a shadow, never giving Naruto any room to escape. Throw out the 8 tails quickly. It's a joke, if I use Kamui, you will definitely attack me. Then there's nothing we can do about it. Naruto immediately grumbled. Escape is impossible, but not escaping is chronic suicide. If you want to break the situation, can you only rely on that man? Naruto looked at Minato. Minato reacted immediately, took out a large number of kunai and threw them wildly, hoping to take away Naruto. Father and son really have a deep love. Kabuto didn't look worried at all. Shut up, he and I are just using each other. Naruto sneered, feeling relieved. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique can at least create opportunities for him. Naruto planned to find an opportunity to escape. Well, it seems I don't need to take action anymore. Kabuto suddenly stopped. Naruto hurriedly retreated far away, turning around and running away without hesitation. Hey, are you going to let the 8 tails and 9 tails go just like that? Madara shouted, but the next second, he looked somewhere with a suspicious look on his face. He can't escape. Kabuto laughed softly. Because, that man is here. Another space tunnel opened. Yuuji walked out immediately. Behind him were Iroha, who was wearing an eye organization mask, and Kakashi, the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Yuuji! Have you finally come? If Yuuji is here, there will definitely be no problem. Everyone exclaimed. Guy immediately became excited. As long as Yuuji is here, they will feel at ease. Minato shook his head slowly, looked at the man, then looked at Iroha, and lowered his head. No, Guy, we were wrong. Guy didn't understand. Minato said bitterly, all of us thought wrong. Maybe many things were not what we imagined from the beginning. Everyone only saw Yuuji raise his hand and shake it at Naruto, who was running away crazily. At the next moment, one of his eyes immediately transformed and turned into a Rinnegan. Shijai Shinokamai. Chapter 504, We Were All Wrong. As soon as Yuuji appeared, he immediately used his pupil technique. Naruto's figure as he was flying away suddenly froze, and it became extremely difficult to move a finger. What's going on? My whole body is trapped. Naruto was shocked. This is the first time he has encountered such a thing. What kind of technique can immobilize him in an instant? It's unbelievable that my strength combined with yours was suppressed in an instant. In theory, only the old man of 6 paths possesses this kind of power. Kuwabai was also shocked. Is this reasonable? This is outrageous. Together with Naruto, they are considered strong among the super shadows. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not defeat them. But now, he was suppressed in an instant. Naruto did not dare to hesitate and immediately activated the Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. Kamui. As long as I can enter the phasing state, I can definitely, Naruto was horrified to find that his Kamui had actually failed. He tried to change the spatial coordinates, but was suppressed by a more powerful force. Immediately afterwards, a space tunnel opened and swallowed Naruto in. The next second, Naruto reappeared on the battlefield just now. That's enough. You have your own mission, so how can you plan to escape? And with the power you have now, if you really want to escape, few people in the entire ninja world can catch you. Yuuji slowly let go of his hand and said casually. Everything just happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone watched helplessly as Naruto was easily pulled back, even the resistance was so weak. The entire battlefield was as silent as death. Many people could not turn their heads and could only stare at Yuuji blankly. To be more precise, they were looking into Yuuji's eyes. This eye is clearly the Rinnegan. The other eye seems to be different. What happened? Why did this happen? People's scalps are numb, their minds are spinning fast, and the shocking truth has been revealed. What's wrong? Why are you reacting like this? Yuuji patted Naruto. Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode immediately ceased, and a large amount of Nine Tails chakra was suppressed. This kind of absolute and unrivaled dominance made Kyubai's heart tremble, and he once again recalled the fear of being dominated by this man. Yuuji, did he gouge out Hitomi's eyes? Guy's mind was a little confused. No, it's even worse than that. The two of them are just the same person from the beginning. Minato smiled bitterly, feeling that the sky was about to collapse. This is ridiculous. Yuuji is originally the top of the ninja world, and this mysterious Hitomi also has powerful eyes that attract people's attention. The power of these two people alone is enough to intimidate the entire ninja world, but now, if the power of these two people overlap, it will be so terrifying. It is even more difficult for them to accept this fact from an intellectual level. Really, that's great, as expected of him. This way we have no chance of losing. Guy was in high spirits. Others looked at each other, speechless. Guy's brain is not working very well and he still hasn't reacted yet. The simplest thing is, if Yuuji is wholeheartedly on the side of Konoha village, why does he do such complicated things? In the whole of Konoha, no one can stop him. He can do whatever he wants, even if it is against the Hokage. Organization was set up to collect pupil ninjas from all walks of life. This kind of thing is really amazing. Secretly, he has controlled too much power. Minato sighed. Ni-san, you're a little slower than I expected. Kabuto didn't even look at Naruto and came to Yuuji's side with a smile. I'm sorry, I wasted a little time trying to get the other eye back. Iroha said indifferently. Kabuto looked astonished. That's right, no wonder, let's make good use of the new power. One who is really shocked is Madara. He stood on top of the Gadu statue and stared blankly at Yuuji for a long time without speaking. You bastard! Madara opened his mouth and said the first sentence. Ah, it seems I've disappointed you. Your plan to fight me again after becoming stronger has to be pushed back, and the 10 tails will be your priority. Yuuji said. Does it make you proud to fool me? Madara couldn't accept this result, and he couldn't even believe that the man he wanted to defeat with all his strength, the mysterious Hitomi, was actually Yuuji himself. The little kid who was not worth mentioning back then actually grew up to the point where he could defeat him more than 10 years later, which only used half of his strength. Asshole! I have never suffered such humiliation. Madara's self-esteem was frustrated, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, almost going crazy. It's in vain that he always praises Hitomi when he meets everyone. Asshole, it turns out that Hitomi is Yuuji, which makes him feel like a clown. Madara was so angry that he was shaking all over. In his rage, he drove the Gadu statue to rush towards Yuuji. Calm down. Yuuji just said this, and the next second, the other eye lit up with a blue luster, and his powerful pupil's power exploded. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. With a loud bang, deep ravines appeared on the body surface of the Gadu statue, giving people the feeling of being cut in half. And this kind of injury, although it seems terrifying, is actually not worth mentioning. Even if the Gadu statue is really split open, it will only be convenient for pulling out the sealed-tailed beasts. It will not cause much damage to the Gadu statue itself, and it can be easily repaired. In the original timeline, Kakashi also used his Kamui to break one of the hands of the Gadu statue. In fact, the injury was not painful or itchy. This kind of pupil technique is indeed his. Madara's face was cloudy. According to his character, he has now obtained a brand new body. He really wants to fight to the death with this bastard Yuuji. But Madara restrained himself with reason. Yuuji, who had only half the strength, could defeat him as Hitomi back then, and then factoring in the power of Yuuji as his identity. Madara felt that he still couldn't guarantee a sure win. This feeling of embarrassment at being fooled and not being able to take revenge immediately almost drove him crazy. I said, focus on the 10 tails first. Humph, the 10 tails belongs to me, and I will never allow you to interfere. I understand, I have no interest in becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki. Yuuji said seriously. He was very interested in how to kill the 10 tails. Madara snorted coldly, not sure whether he believed it or not. Kabuto suddenly turned his head. More people are rushing here, and things are getting more and more interesting. Kabuto said. Well, that's fine. Let's end everything here. It's time to clear away the past of the past 1,000 years. Yuuji looked up. Several figures landed one after another. The first one to arrive was Nagato. The leader of the Akatsuki organization looked at the scene in front of him in stunned silence. Especially after seeing Yuuji's eyes, he was even more stunned. One eye is the Rinnegan, and one eye is no less than the Rinnegan. Could it be the Tenseigan? Are you Hitomi? Nagato looked like he had seen a ghost. Ha, at least you didn't suspect that it was me who dug out Hitomi's eyes. Humph, at our level, you can fail once, but not lose 2 eyes at once. This is ridiculous. I didn't sense the battle between you and Hitomi. Like Madara, Nagato also found it unacceptable. I can't accept it. Because he couldn't accept it, Nagato went crazy in his heart, wishing he could fight Yuuji to the death on the spot. Don't be dazed, at least this guy is on our side for now. Madara's face was gloomy. Nagato and Madara looked at each other, their 2 Rinnegans facing each other. They can clearly see the anger and frustration in each other's eyes. 2 people who share the same pair of eyes and stand at the top of the ninja world were defeated and deceived by the same person. Unacceptable. More and more people are arriving. Hirako, Might-do, Kazu, Sasuke, and others. Following that, there is the second unit closest to the Kingdom of Thunder. Other troops are also approaching quickly, but it will take some time. Tens of thousands of people arrived on the battlefield one after another, looking around and looking at the things and people here in shock. The strong ones gather together. The mess all over the place, the terrifying pits, and the high temperature that still hasn't completely dissipated make people feel frightened. Hey, can we really participate in a battle of this level? What are you afraid of? With so many of us, we can be powerful together. What's more, we also have Lord Yuuji, Lord Kazu, and Lord Sasuke. Speaking of which, have you noticed why Hokage and the others look so bitter, and Madara and the others seem to be confronting each other? Master Yuuji's eyes are also very strange. He actually has the Rinnegan. Tens of thousands of people are spread out. At first glance, they are indeed quite powerful, but they are just fodder. For a super shadow level powerhouse, no matter how many there are, it is not impossible to deal with them. At this time, more and more people found that the atmosphere here was very wrong. Very weird and extremely depressing. Looking at Madara and Nagato, 2 men who have brought fear to the entire ninja world, their faces are slightly distorted. They shouldn't be angry because these reinforcements have arrived. Gradually, the news that Yuuji possessed the Rinnegan and Tenseigan quickly spread among tens of thousands of people. There were bursts of frightened noises, and the first reaction of most people who didn't know what was going on was excitement. How could we lose with Master Yuuji here? Yes, he has protected Konoha many times in the past. This time he is finally on our side. With such a strong man, what do we have to worry about? Lord Yuuji has never lost. Excited chatter sounded. Tens of thousands of people talking, it was extremely noisy. Except for a few people who keenly noticed that something was wrong, most people were simply excited. Sir Yuuji was already very powerful, but now that he has the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan, yet he still has to take off? Even if many of them don't understand the Tenseigan at all, if Master Yuuji can transplant it into his body, it will definitely be good. Look, there is a huge scar on the body of the Gadu statue. It must have been slashed by Master Yuuji. It is really amazing. There are so many people here. Hey, if I hadn't wasted so long on Senjo Hashirama, I wouldn't have come so late. Kazu is in a bad mood. In the end, she only consumed one Sharingan of Senjo Hashirama. Seeing that if she continued to fight, she would be able to seal Hashirama with the Totsuka sword. Suddenly, a burst of smoke rose and Senjo Hashirama was gone. It must have been Orochimaru who did it, she must kill that guy. Naruto. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't care about other things at all, his eyes staring directly at the person who was held down by Yuuji and couldn't move. Idiot Naruto, he was caught by my teacher. Hey, this Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke was extremely excited, but still pretended to be disgusted and came to Yuuji and Naruto. Idiot, please open your eyes wide and look around you. Naruto cursed crazily. Sasuke looked up and first saw Iroha behind Yuuji, and was shocked. This mask pattern, are you a ghost from the I organization? Did the I organization also join the war? His eyes finally fell on Yuuji's face, and this time, he was speechless. Another one was stunned. It seems you people are completely unprepared. Yuuji smiled. The Rinnegan? The other eye has a pupil power that is no less than the Rinnegan eye. Teacher, you dug it out. No, that person can't be so weak. Does that mean you and Hitomi are the same person? Sasuke shocked. Very good, your reaction is quick. Yuuji said, still pinching Naruto. That Rinnegan was constantly filled with strong pupil power, and a halo of light emitted purple light at a stable frequency. Sasuke couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking as if he had seen a ghost. For a moment, he didn't know whether to express admiration or shock. Or both. With Sasuke's IQ, he also realized that something crucial had happened. He moved his eyes again and saw Kabuto's blue Rinnegans, and his whole body became more and more silent. The livid expressions on Minato and the others' faces just prove this. What's happening now is by no means a good thing. Teacher, are you? Sasuke's voice was dry. Naruto sneered, did you realize that the teacher you have been talking about to me since you were a child is actually the most dangerous guy? He is more dangerous than Madara and Nagato, and he has many calculated plans. Shut up. Sasuke squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. Naruto continued to sneer, but his heart became more and more anxious. He wished that Sasuke would run away immediately so that he could help him get out of trouble. So, Sasuke, what are you going to choose? Yuuji said this and jumped onto the head of the Gadu statue. Nagato's face was ugly, trying to digest the anger and shame in his heart, which also fell on the head of the Gadu statue. Yuuji, Madara, and Nagato, the 3 of them looked down at everything, their eyes showing coldness and alienation. The numerous noises suddenly stopped at this moment. Everyone looked at the 3 people standing together in disbelief. To be precise, they couldn't believe that Yuuji would actually stand with the enemy, and it was so natural. Everyone, I am Yamanaka Inoichi, and I have a terrible truth to tell you. We once thought that Madara, Nagato, and Obito spent more than 10 years planning everything today, but now it seems that maybe this is wrong. Inoichi Yamanaka's voice sounded in the minds of everyone in the audience. Chapter 505, Resurrection of the 10 Tails. Everyone was listening silently. Tens of thousands of people are arriving quickly. They don't know exactly what happened yet, and they are confused. Inoichi Yamanaka was speaking to tens of thousands of people and was under tremendous pressure. Every word he spoke put a terrible load on his brain. But even so, he still chose to say it, because this kind of truth is so crazy that people don't want to believe it. All of us thought that no matter what the world would be like, there was no need to worry, because we have a man here who is worthy of trusting with his life. He spent 20 years to win everyone's trust. From the moment he set foot on the battlefield, he saved countless companions and made countless achievements for the village. His actions made us all believe in him. But now, this has become the cruelest truth. That man spent 20 years planning, and today he finally revealed his true face. From the beginning to the end, Yuuji Shiranui, the strongest man who protected the village and fought against the Akatsuki organization and the Otsutsuki clan, was the culprit that caused today's evil consequences. Shiranui Yuuji planned all of this. He single-handedly promoted the plan to resurrect the 10 Tails. He fooled the whole world. Pfft! After Inoichi said these words, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Blood gushed out from his eyes, nose, and ears one after another, and he was overwhelmed. The message he conveyed was clearly received by everyone. At first reaction, everyone felt that this Yamanaka Inoichi was 80% replaced by White Zetsu. Otherwise, how could you say such nonsense? This is obviously fake, how is it possible? I think it's likely that the headquarters has been infiltrated. After all our ninjas have been dispatched, and there are no strong ninjas guarding the intelligence department. I see, no wonder I feel something is wrong, ha ha ha, how could Lord Yuuji be an enemy? Nonsense. Master Yuuji set out on the battlefield when he was 10 years old. He is almost 30 this year, right? He spent 20 years going through life and death, protecting countless people, just to destroy the world. Fake news. We Konoha ninjas won't even believe it. This is definitely fake news. Except for the 10,000 people who arrived at the battlefield first, who said nothing and fell into a deathly silence, the others who were still rushing madly did not believe it subconsciously. It can also be seen from this that Yuuji's status in their minds is that they would rather instinctively question Inoichi, who constantly provides intelligence to the major forces, than question Yuuji. But gradually, more and more people reacted, and the conversations that comforted each other and pretended to be wise gradually disappeared. Everyone began to fall silent and ran quickly, with a little fear in their eyes. What if it's true? What if this ridiculous thing is true? Speed up and reach the battlefield no matter what. The commanders of each unit issued orders one after another, unable to conceal their anxiety. Anyone can be an enemy, even if Minato, Jiraiya, and the like turn to the enemy, that doesn't matter. But not that man. The world cannot afford such consequences. Everyone, I am Minato, my time is limited, I will make a long story short. What Inoichi said is true. Yuuji Shiranui is the same person as Hitomi from the I organization. With this sentence, Minato did not continue speaking because it was no longer necessary. Anyone with passing reasoning skills knows what this means. If Yuuji had not planned it secretly, there would be no need to establish the I organization, and no one in the entire Konoha village could stop him. Under Yuuji, Kazu is his die-hard loyalist, and Sasuke is his disciple. He single-handedly represents the 3 super shadow level combat powers. Anyone can have problems, but if he's the problem, the consequences will be disastrous. Oh, now we also have to count the many strong men from the I organization. Shisui, who was walking quickly, was immediately confused. Shisui, this kind of thing. Don't look at me, everything about the leader is a mystery. I never expected it to be like this. Shisui was dumbfounded. What can he say? It is true that Shisui joined the I organization, but the problem is that he knows nothing about the mysterious leader. He doesn't know anything about his last name or the purpose of recruiting I ninjutsu ninjas. I haven't even figured out the true identities of some members of the I's organization. Do you expect me to find out the leader's information? Shisui looked bitter. It's over. Originally, there was hope for the Fourth Ninja World War. No matter how many people died and no matter how great the losses, there was still hope. But now, how can we fight this? Yuuji and Madara and the others stand together, what can they use to compete? Keep going, even if the world is really going to end, at least I want to see it with my own eyes. A bear Meishivi next to him pushed up his sunglasses slightly and whispered something. A large number of ninjas reacted and fell silent one after another. No one spoke anymore, and they were not in the mood to show their emotions, but everyone knew that there was a terrible crack in each other's persistence at this moment, which was difficult to repair. Perhaps, when they arrive on the battlefield and see with their own eyes the existence that they think is as great as a god, chatting and laughing with the enemy, this tight string will be completely broken. The battlefield. Yuuji looked down at everything, his cold eyes no longer had the familiarity of the past, making those who knew him and admired him feel extremely strange. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Some ninjas couldn't restrain themselves and actually asked out loud. If they don't ask, they will feel that they cannot stand firmly and will collapse directly on the ground. Oh, how does it feel to accept the worship of mortals? Madara mocked with a black face. Rikudo Sennin was like this back then. He was crazily worshipped by the world, but in the end he was nothing special. Yuuji looked calm, indulging too much in meaningless flattery will only lead to self-absorption and eventually make yourself lost. I will not become the second Rikudo Sennin. Of course you won't be him. Looking at you now, you probably killed Rikudo Sennin, right? Nagato couldn't help but join Madara's camp and suppressed the desire to complain. He is obviously a person with a cold temperament. People with this kind of personality will not easily have mood swings caused by external things. But as soon as he saw Yuuji's face, he couldn't help it. Asshole, what's going on with this guy? Why do you take fooling them so naturally and act so calmly? Even just the most basic apology, the leader of the organization is so rude. It seems that you all know that I was the one who caused the previous Pure Land War. I didn't do anything great. Yuuji said calmly. Madara and Nagato felt even more uncomfortable. They wanted to explode but couldn't. What's the result? It seems that you won and the Rikuta Sennin is not dead. Madara looked at him. No, I didn't win on purpose in order to verify something. Verify? Well, that's important, you two won't understand. Madara and Nagato took a deep breath at the same time. Nagato said, but what Inoichi said just now is right. You did fool everyone and spent 20 years planning it. I thought about it over and over, but I never thought that the person behind the scenes would actually be you. Once upon a time, he, and others, felt that the mastermind behind the scenes was Uchiha Madara himself. Everything today started from Madara's meeting with Obito and Yuuji during the Third War. But looking back now, Madara was also fooled. Look, those guys are questioning you and want you to give them an answer. Those guys wish you were deceiving them just now, but actually you are still on their side. Madara pointed downwards. Yuuji slowly shook his head, it's impossible. The plan has advanced to this point. There are only 8 tails and 9 tails left. There is no way it will stop. Madara turned his Rinnegan's, glanced at Nagato deliberately, and then sneered at Yuuji, this is so interesting. I am very angry now and want to fight you at all costs, but it seems that there is no need, wait for the 10 tails moment of resurrection, our alliance will automatically terminate. Do you both understand this? Of course, the 10 tails is the key to everything. After the 10 tails are resurrected, everyone will naturally be on their own. Yuuji said calmly. Nagato snorted coldly, I will not give you the opportunity to act arbitrarily. The infinite Tsukuyomi or infinite Izanagi are ridiculous. My 10 tails deterrence plan is correct. Childish. How long can you hold on by relying on the force of the 10 tails to threaten the whole world? How many years can your lifespan support you? If you die, the peace you have created will completely collapse. Madara shouted. Nagato's plan is even more unacceptable. Resurrect the 10-tailed sacred tree and capture all the individuals. No matter how hard it is, it can persist only for so many years, at least this is what Madara thinks. He knew nothing about the 10 tails trying to swallow up the world's natural energy. He thought that the 10 tails was similar to other tailed beasts, that they existed naturally and were part of the ninja world. He didn't expect that the 10 tails existed to destroy this living planet. At that time, each will rely on his own ability, but you two better be careful. I can even kill Rikuta Sennin. Even if you control the 10 tails, you may not be my opponent. Yuuji reminded. What a joke. My strength has at least doubled, which is no less than yours. Moreover, the Rikuta Sennin you are dealing with is just a soul body. Without a body, he is not the 10 tails Jinchuriki. How strong is he? Can't even defeat Nagato. Madara looked disdainful. He is now in the body of a Gadu. Even without eyes, he can fight against super shadow level enemies. Nagato cursed, asshole, who are you looking down on? The Rikuta Sennin with only his soul is definitely no match for me. I suggest you take the initiative to return your eyes to me. Madara looked at him seriously. Nagato sneered, are you admitting it? But I have used these eyes for decades. Once they are in my hands, they are mine. You should offer your eyes to me. Madara sneered and closed his mouth. Compared with rhetorical exchanges, he prefers to use practical actions. Now, all we have to do is wait for the 10 tails to be resurrected, and then start fighting for the 10 tails. Whoever can become the 10 tails Jinchuriki first will win the opportunity and kill the other 2 in one go. In this regard, Madara has great confidence. With his Gadu body and Rinnegan, he can exert powerful control over the Gadu statue, which is definitely not what Nagato can match. As for Yuuji, well, even though he has the Rinnegan and the Tensagen, he shouldn't be as strong as him. Madara suddenly remembered. Yuuji, damn it, there is a Tensagen on the moon that can emit golden light. In that earth-shattering battle between him and Hitomi, the key turning point was that the other party suddenly took out the third eye, otherwise he would not have lost anyway. No matter how bad things get, you can still have a 50-50 fight with Yuuji. Nagato said irritably, my organization members are almost here. Is it time to start? Well, members of my eye organization have also arrived one after another. Yuuji nodded slightly. Even Setsuna, he relied on the box of bliss and made a new wish to get a pair of eyes. It turns out that the true identity of the leader is actually him, it's really. Hurrying to the battlefield, Setsuna stared at Yuuji's face as if he had seen a ghost. The focus was on looking at the Rinnegan and the Tensagen. He has belittled Yuuji and praised Hitomi countless times. Good guy, in the end, the clown is me? In an instant, his face turned red, and even the joy of regaining his eyes disappeared at this moment. Shin said helplessly, don't talk about you, I am also surprised. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Damn, I feel like a fool. Hirako complained crazily. Others are in the same mood as him. But what makes Hirako even more nervous is that he is different from others after all. In these years, he has been controlled by Yuuji, devouring the White Snake Sage and the Toad Sage. But Hirako didn't know what Yuuji was thinking. When things developed to this point, Yuuji seemed to have turned the table and showed his cards. It was definitely time to make a final decision. Hirako was worried about what his fate would be. Everyone present was nervous. Except Yuuji. Then, let's get started. Recover the 8 and 9 tails, and resurrect the 10 tails in one go. Yuuji said, with the strength of the 3 of us, we don't need a few days to seal the 2-tailed beasts and complete the process in one go. Humph, if you do this, the 10 tails won't be able to bear it. Madara snorted coldly. It doesn't matter, it's the 10 tails after all, as long as it doesn't die. Yuuji took a step forward. Madara and Nagato stood beside him, one on the left and the other on the right, acquiescing to Yuuji's intention to lead the resurrection of the 10 tails. The two of them were racking their brains to figure out whether to wait and see the condition of the 10 tails when the 10 tails was resurrected, or to stab Yuuji in the back decisively. No, or kill the guy on the other side first and get back your other Rinnegan. Then I'll start. Yuuji shouted low and clapped his hands together. Chapter 506, 10 Tails Indigestion. No matter how you look at it, this battle cannot be fought. The top combat power of the coalition is actually on the enemy's side, and has also taken a large number of top experts with it. How can we fight this? At this moment, many people suddenly realized the meaning of why Yuuji was so unusual. This man doesn't just represent himself. It also includes the 2 super shadow level figures Kazu and Sasuke, counting Kabuto, that's 3. Also includes a group of people from the Eye organization. There are also some powerful people in Konoha. Kakashi. Come here quickly, you must not let them catch you. Oniki shouted loudly. A large number of ninjas automatically surrounded Kakashi in the middle. At least, the second tail is still in their hands, and it is possible to save the situation. Give up, they have succeeded even without me. Kakashi spoke indifferently. He met the concerned eyes of these people and said indifferently, there is no need to stuff the complete tailed beast into the Gadu statue, just a little bit of tailed beast chakra is enough. The 9 types of tails have been gathered together. 10 tails will be resurrected. Everyone felt like they were struck by lightning. Kakashi, when did the enemy get the 2-tailed chakra? Minato asked anxiously. It was the time when Madara attacked Konoha, Master Yuuji gave Madara part of the 2-tailed chakra. Kakashi answered. Everyone was stunned and fell into silence. In this case, they only need to let the Gadu statue devour the 8 tails and 9 tails, and the 10 tails can be resurrected. The path that was never imagined. Finally, someone couldn't help but collapsed. Kakashi, you damn thing, you are obviously a disciple of the Hokage, why do you want to hang out with the enemy? Kakashi looked over and said indifferently, didn't you take the initiative to hand me over to Yuuji? You never stopped me from contacting him from the beginning. I only care about completing the task. This is a cold mission machine. As early as the Third War, Kakashi had been abducted by Yuuji. Those who jump out to denounce Kakashi now are venting their fear. Minato didn't criticize Kakashi, he just looked at his disciple with a complicated expression. Human beings, when things go beyond their understanding, will instinctively shirk responsibility so that their own minds and wills can continue to support them, even if they are barely alive. Kabuto suddenly spoke, and his pair of blue Rin-Egans glanced at everyone coldly, making people feel chilly in their hearts. The most low-key person in the past has become intimidating to us. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. He will definitely not be able to defeat Kabuto now. Facing an enemy who has mastered the time-eye technique, Jiraiya is not sure. Every time he makes a move, Kabuto can see and decipher it before he makes a move. He's difficult to deal with. Why is all this happening? Why is Lord Yuuji standing on the opposite side of us? Someone broke down and yelled. The huge Kadu statue and the 3 people standing on it were like a mountain, suffocating people. Surrounding these 3 people were some strong men from the I Organization, the Akatsuki Organization, and Konoha, all of whom had betrayed the Ninja Alliance. They don't understand. Oh, all this is for peace. Kabuto laughed. Peace? Are you kidding me? Peace achieved through crazy killing. To achieve peace by destroying the world. I don't agree. Countless noises sounded. Kabuto shook his head. Do you have any misunderstandings about peace? Peace in all senses is always within the scope of power. Beyond the scope of power, there is no peace at all. If your understanding is only at this level, then just wait quietly for the results. So, would you rather sacrifice so many people in exchange for peace? What kind of peace is this? Sasuke finally spoke. It took him a long time to react to this cruel reality. How did things become like this? In an instant, it seemed that all the people he knew well and admired were on the opposite side. Peaceful means cannot bring about peace, only strength and fear. So, Sasuke, you choose to stand on the opposite side of us? My brother has trained you for so many years, and this is how you repay him. Kabuto said. Sasuke's body was shaking. No, I don't want to be the teacher's enemy or stand on the teacher's side about this kind of thing. I don't know what to do. Very good, then just stand aside and wait for the results quietly. Kabuto said. No, Naruto will die. Sasuke couldn't help it anymore and brazenly used the Susanoo to grab Naruto in his hand. No matter what, Naruto shouldn't die like this. Troublesome Indra and Ajura. Kabuto frowned. Yuuji's face was expressionless. It's not up to you. Stop being childish and give me Naruto. One Jinrin Tensei Baku and Sasuke's Susanoo was down. Taking advantage of this gap, Yuuji grabbed Naruto and activated Takamagahara pupil technique, bringing Naruto into Takamagahara's space on the spot. Naruto was so frightened and furious that he struggled desperately. His Mangekyo Sharingan eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, as if they would explode at any time. It's useless. The opponent has an eye technique that suppresses time and space. My eyes can't fight him. Obito also said. He knows better than anyone how amazing Yuuji's eye skills are, whether it is Kamui, Flying Thunder God, or other time and space ninjutsu, they will be restrained. Naruto and Kyuubi are trying their best, but to no avail. Kazu and Kabuto next to them both took action. Minato and others also took action one after another, trying to pull Naruto back. I won't hand over Naruto's 8 tails and 9 tails to you. Oniki growled, created a huge stone hand, grabbed Naruto and tried to snatch him away. But this is of no use. Even if Sasuke took action and tried to save Naruto, it would be of no avail. Boom! With Naruto as the center, a war broke out. A large number of ninjas took action one after another, using various ninjutsu. I wonder why they can't wait for the results, why they have to stand up and die. Kazu's eyes widened, and Susanoo appeared, blocking the intensive ninjutsu from many ninjas. These guys can only rely on numerical advantage. Kabuto immediately appeared next to Sasuke. In an instant, the scene was quite chaotic. It's really ugly. It completely ruined my mood. Why don't you take action and kill all these people? Madara said coldly. Without saying a word, Yuuji dragged Naruto over forcefully. Snap! He grabbed Naruto's neck. Naruto, hand over the 8 tails. Yuuji said. I will give you Killer Bee, so will you let me go? Naruto was panicking. No, but if you obey me, I will spare your life. You will take away the 9 tails from my body, and I will die if I lose the tailed beast. As long as I take action, you don't have to die, you can live in another way, and you will even live better than you did before. This is my last mercy for you," Yuuji said in a calm voice. Naruto didn't believe it at all. Yuuji gradually lost patience and stretched out his hand to pluck out Naruto's eyes. In any case, it was impossible for Naruto to escape under his nose. Naruto used his Kamui. "Are you going to run away?" Nagato asked. "No, he wants to release the 8 tails," Yuuji said. The disadvantages of single-eyed pupil power are huge. There is a significant time difference in the speed of casting the spell. If Naruto wants to transfer himself away, Yuuji will not give him this opportunity. Boom! Killer Bee fell to the ground. After a while, he had been pulled repeatedly many times, and he looked up in confusion. "Yo, Rin-Egan!" Killer Bee looked at Yuuji blankly. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yuuji kicked him in the face and kicked his wrap into his stomach. "Bring it, the 8 tails!" Yuuji stretched out his hand, suddenly grabbed Killer Bee's belly, and easily pulled out a cow with octopus legs. "Bee, looks like this is it," Hakubi said. These were his last words. The Gadu statue opened its mouth and took it into its belly. Another eye on the golem was shaking crazily, as if it was about to open. "There are still 9 tails left, Naruto." Yuuji looked at Naruto. Naruto struggled violently. Kyuubi also screamed, "Fight him, Naruto, I never want to suffer this kind of humiliation. As long as I join forces with you." "Who wants to join forces with you?" Naruto grinned. The next moment, Yuuji started to pull the 9 tails, but when he was halfway out, Naruto suddenly lowered his head, stared, and twisted the 9 tails into 2 pieces with a burst of Kamui. But his casting speed was still a bit slow, and most of the 9 tails were dragged away by Yuuji and stuffed into the belly of the Gadu statue. Naruto's face turned pale. "So, you want to sacrifice me to get a chance to survive? Is this your answer?" The remaining 9 tails were pitiful, shocked and angry. "I have survived, but living like this is extremely torturous. I'm not afraid of death, but I won't allow myself to die for you, this beast." Naruto's smile was a little ferocious. It's really damned that he had to survive in such an embarrassing way and almost died because of a tool. The 9 tails curse. Abandoning the car to save the driver, you are a smart guy. Why don't you draw out some of the 9 tails chakra left? It can at least enrich the power of the 10 tails. Madara said, and Kakashi over there, something seems wrong with him. He doesn't only have the 2 tails chakra. Naruto. Sasuke almost went crazy and rushed over with all his strength. The huge Susanoo was running rampant. Nagato moved and activated his full Susanoo with one eye, blocking Sasuke's attack. "That's okay, I still have a teacher. If you insist on killing me, you will only push him to your opposite side." Naruto growled in a low voice. Madara laughed out loud. He rarely laughed, but this time he couldn't help it. Nagato was a little confused and looked at Madara. "You should feel honored, not because you still have a brother who is willing to fight for you when you are about to die, but because you made the right choice. Naruto, you are smarter than that guy Sasuke, at least you are not one-sided." Yuuji took action again. Naruto's body flew backwards like a cannonball. This is Naruto. If it were someone else who had suffered such a level of physical attack, his whole body would have been shattered. But Naruto, who lost his tailed beast, would theoretically die soon. "That's right," Nagato said, "but then again, who is that guy named Su? That kind of thing is not important, you won't understand." Yuuji glanced at Naruto who fell to the ground. Originally, he had considered that since Naruto was so wise, he should take advantage of the situation and leave him some 9 tails chakra to save his life. But then he thought about it, for the sake of what happened next, he really couldn't hold back. It's not to enrich the power of the 10 tails. The 9 tails chakra alone can't enhance it much. The key lies in Rikudo Sennin. This old man who controls the Pure Land can easily put Naruto's dead soul back into his body, and can also easily heal Naruto's injuries and replenish his lost vitality. He only needs to provide a little Yang escape chakra. In the original timeline, Rikudo Sennin resurrected Naruto and Sasuke. In other words, even if Naruto dies now, he is not considered dead. Not to mention, he can't die now. Naruto. Sasuke turned around quickly, dismissed Susanoo, and appeared next to Naruto. "So noisy, shut up, you annoying guy." Naruto's face turned pale and his condition was extremely bad. He lost the tailed beast and also lost a lot of vitality. Anyone who loses his tailed beast will die. Other ninjas also came over. Naruto frowned, extremely uncomfortable with being cared about in this kind of environment. He endured the pain caused by the body's failure and said, "Don't underestimate me, I have a Mokuton blood inheritance in my body, and my vitality is far from that of mediocre Hashirama. Damn it, if only Tsunade was here, she might be able." It's meaningless to say this now, look, the Bijuu statue is going crazy. Ha! The chakras of the nine-tailed beasts gathered together. The Bijuu statue opened all its eyes, opened its mouth wide and let out a crazy roar. There was blood spilling from every eye. At this time, the Bijuu statue looked extremely painful. The pressure is still too great. It's not easy to digest the two largest tailed beasts, the 8 tails and the 9 tails, in one go. Madara said. Nagato said in a deep voice, "This is also inevitable. We have been sealing the previous tailed beasts for many days without sleep, and now we have fed the 8 and 9 tails in one breath. That's not important, this is a Bijuu statue." Yuuji interrupted, "Start resurrecting the 10 tails now. I won't wait for the Bijuu statue to complete his digestion before I start. The Bijuu statue is also the shell of the sacred tree or Kagaya, so you can use it as you like." Yuuji doesn't care whether these two things will feel uncomfortable after being resurrected. The body of the Bijuu statue began to expand crazily, its body became distorted, and its body shape underwent major changes. The shape of the 10 tails appeared bit by bit in the crazy squirming. At the same time, others also started to take action. The 10 tails that ate most of my body came back to life. I really don't want to hear that beast's voice. It's almost time for me to be resurrected. Otsutsuki Ishiki slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 507, The Second 10 Tails. The movements of Bijuu statue cannot be hidden from those who are interested. Let alone an existence of this level. When the chakras of the 9-tailed beasts gather together and the Bijuu statue transforms, the sudden burst of 10-tailed chakra cannot be hidden. The aura of violence that has swept almost the entire world can only be possessed by the 10 tails. To be honest, when he saw this 10-tailed beast, he felt impatient. The strength of this 10 tails far exceeds that of the little 10 tails he kept in a different space. "Master Ishiki, I can still feel the coldness despite being so far away. Is this the legendary 10 tails?" Ryozetsu expressed her shock in a respectful manner. The 10 tails who had just been resurrected, had already given her a feeling of suffocation even though he had done nothing. "Well, this 10 tails is in its complete form, it's special." Ishiki speak in a cold voice. Thousands of years ago, after he was seriously injured by Kagaya's treachery, he got fed into the 10 tails, causing it to evolve from the 10 tails form into the complete form of the divine tree. When he was completely swallowed by the 10 tails, he used his pupil technique to shrink his body and narrowly escaped. Had it not been for his pupil technique which can shrink things, he would not have survived at all. But even so, the 10 tails actually swallowed up most of his body. That bitch is still combined with this beast, making it even more difficult to deal with. She must not be completely resurrected. Ishiki said with a gloomy face. Originally, Kagaya's strength was not as good as his, otherwise she would not have come to this living planet as his subordinate, nor would she have existed as a sacrifice to the 10 tails. But all this changed after Kagaya stabbed him in the back and ate the chakra fruit. Kagaya's strength exceeded him. Even if he has been sealed for 1,000 years and his strength has not returned to its peak, Kagaya will definitely be stronger than him, because he is also half dead, not much better. That woman can rely on the 10 tails to restore her strength. I have to compete with her. Resurrection alone is not enough. I also need the 10 tails to increase my strength. Ishiki said in a deep voice. The current Kagaya is equal to the combination of Kagaya plus Divine Tree plus Chakra Fruit. But Ishiki is just himself. Even if you control the 10 tails, it's just Ishiki plus 10 tails. This little 10 tails didn't swallow an Otsutsuki tribesman to complete the genes, and it doesn't have the form of a sacred tree. "Sir, what do you mean?" Ryozetsu asked respectfully. "What I mean is, I need to find an Otsutsuki tribesman to sacrifice." A cold light flashed in Ishiki's eyes. "Huh? The only known member of the Otsutsuki clan is that Lord Kagaya, right?" Ryozetsu said in shock. He want to kill an Otsutsuki tribesman to increase his strength? This is really crazy behavior. Any Otsutsuki clan member has the ability to start at the Super Shadow level. And it is not an ordinary Super Shadow level. Otsutsuki has no concept of seals and techniques. All their moves are instant and they are naturally proficient in the 7 chakra attributes. Ishiki's face was uncertain. I originally planned to sacrifice Urashiki. A few years ago, I specially made the future Urashiki whose body was too mutilated to be a sacrifice, so I summoned Urashiki in this timeline. But who would have thought that Urashiki's speed would be so slow? Several years have passed and he still haven't come to the ninja world. But fortunately, there are alternatives. Otsutsuki Tonari, he may be a qualified sacrifice. Even if he is not of orthodox Otsutsuki origin, since he is the descendant of Kaguya, there should be no problem with his bloodline. Ishiki remembers that Urashiki talked to him about Tonari in the future. The first thing Urashiki did when he came to the ninja world in the future was to go to the moon to meet Tonari. Then because Tonari was of pure blood, he was reluctant to kill him, so he sealed Tonari for 10,000 years. Under normal circumstances, fight between Otsutsuki is strictly prohibited, unless there is a situation where sacrifices are to be made to the 10 tails. However, the clan members to be sacrificed are all decided by the clan in advance. Just like Momoshiki and Jinchuriki, when Momoshiki encounters a strong enemy, he will turn Jinchuriki into a chakra fruit and eat it, and Jinchuriki is very happy to be swallowed by Momoshiki. This is his fate. It is extremely rare for people like Kaguya to dare to stab their superiors in the back. Otsutsuki Tonari, or Hyaga Hoito. Flying into the sky, he quickly sensed the situation in the entire ninja world, locked a position, and quickly flew over. Hyaga Hoito doesn't know that he is about to be in disaster yet, and he is also paying attention to the situation of the Fourth War. Things have turned out like this. Yuuji is the one who leads all this? I don't believe it. It's more likely that Uchiha Madara has lost his temper and didn't expect that this person would escape his control. Hoito and Tonari are communicating. With Tonari's ability to sense terror, there is no problem in detecting battlefield conditions from thousands of miles away. They did not participate in this war. They originally had the idea of participating at least to prevent the resurrection of the 10 tails. It is their mission to guard the Gadu statues. But later they discovered that it was of no use to go there. Yuuji suddenly surrendered to the enemy and even gave them a slap in the face. If you go there, you will just die in vain. It is better to think about it in the long term. My giant Tensagen is still on the moon. If I can get that maybe there will be a change. Is that your giant Tensagen? That's Yuuji's giant Tensagen. But then again, do you really want to fight him? Do you want to die? You don't know the horror of the 10 tails at all. This thing is not a savior, but a demon that exists to destroy the world. Madara and the others definitely don't know either, they take it for granted. Even if you die, you want to prevent the resurrection of the 10 tails? Do you want to stand on the opposite side of Yuuji? I don't agree. Hoito frowned. You have to agree even if you don't agree. I am stronger than you. If I really want to take action, I can forcefully control your body to join the battle. As long as I can get back the giant Tensagen, I can also have super shadow level strength. The two got into an argument. Hoito frowned. Do you know that we are always being monitored by Yuuji? I have Yuuji cells in my body. I know, I have long seen abnormal cells with these Byakugan. These cells can proliferate at any time, move quickly in your body, and are difficult to eradicate, but we must do this to prevent the 10 tails from resurrecting and save the world. Tonari replied. In his eyes, whether it is Yuuji, Madara, or anyone else, they are all too shallow and do not know how terrifying the 10 tails is. Wishful thinking of controlling the 10 tails to achieve world peace will not work. Not to mention that behind the 10 tails, there is the monster Kaguya, and those people must not know this. By the way, you already knew that Yuuji had the Rinnegan, right? Tonari asked. That's right, but I didn't expect him to be Hitomi. I just thought he had a very close relationship with Hitomi and got a Rinnegan from Hitomi. Hoito also looked incredulous. This truth was really outrageous. Did the power that Yuuji showed to the world turn out to be only half of his strength? So now that the two identities are combined into one and you go all out, how strong will it be? I'm afraid no one in the entire ninja world can stop him. Hoito said. Be careful, someone is coming. This kind of chakra fluctuation, damn it! Tonari suddenly shouted. Hoito immediately became alert and looked up at the sky. A red-haired girl was floating in the air, lowering her head and looking at him coldly. Atsutsuki is Hiki. Hoito's expression changed. That guy's strength is nothing. He only relied on his cleverness to defeat me in the past. I can kill him right away. Ishiki said as he landed down, stood firmly in front of Hoito, and looked at Hoito carefully. That kind of cold-blooded gaze, as if looking at an object. Tonari, come out. Ishiki said. Tonari also comes out. Half of Hoito's face turned into that of Tonari. With your own strength, you can directly kill Hoito and resurrect him. Why are you so reluctant to take action? Is it because of boredom? Ishiki said indifferently. Tonari said cautiously, I am different from you people from outside the world. You are here to destroy this place. I want to bring new life to this world. As expected of you, you are the descendant of that wretched servant. Your thoughts are the thoughts of her two sons, so I have nothing to worry about. Powerful chakras suddenly burst out from Ishiki. Lines began to extend, covering his body, Karen's body to be precise. For Ishiki, there is nothing better than this. Everyone in the ninja world focused their attention on the battlefield and the 10 tails, just in time for him to take action. What do you want to do? Hoito shouted nervously. Of course I will kill you. Our family does not allow us to kill each other, but I can do it without any scruples to descendants like you who were not born according to our family's plan. Ishiki appeared in front of Hoito instantly and kicked him out. He has tried his best to keep this in check, for fear of actually killing these two people. But an attack of this magnitude causes Hoito extreme pain and he was instantly injured. Poof! Hoito spurted out a mouthful of blood, staggered to his feet, and looked at Ishiki in horror. This guy's physical skills are ridiculous. He has not been fully resurrected yet. If he is fully resurrected, we have no chance at all. If we want to defeat him, we can only do it now. Tonari yelled. Tonari stared at Ishiki, watching as the patterns on Ishiki's body became more and more dense. On the head, there is also a winding horn growing out and hovering above the head. Looks like Ishiki has entered the stage of resurrection. We can't wait any longer. This guy has already entered the second state. If we let him activate the third state, he can be completely resurrected. Tonari said impatiently, Hoito, you are no match for him, give me your body. Hoito did as he was told. Tonari also began to unblock the data in the karma and eroded Hoito's body, directly changing Hoito's body shape. Atsutsuki Tonari seemed to have entered the rhythm of resurrection, but he refused to take the last step and saved Hoito's life. He can be resurrected at any time if he wants. Tonari stepped forward and tried to interrupt the flow of Ishiki's resurrection. Two Atsutsuki fought together. But the problem is that no matter how hard Tonari tries, the gap between him and Ishiki is too huge. Snap! Ishiki caught Tonari's fist in one move. Without complete resurrection, you have no chance of defeating me. Once I complete the resurrection ceremony, you will be dead. With a sudden squeeze, Tonari's fist was crushed, and Ishiki smashed him with a shoulder throw into the ground. The gap is really too big. Just in the physical combat, Tonari was crushed in all aspects. General Super Shadow level experts don't have the confidence to engage in physical combat with Ishiki, and will be beaten to death. Then try this. Tonari took a breath, used a large amount of chakra, and threw out several chakra balls. With one move and a slap of the hand, these chakra balls will be knocked away. But what struck Ishiki immediately were two huge chakra fists flying towards him. This is... Ishiki's expression moved slightly, and he was hit by two fists. A huge explosion was emitted. The only way to deal with him is with the divine air strike. Tonari looked over with hope. He stood up unscathed and said, it is indeed the attack of that wretched servant, but it is countless times weaker. How could this happen? How did those people defeat this guy twice? Tonari looked shocked. The false god's air attack is already the strongest power he can use, but he can't even hurt him at all? I just said it, it was just a fluke that they defeated me twice. Besides, your strength is far inferior to them. Ishiki said indifferently. Damn it! Tonari stared with his two eyes that were barely raised to the level of Jougan. His eyes are not that good either. There is no giant Tensagen, no Rin-Egan, no Tensagen chakra mode, and the power that Tonari can exert is extremely limited. I don't know how you learned about that woman's air strike, but you used this against me and successfully angered me. Izhiki moved suddenly and appeared behind Tonari, punching him through Tonari's stomach. A large amount of intestines flew out, and Tonari's stomach turned into a hollow. Izhiki did not continue to take action, but watched quietly, as if he was watching the death struggle of his prey. Tonari thinks so. He clearly felt the passage of life. If this continued, he and Hoito would die first. There is no other way. I can only use my body data to repair Hoito's body. I can't let him die here. Tonari gritted his teeth. He really did this, using the data in his karma to repair this body. The cost of doing this is that he will lose this part of the data forever and can no longer be resurrected through the container of Hoito. But if he doesn't do this, he and Hoito will die together. In the original timeline, Momoshiki did the same thing in order to save Boruto's life. He was so angry that he cursed Boruto wildly while sharing his own data to repair Boruto's body. This also made him completely lose his ability to seize Boruto. Very good. Izhiki nodded secretly. This is what he wants. Since Tonari is unwilling to completely eliminate Hoito and resurrect himself, then use this method to completely combine the two people's data. Because such a Tonari or Hoito can be used. You have become a mature sacrifice, come and offer your body for me. The space door was opened in one move, and the door was further torn open and expanded, revealing another time and space scene. The 10 Tails, which was ferocious and furious, looked over with its huge one eye. Chapter 508, How about 3? As soon as the little 10 Tails saw Izhiki's enemy, he immediately became furious and yelled. The shocking roar spread across the space, making people tremble with fear. 10 huge tails swung wildly like instinct, but each tail was pinned tightly by a black rod and could not move. I haven't seen you for a while, and I didn't expect you to be so excited. Izhiki looked at the 10 tails expressionlessly. The little 10 tails became more and more violent, and the huge one eye stared at Izhiki, full of resentment. This is the person who imprisoned it and captured its chakra many times. It have never suffered such grievances. You will be free soon. I am serious. Have you seen this guy? This is the sacrifice I have prepared for you. Izhiki said. 10 Tails immediately looked at Hoito, but his first reaction was not joy, but instead there was suspiciousness in his eyes. Ho 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 ho. On the other side, Tonari has repaired Hoito's body, but the price is that he can never be resurrected perfectly and can only share the same body with Hoito. What is this thing? It looks like a tailed beast, but which tailed beast looks like this? Tonari and Hoito immediately looked over, staring at the 10 tails through the space door, with sweat on their foreheads. They began to count the tails, and after counting, they found that the monster had 10 tails. Could this be the 10 tails? But isn't the 10 tails over there in the Kingdom of Thunder? Why is it in your hands? The Gadu statue is obviously. Tonari felt fear. How could the 10 tails, which he wanted to prevent from being resurrected, appear in Izhiki's hands? It looked like he was still imprisoned. Is it possible that there are 2 10 tails in this world? That's right, that bitch has one, and I have one in my hand. We brought 2 10 tails here. Izhiki said indifferently. Tonari and Hoito were stunned. Here, 2 10 tails, what's the point of everything we do? Even if the 10 tails on the other side is not resurrected, it has no meaning. Hoito was frightened. They are not the opponents of Izhiki, and there is no way to stop Izhiki from releasing the 10 tails. No, it's meaningful. When Tonari chose to give up the chance of resurrection and save your life, you are meaningful to becoming the sacrifice of the 10 tails. Izhiki suddenly waved his hand. A series of clicking sounds sounded intensively. The many black sticks nailed to the little 10 tails body were all broken at this time. The 10 tails struggled crazily, trying to break free at a faster speed, and couldn't wait to break out of this space prison. It has been imprisoned for too long. During these 1,000 years, it can only stay in this time and space wasting away. Tonari and Hoito immediately took action, hitting the 10 tails with a hard blow, trying to push the 10 tails back again. Even though they also knew that it was futile, they could not stop the 10 tails without defeating Izhiki. Boom! A loud noise. The 10 tails howled and smashed the chakra fists that Tonari and Hoito hit. It didn't hurt, and it stared at the two of them with its huge one eye. There is even more greed and obsession in that gaze. For the 10 tails in its initial form, Otsutsuki's genes are fatally attractive. Go, this is your food. Eat it and you will be complete. Then you can serve me well. Ishiki said. The 10 tails didn't listen to Ishiki at all, especially after discovering that the Otsutsuki in front of him was extremely weak. He became even more violent and immediately rushed forward. 10 tails swung loudly and swatted at each other one after another. Tonari and Hoito had no way to escape, and were hit by intensive bombardment and smashed into the ground. He rushed out immediately, flew into the sky, and fired several chakra balls, but they were all easily knocked away by the 10 tails. How should we defeat this monster? Hoito was a little panicked. Tonari had a sullen face. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to say that there was nothing they could do. Even though this 10-tailed one is relatively weak, it is still a 10-tailed beast. Tonari immediately fell into a hard fight, and he shot one after another, unable to cause any damage to the 10 tails. Instead, he suffered injuries one after another, and lost consecutive battles. As time went by, there were a lot of deep pits in the surrounding land, and Tonari's condition became worse and worse. Don't think about escaping, otherwise I will take action. Ishiki said, if I didn't want to take advantage of you and let the 10 tails vent its anger, I would have captured you long ago. It and I need to relieve our stiffness to some extent. What do you mean by the sacrifice you just mentioned? Tonari dodged one after another and asked breathlessly. You don't know? No wonder, you're not an orthodox Otsutsuki and does not understand the secrets of the clan. Then I will tell you, the 10 tails needs to eat an Otsutsuki before he can evolve to a new stage. Ichiki said. Boom. Tonari was shocked, but 10 tails seized the opportunity and grabbed him, pressing him into the ground hard. A new stage? Is it? It seems that you have thought of it. Yes, the new stage of the 10 tails is the divine tree state, which can swallow a planet. Ishiki said. Speechless. He really doesn't know this kind of information. So it turns out that the 10 tails can still evolve? He has not experienced the war 1,000 years ago, nor has he seen the appearance of the sacred tree. But as of now, the little 10 tails in front of us is so powerful. If it eat us and gain the ability to evolve, how powerful will it be by then? Click. The 10 tails grabbed Tonari, smashed it here and there, and lifted it up like a toy. Abominable. Tonari was covered in wounds. 10 tails stared at it with his big eyes and began to put Tonari into his mouth. Tonari could only watch as he entered the huge mouth, with deep despair and strong unwillingness in his eyes. Hoito realizes that he and Tonari were about to die, so he couldn't help shouting, "Are you watching? Do you know what is happening here? Help us! Stop this guy and the 10 tails from doing anything. It's also beneficial to you. Are you asking for help from that person?" Tonari's eyes showed some emotion, but he was a little confused. You know, Yuuji is not a good guy either. He is preparing to resurrect another 10 tails in the Kingdom of Thunder. In Tonari's perception, Yuuji is his mortal enemy. In order to prevent one 10 tails from being resurrected, go to the enemy who is resurrecting another more powerful 10 tails for help? They're in a dilemma. But until the end, Yuuji did not make any move. The Yuuji cells in Hoito's body seemed to have heard nothing and had no reaction. How could this happen? Have you given up on us? Would you rather see Otsutsuki Ishiki become more powerful? What does this mean to you? Hoito didn't give up, struggling with all his strength to delay the time when he was eaten by the 10 tails, and begged anxiously. But the Yuuji cells in his body are still silent. He will not save you because he does not have the power. Ishiki said indifferently, there was a problem with his soul when he attacked the Pure Land some time ago and he fell into some kind of predicament. To control the cells to save you, you need to use your mental power. He can't do it. Even if he does it forcefully, he can't repel me. Otherwise, why do you think I waited until now to release my 10 tails? In the heyday of Yuuji, Ishiki would not have dared to be so reckless. Instead, he would first cripple Tonari, and then throw him into a different dimension for the 10 tails to eat. It is absolutely impossible to take the risk of bringing out the 10 tails directly to attack Tonari. Under the premise that there was something wrong with Yuuji's soul, he still waited for Yuuji to put all his power on the Kingdom of Thunder before he chose to take action. This cannot be more prudent. It is really difficult for a proud and arrogant Ishiki to lower his action to such an extent. This is the only way he can do things like this if he keeps falling over on this planet. If I hadn't been afraid of him, who comes from outside the world like me, I wouldn't have weakened to this extent. Ishiki said. Hoito's face was half horrified, while Tonari's was half astonished. Then they were eaten by the 10 tails. Crunch! After one big gulp, blood bursts from its mouth, along with crunching sound. 10 tails chewed it continuously, then swallowed it into his stomach, showing a satisfied expression. You swallowed a pure-blooded Otsutsuki and you have been supplemented. Now serve me well. Ishiki said indifferently. The 10 tails glared at him violently and began to transform. Its body began to swell. The megatama in its eyes also began to increase. The genes from Otsutsuki were integrated into its genes, completing the fit, giving it greater strength and potential. The 10 tails became even bigger. Very good, very good. In the Kingdom of Thunder, the Gadu statue have also transformed into the 10 tails. Huge body, penetrating big eyes, looking at the ant-like people violently. This is the 10 tails. What kind of monster is this? Damn it, I used the sage mode to perceive, but it seems that I perceive the natural energy itself. The ninja coalition soldiers were sweating on their foreheads and were under tremendous pressure. The pressure of the 10 tails was too strong, and the huge one Iron Egan made everyone feel instinctively afraid. The power of this thing far exceeds that of the complete 9 tails. Wait. New information has been sent from the intelligence department. There seems to be a similar giant chakra appearing in the Kingdom of Wind. One of the ninjas shouted loudly. Minato and others were shocked and couldn't believe it. Chakra similar to the 10 tails? Another 10 tails? There are 2 of the 10 tails. Minato and others looked to the opposite side. What they sensed, Yuuji and the others naturally sensed it too. How come there are 2 10 tails? What's going on? Madara was also surprised. Nagato looked to the west with a gloomy face. His perception is not as good as the other 2, but he can vaguely feel that there is a sense of oppression and violence spreading on the other side of the continent. It was exactly the same as the 10 tails at his feet. How come there are 2 10 tails? Perhaps there is something simulating the chakra of the 10 tails. Madara frowned, but he himself did not believe this speculation. Yuuji said, that is indeed the genuine 10 tails. Accept the reality, you too, there are many 10 tails in this world. Neither Madara nor Nagato can accept it. The coalition forces cannot accept it either. No one can accept it, and neither can 10 tails himself. This newly resurrected 10 tails does not have a complete 2 tails in its body, but its overall strength has basically been restored. After sensing another 10 tails, especially this 10 tails power that suddenly surged, he became manic and restless. The chakra suddenly surged, as if it had eaten something. What's going on? Who is controlling the 10 tails? Madara said irritably. Otsutsuki Ishiki, that guy has always had a 10 tails of his own. He just controlled his own 10 tails and ate the Otsutsuki Tonari that was parasitic on Hoito. Yuuji explained. It turned out to be that Otsutsuki, then why did the 10 tails eat that Tonari? Nagato asked. Because the 10 tails can only complete its genes and evolve into the form of a sacred tree by eating an Otsutsuki. Yuuji glanced at the astonished 2 people and said calmly, yes, the one under our feet has also eaten an Otsutsuki, but it was not eaten completely, so that the other person ran away and is still alive today. The Otsutsuki you are talking about is... Well, it's Ishiki. Madara and Nagato's minds were confused. Is there such a thing? Even Black Zetsu below looked at Yuuji with fear. Why did this man even know such a secret thing? So it turns out that the 10 tails must eat an Otsutsuki to be truly complete? There is such a life form in this world. The relationship between the 10 tails and the Otsutsuki clan, especially the genetic connection, is worthy of further study. Madara lowered his head, looking at the giant eyes of the 10 tails, thoughtfully. Aren't the Rinnegan and Sharingan just incomplete versions of its eyeballs? Is it possible that the blood successor of their Uchiha clan mainly comes from the 10 tails instead of Otsutsuki? Strange knowledge has increased, but no matter how you look at it, this knowledge is of little use. 2 10 tails, at least we don't have to focus our main efforts on the civil war. There is another 10 tails that can be fought for. The opponent is just as high. No one understands him better than me. Nagato said coldly. He has killed one of them once before, so he is very confident. In this case, there is still one person who will get nothing. Then, Yuuji, you already have Godzilla, so there is no need to participate in the fight. Madara looked at Yuuji. Yuuji chuckled and did not respond. Instead, he began to control the 10 tails at his feet, which was getting increasingly irritable. The 10 tails are extremely violent and difficult to control. I don't know where your eyes came from, but when it comes to controlling the 10 tails, you are definitely not as good as me. The Bijuu statue was first channeled through my eyes. The strange flesh and blood tubes drilled out of Madara's body and merged directly into the 10 tails under his feet, which successfully silenced the 10 tails. Nagato snorted coldly. Not to be outdone, he followed suit and used white Zetsu cells to create a tube and integrated it into the 10 tails body to compete with Madara for control. But Yuuji's mind was not on the 10 tails at his feet. His eyes fell on Kakashi below. I just said that there are multiple 10 tails in this world, so it is very reasonable for a third one to appear. Chapter 509, Just Use Their Eyes. Various troops arrived on the battlefield one after another. Group after group, many ninjas stood up one after another, surrounding Yuuji and others. Is that the 10 tails? It's so huge. Master Yuuji is really on their side. I didn't believe it at first, but who would have thought it would be like this? This is definitely not true. I respect Teacher Yuuji so much, but why on earth is this happening? The last sentence is that someone couldn't accept the reality and shouted out. Yuuji looked over and suddenly said, "It turns out to be Irika. Congratulations, you are still alive. As long as you can escape the next battle, a bright future will open its arms to you. This kind of bright future is not what I want. Why on earth would you side with those guys?" Not just Irika, more people also started shouting and questioning. The vast majority of people are from the Konoha and have been more or less protected by Yuuji. What he once admired so much is now so broken. Yuuji said loudly, "Can't you see that I am doing this for the sake of peace? Peace is always within the scope of force. I am strong enough, so I have the ability to bring peace to this chaotic world, even if it is based on the way to kill." People cannot accept this answer. More than 50,000 ninjas gathered together, and the noise was extremely noisy, like boiling water, rising and falling one after another. There's no point in getting too entangled. I can only say that the enemy hid it too well in the past, so we didn't let us see his wolfish ambitions. Onaki flew into the sky and shouted loudly, "Now is the time to concentrate all our efforts to defeat him and prove him wrong. Our power cannot be underestimated." Without inciting emotions, these tens of thousands of people might lose their fighting spirit first. In fact, many ninjas have already lost their edge and turned grey. Even though the various units tried their best to boost morale, and people from the intelligence department continued to communicate with the ninjas from a spiritual level, many people were still disheartened. But at least they didn't collapse on the spot, which is a blessing among misfortunes. Some figures stood around the Bijuu statue, confronting the 50,000 people. In addition to people from the Akatsuki organization and the I organization, there are also people like Kazu, Kakashi, and others. Why don't we take the opportunity to capture Kakashi? The 2 tails in his body are also a force. Terumi Mei looked at Minato. Minato looked hesitant. Do it? Taking action would mean an all-out war. The life and death of tens of thousands of people depended on his thoughts, but he couldn't wait any longer. Moreover, if it is just to fight for Kakashi, it is meaningless now. The 10 tails has been resurrected. Father! Might Guy stood next to Minato, but his eyes were staring straight at a certain burly figure, muttering to himself. Guy, what are you doing? Why don't you stand up? Do shouted loudly, the sound was so loud that it made people speechless. But Guy was very confused. Minato shouted, Guy, don't listen to him, he is no longer the father you know. Might Do shouted, have you forgotten your pursuit? Do you believe in the village more, or do you believe in Yuuji more? For so many years, Yuuji has been leading us father and son forward, do you want to continue to believe in him now? It's time for you to make a choice. Ahead of him, Kakashi, who was walking slowly without any hurry, suddenly stopped and looked back expressionlessly. At this glance, he looked at Guy without any emotion. Kakashi seemed to have said a lot, but also seemed to have said nothing. After retracting his gaze, he continued to walk towards the 10 tails calmly. The 10 tails stared at Kakashi, opened its mouth, and stuck out its big tongue, eager to swallow Kakashi in one gulp. It sensed the existence of the 2 tails, and after eating the 2 tails, it will be complete. I understand, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I still believe in Yuuji, just like I have for the past nearly 20 years. Might Guy clenched his fists and whispered. He remembered that almost 20 years ago, the father and son were the laughingstock of the whole village. The eternal genin and his idiot son who is also only good at taijutsu. Everyone was laughing at them except Yuuji. It was Yuuji who expressed his kindness to them and extended a helping hand. Also under Yuuji's command, the father and son shone brilliantly with their 8-gate form, shocking the ninja world. Now is the time to make a decision, just like in the past 20 years, he is still following Yuuji. Guy, don't listen to them, are you going to abandon the village and your companions? Minato looked at this man in disbelief. I didn't expect that you, an honest and loyal person, could actually surrender to the enemy in battle. I'm sorry, but if Yuuji wants to do this, he must have his reasons. Might Guy calmed down and ran towards the 10 tails. Might Do was very pleased and gave a thumbs up to his son. Do it. Minato knew he couldn't wait any longer and gave the order. Might Guy must be stopped, otherwise more people will defect like him. Yuuji's position in the hearts of many ninjas is too high, far higher than that of him, the Hokage. Shikaku and others began to issue orders at the headquarters, directing the 50,000 ninjas to attack. Let's gather forces to kill Might Guy first, and we must eliminate the traitors at all costs to serve as a warning to others. Shikaku said. Immediately, tens of thousands of people took action together, spraying various ninjutsu at Might Guy and launching a large number of ninja tool attacks. Might Guy must die. Need help? Kakashi indicated with his eyes. Guy shook his head, immediately opened the 7th gate, endured numerous attacks, and fled all the way. At this time, many cage-level experts and elite jounin also mobilized, trying to kill Guy here. I didn't expect that a full-scale war would break out in this form, but okay, let's take action here. Yuuji ordered. Many cage-level powerhouses standing on their side also moved out one after another. The Akatsuki organization, the I organization, and some other entities who had taken refuge took action together, tit for tat, and started a fight with the coalition forces. Even if they have an absolute disadvantage in terms of quantity, they win because of their extremely high quality. No matter how bad they are, they still have a lot of cage-level strength. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce confrontation broke out among many high-speed moving figures in an instant. Others, such as Kisame, also use the technique of opening their mouths to create a large waterfall. With one move, a huge flood can be sprayed out, affecting thousands of people. Come on, trash, I won't let you get close to the 10 tails. With an excited look on his face, Shin rushed towards them, but as soon as he met Shikaku, he was set on fire and his body was completely gone. Sir Shikaku-sama is really powerful, he killed one just at the beginning. It turns out that the real name of the demon from the I organization is Shin. The ninjas who suddenly focused their fire were very excited. The other strong men were fighting each other. For those of them with weak strength, if they could kill an enemy cage-level strong man in one go, it would definitely be a major victory. Hey, you guys, where are you looking? I won't die that easily. Shin was resurrected within the ninja coalition, and he sacrificed a Sharingan, and he came back to life lightly. With his eyes wide open, densely packed ninja tools surged out, turning into vast rivers and spreading violently. Wherever he passed, blood and flesh splattered, and even more ninjas were smashed into pieces. As soon as Shin took action, he forcibly created a large area of blood mist, creating a large open space around him. There is no way to escape the attack of such a density of ninja tools. Unless there is an absolute defense technique such as Susanoo, there is no possibility of survival. Shin's eye skills determine that as long as he has enough cheap ninja tools, he can cause maximum damage in group battles. The coalition ninjas watched this scene happen, and were extremely frightened. How could he be alive? I understand, it's Izanagi. We continue to attack, we only need to exhaust his eyes, and there will be nothing he can do. Some ninjas reacted and tried to gather a large group of ninjas again to beat Shin to death. But Shin smiled, took off his mask, and even tore off his clothes, exposing his upper body and thighs. He stopped pretending and showed off his cards. He took hundreds of Sharingan with him. The whole body is covered with 3 Megatama Sharingan densely. At this time, these eyes are turning and looking around, which is very jarring. The ninjas who were forming seals around them stopped suddenly and looked at Shin blankly. This amount? How did he afford so many Sharingan? Shin smiled and said, "You saw the few scrolls on my waist. They are all Sharingan. There are hundreds at least. Without careful preparations, how do you think I dare to step onto the battlefield? Cage-level experts are all high-level weapon." Although Shin is crazy, he is not stupid. He knows that his strength has reached the end, and he can only rely on powerful ninja tools to improve his strength. The way to go is to rely on the most advanced cloning technology in your hands and frantically cultivate enough Sharingan. Damn it, that guy is really disgusting, but where did he get so many Sharingan eyes? Everyone was frightened and subconsciously looked at the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was also confused and looked at Shin blankly. Can the Sharingan still be used like this? The whole body is covered with eyeballs? But how did this guy manage to load so many eyes without collapsing? Many orthodox Uchiha people find it extremely difficult just to bear both eyes. Yet there are 103 Megatama just on one body, plus 2 Manjikyo, it's incredible. The Edo Tensei ninjas we encountered all had at least one Sharingan. Could it be that their Sharingan came from him? Some people associate Shin with Edo Tensei ninjas. But in fact, the Sharingan of the Edo Tensei ninja comes from Orochimaru, who has the same level of cloning technology. Humph, a guy who likes to be in the limelight. Chino was a little jealous and muttered. Ignore him, he has the qualifications. Our strength is quite different, so we should be cautious. An Oya's hero observed with Katsuri Yugan, and shot to kill the enemy from time to time. Iroha is even more silent. He just continuously shoot out a large amount of chakra bombs, and kill a bunch of people with one blow, killing them silently. Other organization members also took action to deal with their opponents. The war quickly became intense. A steady stream of ninjas are coming. It's getting really exciting, so there's no reason for us to wait, let's do it. Kabuto smiled gently. Might do, Kazu and other super cage level beings went out brazenly. With this level of massacre, the damage caused would be catastrophic, and everything in its path would be bloody. It's troublesome, these people are taking action. Itake's heart sank, and he hurriedly drove out the Susanoo, blocking the kick from Might Do. Oh! Susanoo in the 3rd stage can actually block me. Might Do was a little surprised. The red light pattern dispersed, and Itake's Susanoo was holding a spiritual weapon. Yata Mirror. Even though the Totsuka sword was obtained by Kazu, Itake still got this artifact based on his own qualifications. Sasuke! Itake shouted. Sasuke hung his head deeply and hugged Naruto tightly. Get out of here, I'm not dead yet, don't look like you're going to a funeral. Naruto pushed Sasuke away, his face full of anger. Relying on Mokuton bloodline, he managed to survive. As for how long he could survive, he was not sure. Where's my teacher? Why didn't I see him? Naruto looked around but couldn't find the target. He lost the 9 tails and no longer had the powerful perception ability he had before. Perhaps he doesn't want to get involved in this kind of war. He has been like this in the past. Except when he was more interested when he met Atsutsuki, he would not show up under normal circumstances. Sasuke, which side are you on? Itake stood in front of Sasuke using Susanoo and the Yata mirror to protect Sasuke, and asked calmly. Behind them, many Uchiha people were watching. Use Naruto's life to exchange for peace? Use the lives of countless people to exchange for peace? The teacher must be wrong. If this is correct, then just kill everyone in the world. That's it. Surely peace will last forever. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and stood up. He took a deep breath. It took a lot of courage to make such a decision. After all, what he was resisting was the man he had admired for more than 10 years. However, Naruto shouldn't have such an end, even if it's for Naruto, it shouldn't be like this. Sasuke had a suppressed anger and excitement in his heart, which was extremely complicated, and he planned to challenge the man. Even if it's just for Naruto's life. Phew! Sasuke's Susanoo suddenly appeared, and when he was about to charge, Setsuna also drove the Susanoo over and hit him hard. Stay back! Setsuna, your Susanoo is far inferior to him. Let him come. Kabuto looked at Sasuke with interest. The attitude shown by this boy didn't seem to be for peace, but just for Naruto. The entanglement between these two brothers is really interesting. However, you have made the wrong decision. Kabuto slapped the ground. Summoning art. Hashirama Senju walked out of the coffin. It's time for Senju Hashirama to have the Rinnegan Eye, using the eyes of Sasuke's father and brother as the fusion material, coupled with the power of his Eye of Time. Chapter 510, Playing with Rinnegan. Senju Hashirama was summoned to the battlefield for the second time. As soon as he stepped out of the coffin and regained consciousness, he looked helpless. I didn't expect it to develop like this. The Ten Tails is resurrected, and I have to stand on the opposite side of the ninjas. Senju Hashirama sighed, feeling very helpless. He is super powerful and theoretically has the ability to break through the restrictions of Edo Tensei, but Kabuto and Orochimaru have already improved the Edo Tensei many times, raising their control to an unprecedented level. Lord Hashirama. He is the first Hokage? Damn it, the enemy is still firmly controlling him. It's troublesome, there are many strong men on the opposite side, and now there is another Senju Hashirama. The ninjas' scalps were numb. There are not many people they can rely on now, and Sasuke is the one at the front. Senju Hashirama, you want to use this old guy to deal with me? Stop joking. Sasuke gritted his teeth secretly. Naruto in his arms had a heavy heart and whispered, the opponent is the god of ninja after all. Although in our era, his strength is only like that, which can only be said to be pretty good. But at this time, Kabuto put this guy out, there must be some plan. Sasuke looked at Naruto worriedly, confused. Logically speaking, he did this mainly for Naruto. Otherwise, based on his character, he would definitely not have made it this far and actually stood on the opposite side of his mentor. Sasuke would definitely feel constrained if a fight started. In fact, he didn't even know what he was doing. Basically, he just wanted to vent his dissatisfaction, thinking that there was no need for the teacher to treat Naruto in such a cruel way. Is the Ten Tails really that important? Using Naruto's life in exchange for the appearance of the Ten Tails? Sasuke couldn't accept it. Humph, long time no see, Hashirama. Madara's eyes flashed when he saw his old friend, he crossed his arms and said. Look at you, you have been resurrected. The power of the Tensegan is really useful. Hashirama looked at Madara. The expressions of these rivals and best friends are somewhat complicated. But in this case, it is useless to say more. Now that they've met, there's no need to waste time, let's get started. Kabuto formed a seal with one hand and controlled Senju Hashirama to rush into the ninja coalition. The current battlefield is in chaos. The tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces are being reduced at an alarming rate. The enemies they face are not ordinary people, starting from cage level. Every roar and explosion means the death of a large number of ninjas. This kind of cruel battle made the ninjas of the coalition forces terrified. They can deal with 1 or 2 cage level. After all, they also have some cage level and elite jounin here. But unfortunately, there are a lot of cage level powerhouses on Yuuji's side, and there are also super cage level warriors like Kazu who are ready to make a move. The only thing they can do is to pile up human lives and exchange human lives for time in order to achieve a breakthrough. Senju Hashirama paused and suddenly shouted at the crowd, get out of the way. Everyone was very nervous. Minato and others have prepared the strategy of using the Reaper Death Seal to seal them off and perish together with them. The tactic of die together is an important tactic formulated by the coalition forces. Their lives are the least valuable. Fugaku shouted to Sasuke, be careful, he may be going for you. But everyone guessed wrong. Senju Hashirama took the lead in rushing towards Fugaku. Boom! Many trees suddenly broke out of the ground, expanded rapidly, and squeezed countless people into a pulp. Fugaku activated Susanoo, and while dodging, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, and immediately activated his pupil technique to look at a corner of the future. He was horrified to see that his eyes had been gouged out by Hashirama. The target is the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku drove the Susanoo to the 3rd stage in one breath, but it was of no use. What greeted him was a wooden dragon that rushed out of the ground. In just an instant, it just smashed his Susanoo. Poof! Fugaku lost his eyes. Being able to see the future is one thing, but having the strength to avoid it is another matter. The two cannot be confused. Father! You bastard! The first pair. The second unlucky one is naturally Itake. A wooden golem rushed out, stretched out his hands, and hugged Uchiha Itake. The target is Suzuki-sama's relatives. Damn it, do you want to kill more cage-level ninjas and weaken our strength? A group of ninjas attacked together, but unfortunately, the damage to the wooden golem and the wooden dragon was very small. Other cage-level experts also had their own opponents and did not free their hands immediately. Suzuki took action with hatred, his full-body Susanoo brandished his katana and slashed at the wooden golem. The wooden golem stretched out a hand and grabbed the katana. As a result, the wooden golem's entire arm was split open. Nice kid, but it's too late. Hashirama said in a lonely tone. He is too strong. Once he attacks Itake with all his strength, Itake cannot resist him. Snap! Itake's Susanoo was crushed. Hashirama immediately took action and followed the same pattern to dig out Itake's eyes. But this time, Itake used Izanagi to escape, panting heavily and looking at Senjo Hashirama in surprise. How strange, first the father, then him, just to steal their eyes. You want to fuse our eyes into the eternal Mangekyo? Itake shouted loudly. Not bad, smart guy. Kabuto laughed lowly. Even a blind man can use a Mangekyo. Hashirama's attack continues. Suzuki wanted to go up to him, but was stopped by Kazu. Have you lost your mind? Are you going to challenge Mr. Yuuji like you lost your mind for the sake of Naruto? Kazu scolded him mercilessly. Two complete Susanos suddenly clashed against each other. But the result is obvious. Facing Kazu's Susanoo, who has 3 artifacts in hand, Suzuki's Susanoo has been in decline since the beginning. The impact of the artifact is really too great. After a few rounds, Suzuki Susanoo's weapon was cut off on the spot, leaving him in an embarrassing situation. But before Suzuki could come to his senses, something had already happened on Itake's side. After activating Izanagi twice, Itake lost his eyesight and was taken away by Hashirama. In this way, Hashirama has 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan in hand. Young man, what exactly do you want to do? Fusion into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Madara spent a lot of energy back then. You want me to have this kind of eye? Hashirama didn't understand. Madara is also confused, the fusion of the Mangekyo eye takes time, do you still want to take a few days? No, you have misunderstood. The eyes I want to give to the first generation are not the eyes of Mangekyo, but the Rinnegan. Kabuto laughed. Madara sneered. What a joke! The fusion of the eternal Mangekyo takes anywhere from a few days to more than 10 days, which is quite a long time. The Rinnegan is even more serious. Madara spent 30 years before he died, breaking through the critical point and transforming his eternal Mangekyo into the Rinnegan. But Kabuto, this guy, claims to want Hashirama to have the Rinnegan eye? Simply whimsical. Kabuto took action. Hashirama took off his own eyes and stuffed 4 eyeballs into them. You won't be able to get through this first step. When Hashirama has the eternal Mangekyo, this war will be over. Madara sneered. Yuuji said, don't underestimate him, he also has great ideas, he might surprise you. On the coalition side, some ninjas who have mastered the Reaper Death Sealing are also ready to take action, thinking that they can take this opportunity to seal Senjo Hashirama. I'll come, I won't hesitate to sacrifice my life in order to protect the bud. Asuma stood up. He threw down his cigarette and quickly formed seals without waiting for others to react. Shikaku's voice rang in the minds of Cage Level and Elite Jonin, I didn't expect it to reach this point, but it is a matter of time. The only advantage we have over the other party is that we have more people. Under such a premise, the tactic prepared in advance is very useful, but it must be unexpected. It is best to deal with the enemy's super cage level existence in the first shot. If you only deal with the cage level enemies, other enemies will be alert and prepared. The top figures of the coalition forces took action one after another. Minato rushed over first, trying to interfere with Hashirama and create opportunities for Asuma. If you can use the life of Asuma, an elite jounin, to take away the soul of Senjo Hashirama, a super cage level ninja, you will definitely gain a lot of advantage. The suicide tactic was officially launched. Popularize the Reaper death sealing technique, and use numerical superiority to defeat the weak against the strong. It seems that you have good military advisors over there. This must be the tactic formulated by Shikaku. Kabuto chuckled lightly and began to activate the power of his eyes. But, what's the use of it? The blue Rin-Egans instantly transformed into red, and the pupil power surged. Urashiki's eyes have three forms, Byakugan, blue Rin-Egan and red Megatama Rin-Egan. One is stronger than the other. The red Megatama Rin-Egan is the strongest form and seems to be able to greatly increase the power of the eye technique in a short period of time. For example, Urashiki uses the red Rin-Egan, which can accelerate the opening of the space pupil technique Yamatsu Hirasaka. These eyes can continuously go back in time, thereby achieving another kind of perfect foreknowledge. Kabuto used this technique on Hashirama. At first glance, it seems that this technique is of little use in fusing the eternal Mangekyo, because the emergence of the eternal Mangekyo or even the Rin-Egan requires a lot of time, and if you let time go back, won't you never get a stronger eye? But this is not actually the case. The key to time reversal is that this technique consumes lifespan. Looking back from now to 1 second ago, nothing happens in the eyes of the enemy, but on the side of the caster, it is equivalent to losing 1 second of life out of thin air. The higher the intensity of use and the higher the frequency, the more life is consumed. Kabuto focused all his power on Hashirama and kept reversing time. Only 1 second of real time has passed. On Hashirama's side, countless seconds have actually passed. 4 eyes merged into 2 at an exaggerated speed. That's not all, these 2 eyes are also accelerating their transformation, and the pupil power they contain is skyrocketing. What is happening? Madara and others felt something was wrong. Kazu couldn't help but look over, feeling that this was too outrageous. Can the time pupil technique be used like this? Just that can trigger the Rin-Egan, saving decades of time? Nagato couldn't help but asked Madara, why do I feel that awakening the Rin-Egan is a very simple thing? Just these words made Madara break his guard. What Madara is most proud of and conceited is that he single-handedly figured out how to open the Rin-Egan. But what does it mean now, this situation? A junior actually played tricks on the Rin-Egan. Unacceptable. But the fact is the fact. Everyone looked at the Rin-Egan in Hashirama's eyes in stunned silence, almost losing the ability to think. A pair of Rin-Egans, which had not appeared for thousands of years since Rikudo Sennin, appeared in minutes under the gaze of countless people? It's so ridiculous, this kind of thing. It doesn't matter what your Rin-Egan is, just die. Asuma had been teleported in front of Hashirama by Minato. With a low roar, the hand of Reaper was grabbed from the abdomen and stabbed into Hashirama's body. Asuma was overjoyed, it's such an honor to be able to take the first generation with me to death. Hashirama said helplessly, I was destined to die. It's really hard for you to deal with me in this way, but, this technique seems to be useless to me. In terms of controlling the soul, the Rin-Egan is not inferior against the god of death. Boom! Powerful pupil power erupted from Hashirama's eyes. Hashirama directly grabbed Asuma's third hand and pulled it out little by little, firmly protecting his soul. The Rin-Egan itself has the ability to manipulate the soul. Asuma was stunned and murmured, this is wrong, this is unreasonable. After saying this, his own soul was dragged away by death. Asuma. Even Reaper Death Seal is useless? Why is this happening? Asuma, I will use medical ninjutsu to save you. A woman rushed over and pressed Asuma's abdomen hastily, but everyone knew that this was of no use. Give up, Rin, his soul has been dragged away. You might as well keep your chakra and think about how to save your life in the coming new world. Obito tilted his head and looked at Nohara Rin steadily. He haven't seen his first love for a long time. They haven't seen each other since Nohara Rin joined the medic ninja. Obito claims to have seen clearly the false reality, and he wants to reunite with Rin in the illusory world. Unexpectedly, they would talk to each other again under such circumstances. New world? Everyone is dead, what's the point of such a new world? Nohara Rin had tears in her eyes. Whatever is useful must be useful. Obito looked at the people standing above the 10 tails, it's just that they don't care what most of you think. The weak are not qualified to talk to them about the future. Passively accepting fate is the only thing you can do. At least that's what Yuuji thinks. If Yuuji cared about everyone's opinions like Sasuke, he wouldn't do these things. If he does it, it means he doesn't care at all. Hashirama began to kill everyone in all directions, and the tortured ninja coalition that was still alive and wailing. On the other side, Yuuji finally started the next step. Chapter 511, Rikudo intervene. Everyone was stunned by the terror of Senjo Hashirama. Hashirama was given Rin-Egan, which shocked everyone. Black Zetsu's face turned even darker. Is this even possible? Black Zetsu kept a low profile throughout the whole process. Even if tens of thousands of ninjas rushed up, it would only quickly dodge and not participate in direct combat. Seeing Kabuto's moves, he couldn't bear it any longer. It shocked him. Having a pair of Rin-Egans so easily, Black Zetsu felt that he didn't know what he had been busy with for the past 1,000 years. Senjo Hashirama is already powerful and difficult to control. Now that he has the Rin-Egan, he is no less than Madara, but he can still control it steadily. Black Zetsu looked at Kabuto with fear. It really wants a pair of Rin-Egan. Sounds of screams rang out one after another. Those are the ninjas who were involved in a large number of wood escape techniques. Hashirama's actions were devastating, and the damage he caused was terrifying. He struck out at will, creating a huge sea of trees covering hundreds of miles, killing countless people. No one is willing to accept the cruel reality. You knew this? I didn't expect that you could get the Rin-Egan in this way. Madara stared at Kabuto, thinking that this Eye of Time seemed to suit him very well. He wondered if there would be a chance to stab Kabuto in the back. Don't think about it. Since he did this, he must have a backup plan to deal with your sneak attack. He can definitely calculate everything you can think of. Yuuji said. Humph, it's a joke, he's just a little clever kid. Madara snorted coldly and suppressed the dangerous thoughts for the time being. Still, he will look for opportunities. Yuuji does not need to continue delaying. Kakashi has already arrived in front of the 10 Tails, and Yuuji also takes action against the 10 Tails. Yuuji squatted down, put his palm on the top of 10 Tails' head, and exerted force suddenly. The 10 Tails immediately let out an angry howl. From Yuuji's hand, a powerful suction force came from his hand, which was pulling the chakra in the 10 Tails' body little by little. What are you doing, taking the 10 Tails' chakra? Are you still lacking chakra? Madara and Nagato were alert at the same time. Just a little bit of 7 Tails' chakra, just a little bit. Yuuji pulled out a bug-like tailed beast from the 10 Tails. It was small, but it was enough. He threw this little bit of chakra to Kakashi. As long as this is integrated, it will be fine. Kakashi took it and absorbed it immediately without any hesitation. At this point, Madara, Nagato and other smart people have also vaguely realized what Yuuji is going to do. You stuffed the chakra of 8 other tailed beasts into his body. Nagato was shocked. Madara sneered, how naive, you want to use this method to create a small 10 Tails? How can someone like Kakashi have the ability to absorb it? After Kakashi gathered together the 9 types of chakra, he immediately fell into great pain. Large amounts of chakra collided with each other and protruded from the body one after another, covering Kakashi. You don't understand. Yuuji replied. Kakashi's strange behavior attracted a lot of people's attention, but the coalition forces had no time to pay attention to it for the time being. We should probably consider absorbing the 10 Tails. I feel that his Haikigai is coming quickly. Madara said slowly. Nagato sneered, absorb the 10 Tails? That's good. Control the 10 Tails to kill tens of thousands of people, and peace will naturally come. Naive, this peace is short-lived and meaningless. At least give it a try. Madara and Nagato looked at each other with strong murderous intent. Should we join forces to kill Yuuji first, or should we kill each other first and get back another Rin-Egan? While hesitating, Izhaiki was coming quickly. This Otsutsuki directly opened the space tunnel and rushed to the battlefield with the 10 Tails. Boom! Another 10-tailed beast suddenly appeared, lying on the ground with great majesty. The 10 Tails swung around wildly, and immediately beat a group of unlucky people to death. Is this also the 10 Tails? The second 10 Tails actually appeared too. Looking at the other person's appearance, could it be Otsutsuki? But where did Otsutsuki get the second 10 Tails? Everyone was in an uproar. The two sides who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped in their movements, and there was a momentary lag. What on earth is the 10 Tails, where does it come from? Oniki looked at the two 10 Tails in shock, dumbfounded. At this moment, even the dullest person will realize that something is wrong. Where did the 10 tails come from? Could it be that this belongs to the Otsutsuki clan? Very good, it seems that I came in time and you did not resurrect that bastard. Ishiki is floating in the air, with long red hair raised high, overlooking the entire scene. Tens of thousands of ninjas, in his eyes, are just tens of thousands of reptiles, not worth a second glance. There are only a few people who can take it seriously. It's over. Black Zetsu poked his head out of the soil and took one look. Suddenly his vision went dark and he almost fainted from fear. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Why is this dangerous guy here and bringing a second 10 tails with him? Not only does the mother have 10 tails, but it turns out that Ishiki also has a 10 tails? It doesn't know this. Ishiki is already very difficult to deal with, and now there is a 10 tails to help. It's over. Even Madara and Yuuji may not be able to fight against him. Black Zetsu was extremely frightened. After 1,000 years of running and planning, only to fall short at the last moment? If the mother who could not be resurrected falls into the hands of Ishiki, it will be completely ruined. Is this person? Shisui's face changed slightly. He has an impression of the original owner of this body because he followed Yuuji's order and used Kota Amatsukami on her. The content modified by Kota Amatsukami is to be absolutely loyal to Yuuji. It turns out that Karen has become a container. Master Yuuji had already deployed the plan at that time. Shisui was silent. He glanced at Itachi who had lost his eyes with a complicated expression. What's wrong, Shisui, you don't seem to be in the right state. Itachi felt the change in Shisui. Sorry, it seems that I have to side with Master Yuuji. Originally, I was still hesitating, with the village on one side and him on the other, but now it seems that I had no choice from the beginning. Everything in the past is doomed. Shisui said. Well, I don't know what happened, but since you have made a choice, if you leave, many people in the tribe will also make a choice. The Uchiha clan is very confused at the moment. The masters in the clan are divided into 2 camps. Fugaku and Itachi even had their eyes gouged out. Ordinary clan members like them don't know what to do. Even when taking action, he was cautious, conserving his strength as much as possible, and waiting to see what happens. When Shisui suddenly separated from the crowd and took refuge on the opposite side, some Uchiha people finally made a decision and followed suit. You finally realized it at this time, it's better than nothing. Yuuji glanced at Shisui and others, and nodded slightly. What really deserves his attention is Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ishiki is not completely resurrected yet, but it is coming soon, and a horn has grown on his head. It seems that your data has not been completely unblocked and has not reached the level of complete resurrection. Yuuji said. Ishiki said, even if it's not completely resurrected, it's more than enough to kill everyone including you. Otsutsuki wants to rely on the karma to be resurrected. It is not just a matter of finding a suitable container. It also takes time to grind, unblock the data in the karma bit by bit, and adapt and fit with the container. When it is unblocked from 0% to 100%, it means true resurrection. Otsutsuki's genes will fully cover the genes of the container, and everything about the container will be perfectly rewritten as his own. Height, weight, bloodline, energy, etc., perfectly covered and replaced. It took a long time for Momoshiki to cover Boruto. Every time Boruto used Momoshiki's power to kill the enemy, it meant that the speed of unblocking was accelerated. The more frequently Boruto uses it, the happier Momoshiki will be, and he is happy to share his power with Boruto. Who would have thought that Boruto almost died, forcing Momoshiki to give up the perfect resurrection and use his own data to repair Boruto's body. From then on, he could only rely on Boruto to survive forever. Momoshiki is convinced. At present, more than 90% of the data of Type 1 has been unlocked, which is deeper than Karma State 2. It is indeed only one step away from perfect resurrection. At this time, the most powerful form can already be exerted, so there is no need to hide it anymore. If this container hadn't been too weak and young, I would have been resurrected long ago and it wouldn't have taken me so long. Ishiki said. There's nothing you can do about it. This body is one of the few in the ninja world that's suitable for you. Those are the only descendants left by that woman. The conversation between Yuuji and Ishiki revealed something that outsiders could not understand. What are you talking about? Who is that woman? Nagato had killed him once before, so he had a psychological advantage and asked without hesitation. It seems that except for you, all your partners are fools. They just mess around without knowing anything. It seems that my choice to take action was the right move. Ishiki glanced at Nagato indifferently, withdrew his gaze and said to Yuuji. He once hesitated briefly, thinking whether it was necessary for him to appear with the evolved 10 tails. If there wasn't a troublesome guy like Yuuji, there really wouldn't be a need to jump out in such a hurry. He could just hide in the dark and just wait and see what happens. But with Yuuji, he couldn't sit still and chose to take action. Use your strongest move to kill Yuuji, to prevent this alien from unknown planet from doing anything bad. As for Madara, Nagato, Kazu, and the like, he doesn't pay attention to any of them. He can easily kill these people. Ignoring everyone else, Ishiki drove the 10 tails and pounced on Yuuji. I don't know where you are from, but there is no need to worry about it at this time. If I kill you, I can get everything on this planet. Oh, you are so free and easy, but I am very interested in where you are from. If possible, I hope you can tell me the coordinates of your home. Yuuji stood at the head and showed a smile. At this time, Sasuke knocked Kazu away, turned around and slashed at Ishiki. With a bang, he slashed into the body of the little 10 tails, and the katana was tightly wrapped in the flesh and blood of the little 10 tails. Teacher, I will help you kill him, and you will help me cure Naruto. Sasuke looked pained. It seems that he can only do this kind of thing, half compromise and half threatening, to show favor to his teacher. A little naive. Senjo Hashirama is also paying attention to the situation here. The appearance of the second 10 tails in one move was so terrifying that it overpowered the entire ninja world and made people pay attention. Hashirama shook his head at Sasuke's childish behavior. At this level, have you not seen that man's temperament clearly? Things have already advanced to this extent, and they are only one step away from success. How could they be distracted by Sasuke's pleading? After all, Yuuji has no shortage of strength. Yuuji glanced at Sasuke, his face expressionless. Resurrection of Naruto? As long as he wants to, it can be done every minute, and he has no shortage of vitality. But the Rikudo Sennin was also looking for an opportunity to sell favors to Naruto and Sasuke. These two people were destined to die from the beginning unless their souls were also dispersed in one breath. Is this idiot the disciple you taught? Ishiki said something and flew directly to the same height as Sasuke without even using the power of the 10 tails. The two looked at each other across the complete Susanoo. Mongrel creature, I forgive your offense, be more careful in the next life. With one move, he flew up and kicked up. Just such a casual kick, which seemed ordinary, but the next moment, terrifying force burst out, and Susanoo's defense was shattered. With a bang, the complete Susanoo was kicked to pieces on the spot. Amidst countless horrified looks, he kicked Sasuke down in the chest with one move after another. Crack! With just a slight touch, Sasuke's entire chest was dented, and a piece protruded from his back, and a terrible explosion occurred immediately. Susanoo dissipated instantly, and Sasuke's body was thrown out like a cannonball, which was caught by a group of ninjas in a hurry. Sasuke! How is it possible? It's just a kick. Why can it break that level of defense? Even Yuuji doesn't have this level of physical skills. Is he a monster? No wonder he can control another 10 tails. With one casual move, a super cage level ninja was crippled easily. Hehe, this guy's physical skills are extremely strong. Even I suffered a lot of losses, but that kid actually dared to charge forward. Madara shook his head indifferently. He was once taught by Ishiki in the Kingdom of Wind and suffered a disastrous failure. Moreover, the Ishiki at that time was obviously not strong enough, at least not as good as the current Ishiki. Is this the true strength of Ishiki? Nagato, who had killed Ishiki before, now slightly widened his eyes with a solemn expression. Compared with the strength he showed back then, this is so different and outrageous. He is about to die. How pitiful! He is my disciple, and you will anger me. Yuuji said. Sasuke was on the verge of death, while Naruto was still holding on. In the haze, the Rikudo Sennin took advantage of every opportunity and finally found an opportunity, decisively coming to the consciousness of the two of them. Chapter 512, Yin Yang Sasuke. My name is Atsutsuki Hago Romo, you can call me Rikudo Sennin. Don't be surprised, you two are the reincarnations of my two sons. Rikudo Sennin talked eloquently and explained the history of the ninja world to Naruto and Sasuke in the spiritual world. Not to mention, his behavior is very bluffing. Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. Rounding things off, they are actually the sons of the Rikudo Sennin? It's just that Yuuji has manipulated the two of you, causing major changes in your personalities. Normally, Naruto is more sunny, and Sasuke is more cold and cruel. Rikudo Sennin told. Naruto and Sasuke frowned as they listened, and gradually understood something. It turns out that's the case. No wonder that Beast Nine Tails said some strange things and even took the initiative to contact me when I was young. It turns out he sensed the darkness in my heart. Naruto sneered. Aren't you angry? He changed your life and destiny. Asked the Rikudo Sennin. Naruto looked disdainful. What will I become if I don't change? According to you, I am the reincarnation of Asura, and Sasuke's experience is basically my experience. If I am trapped in that rotten village, it'll make you sick. Rikudo Sennin sighed in his heart. After all, his changed personality could never be changed back. Let's get down to business. You have a very heavy task. Not only do you have to stop Yuuji, but you also have to stop Ishiki and my mother Kaguya. I will share my power with you. The Rikudo Sennin said, but the biggest problem is that I fought with him before and it consumed half of the power of 6 paths to seal his soul. Half consumed? Sasuke asked. Yes, I used the same technique that sealed my mother back then, 6 paths Chibaku Tensei. It is a technique that can seal a more powerful existence, but the cost is equally huge. The price was of course high. Hamura sacrificed his life, and the Rikudo Sennin consumed half of the power of 6 paths. My current power can only allow one of you to reach a higher level. Rikudo Sennin was very helpless. Only one 6 paths level can be created, which is troublesome. He doesn't even know how he can seal his mother Kaguya with just one person like their brothers did back then. What is the higher level? Like Kaguya? Naruto asked. Yes, but one-on-one would definitely be no match for mother. That's plenty. Sasuke said. What are you going to do? 2 10 tails, you only need to capture one of them to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Naruto and Sasuke had surprisingly similar ideas. Then you'd better attack the one in the first position. Mother must have done something to her 10 tails and will wait for an opportunity to resurrect it. Before you understand all of mother's methods, it is very risky to attack rashly. Said the Rikudo Sennin. Naruto showed a cold smile. Don't worry, aren't Yuuji, Madara and the others very active in controlling Kaguya's 10 tails? Just let them fight for it, and I will look for opportunities. With the normal 6 paths level, plus the power of a 10 tails, this 10 tails itself also aided Satsuki Tonari to complete its genes, then maybe they can really compete with Kaguya, at least it won't be useless. There is hope. When the time comes, we will take advantage of the situation and dismember Kaguya's 10 tails in advance so that she will never be able to resurrect. Naruto is very ambitious. Looking at it this way, he who almost died not long ago also has the opportunity to bring peace to the ninja world, yet Naruto does not believe in peace at all. Relying on absolute force to control the world is also peace. Then give me all your power, and I will help you settle the world. Naruto said. The Rikudo Sennin took a deep look at Naruto and slowly shook his head. No, I will give this power to Sasuke. Huh? Do you think that coward Sasuke can compare to me? At least he is better than you now. Sasuke has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, has Sage Mode, and has your cells, which means he has plenty of vitality. Sasuke now fully possesses the qualifications for eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Sage Body. Rikudo Sennin did exactly that. He left all his remaining power to Sasuke. This power transformed Sasuke's eyes on the spot, and one of them turned into a Megatama Rinnegan. Not only that, the power of the 6 paths, which is both yin and yang, allows Sasuke's chakra to undergo a transformation. Rinnegan plus incomplete Sage Body, this is the power possessed by 6 paths Sasuke. Unlike other histories, Naruto and Sasuke only specialized in one direction. Damn it! Naruto exploded. I still have Wood Release, I still have Uzumaki Bloodline, and I also have the Mangekyo Sharingan. This eye is not yours, it is Obito's, and it is just an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. It will become blind after just a few uses. The Rikudo Sennin reminded him, you have also lost the 9 tails, and your power has been greatly reduced. More importantly, yes, there is something wrong with your Mokuton blood inheritance. You should have noticed that this kind of blood inheritance. That's enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. I only care about the result. Since you chose that guy, I have nothing to say. Naruto sneered, then I'll die. The destination is the Pure Land, right? That's not true. The Pure Land is no longer suitable for souls to survive. I will release all my souls and devote them to the battle against Yuuji and Ishiki. You will not die, and Sasuke will not allow you to die. After saying this, the Rikuta Sennin left Naruto's world of consciousness. Naruto was left alone, and his face, which was already pale with anger, became even whiter and bloodless. This old guy doesn't trust my strength. Naruto was full of resentment and unwilling to accept it. He chose Sasuke over him? On the other side, Sasuke lowered his head and silently looked at his own condition. I can fly, not relying on the power of my eyes, just relying on my own strength. Sasuke murmured, extremely surprised. In the past, he had to go through the complete Susanoo to fly, but now he doesn't need to at all. You can easily do it just by relying on your own chakra. What worries Sasuke even more is, even the truth-seeking ball has been made. 9 of them are pretty good. The Rikuta Sennin was very pleased. This kind of thing can destroy everything and is very powerful. With this, you can easily destroy even the souls of enemies, but this is a consumable item, so use it with caution. If you run out of the truth-seeking ball before all enemies are eliminated, you will be at a disadvantage. Rikuta Sennin reminded. Well, I can feel that now Senjo Hashirama is no longer my opponent. I only need to press the truth-seeking ball to him, and he will definitely die. Sasuke regained his confidence. The reincarnated body of filthy earth will fall apart even if it hits the truth-seeking ball. Then go, use your power to join forces with the remaining undead souls in the Pure Land, and wait for an opportunity to bring peace to the world. The Rikuta Sennin said happily. Sasuke nodded and exited the spiritual world. He was anxious to use the power of Yang to save Naruto. Don't disappoint me. The future of the entire ninja world is staked on this battle. No matter who wins, Otsutsuki or Yuuji, the ninja world will not be able to bear it. In real world, Ishiki, Yuuji and others have already started fighting. Killing Sasuke casually did not involve any energy at all in Ishiki. He was like squeezing a small insect to death, carelessly, and still focused his main energy on his main opponent. But Madara and Nagato are both eager to kill Ishiki and capture the 10 tails. They formed seals at the same time, controlled their 10 tails, and pounced on Ishiki. The 10 tails also rushed over. The 10 tails were like 2 mountains, approaching quickly. Then, the 2 monsters opened their mouths at the same time, and condensed an unbelievably huge red Bijuudama. It's so big, is this a Bijuudama? Far more than 9 tails, what can we do against these 2 monsters? The world saw the 10-tailed Bijuudama for the first time. What would this place look like if these 2 bombs collided and exploded? No, at this distance, it's impossible to escape the explosion range just by running away. Terumi May felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, biting her lips. Only Minato and a few others could escape. Minato gritted his teeth, I can use the Flying Thunder God to take away a group of people. It's useless. With the few troops left, it's impossible to fight against the 10 tails. Tens of thousands of ninjas, if they are really well controlled, they can completely interfere with the 10 tails and create fighter opportunities. But there are only a few people left to die, so what's the use? 2 Bijuudama collided with each other. Sounds seemed to have lost their meaning, and the dazzling light spread crazily, cruelly swallowing everything in silence. Minato is about to use Flying Thunder God. Shikaku also tried to organize many ninjas to launch the earth flow wall together. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone, facing the terrifying explosion. Boom! The terrible roar slowly dissipated. Cracks appeared throughout the Earth's crust, and the whole planet was trembling from this level of impact. Many people think that they will die and be wiped out in one breath by this power. But when they opened their eyes and found that they were still alive, they were shocked. A huge black curtain appeared in front of and in the sky, blocking the explosion of the Bijuudama and protecting everyone. What's this? Sasuke. It's Sasuke-sama. It's unbelievable, what's going on with him in that form? Countless people cheered loudly. Sasuke floated in mid-air, raised his hand, and the huge black screen converged, turning into several Taoist jade and flying behind him. At this moment, Sasuke showed his miraculous power, becoming a Six Paths level powerhouse and mastering the two powers of yin and yang at the same time. Fortunately, it seems we've caught up. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, listening to the countless cheers, with a trace of satisfaction on his face. I am really strong, I can easily block even this level of attack. The Rinnegan is surging with purple light, brewing astonishing pupil power. Sasuke, you don't ask, it's more important to save Naruto. Sasuke landed and used some of the power of the Six Paths Yang to press on Naruto. Naruto came to life immediately. He jumped up and quickly scanned around, his whole face grim. Old man Rikuta still gave all his power to you. Naruto sneered. Maybe he thinks I'm more suitable. Speaking of which, I'm taking your place. Normally it should be you. Shut up, if I become you according to the normal change, that will make me feel sick. Naruto said gloomily. Become the Sasuke he is now, full of love and peace? Too disgusting. Just thinking about it made Naruto sick. Others also understood. After these two people were about to die, they actually saw the Rikuta Sennin? And received a gift from the Rikuta Sennin? You have the power of Rikuta Sennin? Great, this way, we will have the power to overwhelm the enemy. Shima Sage shouted loudly, as if she saw hope. More and more ninjas know about it and are getting more and more excited. This battle, it seems, can be saved? Isn't it just a dead end? It's not that simple. Sasuke shook his head, I only got half of the power of the Rikuta Sennin. The other half was consumed by him in order to seal the soul of teacher Yuuji, and he also sacrificed his brother's life for this. So, he is a god no less powerful than the Rikuta Sennin. Half of the power was expended, plus the life of an Otsutsuki who was no less powerful than the Rikuta Sennin, just to seal that man's soul. That fierce battle from another time and space turned out to be a battle in the Pure Land world. Wait, does this mean that man has been sealed? But who is standing there? Stupid. You don't understand this? At the level of the Rikuta Sennin, even if the soul is sealed, there is way to avoid it. What's more, that guy Yuuji can create countless clones. He can do it by just dividing his soul until now. Naruto scolded, with an impatient look on his face. He felt that communicating with these wastes was a waste of time, so he shouted to Sasuke, stop talking nonsense, go and seize the opportunity to seize the 10 tails and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Has the old guy taught you the sealing technique? I know. When I become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, I will find a way to solve Kagaya's matter. Then I will dismember the other 10 tails and give you half. Humph, who cares? Naruto was disdainful and felt a little humiliated in his heart, but he recognized it. He does need more power, and it would be good to get half a 10 tails. Six Paths, is this the backhand left by the descendants of that cheap servant? Itachi glanced over and stared at the few jade stones behind Sasuke. Not every Otsutsuki has such a thing as truth-seeking ball. He didn't. Neither Momoshiki or Urashiki and others. Only those who have completely integrated the power of the sacred tree can possess it. So, there will be Obito of the Six Paths, Madara of the Six Paths will be there, Rikuta Sennin Hamura will be there, and Kagaya will be there. Tonari, who has inherited Hamura's power and the giant Tensagen, can also manipulate a castrated version of the green truth-seeking ball after entering the Tensagen chakra mode. There is no way to create something like the truth-seeking ball for Ishiki. Is the target my 10 tails? It seems that this guy knows about Kagaya and doesn't dare to attack Kagaya's 10 tails. Chapter 513, Yuuji Complete Form. Everyone wants to be the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Everyone can see that Sasuke has become one of the most powerful competitors. He was clearly on the verge of death a few minutes ago, but he smashed all his internal organs with that one kick and healed his injuries in one breath. Why did he suddenly become so strong? Everyone was confused. Mainly because of Sasuke's current posture, it's too strong. Oz Omen. At least few people can understand the black balls flying around Sasuke. Ishiki saw through Sasuke's tactics at a glance. It's just that he wants to seize the 10 tails he cultivated first, because this 10 tails is a little weaker than Kagaya's one. Truth-seeking ball. Even I don't have that, but the descendants of that cheap maid can have it. My clan's power has been stolen too much by you bastards. Ishiki's face was still expressionless, but something clearly appeared in the depths of his eyes. Ishiki is a person with a cold temperament, and he can tolerate Yuuji's strength, because Yuuji's origin is a mystery, and he may also come from a mysterious ethnic group, but Sasuke and his like are just descendants of Kaguya, and they are not qualified to deeply control Otsutsuki. Wanting to liquidate this planet is more troublesome than expected. Roar! The Ten Tails opened its mouth wide and aimed at Sasuke and sprayed a super Bijuudama. But it was easily blocked by Sasuke. It's exciting now. The old Rikudo Sennin gave his remaining power to Sasuke, that's good. Yuuji was obviously in a good mood. Madara and Nagato looked gloomy, unable to understand. Madara said in confusion, the power of the Rikudo Sennin. You should be lucky that I killed Hamura and destroyed half of the Rikudo Sennin's power of the Six Paths. Otherwise, you would not only be facing Sasuke, but also a Naruto who is also a Six-Path sage. Yuuji smiled. Madara and Nagato's expressions became increasingly ugly. With only half the strength to create such a powerful Sasuke, what level of enemies should Yuuji face when he rushes into the Pure Land? Rikudo Sennin level. They have a clearer understanding now. The Rinnegan was also given by the Rikudo Sennin? It took me decades to get it. It also took me decades to master most of the power of the Rinnegan. Madara and Nagato were filled with resentment, and even at their level, they felt a little sour. Normally speaking, no matter what they think, they would not be annoyed by the sudden appearance of a Rinnegan. At worst, they would grab it and press it into their own eye sockets. But just now, they witnessed Kabuto's feat of creating the Rinnegan with their own eyes, and they were stimulated. Sasuke was suddenly resurrected and instantly possessed the Rinnegan, which was a bit unacceptable to them. The three parties started a confrontation. Sasuke was the most active. After gaining great strength, he was very excited and took the initiative to attack Ishiki. Don't be too extra, you bastard. Ishiki said something, but he did not take the initiative to meet him like before and use his super physical skills to kill the opponent instantly. Because Sasuke possesses the truth-seeking ball, which is something that can erase even the soul in an instant, so it should be treated with caution. Until Sasuke appeared above the little Ten Tails, holding a truth-seeking ball and slamming it down from the air. You want to use this kind of thing against me? Ishiki delivered one kick. Before Ishiki is annihilated by the power of the truth-seeking ball, he kicks the truth-seeking ball away at super fast speed. But then, Sasuke used a technique, opened one hand, and in the palm of his hand, a trace of black moon appeared, and the powerful power of Yin Six Paths gathered. Sage Art Thunder Godzilla. Black lightning suddenly shot out and surged out, condensing into a huge black thunder Godzilla. After roaring, it charged towards Ishiki. This type of technique is already extraordinary. Yet with one movement of his eyes, Ishiki activated his pupil technique and destroyed this black Godzilla in one go. But Sasuke had been waiting for his move for a long time, and his Rinnegan suddenly lit up with a glimmer of light. Aim no Tejikara. He swapped places with Ishiki. Time and space pupil technique. A technique that can forcibly exchange positions with the opponent in an instant. Although I don't know what the limit of this technique is, it can be used suddenly in battle and it has miraculous effects. Then what's the point of creating that Godzilla? Could it be that it was used to attack the Ten Tails? In the lightning flash, some people with extremely high combat IQs analyzed a lot of information in an instant. Shocked by Sasuke's Rinnegan technique. A strong fighter like Ishiki was caught off guard and was replaced. Humph, it's nothing special, the distance is too short, and it's not as good as my limbo. Madara folded his arms and snorted coldly. He can also use his shadow as a substitute and a teleportation technique, and instantly swap places with his shadow. The biggest feature of Sasuke's Aim no Tejikara is that it can change the enemy's position. This is the most lethal, and the others are really not worth mentioning. However, if used in conjunction with his limbo, I still have to find an opportunity to dig out Sasuke's eyes. In a blink of an eye, Ishiki found himself surrounded by a bunch of truth-seeking balls. These truth-seeking balls originally surrounded Sasuke, but turned out to be a killer weapon surrounding him. The sharp sound resounded throughout the audience. Ishiki looked up instantly and saw the Black Thunder Godzilla, which had already crashed into the Ten Tails. Two extremely huge beasts suddenly started fighting, and Godzilla seemed to come to life, lying on top of the Ten Tails. Even if it is just an ordinary contact, the black lightning mixed with the power of the 6 paths can create scars on the 10 tails. If one is not enough, bring more. Sasuke waved his hand again, and several Thunder Godzillas were created and pounced on the 10 tails one after another. The little 10 tail fell into a frenzy, staring with terrifying eyes, looking around, and going crazy. Sasuke continued to activate his Sage Art and summoned the Godzilla and Mecha Godzilla. He used his most convenient Godzilla to come out and besiege the 10 tails together. You can't defeat my 10 tails with just these methods. Looking indifferently, Sasuke fell on the head of the 10 tails. All of what happened just now happened in an instant. Only the top experts could see what happened, and others could not react at all. Many people were just stunned to see that Sasuke showed off his power and summoned a bunch of monsters in less than a second, surrounding the 10 tails. Sasuke squatted down and pressed down on the little 10 tails while it was being beaten. You want to absorb the 10 tails now? You're too anxious. Madara moved, his limbo was activated, and a shadow directly touched Sasuke's side and punched him. Sasuke punched the shadow and knocked it away. Then he threw several black sticks with his backhand and pierced the shadow. He wants to absorb the 10 tails as soon as possible and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Get away, you don't understand anything at all. There are more terrifying enemies waiting for us. Sasuke turned around anxiously and couldn't help but yelled. Part of the head of the little 10 tails is melting into Sasuke's palm. But others are clearly not going to sit idly by. Nagato also took action. On the coalition side, a group of ninjas also took action. They didn't know what Sasuke wanted to do, but as far as the current situation was concerned, the only one they could rely on was Sasuke. I'm here to help you, give me half a 10 tails. Naruto shouted and immediately used the wood release technique to have thousands of hands in one shot. But as soon as he was about to perform the jutsu, the cells in his body immediately went crazy and were of no use. What's going on? Naruto was confused. His Mokuton blood succession betrayed him? Naruto suddenly raised his head and looked at the smiling man. You took away my blood inheritance. Naruto asked in disbelief, what did you do to my teacher? Idiot, don't you understand? Your teacher is also him. That Blackwood escape blood succession comes from him, he is Su. Obito couldn't help but sneered. Naruto felt as if he had been struck by lightning, with a face full of doubts about life. What a joke! Yuuji, Hitomi, Su, are the same person? Then what we have seen in the past is only 1/3 of his strength. Naruto couldn't believe it and was dumbfounded. He felt like a childish fool, and had endless fear of the man in front of him. That's right, your teacher and I are actually the same person. I learned this from the Rikudo Sennin and didn't have time to tell you. Sasuke called back, focusing on dealing with Madara and Nagato. Sasuke showed strong dominance. These two people are no match for him together. Don't get in my way. Sasuke raised his hand and waved, and a large amount of black lightning escape techniques spread out, and the lethality was extremely shocking. Use 10 tails. Madara and Nagato controlled the big 10 tails and rushed towards them. Everyone started a super melee. On the other side, the coalition forces, under the command of Shikaku, mobilized in large numbers and used various tactics to try to contain the 10 tails and Senjo Hashirama. The whole situation became extremely chaotic in an instant, with battles everywhere, roaring, wailing, and dead bodies everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Izhiki was blocked by a pile of truth-seeking ball, and he turned to look at Yuuji indifferently. You, what are you planning? No one else is worth mentioning, I have to kill you first. Izhiki stared at Yuuji. Yuuji did not pay attention to these meaningless disputes. Kakashi's transformation is about to be completed. Hirako's side must also prepared. Then, I will also take advantage of this opportunity to get my soul back. Yuuji looked at Kabuto. After the two people looked at each other, Kabuto nodded heavily, knowing what to do. Yuuji locked the coordinates of the Pure Land and prepared to take action. The main body of his soul is in the Pure Land, so he can easily locate the Pure Land. Old man Rikudo, you have no way to escape this time. Yuuji's figure slowly disappeared, leaving the Yang world and entering the Pure Land with his spirit body. Kabuto immediately took Yuuji's place and protected Kakashi, staring at Hirako with a pair of cold eyes. That's almost enough. This idiot Hirako is only worth this much. The seal in Kabuto's hand suddenly changed. Over there, Senjo Hashirama's body suddenly paused, he stopped killing the ninjas, and turned to using summoning techniques. This summons mobilized almost all of his chakra at once, as if he could use as much as he could. Summoning jutsu, who is that guy target? Senjo Hashirama was shocked. Huge smoke rose. An outrageously large slug, slightly larger than the 10 tails, appeared. This kind of body shape almost scares people silly as soon as it appears. Slug Sage. Hiriko's heart was filled with fire. He was shocked by the size of the Slug Sage and was ecstatic. If he could inhale such a thing in one breath, how powerful would he become? He might not necessarily lose to the current Madara and Nagato. Don't go, this thing is very strong, you will be beaten to death by it. Might Do grabbed Hiriko and said seriously. Do? You're not dead yet. How many ninjas have you killed until now? Lord Yuuji didn't order me to kill anyone, he just asked us to block the enemy. Might Do said in a deep voice. He still has the strongest power hidden, and there is no need to use it at this time. If he really wanted to explode with all his strength, he could kill everyone in all directions right now. Even if he challenged multiple Sasuke, he could kill them all in one go. Believe me, the Slug Sage is completely different from the 2 sages you absorbed. Might Do said solemnly. After saying this, he immediately launched an attack on a coalition team that had pinned down one of the 10 tails. With his powerful physical skills, he could overwhelm this group of ninjas by rushing forward. Hiriko looked at the Slug Sage hesitantly. He also knew that Might Do was not lying. Slug Sage are different from toads and snakes. The latter two created holy places, cultivated many tribesmen, and shared natural energy with their tribes. But the Slug Sage is different. It is just one creature and does not give out a drop of natural energy to other slugs. Every slug is a clone of the Slug Sage. Hashirama, you are being controlled? Then why did you summon me? The Slug Sage speaks softly and waxily. I'm sorry, I don't know, but I think he is coveting your power. Hashirama said solemnly. What are you doing there, why don't you kill this disgusting slug? Kabuto shouted loudly. The situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. Yuuji entered the Pure Land for the second time. You don't care at all when the outside world is like that. The Rikuta Sennin was waiting for him. I don't care how many people die in the outside world, whether it's chaos or peace. It doesn't matter at this point. When I get my soul back, it will be the end of everything. Yuuji looked at the Rikuta Sennin, but you, after handing over the last bit of the power of 6 paths, are no longer able to deal with me. Rikuta Sennin remained silent. Death, I said it last time. When I attack you again, you will be completely dead. Yuuji stretched out his hand to kill the Rikuta Sennin completely. Rikuta Sennin said, you can't kill me, I dispersed my scattered chakra throughout the ninja world. Then I will recycle all the chakra and erase all traces of your spirit in it. Yuuji punched down and killed the Rikuta Sennin's soul, erasing it. He flew straight towards the huge stone ball, and with Kinrin Tensei Baku, shattered the moon. After a loud noise, there was a flash of light from the explosion site. His spirit and body are united. With this, I will have the strength to completely release Planet Godzilla. Chapter 514, Planet Godzilla. The Pure Land world is barren. Yuuji raised his eyes and saw only a few souls, turned into streams of light, and left the Pure Land world one after another. Is it the work of the Rikuta Sennin to send these undead souls out to help Sasuke even if they die? Yuuji lost interest after just one glance. Even if we include the first generations of Indra and Asura, what can they do? He has already regained all his power, and no amount of super cage levels will be of any use. If it's under the 6 paths level, he'll kill them instantly. He doesn't need to waste time on super cage level enemies. With this, the situation of the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei technique has been completely clarified. Yuuji turned around and left the Pure Land. He has enough power and confidence to release Planet Godzilla. Mortal World. Yuuji appeared again. He glanced around and saw Kabuto leading Hashirama and others to beat up the Slug Sage, constantly causing scars on the huge Slug Sage. Slug Sage is also extremely powerful, with amazing vitality, and can split at any time to avoid attacks. The acid it spits out is also extremely terrifying, corroding everything it touches. Huh? Have you summoned the Slug Sage? Yuuji looked at the huge slug. Yeah, it's almost time. Although I don't know what my brother wants to do yet, it's better to be prepared in advance. But the slug sage is stronger than I thought, and it will take some time to take down this thing. Kabuto flew back and said with a smile, it seems that my brother has regained all his power. Do you want to kill the slug sage immediately and let Hirako take away his breath? No, there is no rush for that kind of thing. We just need to put a mark on the slug sage. Even if it escapes back to Shikotsu forest, we just lock its position and destroy its lair together. As for me, I will be cleaning everyone up. Yuuji clapped his hands. This time, what he did was different. A terrifying coercion spread out from him, not only causing people to tremble at the soul level, but the actual pressure was even more exaggerated. The air solidified, and the earth began to tremble slightly. It was as if the entire planet was trembling for the monster that was about to arrive, as if it could not bear the power that was about to explode. The people who were thinking about it stopped one after another in the face of this unprecedented pressure and turned their heads in shock. He shows up again. Damn it, I thought something was wrong with him and wanted to defeat the enemy while he was away. After waiting until now, he is finally going to take action. Yuuji's movements aroused fear in countless people. Even Ishiki and others' expressions changed and they looked over. It seems that you have got my soul back. Unfortunately, if the descendant of that cheap maid hadn't intervened, I would have killed another 10 tails. Ishiki's face was cold. At this time, Yuuji regained his soul and returned to his peak strength, which was trouble. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to act first before he releases that damn thing. Ishiki opened his eyes and activated his pupil technique. Sukuna Hakona. Shrinking himself in one move, he easily passed through the encirclement of the truth-seeking ball and then returned to his normal size. He controlled his little 10 tails and immediately entered the divine tree form. Ha! The little 10 tails, who was being constantly fought and attacked by Sasuke, Madara, and others, let out a hysterical roar, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to burst. Sasuke and the others hurriedly backed away and looked cautiously at the suddenly crazy little 10 tails. The little 10 tails' body shape changed rapidly, from a giant beast with 10 tails to a plant. The eye area has turned into a flower bud, rising straight into the sky. The sacred tree, does he want to absorb natural energy? Or does he want to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Madara and Nagato looked at each other and immediately returned to their own 10 tails, letting the big 10 tails also enter the divine tree form. Different from Ishiki's 10-tailed one. This sacred tree transformed from the 10 tails is even larger, and whether it is by chance or for some reason, the flower buds of this sacred tree are pointed directly at the moon in the sky. A pair of idiots, the harder you work, the faster you will die. Ishiki floated in the air and looked at the two people opposite him coldly. Even if you are strong, it is impossible to take us down in one go. Nagato was also beating the drum in his heart. The strength of Ishiki is formidable. If he go all out, it will not be a problem to destroy the two of them in a short time. Fortunately, Sasuke was at the front. Sasuke looked at the two sacred trees seriously. Is this the true form of the 10 tails, a world-destroying plant that swallows a planet? These two monsters must not be allowed to continue, they must be dismembered as soon as possible. In the spiritual space, Rikudo Sennin conveyed a large amount of information to Sasuke. This allowed Sasuke to recognize the true face of the 10 tails, and he also became more aware of how exquisitely the Rikudo Sennin had dismembered the 10 tails. Splitting the 10-tailed beasts that destroyed the world into 9-tailed beasts, and try to make these 9-tailed beasts become guardian beasts that assist the development of mankind. The key is that these tailed beasts will not die and can help mankind forever. It is a pity that humans have taken the wrong path. They only want to control the tailed beasts through coercive means, and have become enemies with the tailed beasts. I will absorb the 10 tails of Ishiki, become the new sage of the 6 paths, and lead the dismemberment of Kagaya's 10 tails. I will never let them resurrect Kagaya. Sasuke looked solemn. At this time, Yuuji also took action. His move attracted everyone's attention and frightened everyone. Splurt! Yuuji directly thrust his hands into his stomach and tore it open. This torn body part is just a tunnel on the surface. The key is to open up a different space. A group of terrifying dark blue substance continuously gushes out of Yuuji's body. In a blink of an eye, there was a huge thing standing there. 300 meters tall. The long tail spreads out, giving people a sense of sight that can easily sweep down mountains. Phew! The sound of heavy breathing came out, and from the nostrils of this blue giant beast, 2 terrifying high-temperature gases were sprayed out. When they touched the ground, they immediately melted the ground. This giant beast just stood there, silently saying nothing. Just like this, it silenced everyone for a long time. Strictly speaking, this is the first time the world has seen the complete planet Godzilla. It was also the first time they realized that this was the complete form of Godzilla in Yuuji's body. Finally, I saw the most powerful power mastered by Master Yuuji, who has been a powerful figure in the ninja world for 20 years, the source of the Godzilla model. More than strong, why does this monster give me such a strange feeling? A keen person notices something. They are both super beasts and 6 paths level life forms. The feeling planet Godzilla gives them is completely different from the feeling given to them by the 2 10 tails. It is not just as simple as destruction and devouring, but also many other things. What's going on? Why do I feel the nature in this thing? Sasuke turns on the Sage mode, the power of 6 path yin and yang plus the Sage mode, giving Sasuke unprecedented perception capabilities. In the 10 tails, he sensed the natural energy itself. He learned from the Rikudo Sennin that the 10 tails was a monster that thrived by devouring natural energy. There is nothing wrong with the result of this perception. But planet Godzilla confused Sasuke. Not sensing natural energy, but nature itself? What is this? How could this happen? It's a strange feeling, interesting. Could it be that this thing didn't come to this planet for natural energy? Is Heike also produced a hint of surprise? The most valuable thing about this planet is precisely its natural energy. But at present, this giant Godzilla does not feed on natural energy, at least not in the past. But what the hell is this sense of nature that exudes all over the body? Isn't this thing the natural environment itself? Is Heike and Sasuke, who knows a lot of information, are vaguely aware of the location of planet Godzilla? It's not about swallowing nature, but it's nature itself. Sasuke was shocked and speechless. This may be completely different from what he and the Rikudo Sennin had imagined before. That's right, Sasuke, I'm very pleased that you can still think clearly at this time. At least it means that you haven't been brainwashed by that idiot Hago Romo. Yuuji stood on top of planet Godzilla, staring at Sasuke floating in the air. This is the monster my brother called. It's really amazing. Kabuto was filled with admiration, admiring the beauty of planet Godzilla. Kazu and others also stared intently, greatly shocked. Sasuke couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, is this the source of your confidence? Is this why you said you could bring peace to the world? Because you hold a monster that is nature itself in your hands." At this moment, the top few people have realized what Yuuji wants to do. It is nothing more than using this Godzilla with its own natural system to complete the erosion of the whole world. Replacing the ecosystem of the ninja world with the ecosystem of other planets is a genius idea. Is Heike said in a deep voice. Everything makes sense. This is Yuuji's appeal and also Yuuji's confidence. Nagato, Madara, Obito, and others fell into an eerie silence. It turns out that the Infinite Izanagi project was a cover from the beginning. The core of all Yuuji's actions and the key to all plans lies in the power Yuuji controls. Substituting one kind of nature for another kind of nature. This kind of courage and this kind of idea have never occurred to them. This is not as simple as destroying the world, but transforming and correcting the world beyond recognition. Might Do felt it the deepest. Planet Godzilla has just appeared. Might Do felt an instinctive restlessness in his body, echoing that of Planet Godzilla. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization thought of something immediately, and immediately looked at Might Do. They all know that Might Do was transformed by the mysterious Su. At first it was not clear what this transformation was about. But through Naruto, everyone just knew that the mysterious Su is also one of Yuuji's clones. The peculiar wood escape blood successor is essentially derived from Yuuji. To put it more bluntly, it comes from planet Godzilla. This is the source of my wood release blood successor. Naruto looked up with a dull look on his face. This thing is much bigger than the complete 9 tails. No, the two are not of the same magnitude at all. Relax, look at that poor guy over there. Didn't his wood release come from the 10 tails? Obito sneered and mocked, he wouldn't live long anyway, it was all thanks to Tobi's skin to hold him up. Naruto looked at Senju Hashirama, then at the 10 tails transformed into a sacred tree, and fell silent. Really? A lot of information is now clear. At present, the wood escape blood succession comes from the bloodline of the sacred tree, and the Rin Egan and Sharinon also come from the sacred tree. The Byakugan seems to be directly derived from Otsutsuki. So, this huge Godzilla is actually a plant. Naruto murmured to himself. Looking at the size of planet Godzilla, it doesn't look like it no matter how you look at it, but that's the fact, so we can only accept it. He just don't know if planet Godzilla has a second form. If the 10 tails will turn into a tree, what will planet Godzilla turn into? A giant grass? Naruto's worldview suffered a huge impact. The powers he was proud of in the past, the 9 tails and would release, all came from the power of 2 plants. Just watch quietly, that vicious guy Yuuji has taken action, and he won't give anyone a chance. Obito had a cold look on his face, he is the best at deceiving people. In order to achieve his goal, he can deceive everyone. Now that the veil of hypocrisy has been torn off, when the time comes to reap the fruits of victory, he will definitely not accept the result of failure. Sasuke will stop him. Naruto said. Obito sneered, although Sasuke is good, he only got part of the power of the Rikudo Sennin. What does it matter? Can he stop Yuuji? The Rikudo Sennin used the power of countless soul in the Pure Land, but he couldn't do anything to him. But his soul was sealed by the Rikudo Sennin. Naruto retorted. Yeah, so what if it's sealed? He must have gotten his soul back when he disappeared just now. The move of the Rikudo Sennin was a complete failure. Obito paused and said in a deep voice, you don't know your teacher at all. Even if he is sealed, it is not necessarily a defeat. Maybe he did it for some purpose. I know this guy too well. Obito subconsciously didn't believe it. A guy like Yuuji broke into the Pure Land and was defeated and sealed? Something feels wrong. This guy shouldn't be reckless and brainless. Planet Godzilla opened his eyes. Blue eyes that give people an ultimate sense of purity. But soon, the giant beast looked up to the sky and let out a roar. The body stretched, allowing everyone to clearly see the ferocious scars on the giant beast. Who can harm such a huge beast? People were startled. It seems that the injury is extremely serious. They really don't know what kind of battle can hurt it like this. Yuuji quietly felt every move of Planet Godzilla. You'd better obey my orders. Yuuji secretly thought to himself, and he quietly opened his palms. There were symbols of the moon and the sun on the palms of his hands. Chapter 515, The Power of the Planet. Planet Godzilla came to the world in his complete form for the first time, causing a huge psychological impact on everyone. As for people's shock and fear, Planet Godzilla didn't take it to heart at all. This giant beast overlooked the entire scene, and in its eyes, there was no place for human beings at all. Humanity? It knows too well that it is just humans on Earth. Its rise began with the destruction of human civilization and the slaughter of billions of people around the world. What really attracts Planet Godzilla are the 2 10 tails. After the 10 tails transformed into the form of a sacred tree, at least in terms of height, it was far taller than Planet Godzilla, at least 1,000 meters taller. But at the 6th path level, body shape is no longer the decisive factor. Rumble, rumble. Planet Godzilla moved and walked towards these 2 trees. The target is the 10 tails? This thing is really aiming for them. Ishiki's eyes flashed. While others were still frightened and confused, Ishiki had already observed Planet Godzilla. As far as he knew, this plant controlled another energy system. It is impossible to determine which one is stronger or weaker between this system and the chakra system. But at least one thing is certain. Once this monster devours a 10 tails and masters the 2 systems, it will become increasingly difficult to kill. He must be stopped. Ishiki deemed, activating his pupil power. Daikokyutan. Several huge black boxes suddenly smashed down and fell straight onto Planet Godzilla. Ishiki is sure to win against Planet Godzilla. Perhaps by controlling this monster and seizing this energy system, he can get rid of his family. According to my estimation, this thing is no worse than the 10 tails. If possible, there might be a chance to cultivate a larger number of powerful Godzillas. The black boxes were smashed down one after another. Planet Godzilla just looked up, opened his mouth, and casually blew out an atomic breath, destroying all of his black boxes. The terrifying high temperature spread, making people unable to bear it, and they retreated one after another. So strong. Even if I haven't recovered my health, a random hit is still so powerful. Ishaiki, Suzuki, and others frowned slightly. The real key is that the atomic breath just now had no chakra fluctuations. Madara looked moved. Can you unleash that kind of powerful attack without using chakra? How can this be? Unless... Is it possible that this thing has another kind of power that is completely different from chakra? Nagato was shocked. Soon, everyone realized what this meant. A new path, a new way to become stronger. This simply subverted their views. Over the past 1,000 years, chakra is the root of all power. It has long been ingrained. Everyone's understanding of extraordinary power subconsciously thinks about chakra as the core. But with the power shown by Planet Godzilla, he can easily carry out terrifying attacks without the need for chakra. There is nothing you can do about an attack of this magnitude. If you have an idea, go all out. Yuuji looked very stable and said something casually to everyone. Hey, what is the name of the power that this guy has that is different from chakra? Ishaiki couldn't help but ask. It's probably controllable nuclear fusion. Yuuji replied. Controllable nuclear fusion? What the hell, I've never heard of it. No one even understands the meaning of the word nuclear, let alone fusion and the like, they don't understand it at all. Just hearing the name gives them a strange feeling. Controllable, nuclear fusion? Does that mean there are uncontrollable forces? It has been able to control this power since its birth. Uncontrollable nuclear fusion is used by another group. Yuuji replied. Uncontrollable nuclear fusion is a technology that scientific and technological civilization masters when climbing the technology tree. It will take a long time to transcend the uncontrollable and enter the controllable stage. But for planet monsters, they are born with organs that can control nuclear fusion. They can grow quickly and gain unlimited energy by eating only air. Compared with the world of Naruto, it is equivalent to an alternative infinite chakra. What's more, Planet Godzilla doesn't just have a nuclear fusion system. Through Yuuji, it has eaten a lot of the tailed beast's chakra and can also initially use chakra. But in order to completely control the chakra system, it is obvious that it must eat the 10 tails and plunder all the genes of the 10 tails. In this universe, the chakra system is the mainstream. Planet Godzilla ignored him and didn't even intend to communicate with him. He rushed straight towards the two sacred trees. Damn it, don't let it get close. Madara and Nagato joined forces to block in front of their sacred tree. At this moment, a voice sounded in Madara's mind. Absorb. Madara remained calm on the surface, secretly and vigilantly sensing the situation around him, but failed to find out who was talking to him. Absorb the sacred tree, the eye of the moon. Madara turned around suddenly and looked at the huge sacred tree behind him in shock. Did the sacred tree talk to him just now? Are you trying to get him to absorb it as quickly as possible? Madara's breathing suddenly became rapid. It turned out that the sacred tree was intelligent, not a brainless monster. What's wrong with you? That guy is already coming towards us. Nagato stared at Madara with great suspicion. Why are you distracted at this time? No, haha. Madara once again activated the limbo, branching out a shadow to attack Planet Godzilla. Shadow approached and punched it. This punch is enough to destroy any one of the 9-tailed beasts. But for Planet Godzilla, the effect is not that great. With a loud bang, Planet Godzilla's body shook. He looked down at Madara's shadow and opened his mouth. Even if you can detect my shadow, you can't hurt it. Madara's heart was burning, and his mind was filled with thoughts of absorbing the 10 tails as soon as possible. Have you seen the sacred tree that actively asked to be absorbed by him? Even if there is a threat from Planet Godzilla, the divine tree seems to be anxious, but it also shows that he has the approval of the divine tree. The Eye of the Moon project can definitely be completed. Boom! Another burst of atomic breath was released. Normally speaking, this is definitely will not connect to the shadow. But on the other side of Planet Godzilla is not only itself, but also Yuuji. Planet Godzilla's biggest shortcoming is that he lacks the means to penetrate space, but I have this means. Yuuji smiled, his Rinnegan lit up, and he immediately broke through the barrier of the shadow world, allowing his atomic breath to bombard Shadow Madara. This blow erased the shadow clones on the spot. An unnecessary guy, but what is certain is that this thing seems to have no ability in time and space. Madara was determined. With one attack, crucial information was revealed. In fact, this is indeed the case. Planet Godzilla is on the Earth in another universe. His clone was dropped to the Earth by Golden Ghidorah and was beaten to death. No, that's not even a clone, but a projection dropped from a higher dimension. Planet Godzilla cannot even touch this projection, but the projection can easily attack Planet Godzilla. There can only be one-sided contact between the two. 3 golden dragon heads bit Planet Godzilla together, leaving Planet Godzilla unable to fight back and almost died from being sucked out of all his energy. This is the biggest shortcoming of Planet Godzilla. All its combat capabilities are concentrated in regular time and space. During this short gap, Planet Godzilla had already rushed up, hugged the big sacred tree, and bit it hard. It looks like a simple bite, but in fact, Planet Godzilla is frantically devouring the chakra and genes of the sacred tree. Quickly, absorb! The great god tree was anxious and urged Madara. No, my mother was actually absorbed by this. Black Zetsu stuck his head out and looked at this scene with a mixture of shock and anger. This bastard is robbing my mother of her power. How is this allowed? But it can't do anything, it can't do anything. Damn it, what is Madara doing? Black Zetsu was extremely anxious, and then he saw Madara taking action. Madara pressed one hand on the sacred tree and absorbed it at an even more astonishing speed. The huge sacred tree poured into Madara's body crazily. What are you doing? Shut up, Nagato, I have to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The power on our side is much weaker than the other two. Then I can do it. Can you use the Tensagen technique? Nagato had a gloomy face, watching helplessly as the huge sacred tree surged into Madara's body in just a few seconds. A small part was eaten by Planet Godzilla, and most of it was absorbed by Madara at an alarming rate. Ishiki's face darkened, and he rushed over like a stream of light to stop Madara's move. He can't let Planet Godzilla eat the sacred tree, nor can he let Madara become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. But in the middle of the flight, Yuuji suddenly rushed out, flew up and kicked Ishiki into the ground. This short gap was enough for Madara to absorb the sacred tree. This all happened so fast that most people couldn't react. Madara absorbed the 10 tails. The monster also tore a lot from the sacred tree. The 10-tailed Jinchuriki, is it possible to? Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked ahead angrily. From the moment the sacred tree entered Madara's body, Madara's appearance changed. White coat, long white hair, and 6 Taoist jade emerged behind him. Is this the power that the 6-path sage has? It feels good. From now on, I will be the second 6-path sage. Madara felt his own changes, and terrifying power continued to pour out of his body. Those 6 truth-seeking balls that could destroy everything made Madara very satisfied. But why are there only 6 and not 9? Madara looked at Sasuke. The 2 6-paths looked at each other. You don't understand anything. It's too late to give up the 10 tails now. Sasuke shouted, why do you think I am obsessed with capturing Ishiki's 10 tails instead of yours? You are obviously much weaker than Ishiki. Madara's eyes narrowed and he realized something was wrong. The process of him absorbing the 10 tails was extremely smooth, without even a little adaptation process. Logically speaking, if such a huge volume of 10 tails is sucked into the body in one breath, there will definitely be discomfort. But Madara didn't feel anything at all, and he controlled such a huge power in just a few minutes. I think you are crazy. In order to stop me, you would not hesitate to resurrect that bitch. Ishiki looked at Yuuji. Had Yuuji not intervened, he would have had a chance to kill Madara and deal with the 10 tails. You made a mistake. Both you and Kaguya belong to me, including the 2 10 tails you brought to this planet. They are all my food. Yuuji looked at him calmly. Is there any difference? No matter which one it is, Yuuji is reluctant to let them fall into internal fighting. It would be better to let him devour it all. Phew! Planet Godzilla suddenly erupted with dense airflow, and the terrifying high temperature escaped wildly, turning into a storm visible to the naked eye. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't come any closer, you'll die. Wait, is it my imagination? Why am I in so much pain? Some ninjas scratched their bodies frantically, pus began to flow from their bodies, and their skin ulcerated. This is radiation. It's radiation. It's that Godzilla. He only appeared for such a short time and spread so much radiation. Everyone ignored the effects of radiation and focused on stopping the 10 Tails and Planet Godzilla. As a result, Planet Godzilla only released a little bit of insignificant power, causing countless people to wail crazily. That shrill cry sent chills to the hearts of everyone around him. The medical ninja wants to rush forward. Don't go. He also has radiation in his body. If you get close, your body will be destroyed. Onaki roared, I know too much about radiation. Many rock ninjas were tortured by Yuuji to the point of death, and they can only struggle for the rest of their lives. We can use chakra to protect ourselves. Don't be naive. We have to face so many enemies. We need to preserve our strength as much as possible. Even if you exhaust your chakra and save those people's lives, they will lose their combat effectiveness. Terumi Mei's face was as cold as frost. Give up your unrealistic fantasies, now is not the time for compassion to overflow. They are just inferior creatures. Even if some of you have obtained the bloodline of that wretch, you will not be able to resist this slight radiation. Ishaiki said indifferently. The Otsutsuki clan can easily travel through the vacuum of space and are constantly bombarded by huge radiation. Who is that woman you are talking about? The ominous premonition in Madara's heart became stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but ask. He realized that there was vital information that he did not know. Suzuki looked at the battlefield with a heavy heart, and finally focused on Yuuji. It's too tricky, there are too many strong enemies. Yuuji, Madara, and Ishaiki, none of them can be defeated easily. There is only one sacred tree left. Suzuki wants to strengthen his power to fight against Kaguya, Yuuji, and Ishaiki. To save the world, he can only seize the Ishaiki sacred tree to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Suzuki gritted his teeth and attacked the sacred tree again. Get away. I have to save this world. This is my mission. I will kill anyone who stops me. Ishaiki appeared in front of Suzuki in an instant. You have only inherited part of the power of that cheap maid's descendant. Even if you have the truth-seeking ball, don't even think about defeating me. Two six-paths level warriors started fighting with all their strength. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and the situation changed. On the other side, Yuuji also moved and attacked Madara. You want to know information about Kaguya? Don't worry, you will know soon, she is ready to make a move. Chapter 516, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The ominous premonition in Madara's heart became stronger and stronger, but he couldn't figure out what he had missed in his calculations. What went wrong? But Yuuji and Ishaiki both looked enigmatic, each sneered and refused to elaborate. Facing Yuuji who is coming to kill him, Madara has no energy to think about this kind of problem now. The combination of Yuuji plus Planet Godzilla is enough to keep Madara alert. Madara was the first to throw out 3 truth-seeking ball, but if this truth-seeking ball hit Planet Godzilla, even if it destroyed part of Godzilla's body tissue, it was nothing compared to its huge size. Planet Godzilla's body continuously emitted chakra fluctuations. As time passed, it became more and more skilled in the use of chakra. This powerful development potential makes Madara heart drops. Judging from Ishaiki's appearance, he seems to be sure that this plant comes from space. Madara hesitated for a moment, then fought and then retreated. Yuuji rushed over directly. 2 six-path level beings besieged one Madara. Boom! Madara kicked away Planet Godzilla's claws with his backhand, his eyes widened, and he could only spare a shadow to resist Yuuji. And this shadow was quickly suppressed by Yuuji. That's it. As a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, if you continue like this, you will be dismembered by me. Yuuji sneered, threw away the shadow clone with his backhand, and turned into a sharp arrow and rushed out. With one punch, Madara got knocked away. Planet Godzilla then ejected an atomic breath and hit Madara. The dazzling blue light engulfed Madara's body. Madara opened a truth-seeking ball, blocking the attack of the atomic breath and blocking out all high temperatures. Ordinary atomic breath will not cause fatal damage to 6-path level life forms. Yuuji watched this scene calmly and glanced at Planet Godzilla. Planet Godzilla's most powerful attack is also one of the strongest atomic breaths. The attack called Charged Particle Cannon is Planet Godzilla's strongest move. At full power, a charged particle cannon can hit from the Earth to the edge of the solar system. With his feet on the Earth, the entire solar system is within the strike range of planet Godzilla, but this move is definitely not something that can be achieved casually. It consumes an extremely huge amount of energy and cannot be used lightly. Not to mention, planet Godzilla is not in peak condition. He will probably have to eat a 10 tails before he can fully adapt to the rules of this universe, master the chakra system, and return to his peak state. Even stronger. This is to master the two powers of controllable nuclear fusion and chakra. The power has become stronger. Madara is keenly aware of the growth of planet Godzilla. Have it been able to fuse chakra into atomic breath? What a powerful monster! Maybe it would be more correct to fuse into you instead of the 10 tails. Madara laughed in a low voice. He was enjoying the pressure and experiencing the joy of fighting. You'd better be careful. If you get out of your way and I catch the opportunity, I won't hold back on you. Yuuji suddenly rushed out, using the two eye skills of Chija Ishinokami and Takamagahara at the same time to restrict Madara's movements. At the same time, his Tenseigen was activated. Yuuji entered the Tenseigen chakra mode, and extracted the power of the giant Sanseigen on the moon, and used one of his strongest attacks, the Kinrin Tensei Baku. This move again. I was defeated by this move last time. Do you think this will happen again? Madara's face turned cold. Facing the terrifying golden light, he did not hesitate and created another shadow. This shadow quickly ran away into the distance. At the moment when Madara's body was hit by the Kinrin Tensei Baku, Madara activated the substitute technique and swapped places with the shadow. The shadow clone was shattered by one blow. Madara also escaped and appeared behind Nagato. Nagato's eyes widened, and his Rinnegan saw all of Madara's actions, but his body did not have the responsibility to match it. Madara reached out from behind, pressed Nagato's eye socket, pulled down the Rinnegan, and quickly pressed it into his own eye socket. Very good, then I will be perfect and nothing will bind me anymore. Madara laughed. It feels so good to be powerful. Nagato lost his sight and staggered to the ground. Don't blame me. When I grabbed the 10 tails first, you should have known that this would be the result. If it were you, you would have done the same thing. Madara said coldly. I know, but even if you get your eyes back, you still can't beat him. Nagato sneered. Madara smiled contemptuously. Yuuji came to kill again. The two figures engaged in a fierce battle. They could transform their jutsu at any time to achieve instant results. After Madara became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he also gained the power of 6 paths. The two techniques of Yin escape and Yang escape can be activated at his will. Combined with the 5 attributes of chakra, the destructive power produced is incomparable. But even so, there is nothing Yuuji can't do. At most, it is the result of a stalemate with Yuuji. When planet Godzilla rushed up, Madara was at a disadvantage. Yuuji raised his hand to grab him, and Takamagahara's foreign space spread over, easily shattering Madara's thunder escape. The two of them fired hundreds or even thousands of moves in an instant, causing the air to vibrate violently, and air cannons appeared visibly to the naked eye. The ground also crumbled one after another. You are proud of beating me 2-1. Madara was repulsed again. After absorbing, he had to separate a part of the sacred tree from his body to help him fight. But as soon as he separated a part, the huge tree trunk suddenly stopped. No. The intermittent voice sounded in Madara's mind again. Obviously, the sacred tree is trying to stop Madara from doing so. Madara frowned, with a puzzled expression on his face. The sacred tree doesn't want to leave his body? Was it scared of planet Godzilla, or was there some other reason? During this gap, Madara used the truth-seeking ball to change the attack path of another atomic breath, refracting it into the sky. As for himself, he separated into 3 shadows, each carrying a truth-seeking ball to attack Yuuji. Black Zetsu was sneaking around, trying to get close to Madara by taking advantage of every opportunity. Madara naturally noticed Black Zetsu's strange behavior. Originally, he wouldn't think much about it. Doubting Black Zetsu was no different from doubting his own brain. However, this series of strange changes made Madara not want to get close to Black Zetsu. On the other side, Suzuki is also fighting against Ishiki. The battle between these two 6 paths levels is shattering. Many ninjas from the Ninja Alliance were affected and died on the spot. Comparatively speaking, they are lucky and died instantly without tasting the pain. The longer the battle lasts, the more people will be killed. Is this how you protect the world? Ridiculous righteous man! Ishiki said. Sasuke gritted his teeth, resisted the discomfort, and attacked with force. The sacred tree transformed from the little 10 tails is seizing every moment to absorb natural energy. I can't wait any longer, I have to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Ishiki came to the side of the small sacred tree and tried to absorb it. Sasuke tried his best to stop him, and even threw out all the truth-seeking ball and cut off the sacred tree forcefully. It's useless, the sacred tree cannot be destroyed so easily. Itachi used the Daikokyuten technique to try to suppress Sasuke, and he took the opportunity to get close to the sacred tree that suddenly fell. Ishiki and Sasuke are both competing for time. To this end, Sasuke also threw out his only power, the undead souls released by Rikudo Sennin from the Pure Land, Indra and Azura, to help him. As soon as the two brothers appeared, they immediately mobilized all the Susanoo and True Thousand Hands to assist in the battle, and successfully hindered Ishiki. Even the dead come to stop me. Let's do it too. It's impossible to hand over something like the sacred tree to Otsutsuki. It belongs to my brother. Kabuto acted quickly and joined the battle. Kazu also followed Kabuto and joined to attack Ishiki. One-on-one, they are definitely not Ishiki's opponents, but their greatest ability is that they are very difficult to die. It goes without saying that Kabuto can also rely on the time-eye technique to save his life. Do! Guy! Kabuto shouted. Might Do and Might Guy roared one after another, opened the 7th gate at the same time, and kicked at Ishiki fiercely. With so many people rushing over at the same time, there was nothing Ishiki could do, so he once again used Sukuna Hakona to shrink himself and avoid the siege of these people. You inferior creatures are ruining my life. Ishiki's indifferent face showed obvious mood swings. He lost his chance, and Sasuke got his chance. Sasuke, take advantage of the moment! Naruto shouted as he rushed towards the fallen tree trunk. He didn't know whether he wanted to help Sasuke or find an opportunity for himself. Tisk, everyone has their own agenda, it's really complicated. I'm different. I'm only interested in slugs. Hirako turned his head to look, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes, but he knew that if he wanted to quickly improve his strength, he could only go through the slug sage. He teamed up with Senjo Hashirama, plus a group of people from the Akatsuki organization and the I organization, and beat the slug sage into a miserable state. Slug sage is indeed powerful, but facing so many enemies, it is still stretched thin. As it fights, it becomes anxious and plans to escape back to Shikotsu forest. I won't let you escape. Hirako gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, rushed over with his quick escape, and pressed his body with the burning escape, which evaporated part of the huge water content of the slug sage's body on the spot. He immediately activated his ninjutsu. As long as he is fast enough, he might have a chance to get his hands on the 10 tails. I can absorb natural energy, and so I can absorb the 10 tails. I might be able to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Who else is more suitable than me? Hirako's eyes were red and he roared. A large amount of purple substance poured out, constantly devouring and fusing the body of the slug sage. He wants to make a desperate move and fuse with the living slug sage. Hirako also struggled. But the problem is that in most cases, the little people's efforts are not satisfactory, and they can only go with the flow in the end. Go to sleep, and sleep in sweet dreams. Madara has already flown into the sky, facing the bright moon, and opened the third eye between his eyebrows, the red Megatama Rin-Egan. On the moon, strange patterns appeared, and it turned into a giant Rin-Egan. It was used as a medium for Madara's spell to cast Tsukuyomi across the entire planet. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara chose to use this method to break the situation. Madara felt that he was sure to win against Ishiki or Sasuke, but he had to face these two monsters, Yuuji and Planet Godzilla, and fell into a downturn. Soon, the entire planet fell, and all living creatures froze and fell into the world of illusion. This is, even if my eyes are still there, I can't fight against this level of Tsukuyomi. Itaki is extremely sensitive, but after losing his eyes, he soon couldn't resist and fell into a dream. More and more people are sinking. The cage level could not resist and fell one after another. On the other hand, Kabuto and other people with the Rin-Egan used various means to fight. Soon, only a few people could stay awake, and others fell one after another. Very good, this will make things clean and achieve peace. Madara looked down at everything with 3 eyes and was very satisfied. The garbage people were all quiet, looking up at the moon with dull faces. This is the infinite Tsukuyomi. Indra was shocked. Ashura's face was heavy. It's terrible to pull the entire ninja world into the world of illusion in one breath. According to my father, once the infinite Tsukuyomi spell is successfully performed, doesn't it mean? Ah, here comes the most troublesome guy. The two brothers looked at the full moon in the sky with gloomy faces. Ha 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 ha. How about it, you all have seen how perfect the eye of the moon plan is. Peace has arrived. If you are willing to stop, there will be no more wars in the world. Madara pointed his finger and said, as long as this Otsutsuki is killed, we will no longer have a reason to fight with each other. As I said, this is the most perfect peace, without flaws. You think these people who can't move like puppets have achieved peace? Suzuki was extremely angry. Madara sneered, is there a problem? In their respective dreams, they live very well, and every dream is a beautiful dream. I only need to use the divine tree world to descend and absorb the power of the earth to deliver to everyone the minimum nutrient. Of course this is not an ordinary tree world descending, but a part of the sacred tree planted on the ground, and the entire population of the world is tied up and hung on the branches of the tree. Through the sacred tree, it absorbs the natural energy of the entire planet and supports humans around the world. Madara is very excited, thinking that he has realized his dream. As long as he unites with others to kill Otsutsuki, the biggest obstacle will be solved. In this way, Yuuji has no reason to confront him. This is the most perfect peace. Madara was about to separate a part of the sacred tree and hang everyone up to make offerings. But Yuuji is faster. Is it the most perfect peace? I will reserve my opinion on whether it is peace, but on the word perfect, I agree. Yuuji suddenly laughed, I won't bother you to use up your strength. Leave the last step to me. There is a ready-made planet-level plant next to him. But Yuuji will not plant planet Godzilla as is, he will achieve his goals in his own way. Now, follow my method to solve the problem of survival for everyone. Chapter 517, Flesh and Blood Planet. As soon as Yuuji made a move, Madara's heart skipped a beat. What do you want to do? The Eye of the Moon project has already begun, you just need to watch it honestly. Madara couldn't help but said. No, how could I just watch? The road to permanent peace can only be led by me alone. But infinite Tsukuyomi has succeeded. This is the right and perfect path. Everything you do is destroying peace. You think too much. Yuuji took action boldly. The rest of the people who did not fall into the dream subconsciously thought that Yuuji also planted trees. Ishiki has set his sights on planet Godzilla, and he imagined what it would be like to plant this plant on the earth. Planet Godzilla is also a plant, and now it seems that he can gain the power of the 10 tails by swallowing them. So, this monster not only has its own ecosystem, but you also want it to devour the planet after it acquires the power of the 10 tails? Devour the old environmental system and create a new one from scratch. Ishiki guessed. Things like tearing it down and starting over again are not something worth making a fuss about. As long as you reach the 6th path's level, it only takes a while to wipe out a planet. If you live long enough, you can completely interfere with the development of the planet little by little according to your own wishes. Otsutsuki Tonari once had a plan to control countless meteorites to hit the ninja world and exterminate the world. He also wanted to combine with Hinata, and the two of them would become the father and mother gods of the new world and breed new life. Everyone is staring at Yuuji's every move. Madara was also shocked and confused, and even if he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Planet Godzilla is different from 10 tails, he can start to erode the planet. Yuuji began to release his own power and issued orders to Planet Godzilla. But Planet Godzilla didn't listen to him. Instead, he stared intently at Ishiki's 10 tails and took a step forward to rush over. Obviously, only the 10 tails is the thing that attracts it the most. Yuuji frowned slightly, then relaxed immediately. After all, Planet Godzilla is not his summoned beast, but the son of the earth in the monster universe. He has self-intelligence and acts according to established behavioral logic. In this case, in the cognitive judgment of Planet Godzilla, the priority of eating the 10 tails is higher than the priority of obeying Yuuji. Sure enough, this troublesome situation still occurs. This product that was born according to the will of nature is stronger than the strong, but it is not as good as the tailed beast. Yuuji shook his head secretly, this is what he didn't like. Planet Godzilla was fine when he was sleeping. The stronger Yuuji was, the more beneficial it was to Planet Godzilla, so the two of them could work closely together. But when Yuuji became powerful enough to finally support a space for Planet Godzilla, the planet woke up and stopped listening to Yuuji. Fortunately, I do expect it. Yuuji's whole body began to squirm. A large amount of flesh and blood fell off from his body, one after another, falling to the ground. What are you doing? Madara couldn't understand. He don't understand a single thing. What is he doing? What is the use of separating large amounts of meat from the body? It's started, so I have to hurry up. Kabuto looked up and knew what Yuuji was going to do. Reshaping the ecological environment of the entire planet and uprooting everything that is old. This is the superficial plan. There is nothing wrong with doing this, but the result of this approach is that everything is tied to Planet Godzilla, not to Yuuji. The process requires the use of the power of Planet Godzilla, but the result is definitely not good. The only acceptable result is that Yuuji get everything. Planet Godzilla has unexpected differences with brother, so there can't be any problems on my side. Kabuto looked at Hirako. Hirako's size expanded to dozens of meters in diameter, which was the result of greedily swallowing the slug sage whole. Normally speaking, there is a high probability that Hirako will not be able to sustain itself. Hey, I still haven't figured it out yet, what do you need this waste for? Although his technique is magical, you obviously don't need the ability to plunder and fuse genes, right? Kazu stood next to Kabuto, extremely puzzled. What's the use of spending all your efforts to protect Hirako? Hashirama used the Rinnegan to resist the infinite Tsukuyomi, and then said slowly, it's probably natural energy. I can tell that this one named Hirako has swallowed 3 great sages, and has integrated different sage arts systems into his body, very suitable as a container of natural energy. As expected of the first generation Hokage, you discovered it so quickly. Kabuto laughed out loud with malice. Hashirama frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But he had no choice but to control himself and could only become Kabuto's tool. More accurately, we regard Hirako as a natural energy receiver rather than a container, just like a box of bliss, which can automatically absorb the negative emotions of life. Kabuto presses on the unconscious Hirako, and uses the power of the Rinnegan to help Hirako integrate the genes of the slug sage. But it is obviously not enough. At this time, a large amount of flesh and blood began to squirm on Hirako's body. Yuuji intervened. I don't expect you to be a perfect success, at least make sure you don't collapse. Kabuto said. Next, what needs to be used is, Kakashi. Little Ten Tails Jinchuriki Kakashi. It's my turn to take action. I roughly understand that the 10 tails can naturally absorb natural energy, and Hirako is a natural energy receiver. What do I need to do? Kakashi stood behind Kabuto and said calmly. Just like my brother said, we need you to become the third 10 tails. Kabuto said. Kakashi didn't understand, what's the use? This power is not prepared for you, you are just a backup method in case of emergency. Kabuto looked at Yuuji, then at Planet Godzilla, and slowly lowered his head. Brother's worry is indeed correct. Planet Godzilla will never be able to stand on our side wholeheartedly after all. Kabuto thought to himself. To be honest, he doesn't know the origin of Planet Godzilla, nor does he know why there are hideous wounds on Planet Godzilla's body. But since Yuuji didn't tell him this kind of secret, he must be very involved, and Kabuto was smart enough not to ask. Once Planet Godzilla gets out of control, we cannot stay passive. Kabuto moved his eyes again and looked at the large pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. As soon as these flesh and blood fell to the ground, they began to proliferate crazily. Every cell is dividing itself at a crazy speed, expanding its number crazily. Not long after, a carpet of flesh and blood appeared on the ground, and every second that passed, it multiplied geometrically and continued to expand on the earth. This is only reflected on the surface. Most of the people present had extraordinary eyesight, and could clearly see that flesh and blood were rapidly expanding underground. You want to expand endlessly? Cover the entire planet. Suzuki was shocked. Yes, I am different from a single-celled creature like Madara. The peace that satisfies me is absolutely comprehensive. There are various insurance measures to ensure that this peace is firmly monitored and controlled by me. I can discover and eliminate all unexpected and unfavorable factors as soon as possible. This is a future that can develop sustainably. The flesh and blood planet with me as the main body is the future. On the earth, every piece of soil is penetrated by Yuuji's cells and wrapped in flesh and blood. Planet Godzilla can affect living things, so I will control dead things. Every inch of land must be filled with his cells, and every piece of air must have his cells flying around. What a madman! Madara's expression changed. He never expected this. To catch all living and dead creatures? Then if you erode this planet, won't it explode? Shizuke was horrified. Idiot, you have obtained the power of Rikudo Sennin. Use your brain to think about how the moon in the sky was formed. As long as you have enough power, you can create gravity by yourself. With a serious look on his face, he almost saw the future of this planet: continuous erosion and expansion. When the entire planet turns into a huge star of flesh and blood, more cruel things will naturally occur. The moon made by Rikudo Sennin, apart from the black ball at its core, the billions of tons of soil, rocks, etc. covering the black ball were all stripped from the ninja world. Then when the future flesh and blood star becomes unstable, plundering materials from other planets to supplement itself is the only way to go. He monitors and penetrates everything, and then uses this monster to reverse the global ecosystem and transform all living things into extremely hard forms. Ishiki was shocked by Yuuji's madness. He has never seen anything like this, attacking the entire planet in one move. Stop him, if you let him go, and none of us will be able to escape. Madara shouted. Shizuke couldn't help but said, Teacher, I don't agree with your approach of controlling all living and dead creatures. What kind of human beings can we call humans if they have lost their freedom and even their own will? Oh? It's rare for you to have such awareness, yes, but when you were in Konoha village, weren't you acting for the so-called will of fire? Weren't you also subject to the surveillance of Minato and the others? Yuuji said calmly, it's also surveillance. As long as you don't seek death, I won't interfere with you at all. You can act on my planet as you please. These people will definitely not understand this. In Yuuji's previous life, in a technological society that only specialized in technology and had no extraordinary power, privacy actually became an extremely luxurious thing. As long as others want to, they can know all the actions of an individual and learn about every speech they make, whether they speak in words or in text. When the computing power is sufficiently developed, it is possible to use these remarks to instantly establish a psychological analysis model and deduce the individual's thinking logic and value evolution path. This is one of the important characteristics of technological society. Shizuke, or even Ishiki, these individuals who grew up under the extraordinary system, must not be able to understand this model, let alone agree with it. Being able to be affected by something like the will of fire is rare enough. Yuuji is different. He can agree with it and has already prepared himself to monitor the world. He is too lazy to pay attention to what these people think. It doesn't matter if he doesn't agree with them, just defeat them. After being defeated, those who should be killed, and those who should be genetically modified should be genetically modified. Stop talking nonsense and don't do anything yet. The brothers Azura and Indra couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward first. Dead people will not be affected by infinite Tsukuyomi. It is impossible for these two people to tolerate their father's planet becoming like that. Shizuke and others also moved and launched an attack on Yuuji together. Madara and Shizuke bombarded the earth with thunder escape techniques, instantly wiping out countless cells and briefly preventing the crazy expansion of flesh and blood. But everyone knows that this is of no use. The two of them turned to kill Yuuji. Ishiki's eyes were gloomy, and he thought for a long time. He first glanced at Kabuto and the others, then stared at Hirako for a long time, and then rushed over boldly. I won't let you hurt him. Kabuto's eyes once again turned into red Megatama Rinnegan, and the power of the space pupil technique was increased explosively. He immediately activated Yamatsu Hirasaka to teleport Hirako and Kakashi away. Let's see who's faster. Kabuto said with a gentle expression. The attack failed, and Ishiki could only stand in front of the sacred tree to resist the attack of planet Godzilla. He gradually became impatient. On the one hand, he wanted to stop Yuuji and prevent planet Godzilla from approaching his sacred tree. On the other hand, he also wanted to keep an eye on Madara's every move to prevent Kaguya from resurrecting. Ishiki felt that it was too difficult. Soon, Yuuji fell into a situation of being besieged. Even so, he still behaved extremely calmly. Knowing how to join forces shows that you have some brains. I am indeed the strongest among all of you. Yuuji started fighting with Sasuke and Madara. The figures of the three of them were almost invisible to the naked eye. Every attack was not just a battle of physical skills, but also instant ninjutsu at any time and anywhere. Various yin and yang escape techniques were played one after another, and the 5 attribute escape techniques used at will were also powerful. Sasuke threw out a truth-seeking ball. The moment Yuuji dodged, Sasuke used his Ama no Tejikara to exchange places with the truth-seeking ball and appeared next to Yuuji. Madara also tacitly let his 3 shadows move over, surrounded Yuuji in the middle, and launched an attack together. Shadow Madara's physical skill level is exactly the same as that of the main body Madara, so it will be very troublesome if Yuuji is hit. Each shadow clone carries a truth-seeking ball and rushes forward. You want to use the truth-seeking ball to block me. You may have forgotten that I can also make the truth-seeking ball. Yuuji opened his hand, and 2 truth-seeking ball appeared immediately. What? Why do you have the truth-seeking ball? Sasuke and Madara's expressions changed. Truth-seeking ball is definitely a great killer weapon, capable of destroying almost all matter in an instant. I have gained the power of Hagoromo's 6 paths, and I also have the Rinnegan that stores part of Hamura's power. Is it that difficult? Yuuji looked calm. Then you definitely don't have this. Madara roared in a low voice, and suddenly, a weapon similar to a DNA double helix was condensed. The Sword of Soul Nanoboko. But Yuuji struck back with his hand and knocked Madara into the ground. Nanoboko? Rikudo Sennin also used this thing, but he destroyed it. Master Madara, are you okay? Black Zetsu immediately ran over from a distance and expressed his loyalty to Madara. You're not dead yet? Were you not swallowed up by that guy's flesh and blood? Madara floated quickly, removing the flesh and blood attached to his body. With a casual glance, he knew that Black Zetsu had no flying ability, so he lifted Black Zetsu up with a move. You are also the incarnation of my will after all, and you cannot be absorbed by that guy. Madara's original intention was to absorb Black Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu is also another him. It is best to recycle it directly into the body and merge it into one again. Chapter 518, The Final Battle. It's too dangerous to go on like this. Just stay on top of me. Madara immediately reclaimed Black Zetsu. But at this moment, Madara suddenly felt something strange. Why didn't Black Zetsu affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi? Black Zetsu is just his consciousness, he does not have the Rinnegan, and he is not a dead person like Indra and Asura. How does Black Zetsu resist the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi? While thinking, Black Zetsu had already started to come into contact with Madara's body on a large scale. Madara-sama, it's amazing that you can do this. You are only one step away from peace. A strange smile appeared on Black Zetsu's face, with the corners of his mouth widening. Madara nodded matter-of-factly, yes, but this last step is the most difficult. As you can see, the enemies I have to face are far beyond imagination. They are either people from outside the world or people like Sasuke who have the power of the Rikudo Sennin, very difficult to deal with. Madara felt unprecedented pressure. He is already so powerful that he has become the second sage of 6 paths, but even so, he cannot take any advantage. Because his opponent is not much worse than him. If this guy hadn't stopped me. Madara looked at Yuuji with a cold face. Sasuke and his Hiki, Madara is not worried, giving him some time will be enough to defeat these 2 people. But what should he do about Yuuji? This guy is stronger than him, and he also has Planet Godzilla, a big killer, to help him fight. Master Madara, are you worried about Yuuji? He is indeed very troublesome. Even you are not absolutely sure to defeat him. Black Zetsu's expression became increasingly weird. Hey, that's true. Then just find someone who can kill him. Black Zetsu suddenly took action and stabbed Madara's chest with one blow. Madara's eyes widened and he looked sideways at Black Zetsu in disbelief. What are you doing? You are the incarnation of my will, how can you attack me? Wrong, I am not your will, I am Kagaya's will. I have been running for thousands of years just to have a chance to resurrect my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Black Zetsu's body began to merge into Madara's body, and a large amount of black material spread out like threads, filling Madara's body. Madara couldn't move at all. This is not just because Black Zetsu is restraining him. In fact, with Black Zetsu's power, it is impossible to restrain him. The key comes from the resistance within the body. Is it the 10 tails? Madara was shocked. So it turns out that the person Yuuji and Ishiki kept mentioning was the 10 tails? But how is this possible? The 10 tails is a tailed beast, how can it be a human being? Madara used his last remaining strength to roll his eyes and looked at Yuuji. What makes Madara desperate is that Yuuji doesn't even look at him, and has already faced Ishiki, Sasuke and others for the first time. It was as if Yuuji didn't care about Madara's life or death at all after he defeated him. He didn't even say anything about Madara being attacked by Black Zetsu. I see, you already knew it would be like this. The key to that bastard's resurrection lies with Black Zetsu. Ishiki kicked away several green truth-seeking ball, and quickly turned his head to take a look amid the lightning and flint. With just one glance, it was clear that Kaguya had found an opportunity. The key to resurrection turned out to be something as trivial as Black Zetsu, which made Ishiki feel very upset. Regret? It's true. Kill Black Zetsu earlier, and Kaguya won't be resurrected at all. Yuuji looked very calm, without any surprise. You already knew this. He threw out many black boxes in one move to stop Sasuke, and while fighting Yuuji, he shouted. Well, I have discovered it a long time ago. The 10 tails Jinchuriki and Black Zetsu. As long as these two things are present, Kaguya can be resurrected. Yuuji punched Ishiki several times in succession, hitting Ishiki's body and creating a terrifying sonic boom, but it did not cause fatal damage to Ishiki. The two of them are not ordinary ninjas after all. Their self-healing ability has already reached a terrifying level, and their insight is also extremely amazing. They can clearly know what kind of damage the opponent's punch will cause them. If the damage is huge, you can dodge it. If the damage is not big, you can hit it hard and look for opportunities to counterattack. Boom! With one move and one kick, Yuuji was kicked away. Sasuke flew back again, focusing on the first attack, but the next moment, Sasuke was sent flying by Yuuji with a Kinrin Tensei Baku. A melee broke out between the three of them, and they attacked the other two at will, which was unpredictable. Ishiki is impatient, Kaguya is being resurrected, and his 10 tails are also being approached by Planet Godzilla, and there are dangers everywhere. Click! Planet Godzilla hugged the small sacred tree and bit it hard. This is not an ordinary bite, every bite is actually plundering the power and genes of the sacred tree. Planet Godzilla was almost killed by Golden Ghidorah, who bit him and held on to him, sucking all his energy. Now, it is just a replay of that scene. The sacred tree began to shake and withered a little at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sasuke glared with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the fire of Amaterasu immediately burned and covered the planet Godzilla. I will not let this monster absorb the 10 tails. The 10 tails can only be absorbed or dismembered by me. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Sasuke covered the planet Godzilla with Amaterasu black flames to prevent the monster from devouring the small sacred tree. However, Planet Godzilla's response was extremely rough. It stretched out its claws and tore off large chunks of its body's skin. While tearing, new skin grew out. During this process, a large amount of natural energy was also absorbed by Planet Godzilla. With two supply methods, Sacred Tree and Natural Energy, Planet Godzilla can completely ignore Amaterasu. Elder brother. Asura desperately launched his wood escape, and layers of trees enveloped Planet Godzilla in a cage. Indra also immediately used all his Susanoo to fasten them on the wooden escape cage. He was using Susanoo as a cage. These two people want to trap Planet Godzilla. But this is doomed to be impossible. Planet Godzilla doesn't even need to use violence to crack it. He only needs to use his powerful erosion and assimilation ability to make Asura change his face. The wood release I made was actually twisted into another wood release. Asura's expression turned ugly. This monster's ability is so terrifying, as if it has the natural ability to corrode and modify the genes of other creatures. Kazu, Guy, you guys, kill these undead souls and don't let these ants hinder me. Yuuji casually ordered. These people immediately rushed up and attacked Indra and Asura. You are crazy, he is destroying this world, and you still listen to him. Indra roared. You are crazy. You actually have illusions about a dilapidated old world. What makes you think that the old world can still be saved? Kazu wielded the Susanoo, opened the way with the sacred weapon, and easily wounded Indra's Susanoo. The father and son duo of Du and Guy are also very powerful. After opening 7th gate, they are enough to force the enemy to fight with all their strength. Planet Godzilla rushes towards the sacred tree again. Izhiki and Suzuki abandoned Yuuji and rushed to the sacred tree instead. If they continued to fight Yuuji, they would forever lose the opportunity to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. I must become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Only in this way can I save the world. Suzuki's eyes were firm. After Kagaya's resurrection, I don't know how much power she will have left, but I have to guard against it. I also have to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Izhiki looked cold. Both of them knew that they could not wait any longer and must snatch the 10 tails. At the moment when the two of them were about to come into contact with the sacred tree and absorb it. Why do you think I spent so much time dealing with you? Yuuji said. The carpet of flesh that crazily penetrates the earth has actually spread to the sacred tree. The numerous cells are attached to the sacred tree and climbing rapidly. When Suzuki and Izhiki were trying to absorb the sacred tree first, many cells on the surface of the sacred tree began to proliferate violently at this moment. Countless Yuuji grew from the surface of this sacred tree, layer after layer, wrapping the sacred tree inside. Many more Yuuji rushed out, blocking Suzuki and Izhiki. Soon, the huge sacred tree turned into a huge squirming mass of flesh. Forget about Izhiki and Suzuki. When Planet Godzilla rushed over again, everyone paused briefly as they looked at the greatly changed sacred tree. Then he opened his mouth and spit out an atomic breath, burning away part of the flesh and blood, and then he rushed forward and bit the sacred tree. The condition of this sacred tree further deteriorated, and it fell into the belly of Planet Godzilla little by little. Yuuji himself is also dividing the sacred tree. Each piece of flesh and blood is trying to strip off a part of the sacred tree, and finally flies towards Yuuji and merges into Yuuji's body. The sacred tree is getting smaller at an exaggerated speed. Izhiki and Suzuki were furious and shocked by this method. They immediately took action and cut off a part of the sacred tree. The fate of this little sacred tree was destined to be dismembered by Yuuji and others. Planet Godzilla didn't show any reaction of having part of his food taken away by Yuuji, as if he didn't have the negative emotion of jealousy, and took advantage of the situation to look at the situation of another sacred tree. Planet Godzilla's stubborn injuries are also steadily recovering. Chakra, an energy system, is also controlled by Planet Godzilla. In other words, the monster has become more powerful. It is also more difficult to control. Kill Izhiki first, the genes in his body may be useful to you. Yuuji ordered while feeling the changes after absorbing part of the 10 tails. Planet Godzilla didn't listen and walked towards the other side. Tisk, it's getting harder and harder to get along with me. It seems that the final gesture I prepared will work. Yuuji lowered his head and glanced at the earth that was gradually transforming into a star of flesh and blood. He has spread his cells into the ocean, and before long, the entire planet will become his super clone. At that point, Planet Godzilla will have to be dealt with. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Asshole, he took my 10 tails just like this. Fortunately, I took some of it back. Izhiki looked furious and hurriedly absorbed the 10 tails fragment into his body to increase his strength. After Suzuki followed the same example, he appeared next to Izhiki, using the truth-seeking ball to protect himself, and said, I don't know what's going on, but I always feel that the teacher knows a lot of secret information and can make arrangements in advance. I'm afraid your 10 tails was targeted from the beginning. Izhiki said indifferently, I knew this earlier than you. I really don't know where this guy came from and where he got a monster like Godzilla. It's pointless to think about this now. Kagaya is going to be resurrected. Speaking of which, both you and Kagaya are the enemies of this planet. Suzuki said solemnly. Madara's body has swelled, and a large amount of long white hair is pouring out of Madara's body. Coming. Several people looked at it one after another. When the swollen body contracted again, what emerged was no longer Madara, but a woman showing nobility. Kagaya Atsutsuki. Finally. Kagaya slowly raised her head, feeling the temperature of her body. She hasn't tasted this feeling for too long. Mother, now is not the time to relax. We have to face a very difficult enemy. I was worried that Madara would be killed, so I attacked him first. Black Zetsu shrank into Kagaya's sleeves and said excitedly. I know. Kagaya slowly raised her head, and the crack on her forehead slowly opened, revealing the Rinnegan. She looked at the people in front of her. Her eyes first paused on Indra and Azura, and then looked at Yuuji and Ishiki. That person is... Yes, the existence that makes my father extremely fearful, the ancestor of chakra, she is also our grandmother in name. Indra and Azura's hearts palpitated. Kabuto smiled and said, I'm very excited. Maybe she will like you two very much and be willing to give you two a chance to survive. Are you still making sarcastic remarks? The most terrifying monster in the world has been resurrected. You are too arrogant and have made the biggest mistake. Azura couldn't help but scolded. Kabuto shook his head, wrong, two mistakes. First, we are not arrogant, we are just achieving our goals step by step. Second, she is not worthy of the title of the most terrifying monster, because the most terrifying will always be my brother. Kagaya's eyes kept wandering around Yuuji and Ishiki, and finally focused on Ishiki. To her, Yuuji is just a competitor from unknown planet, aiming to gain control of this planet. But Ishiki is different, this is an enemy of life and death that has absolutely no room for discussion. Cheap servant. This is the first word that comes out of Ishiki. If it weren't for this woman, how could he have fallen to this point, lingering on this planet for thousands of years, and only now can he barely recover? Even though this body now comes from the descendants of that humble servant, the data has not yet been 100% unblocked. You are actually able to survive. It seems that I was negligent and failed to let the 10 tails completely devour you. Kagaya said. Ishiki said, this time, I won't give you another chance. I will feed you to my 10 tails. Your 10 tails is dead. I just need to kill you all and put it back together again. Anyway, I have no way out. Either kill all of you or be killed by one of you. Ishiki said. Chapter 519, Du and Gai. Ishiki and Kagaya are old enemies. Ishiki is Kagaya's superior. Kagaya is the princess of the Otsutsuki branch, and her status is roughly equivalent to Hinata of the Hyuga family. At this time, Kagaya's eyes looked at Ishiki, revealing a trace of deep regret, as if she was regretting why she hadn't been more careful and killed Ishiki completely. Did you use the pupil technique to escape? You hid a lot of things from me, but I won't let you escape this time. All your power will only belong to me. Kagaya aimed at Ishiki, brewed it for a second or two, then stretched out a piece of bone from the palm of her hand, and shot it out like a sharp arrow. With one move, he condensed a shot of truth-seeking ball and knocked the bone away. This level. It seems that you have been sleeping for too long and your control of power has seriously declined. Now is a good opportunity to kill you. Ishiki's eyes lit up slightly. Just as he expected. Kagaya at her peak is definitely the strongest among those present, Otsutsuki plus Sacred Tree plus Chakra Fruit. Yuuji at his peak can definitely fight against Kagaya at his peak, and he might even win, but Yuuji has separated planet Godzilla from himself, and his strength has declined sharply. But the problem is that Kagaya herself is not at her peak. The Big Ten Tails has been dismembered for 1,000 years, which means that it has not absorbed natural energy for 1,000 years and must be extremely weak. Not to mention, the two-tailed Matatabi is still in Kakashi's body and has not been recovered by the Big Ten Tails. Kagaya herself has been sealed for thousands of years, and her power will definitely decline. Kagaya frowned slightly, looking down at the ground below, staring at the ground that had turned into a carpet of flesh silently. She knew that what Ishiki said was right, and her strength had declined seriously. Mother, the best way to defeat these powerful enemies in one go is to recover chakra quickly. Hago Romo Hamura, the mother's rebellious son, has spread out mother's chakra. Black Zetsu, the strategist, jumped out again to offer his advice. I know. Kagaya's voice was cold, but these people will definitely stop me. They all also carry part of the power of the 10 tails, and they are fully capable of taking away my lost share of chakra. Black Zetsu racked his brains and thought hard, but couldn't come up with any useful ideas. This planet is being eroded by Yuuji at an exponential rate. If Yuuji is not killed, the planet will fall sooner or later. This also means that the living creatures on this planet will more or less be contaminated with Yuuji's cells and corroded by Yuuji. Let's just give it a try. Kagaya's third eyes slowly opened wide, and powerful pupil power burst out. The next moment, huge tree trunks immediately separated from Kagaya's body, and took root in the earth with a bang. The branches that cover an extremely exaggerated area, one branch after another stretches out, snatching away the living people trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. What is she doing? I've heard father say that when she ruled the ninja world, she used this method to capture living people and transform them into white zetsu. Ha, you are so impatient and want to recover chakra? Do you think I don't exist? Facing Kagaya's actions, the other people had different expressions. A ninja was entangled, wrapped, and about to hang on a branch. Ishiki snorted coldly and was about to kill all these people. But Yuuji's attack speed is faster, and these living people have already been infected with his cells. On each individual body, large pieces of flesh and blood immediately squirmed, breaking through the restraints and allowing these people to escape. The plan you can think of at the last minute, I have already thought of it many years ago. Your Excellency Kagaya, I will not remain indifferent. No matter what you want to do, I will only do it faster than you. Yuuji retracted his palm and slowly said so. Kagaya looked solemn and observed Yuuji cautiously. Mother! I know what you are going to say, shut up. I am not ignorant of changes in the outside world. Kagaya scolded. Black Zetsu, who was eager to express himself, felt extremely aggrieved and kept his mouth shut. Kagaya stared at Yuuji for a long time, then turned her head and glanced at the planet Godzilla rushing towards her. After pondering for a while, she once again focused on Ishiki. Ishiki. But this is normal. Yuuji is a competitor for this living planet after all, and Ishiki is Kagaya's #1 enemy and they will fight until death. What Kagaya really cares about is that if she loses to the alien Yuuji, she can still have a chance to escape and try to make a comeback. But if she falls into the hands of Ishiki, she will be doomed. It is impossible to even escape, because once Ishiki sends the news back to her family, Kagaya will be hunted by the entire Otsutsuki family. Ishiki must die. The affairs of this planet must be concealed and cannot be known to the family. It seems that you are planning to kill me as soon as possible and absorb my power. I guess you are still thinking that you must not let me spread your affairs back to your family, right? Ishiki said, my family must have noticed something is wrong now. For thousands of years, you have not even paid a single chakra fruit to the family. The team they sent is already on its way here. Snap! Kagaya's brows furrowed and her eyes became colder and colder, revealing a hint of anxiety. That's what she's worried about. According to the normal arrangement, after Kagaya sacrificed herself, she would grow up and down on this planet for thousands of years. For this reason, she even gave birth to 2 pure-blood helpers, Hagoromo and Hamura. Thousands of years have passed, and based on the countless indigenous people and natural energy on this planet, she don't know how many chakra fruits Kagaya can eat and how many white Zetsu armies she can harvest. By that time, the strength of the 3 of them, mother and son, will definitely increase to a terrifying level. When the time comes to face off against Momoshiki, Jinchuriki, and Urashiki, 3 against 3, we will definitely win a crushing victory. My biggest mistake was that I didn't expect that my 2 children would betray me. Their wills were twisted by the will of all living beings and they betrayed me. Kagaya said coldly. The biggest omission in the entire plan to backstab her family was the 2 children she had worked so hard to give birth to. Who would have thought? The scheming Kagaya never dreamed of this. I see, those 2 things were born out of the wishes of these natives. You are really stupid. You tried so hard to divide your own strength and blood. Ishiki said coldly. Yuuji smiled and said, it wasn't wrong. Kagaya controls the sacred tree and can harvest multiple chakra fruits. It won't take long for the power given to Hagoromo Hamura to be doubled back. When the time comes, the mother and son will work together to absorb the entire energy of this planet. It is enough to ignore any opponent. This is Kagaya's plan. It's a pity that the success failed and she was sealed, and she wasted 1,000 years. Kagaya is anxious. Planet Godzilla has already rushed up, and obviously the 10 tails is more attractive to it. Looking for death. Don't think that I will be afraid of you, you can't be much stronger than the 10 tails. Kagaya opened her hand and threw out a truth-seeking ball. Then, the truth-seeking ball expanded wildly into a black ball with a diameter of tens of meters. Expansive truth-seeking ball. This is one of Kagaya's most powerful weapons, and its power far exceeds the ordinary truth-seeking ball. Boom! The huge expansive truth-seeking ball blasted towards the huge planet Godzilla. Planet Godzilla will not feel well if he is hit by this thing. At least part of his body will be wiped out for sure. Phew! Planet Godzilla's dorsal fins surged with blue light at an ultra-high frequency. While flashing continuously, a steady stream of energy gathered outside of Planet Godzilla's mouth. Atomic breath again. Shizuke watched intently. It was a rare opportunity to collect information about Kaguya. No, although this can be considered a type of atomic breath, strictly speaking, its power far exceeds that of atomic breath in the conventional sense. Yuuji's expression changed slightly. He has noticed that Planet Godzilla has concentrated this huge energy to a location outside his body, a certain distance from his mouth. Normal atomic breath is collected in the body and ejected through the mouth. What Planet Godzilla is using now is clearly a charged particle cannon. Boom! Huge blue light spots spread out in front of Planet Godzilla, faintly dotted with patterns that looked like a particle network. In the middle of this particle network, a large amount of energy gathered into a point, and as Planet Godzilla opened his mouth, he blasted out. The charged particle cannon, which exceeded the power of any previous atomic breath, directly hit the incoming expansive truth-seeking ball. The confrontation between the two extraordinary terrifying powers almost caused the entire planet to tremble. The escaping high temperature and shock wave were raging crazily. Well, if we leave it alone, probably not many of these people will survive. Yuuji lowered his head and looked at the many people trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. His heart moved, and countless flesh and blood immediately wrapped and pulled them all into the depths of the thick carpet of flesh. Lest not a few people die after the battle. The terrifying charged particle cannon pushes the expansive truth-seeking ball little by little. Kaguya was moved and extremely surprised. The attack from this monster can actually resist her expanding truth-seeking ball? Suddenly, a huge amount of chakra surged out of Planet Godzilla, which further increased the power of the charged particle cannon and forcibly pushed the expanding truth-seeking ball. Boom! The blue beam pushed the black sphere and hit Kaguya. Kaguya, on the other hand, retreated calmly, planning to use the space eye technique to escape. Yamatsu Hirasaka. The top space pupil technique was activated, and a space portal slowly opened behind Kaguya. As long as she took another step back, she could perfectly dodge this attack. Yuuji moved again. Shijai Shinokamai. The power to suppress time and space came over, causing Kaguya's spell to fail. This guy can even interfere with my eye skills. Kaguya gritted her teeth secretly. Yuuji's Tensagen technique caused a lot of trouble for her, and it was outrageous to be able to awaken Shijai Shinokamai, a pupil technique that completely overcomes time and space. My pupil technique is almost useless against strong enemies who are not good at time and space, but it is miraculous against those of you who are good at using time and space to fight. It can be considered as a gain and a loss. Yuuji spoke, then the charged particle cannons hit Kaguya. Just interfering with this moment is enough. Kaguya was hit. It's okay to say that the expansive truth-seeking ball was removed by Kaguya immediately. But the charged particle cannon actually hit her. The time was so short that she didn't even have time to use her second ability after the spell failed. Did you succeed? If you could kill her in one breath. Shizuke's eyes lit up. Don't be naive. If she died so easily, how could she have caused me to be like this? Ishiki said indifferently. Sure enough, after the charged particle cannon dissipated, Kaguya still stood there. It's just that her shape has changed, and the body has become distorted, becoming like a huge rabbit. What kind of ability is this? Is it newly developed by her? Ishiki was stunned. I've never seen it before. What kind of ability is it to turn into a rabbit after being attacked? Tisk, it seems that she was so irritated that she even showed up like this. Yuuji nodded slightly. This form belongs to the tailed beast form owned by Kaguya. It does not have a specific name, but it is extremely powerful. Kaguya's truly powerful moves can be unleashed in this form. Everyone realized that Kaguya was going to open up, and subconsciously believed that the next attack must be directed at Planet Godzilla. But the moment Kaguya rushed towards Planet Godzilla, she suddenly turned around and appeared next to Ishiki. Are you coming for me? Ishiki's expression changed slightly. Kaguya opened his hand and said, all-killing ashbone. Multiple ashbones are shot at close range. Ishiki remained expressionless as he created a large number of prongs out of thin air and punched them all out. Yin-Yang escapes is weak against the blood-inherited jutsu, so naturally it is at a disadvantage. But Ishiki doesn't expect to win, he just needs to buy some time. Kagaya's attack speed is faster. 80 God's vacuum attack. Countless fists were punched almost at the same time, hitting Ishiki's body intensively, and Ishiki was blasted into the carpet of flesh on the spot. This taijutsu, father! Guy's whole body tensed up. Du's expression was serious. I saw it. This attack is so terrible. I'm afraid we need to open 8 gate just to defend against it. Then should we go up and help Yuuji? Might Guy was eager to give it a try. Guy, suppress the restlessness from youth and wait patiently for Yuuji's orders. We must trust him just as he trusts us. There must be a reason why he doesn't let us fight to the death. Du said earnestly. That's right, we just need to wait. Anyway, if the 3 of us join forces, even if the enemy is Kagaya, it's impossible to kill us in one go. Kabuto held down Indra with one hand and Ajuro with the other. His blue Rinnegan continued to release pupil power, restraining these 2 powerful undead. Even though you have seen Kagaya's power with your own eyes, you are still so unhurried and think that everything is under control. I don't know what confidence you have to be so arrogant. The defeated Indra was full of unwillingness. Even if his soul was suppressed by Kabuto, he could not help but ridicule him at this time. Ajuro was more cautious, but equally skeptical. Kagaya's level is beyond the average 6 paths level experts. Even if they face Kagaya, do the father and son still have the confidence to fight? Why does it look like that man is deliberately restricting the performance of these 2 people? What a joke! Chapter 520, Kota Amatsukami. Except for Yuuji, no one really understands the terrifying power that Du and Guy, father and son, will unleash when they fight to the death. Even if I told these people, they would definitely not believe it. How could a father and son who specialize in physical arts threaten a 6-path level life form? Du and Guy did not explain too much, but stared at the battle in the sky with burning eyes. They were patiently waiting for the opportunity to take action, although neither of them understood why Yuuji didn't let them take action. Hurrah! Ishiki broke away from the meat blanket and flew up unsteadily. Obviously, being hit by a physical skill of the 80 vacuum strike at close range would be uncomfortable and extremely painful. The strength is much worse than I expected. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The body is injured. This is more troublesome. Even now, you still haven't been completely resurrected. It's really pitiful. Kagaya said coldly. Ishiki had a sullen face and said nothing. Resurrection from the container is not that simple. In the original timeline, Kawaki was selected as the container. From the initial selection, to training, to Kawaki waiting for an opportunity to escape and defecting to Naruto, to finally Kawaki using the shadow clone to deceive Ishiki, causing Ishiki to exhaust Jijin's body life and die. So far, Ishiki has unlocked 99% of the body of Karen, which is only one step away. Soon, he will be freed from the shackles and achieve a perfect resurrection. Kagaya can see it, and so can Yuuji. Ishiki may be resurrected at any time. What are you going to do? Yuuji chuckled. After killing him, I will fight you for this planet with all my strength. After Kagaya snorted coldly, her 3 eyes burst out with powerful eye skills again. Aim no Minaka. In an instant, the whole world changed, and the group of people appeared directly in a world of ice and snow. On the battlefield just now, only planet Godzilla was left standing alone, looking up to the sky and letting out a roar. When Kagaya cast the spell, she did not take the terrifying planet Godzilla with her, but directly threw him in the ninja world. Is this the new pupil technique you obtained after eating the chakra fruit? Ishiki looked around in astonishment. In an instant, the world was changed. And this process was extremely smooth, with no space door created and no trace of breaking through the space barrier. Everything seemed smooth. Only a few of us were teleported here, and my planet Godzilla was not brought with me. Well, it seems that my previous action to prevent you from absorbing the chakra of all living beings was correct. You don't have enough chakra and you don't dare to consume too much. Yuuji saw through Kagaya's behavioral logic at a glance. Teacher, can't even you stop this technique? Suzuki looked at Yuuji solemnly. No, my Chija Ishinokami should be able to resist it. Yuuji just looked at the scene thoughtfully. The Aim no Minaka can almost be said to be the ceiling of time and space pupil magic, with its own spaces of lava, ice, supergravity, desert, acid, etc. Die here. Kagaya controlled the ice and snow space, mobilized the power of the entire world, and launched indiscriminate attacks on several people. Countless amounts of ice and snow gathered into countless icicles, which were shot out densely. This is just the beginning. Heaven's Ice Chamber. Kaguya used the second pupil technique she could activate in the ice and snow world. The whole world seemed to regard Ishiki and the others as intruders, and fell into an unprecedented rage, attacking with all their strength. Well, it's very similar to the inorganic reincarnation technique of Ryokai Cave, but the range of control is expanded countless times. Yuuji resisted the invading ice. In every time and space under the control Aim no Minaka, Kaguya can activate multiple specific abilities to control the power of nature with great proficiency. Icicle 99 and Heaven Ice Chamber in the ice and snow space, Sun God in the lava space, Great Sand Eclipse in the sand space, and other abilities such as the 8000 Spear God. Aim no Minaka technique is the second most powerful power that Kaguya possesses. But relying only on the power of the ice and snow space, they can definitely withstand it. Kaguya's purpose is not to eliminate them all here, this is impossible. While Yuuji and others are fighting against the power of the world. The eyes on Kaguya's forehead shined with light again, and Aim no Minaka was activated again. This time, she left Yuuji here and teleported Ishiki and Suzuki away. That's right, Aim no Minaka can instantly change the space where the enemy is, and throwing the enemy into various spaces to defeat them one by one is the most correct tactic. Yuuji faced the entire violent ice and snow space alone. The endless ice and snow invaded and greeted Yuuji continuously. But Yuuji's power can no longer be suppressed by this small single world. Destroying the world of ice and snow is only a matter of time for Yuuji. But Yuuji was calm, while Suzuki and Ishiki, who were less powerful, fell into passivity. What is this place, the magma world? Suzuki stared with his Rinnegan and looked left and right. Fortunately, he can fly. If someone who couldn't fly suddenly entered here, he would be dead. Beneath, countless amounts of hot magma are surging. Just looking down at it makes one's scalp numb. Even if a 6-path level powerhouse falls, his flesh and blood body cannot withstand the endless magma. Suzuki looked around and immediately attacked Kaguya. No matter what, we have to kill Kaguya to get out of this predicament. Kaguya looked over coldly, feeling the power left by Hago Romo on Suzuki's body. She was silent for a moment, seeming a little sad. But her attacks were extremely ruthless. Such as the one-shot killer all-killing ash bones. At that moment, Suzuki used the Aim no Tejikara I technique to exchange the positions of himself and the bones, and instantly appeared in front of Kaguya. Suzuki condensed a truth-seeking ball into the shape of a scepter and struck Kaguya with one blow. But Kaguya just took a step back and entered the space tunnel. Without the outsider who can restrain the space pupil technique, the two of you are no match for me. Kaguya appeared simultaneously in another direction, raised her hand, and the endless magma began to boil. Sun God! This is a pupil technique that can only be activated in the lava space. Like the ice and snow space, the lava space also fell into a violent rage in an instant. The huge world was full of malice towards Suzuki and Ishiki. The lava surged up like a fountain and rolled towards them like a tsunami. Let's join forces, we must kill Kaguya first, otherwise we have no chance of winning. Ishiki said in a deep voice. Suzuki agreed, I think so too. After defeating Kaguya, I will defeat you again. Ishiki kept throwing out the black box, blocking the incoming magma. The two stood together in tacit understanding, back to back, on guard against Kaguya using the Aim no Minaka to separate them again. It's not yet certain how many worlds that bitch has. To be on the safe side, we can't separate. Ishiki said. Joining forces with a low-class native is unthinkable for Ishiki, but since the enemy is Kaguya who he is destined to fight to the death, such trivial matters as uniting the natives are not important. The two of them kept breaking through the magma and rushed towards Kaguya. But every time, Kaguya can teleport to another location through Yamatsu Hirasaka, and the whole process is repeated. How much time and space ability does she have? I have never seen a space pupil technique that can be cast so fast. Suzuki felt a little numb. This is Yamatsu Hirasaka. As long as a clansman has integrated the power of the sacred tree, there is a high probability that he will be able to awaken it. Urashiki or Kabuto who has Urashiki's eyes, will also know this pupil technique. Ishiki said. If we say that aim no Minika, a pupil technique that has multiple different spaces and can instantly switch spaces, and the switching process is imperceptible, is the sealing of space pupil technique. Yamatsu Hirasaka's ability is second only to aim no Minika. Its opening and closing speed is almost instantaneous, and it can open two portals at the same time. For example, Kaguya opens a door and puts her hand in. At the same time, her hand can reach out to Suzuki and Ishiki simultaneously. The speed and suddenness of its casting are all fully maximized. Kaguya used Yamatsu Hirasaka from a distance, launched elusive attacks, and constantly looked for opportunities. Even if they are thousands of meters apart, Kaguya can launch an offensive next to Suzuki and Ishiki. With the existence of all-killing bone ashes, which made the two men tense up. This kind of instant kill move sure is a hassle. After dozens of rounds, Suzuki and Ishiki's expressions became increasingly ugly. It cannot continue like this. Kaguya kite them in the distance while controlling the lava world to consume them endlessly. As long as the two of them make one mistake, they are likely to be taken away by Kaguya. As expected of my mother, facing these two powerful enemies, to actually find this method. We have already won. Black Zetsu was so happy that his smile turned ferocious. I will never let what happened with Hago Romo and Hamura happen again. Kaguya said coldly. Black Zetsu said, that kind of thing will never happen again. Although that guy Yuuji is troublesome, he inadvertently helped us deal with a powerful enemy. Hamura's soul was broken up by him, and Hagoromo's six-path power was also consumed by him. As for Hago Romo, he can only train Suzuki. If he want to do the six paths Chibaku Tensei again, he need the combined power of yin and yang to do it. Suzuki, even if he has both yin and yang powers, his remaining power is not enough to successfully seal Kaguya, and the forced seal will inevitably fail. Kaguya and Black Zetsu saw this, so they were extremely calm. Since there is no possibility of being sealed, there is nothing to fear. My descendants tried hard, but ultimately failed. Kaguya felt slightly sad. The two children she worked so hard to give birth to, she thought wholeheartedly that she had two helpers, but in the end they ended up like this and turned against each other. Ishiki looked over coldly and pulled Suzuki into the space gate, crossing thousands of meters and arriving near Kaguya. Kaguya used another 80-god vacuum strike, trying to repel these two people. Suzuki tried to fire out the full Susanoo, but as soon as he pulled it out, he was smashed to pieces by the fists that followed. Ishiki threw Suzuki away and rushed forward. In terms of urgency, he is more urgent than anyone else. Kaguya must die. Ishiki thought about it and felt that his only way to survive was to kill Kaguya, absorb all the power of Kaguya and the 10 tails, and then go back to deal with Yuuji and Planet Godzilla. Otherwise, he has only one way to go, defeat. Facing Kaguya, Ishiki is still sure of winning, but against Yuuji, who has many tricks, he is not sure. I want to take back what belongs to me. Everything you have now, the third eye on your forehead, the new pupil technique, and the immortal body, are all mine. Ishiki roared in a low voice. Kaguya faced the oncoming attack with a strange arc at the corner of her mouth. Mother, this is a good opportunity. Black Zetsu shouted. Kaguya once again used aim no Minika and took away Ishiki. When Suzuki was embarrassed to recondensate the complete Susanoo, just in case, he attached a few truth-seeking ball to the surface of the Susanoo to act as a shield. He suddenly looked around and found that he was the only one left in the entire lava world. What should I do? My aim no Tejikara does not have the ability to penetrate different spaces. Suzuki's eyes darkened, he was really a loser. This was what he was afraid of. Had he known his shortcomings in space, Suzuki would not have joined forces with Ishiki. Be it Kaguya, Ishiki, or Yuuji, in Suzuki's opinion, none of them are good. They are all major threats to the world, and they must be sealed or eliminated one by one. But what to do now? He was left in this damn place, and all he could see was boiling magma. It would be great if Naruto was here. His Kamui can penetrate the space barrier. If he knows my coordinates, he can definitely save me. Suzuki was numb and began to talk about Naruto. Sand space. The endless desert spreads out, filled with deathly silence. Kaguya and Ishiki had their final showdown in this desolate world, against the sky full of wild sand. Everyone knows that in this battle, one of them must die, and the winner will get everything the other party has, even this living planet. Oh, there is also Yuuji's planet Godzilla. This is another planet plant that is comparable to or even surpasses the 10 tails. If you get it, you can break away from the family's system. The two fought fiercely, attacking with all their strength in this sand world, without any reservation. But it was obvious that Ishiki had been suppressed from the beginning. The whole world is on Kagaya's side, and Ishiki has fallen into total passivity. The only place where I can win now is with chakra. Even if that woman has a complete 10 tails, both she and the 10 tails are in a weak state. They have not been replenished for thousands of years, and the abilities they are using now consume a huge amount. Ishiki was thinking quickly. Kagaya manipulated the sand space and boldly activated a new ability Tokaijin Wind. The sand space fell into a violent rage, the wind roared, and countless sands rolled up. At first glance, it looked like an enhanced version of Gaara's sand escape. I must find opportunities. With one move and one kick, Kagaya was kicked away. The terrifying force made Kagaya breathless and looked a little startled. When it came time to compete in Taijutsu, Kagaya really couldn't beat Ishiki. It's almost there. I can be completely resurrected. Ishiki felt the state of his body and confirmed that the fit between his data and this container had reached its highest level. At the same time, Yuuji was also tracking the chakra of the two people and came across the border. It's almost time for Ishiki to be resurrected, and the Kota Amatsukami on Karen are about to take effect. Chapter 521, Atsutsuki Karen is now online. Yuuji calmly tore through the ice and snow space barrier, sensing Kagaya and Ishiki's chakra, and locked onto their location. If one's sensory abilities were not up to par, and they were unable to grasp exact coordinates, recklessly traversing through alternate dimensions was suicidal. The worst-case scenario would be getting lost in the endless crevices of space. So Suzuki was left here, huh? There's no need to bother him, he won't die anyway. The other two are in that direction. Yuuji glanced briefly toward the lava space but quickly lost interest and headed toward the sand space. Suzuki was still frantically scrambling in the lava space like a headless fly, relying solely on Rin-Egan. He would never be able to escape and would forever be imprisoned in this harsh environment. Unless he could further develop the power of the Rin-Egan in a short time, there might be a chance to escape back to the shinobi world. Sand space. The battle between Kagaya and Ishiki had been fierce, unleashing deadly moves incessantly. At this stage, the two were well aware of each other's powers and capabilities, so probing was unnecessary. It was a fight to the death. You think you'll find time to resurrect and reclaim all your power? I won't give you that chance. Kagaya rarely launched such a high-frequency onslaught, giving Ishiki no chance to breathe. At this point, Ishiki, having a small portion of the 10 tails inside him, might not have as much chakra as Kagaya, but it certainly wasn't his weakest point. The biggest issue for Ishiki was his current body. Without achieving 100% unsealing and complete resurrection, he was still in the frail human body of Uzumaki Karen, not the orthodox Atsutsuki physique. Simply put, it was too fragile and couldn't endure the extensive expenditure of power required. Ishiki's strength lay in his terrifying physical prowess, a level that even those at the Six Paths level must be careful about. Karen's fragile mortal body alone is insufficient for him to display it fully. Whoosh! The entire sand space was wildly turbulent, endless sands converged into clusters of cannonballs, continuously bombarding the area, covering every inch of space, and blocking all of Ishiki's movements. Such attacks wouldn't cause substantial damage to Ishiki, but as long as they could distract him and make him worry about Karen's body, Kagaya's purpose was achieved. Ishiki was in decline, his tactics exhausted, even using dojutsu several times, but he still couldn't severely injure Kagaya. He could kick Kagaya a few times at most, but he couldn't kill her in one go. Mother, we can win soon. Black Zetsu was exhilarated. Kagaya's power would surge further after killing Ishiki and letting the 10 tails inside him devour Ishiki again. By then, Suzuki would be negligible and easily killed. Even facing Yuuji, she could dominate. After killing Yuuji, she could return to the shinobi world to deal with the planet Godzilla. A perfect strategy, worthy of Mother. Black Zetsu was highly excited. Kagaya's mood also lightened considerably, her brows relaxed, and her demeanor was more composed. She continued her onslaught of all-killing ash bone and various dojutsu, steadily weakening Ishiki, erasing his moving space bit by bit. We mustn't be careless, this man won't give up until the last moment. He's looking for a chance to kill me. Kaguya observed her Byakugan, guarding against Ishiki, trying to shrink himself and rapidly approach her. No matter how you looked at it, victory was in sight. Separating several powerful enemies into different spaces was simply the perfect tactic. You should have died 1,000 years ago, surviving till now is merely due to my negligence. Kaguya spoke, embrace your deserved end. Kaguya prepared to use her most potent power to finish off her enemy in one go. If I seize the opportunity, use that. Kaguya's eyes searched for the chance. His end isn't to die by your hand but by mine. Don't get that wrong. A voice suddenly came through, not very high in pitch, yet it pierced through the howling sandstorm and the booming clash, accurately reaching the ears of the two Otsutsuki. Yuuji had opened the door of space and traversed it. So, it's the sand space, huh? It's a fine place to serve as Ishiki's grave. Yuuji surveyed his surroundings and smiled. Kaguya and Ishiki both retreated, distancing themselves, warily eyeing Yuuji. Quickly locating my position, this man's spatial dojutsu is not simple. Kaguya's expression was grim. Mother, his other dojutsu is called a Meneminakanushi, which seems to create a separate space. Black Zetsu quickly informed. Kaguya stared at Yuuji. This was troublesome. Kaguya was unsure of defeating Yuuji one-on-one, and the risk was too significant. It would be best to devour Ishiki's power, kill Suzuki, and then gather all her strength to take down Yuuji. Now, however, Yuuji had come to them. His target was Ishiki. It seems I arrived just in time, lucky me, you haven't fully resurrected yet. Yuuji's gaze passed over Kaguya and landed on Ishiki. He was here for Ishiki. Kaguya, for now, could wait. Just one more step away from resurrection, huh? Too bad, this is as far as you go. Yuuji stated. What makes you so confident? I'm very aware of your power, if I wanted to evade, you might not be able to kill me. Ishiki spoke coldly, keeping his guard up. This man was an enigma. Now, he had targeted him instead of teaming up to take down the strongest, Kaguya. Ishiki didn't hesitate and immediately started the resurrection ritual. Karen's body began to change, the horn on her head grew more extensive and twisted, her skin began to change, and her physique showed signs of expansion. He needed to resurrect quickly. Yuuji's lips curved into a smirk, at this point, your body is no longer under your control. Ishiki furrowed his brow, you're targeting me, just like before, trying to interrupt my resurrection ritual? Impossible. I won't give you that chance. Kaguya wasted no time and continued to launch attacks on Ishiki, using various dojutsu in succession, attempting to prevent Ishiki's resurrection. Yuuji remained calm, standing in place, and slowly said, I could have struck you earlier, but I thought that if I killed you prematurely, I would still need to give Karen time to control the power you left behind gradually. That wouldn't be ideal. I need a qualified combat tool. Ishiki vaguely understood what was happening. After dodging Kaguya's attacks, his expression turned grim, you tampered with my body? When did this happen? Was it during the incident in Kyusagakuer? Ishiki cherished Karen's body. The first body was when he had a chance to escape from the hands of the Ten Tails and Kaguya and temporarily parasitized into the body of the monk Jijin, which was a last resort. The second body was when he had a strength advantage but was forcibly consumed by Yuuji. He had to abandon Jijin's body and parasitize an animal. Karen was the third body he chose. For this reason, he also attacked the Kyusagakuer and took Karen away. But then, he was ultimately killed by the combined efforts of Obito, Yuuji, and Nagato. Was it during that time? When he attacked Kyusagakuer and was about to leave with Karen, but was stopped? You are Su. At that time, you indeed had the ability and motivation to target Karen, but why didn't I notice anything? For so many years, Ishiki had been carefully maintaining this body and repeatedly checking to confirm that it hadn't been tampered with. Things like carrying Yuuji's cells simply didn't exist. Ishiki wasn't blind, he wouldn't have missed something like this. If it wasn't on the material level, then it must be, on the spiritual level? Genjutsu. Ishiki furrowed his brow. That's right, it's a genjutsu. I have a subordinate named Uchiha Shisui who awakened a genjutsu called Kota Amatsukami, which can perfectly modify a person's thoughts. It's an extremely powerful genjutsu. Even if the target realizes they've been affected, they won't think their new thoughts are wrong, instead, they'll strictly adhere to them. Yuuji said, since that time, Karen's thoughts have been modified by Kota Amatsukami. In reality, she has become my subordinate. For all these years, she has obeyed you just to deceive you. Humph, so what? Now, this body is under my control. Izhiki shouted, in a few seconds, he would be resurrected. But Yuuji wouldn't give him that chance. He suddenly acted, and Amenamenakanushi descended. Izhiki attempted to retreat, but Yuuji had already expanded the coverage of Amenamenakanushi, covering the entire sand space forcefully. Izhiki tried to open a space portal to break free from the confines of Amenamenakanushi, but Yuuji's Chija Ishinukamai prevented him. Even Kaguya was trapped in Amenamenakanushi, enduring immense pressure. Yuuji continuously unleashed Kinrin Tensei Baku, a dojutsu powerful enough to slice through the moon, sending one golden beam after another, severing everything in its path. Initially, Izhiki could easily evade. But Yuuji's attacks intensified, with countless Kinrin Tensei Baku slashing through relentlessly. Looking around, the entire Amenamenakanushi was filled with flashing and spreading golden beams. This intensity, this frequency, was unprecedented. Clearly, for Yuuji, this level of attack was also a burden. Izhiki was forced into a corner, enduring several Kinrin Tensei Baku and sustaining injuries. This was Yuuji's goal. He never intended to brutally kill Izhiki. Is that it? Did you think Karen would listen to you and interfere with my control over this body? Impossible. Her soul is about to dissipate and was about to be completely consumed by me. Izhiki spat blood, roaring. In the endless flashing golden light, Yuuji appeared instantly near Izhiki, wearing a mysterious smile on his face. At close range, he raised his hand and unleashed several truth-seeking balls surrounding Izhiki. Sukuna Hakona. Izhiki tried to shrink himself. But Yuuji immediately used the Chija Ishinukami, disrupting Izhiki's dojutsu. Sukuna Hakona is just a spatial dojutsu and still under the suppression of my Chija Ishinukami. Yuuji stretched out his hand and struck Izhiki's chest with one blow. Yuuji stretched out his hand, piercing Izhiki's chest with one strike. Damn! Izhiki's eyes widened. Mother, he killed Izhiki. Black Zetsu was angry and fearful. Izhiki was Mother's prey, her food. If Mother hadn't weakened Izhiki, how could he have succeeded so quickly? Kaguya coldly stated, that's his purpose, using me to weaken Izhiki, then coming himself to strike fully. Although I don't know what he plans to do, we can't let him get Izhiki's power. Black Zetsu panicked. Don't worry, I'm not interested in Izhiki's power, including his eyes. Sukuna Hakona and Deiko Kyuden, these two dojutsu are of no interest to me. Yuuji spoke calmly. Slowly pulling his hand out, he revealed the hole in Izhiki's chest. He was also rapidly invading his cells, preventing Izhiki from repairing his body. This level of injury requires you to consume data to repair, but as long as you consume even 1% of your data, you'll never be able to resurrect, Yuuji explained. Humph, you really know the information about our clan very well. Is this your purpose, to prevent me from being resurrected so that I can only use this fragile body forever? No, I want you to die and let Karen live. You can hear me, right, Karen? Even if he suppresses your consciousness, you should still be able to perceive things in the outside world vaguely. Yuuji said. Karen's consciousness began to awaken. An Otsutsuki, who was not perfectly resurrected, has many flaws. Especially after being seriously injured, their ability to suppress the container will drop sharply. Otsutsuki Momoshiki always overturned when suppressing Boruto's consciousness. He could only seize control of the body when Boruto was in crisis and mentally weakened. Izhiki was not much stronger. What he possesses was a Karen, who was under Kota Amatsukami and has a strong obsession with Yuuki. Sir. There was confusion in one of Karen's eyes. You know what to do. I've done so much for you. The last step is up to you. Take control of the body and use the data to repair it. Otherwise, you will die. Yuuji ordered. If Karen fails to fight for it, there is nothing he can do. Yuuji can only watch Karen die. There is no way he can let Izhiki survive. Karen lowered her head, silently feeling the power in the Kama, and trying to mobilize the data in the Kama. Normally speaking, if Izhiki disagreed, Karen could not use his own data, but the problem was that Izhiki himself was extremely weak. Although it is very risky, there is no problem in theory. Boruto can use Momoshiki's data, so Karen can also use Ishiki's data, but how to compete with Ishiki? It depends on Karen herself. In other words, it depended on your own character and will, whether you were the kind of person who would not give up until you achieved your goal and who could go to the extent of going crazy and exploding at critical moments. Obviously, Karen has a stubborn and crazy side. The part of Karen's body belonging to Ishiki was receding rapidly. Ishiki's entire face was gradually fading away, while Karen's own features were slowly emerging. Gradually, Karen filled the hole in her chest with bits and pieces of data. When this kind of behavior occurs, it means that Ishiki has completely failed and will never be resurrected. Just like Momoshiki could never be resurrected from Boruto and can only survive by relying on Boruto. Otsutsuki Karen is now online. Chapter 522, Orochimaru, yes, it is I. Karen, overwhelmed with disbelief, feels the power within her. Is this my power? I possess Ishiki's power. Karen is utterly shocked. The surge of strength from a genetic level causes a profound impact on her worldview. She is astounded not only by the sudden increase in power but also by the method through which she has gained Ishiki's power. Indeed, Karen fought desperately, facing an almost fully released Ishiki who was just half a step away from usurping her body and resurrecting himself. With Yuuji's preemptive setup and precise intervention, she found a sliver of possibility among countless impossibilities. But merely one desperate fight has granted her this level of power, enough to drive anyone mad. This is really... Karen murmurs, then looks up at Yuuji with intense excitement. Sir, I no longer need to hide myself. I can serve you with this great power. This is the terrifying aspect of Kota Amatsukami. To a degree, it's even more dreadful than the infinite Tsukuyomi, perfect except for its long cooldown. Other changes are manageable, but a complete transformation of thought and worldview profoundly impacts a person. Now, Karen has become a Six Paths level fighter, possessing the power to look down upon the ninja world, yet her thinking hasn't shifted, her loyalty to Yuuji remains absolute. Seeing such a Karen, even Yuuji smiles. Impressive. You deserve this outcome for risking your life on a tightrope. Yuuji doesn't skimp on his praise. Now, Karen has all of Ishiki's abilities, including his genes, bloodline, and dojutsu. But unlike the standard historical scenario, where Karen, similarly exhausting Ishiki and acquiring his power, hadn't fully developed Kama's power, Ishiki never indeed transferred into Karen's body. So, while Karen needed time to develop and access Ishiki's data from the Kama post-Ishiki's defeat, Karen skipped this phase. She had already taken over all of Ishiki's data at 100% unseal. Now, what you need to do is eliminate Ishiki. He's definitely not dead, just dormant inside you. You need to turn his remaining data into your own gradually, eliminating him thoroughly, Yuuji instructs. Karen naturally responds with reverence. As Yuuji observes Karen, he grows increasingly satisfied. Now, Karen has become his most potent subordinate, stronger than even Kabuto and others. Yuuji and Karen float in mid-air, turning their attention to Kaguya. Kaguya. What was supposed to be a three-way battle suddenly turned into a 2v1 situation, just absurd. Mother, can one really seize all the powers of an Otsutsuki clan member like this? Black Zetsu is flabbergasted. Yuuji's handling of Karen directly taps into Black Zetsu's blind spot. Actually, Black Zetsu's understanding of the Otsutsuki clan was originally quite limited, being created at a critical moment when Kaguya was being sealed and tossed out. Black Zetsu didn't even know about Ishiki's existence for a long time. Now, this manipulation leaves it even more confused. But it's not just Black Zetsu, Kaguya is incredibly confused, too. This works. Kaguya murmurs to herself, baffled. The Otsutsuki clan's reincarnation method apparently has such a massive flaw. Kaguya doesn't understand but is deeply shaken. You guys' reincarnation method is actually very perfect. Dying, then finding a new vessel to resurrect, is a valuable reincarnation technique. Yuuji explains, but nothing in this world is perfect. Placed under different circumstances, it might reveal flaws. You're just unlucky to have encountered me on this planet. Humph, boastful. You are also an outsider to this world, just like me, Kaguya retorts coldly. Yes, I am an outsider, but different from those you know. Anyway, you wouldn't understand, nor will you have the chance to witness me stepping over the corpses of your clan to reach greater heights. Yuuji immediately acts, using his spatial dojutsu to shut out the endless sands. Karen, too, gathers courage and rushes towards Kaguya. She inherits Ishiki's taijutsu, chakra, and dojutsu. If she carefully contended with Kaguya, she could at least hold her ground for a few rounds. Yuuji, on the other hand, is eagerly eyeing the situation. The battle among the trio instantly escalates. This time, Kaguya feels the pressure. She's uncertain of victory against Yuuji, and now there's also Karen, who has inherited Ishiki's power. Mother, why not separate them into different spaces to create a temporal advantage? Black Zetsu suggests. Fool, you'd get your mother killed one day, Yuuji scoffs. She can use a Meneminaka to switch spaces, but couldn't I anticipate and counter that, ready to strike at any moment? Yuuji smirks disdainfully. Black Zetsu holds back its frustration. Kaguya has no choice but to follow the suggestion, choosing the supergravity space this time. The immense gravity weighs heavily on Yuuji and Karen. Kaguya opts to attack with the ash-killing bone. This move might work against Ishiki and Suzuki, but using it against us is ridiculous. Yuuji and Karen each counter the ash-killing bone with their respective spatial dojutsu. Karen, fall back, I'll handle her, Yuuji orders sternly. You're still too inexperienced. Prioritize your protection, don't give her a chance. After speaking, Yuuji withstands the terrible gravity and steps through a space door, appearing beside Kaguya. The two engage in fierce combat, their clashing blows capable of shattering mountains and the roars of their strikes potent enough to cleave planets. At the Six Paths level, the boundaries between taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu blur, almost all capable of being instantly activated and seamlessly integrated. The techniques they can use are limited, and after a few exchanges, they more or less understand each other's strengths. Boom! Yuuji sends a super large chakra ball flying, blasting Kaguya away. This is what you asked for. Kaguya is enraged, her entire demeanor turning sinister. Facing such a formidable enemy, Kaguya finally decides to go all out, preparing her most powerful technique to take down Yuuji in one fell swoop. The entire space trembles faintly. Kaguya gathers her tremendous power. Such a vast amount of chakra, you're betting it all. Remember, from the moment you resurrected, you've had no chance to recover chakra from those ninjas outside. If this move doesn't take me down, you're finished, Yuuji states. Kaguya remains silent. Continuing to delay would mean inevitable defeat for her. She couldn't forget that Yuuji also had a helper called Planet Godzilla at his disposal, and now there was also an Atsutsuki Karen. If the fight dragged on, she would surely lose. She could only invest a considerable amount of chakra in this attack, trading it for a chance. Sir! Karen, please leave and return to the ninja world. I'm worried that there will be problems on Planet Godzilla, Yuuji commands. Karen obeys and steps through the space door Yuuji opens for her. In the vast supergravity space, only Yuuji and Kaguya remain. Now it's just the two of us. You can fight freely now, right? If I'm not mistaken, the only thing you can bring out now is that one. If there's one attack that defines Kaguya's utmost strength, without doubt, it's the expansive truth-seeking ball. Karen was very worried about Yuuji but still strictly followed Yuuji's orders and returned to the ninja world. At this time in the ninja world, because Kaguya took away several Six Paths level powerhouses in one breath, only Planet Godzilla was acting recklessly without any restraint. But Planet Godzilla had lost its hunting target and, without hesitation, resorted to its old ways, altering the ecosystem. Planet Godzilla began to unleash its power, eroding everything in its path. In places covered by Planet Godzilla's radiation, the genetic codes of some cells would inevitably undergo changes at this moment. A small number of organisms could survive, while the vast majority would die from being unable to withstand the radiation. Among the few who adapted to the radiation and survived, they would typically evolve and reproduce with time, eventually becoming entirely new life forms dependent on Planet Godzilla's existence. This was extremely brutal, and the natural selection accelerated by Planet Godzilla was forced, generation after generation, until the final version of the genes was selected. Not to mention that Planet Godzilla had now devoured a portion of the 10 tails, obtaining the genes and chakra of the 10 tails. With extraordinary power added, Planet Godzilla's erosion speed would naturally accelerate countless times, and with the individuals being eroded by it, some also possessed chakra, which could resist it better, thus their evolutionary speed would also increase accordingly. Sure enough, once it loses its devouring target, this thing starts to remodel the planet's ecosystem to fit its own pattern. Kabuto focused entirely on planet Godzilla, monitoring its every move. It was really troublesome, this big guy. Even though it had its own intelligence, it was more about assimilation and instinctively protecting the planet, wasn't it? Beside him, Kazu was also observing this immensely towering creature and murmured, "Are we just going to watch? What else can we do? Are we supposed to join the Battle of the Six Paths level? At most, we can ensure we won't be killed in a short time, we can't do anything else," Kabuto said. Indra sneered, "Look, no matter who wins, Kaguya or Yuuji, this planet will not fare well, and you will definitely regret it. Has anyone ever told you that you're not suited for such poor rhetoric?" Kazu said impatiently, drawing out the sword of Totsuka and aiming it at Indra. "Should I just get rid of him now? Keeping this waste around is meaningless." "No, wait until my brother returns, let's see how he arranges things," Kabuto said. "Our greatest enemy isn't Kaguya or even the Otsutsuki clan. But on the path to our ultimate goal, we certainly need many powerful soldiers, just like Kaguya created White Zetsu. Though these two brothers," Kabuto added. "Like me?" Hashirama asked wryly. "Yes, just like you. Be content, at least I didn't erase your reason, and I gave you a pair of Rinnegan," Kabuto nodded. "But I'm still dead. For now, you're dead, but before long, you might be alive again. Don't judge your state with the old view of life and death," Kabuto said. Joking aside, the Pure Land had already been breached, and the world that absorbs the undead had fallen into their hands. By then, giving new bodies to this group of souls, wouldn't the problem be solved? As long as the soul wasn't shattered, the boundary between life and death was not a problem. Kabuto knew that Yuuji's choice to attack the Pure Land wasn't just about clearing the potential threat from the Higuromo and Hamura brothers, it should also be one of his goals to control the two worlds of life and death. "What is your ultimate goal then?" "Controlling the entire planet, manipulating the lives and deaths of countless people, and then what? Even the Otsutsuki clan is not taken into account." Ajuro was very puzzled. Kabuto just remained silent and shook his head because he didn't know either. If even wiping out the Otsutsuki clan and taking away all their legacy wasn't the true goal, what else was worth Yuuji's struggle? Kabuto didn't understand. The action of planet Godzilla assimilating life was immediately stopped. Yes, it was the flesh blanket that was everywhere and attached to all materials, acting as the first line of defense against assimilation. Planet Godzilla spat out atomic breath to clear the area, but as soon as part of it was burned, new flesh blankets grew immediately. In any case, planet Godzilla would not be allowed to erode the entire planet. "HMP, my brother also wants to do things like assimilate the world, but the process is not right. This process must be started under his leadership. You cannot be allowed to do it alone." Kabuto sneered. At this moment, planet Godzilla suddenly stopped its attack and abruptly changed direction. Everyone present turned their heads to look. "Oh! Is that his Hiki? Perfect timing, Might Dai eagerly tried to intervene. Kabuto stopped the father and son, "Look carefully, that's not his Hiki, that's Karen." "I see, my brother still has this means, really impressive." With Kabuto's intelligence and his understanding of the Otsutsuki clan's resurrection ceremony, he barely managed to figure out Karen's condition through guesswork. Perhaps it was for some reason that she replaced his Hiki but still possessed his Hiki's data? Truly remarkable. "Be careful, it's probably the part of the 10 tails in your body that's attracting it," Kabuto reminded. Karen's face paled, hastily retreating. But planet Godzilla relentlessly chased after her. If it didn't consume the 10 tails within Karen's body, this monster clearly wouldn't stop. "How's the battle over there?" "Yuuji-sama said he would deal with Kaguya, so he asked me to come here just in case." "Understood." Kabuto pondered for a moment, lost in thought. At the same time, a man who had long been out of sight of others was greedily observing the changes in the ninja world. "Fortunately, I was prepared early and hid in the ceiling barrier, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to escape the effects of the infinite Tsukuyomi," Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. Beside him, a giant white snake with cracks all over its body was spitting out its tongue, saying maliciously, "So, what can you do? With your current condition, another death would completely shatter your soul. What else do you plan to do?" "I have prepared an extremely crazy plan." Chapter 523, Descend, Ghidorah. The White Snake Sage simply sneered. The world was on the brink of destruction, and it was just a matter of whether it would end in the hands of Otsutsuki or Yuuji. And this guy was planning to take advantage of the situation? Truly a madman. You don't believe? Orochimaru withdrew his crazed gaze and looked at it. The White Snake Sage scoffed, I'm just a reanimated soul controlled by your impure world reincarnation, I'm your tool. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. Such resentment. But it's good you understand this much. After this succeeds, you might be lucky enough to witness an unprecedented spectacle. Orochimaru, thinking about what he was about to do, became somewhat hysterical. If he succeeded, it wouldn't matter whether it was the Otsutsuki or Yuuji, everyone could stand aside. He would be the master of this planet even if he had no interest in the planet itself, only in Godzilla, which is full of mysterious allure. So, are you going to make your move now? Of course, if I don't take action now, I'll lose my last chance. If I wait for Yuuji or that Otsutsuki to return to the ninja world, my final opportunity will be gone. From what I see, you don't stand a chance even now. That guy's subordinates are still on the battlefield, the White Snake Sage mocked. Orochimaru ignored it and opened the barrier. Then, Orochimaru pushed Gurren, who was next to him, forward. Orochimaru-sama. Gurren was bewildered. As expected, the infinite Tsukuyomi did not affect her. Good, my guess was correct. Infinite Tsukuyomi only affects when the moon casts its light over the entire ninja world. Orochimaru walked out of the barrier calmly, relieved that no one was manipulating the moon to cast another infinite Tsukuyomi. If the infinite Tsukuyomi really had a prolonged effect on the ninja world, then Orochimaru would have to commit suicide and have his subordinate, Yugo, resurrect him through impure world reincarnation. His reanimated body could resist the genjutsu of infinite Tsukuyomi. Orochimaru, along with the White Snake Sage, Gurren, and Yugo, hurried to the battlefield. Throughout the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru hardly participated. Now, it was time for him to act. The ground covered with flesh barriers made Orochimaru frown. Speaking of which, these things are also Yuuji's clones. I hope he's focused on another dimension and won't interfere with me. Orochimaru looked wary. They could only traverse the flesh barriers to reach the battlefield. As Orochimaru and his group approached, Kabuto and the others immediately sensed them. Orochimaru? This guy is still alive and shows up now. Kazu was about to draw his sword to kill him. But Orochimaru stopped at a distance, facing the gaze of these powerful ninjas, and pretended to be at ease. So hostile towards me, don't you want to know what gift I've brought you? What? Kabuto stopped Kazu. Orochimaru performed a summoning jutsu, conjuring a coffin. Could it be more impure world reincarnation? There are hardly any strong souls left in the Pure Land, who could you possibly summon? Kazu looked on coldly. On Orochimaru's side, only the White Snake Sage could be considered capable of fighting, the rest, including Orochimaru himself, were useless. Orochimaru chuckled darkly and opened the coffin. Inside was a sleeping boy. This is the gift I brought, the descendant of the Akagan, the only inheritor of that bloodline Ranmaru. Orochimaru showcased his gift. Akagan? The people, initially ready to attack, immediately stopped and looked at Orochimaru with interest. Everyone knew that the Eye organization had been collecting various dojutsu bloodlines for many years, and now the only Akagan bloodline was unaccounted for. Members of the Eye organization had thought that the Akagan bloodline had gone extinct. But unexpectedly, it still existed and had fallen into Orochimaru's hands. Is this why you think we shouldn't kill you? Not bad, you've found the only way to survive. Give him to us quickly. Kabuto laughed. Orochimaru looked warily at Kabuto, then scrutinized Karen even more suspiciously, cautiously saying, I've planted many seals and poisons in Ranmaru. I'll kill him before you can get to him. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter. But how do you know what Yuuji thinks? What if he needs a living Akagan bloodline? Who knows what he wants with collecting all these eyes? Kabuto fell silent. Indeed, he didn't know why Yuuji was collecting so many bloodline users. Sharinon, Byakugan, Katsuri Yugan, Akagan, Rin-Egan, Tenseigan. Among the list of dojutsu, only Akagan was missing. Is it related to the ultimate goal of destroying the Otsutsuki clan? Connected to the myriad eyes? Kabuto pondered, not letting anyone act. even though the people present could kill Orochimaru countless times in a moment. What do you want? Its cells, Orochimaru pointed at Planet Godzilla. Planet Godzilla, meanwhile, was relentlessly pursuing Karen. Karen could only keep dodging, buying time. You want the cells of Planet Godzilla? At this point, what can you do? You're not going to cultivate a third-generation Mechagodzilla or try to become a Godzilla Jinchuriki. Kabuto mocked with a smile. That's all Orochimaru could achieve. Orochimaru greedily said, how so, Kabuto-kun, do you not object to my trying? If I am fortunate enough to become a Godzilla Jinchuriki, I am willing to take the risk. Suit yourself, Kabuto said casually. The others looked at Kabuto, puzzled. Kabuto scoffed, let him do it. With Karen here, even if he succeeds, we can interrupt his technique in an instant. If he fails, it might divert Planet Godzilla's attention. Kabuto hesitated, he wasn't sure of the Akagan's status in Yuuji's plans. This is one of the few things he wasn't clear about. Eyes, to watch the distant future, to overlook the universe? Kabuto also knew that Orochimaru had no chance of success. Planet Godzilla, following its instincts, would let Yuuji become a Jinchuriki because there was some kind of inherent connection between them. But what about Orochimaru? Planet Godzilla would not be interested in Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's capabilities, he couldn't possibly host a life form as massive as Planet Godzilla. I remember my brother saying that in this world, only he could approach Planet Godzilla without being attacked. Anyone else who comes close is just seeking death, Kabuto thought to himself. In fact, in another universe, Planet Godzilla even unhesitatingly killed the protagonist who helped it defeat King Ghidorah. However, the protagonist, in an effort to protect Earth, prevents King Ghidorah from locating Earth's coordinates by deliberately seeking death from Planet Godzilla. But the cold and emotionless planetary Godzilla, upon the protagonist approaching a spacecraft, immediately unleashed its atomic breath without hesitation. Concepts like gratitude and weighing options wouldn't possibly occur in the mind of Planet Godzilla. Then I won't be polite, from the looks of it, you guys are quite troubled by that big fellow. I'll just give you a hand then. Orochimaru, holding Ranmaru by the neck as a hostage, excitedly climbed onto the White Snake Sage and bravely charged toward Planet Godzilla. The White Snake Sage, terrified yet uncontrollable, rushed out, screaming, Orochimaru. The White Snake Sage suddenly enlarged its form, coiling around Planet Godzilla. Planet Godzilla, which had been persistently chasing Karen, finally stopped, looked down at the tiny mudfish, and grabbed it with its claw. The White Snake Sage was crushed. Orochimaru took the opportunity to land on Planet Godzilla. This is it, the injury is right here. I'm curious what kind of monster could inflict severe such damage on this fellow, not even the 10 tails could do it. Orochimaru immediately began collecting cells. Everyone was focused on the 10 tails and Planet Godzilla, but Orochimaru keenly noticed the mysterious monster lurking behind these two beasts. The 10 tails brought chakra to the world, and Planet Godzilla brought a new power different from chakra to the world. I haven't figured out what it is yet. So, what does this third monster have on it? Is there any way I can contact it? Orochimaru was frantically acting, brainstorming all the while. At this moment, even Kabuto misjudged. The most intelligent person also subconsciously thought that Orochimaru would, at most, make a desperate attempt to become a Godzilla Jinchuriki, to become like Yuuji, in order to turn the tables. But that was just a backup plan. Only if he couldn't get information about the third monster would Orochimaru settle for the next best thing. Kabuto, it's rare that you made a mistake in your judgment. Suddenly, a voice emanated from Kabuto's body. Kabuto was startled and quickly said, Brother, Don't panic, I'm not blaming you because even I didn't expect Orochimaru to target that guy. He is indeed one of the planet's top geniuses, always able to notice what most others overlook. A small piece of flesh on Kabuto's ear slightly wriggled. A fragment of Yuuji's consciousness was conversing with Kabuto. His primary attention, however, remained on his confrontation with Kaguya in a different dimension. What exactly did Orochimaru discover? Kabuto wondered. Planet Godzilla, having eaten a part of the 10 tails, had recovered somewhat, but not entirely. It's not necessarily that he discovered something, but he sharply grasped that slim possibility, Yuuji responded. Regarding the injury on Planet Godzilla, Yuuji had two theories: either another universe's ruler inflicted it, or it occurred while crossing the universal barrier, hindered by barriers or rules. Then I'll go kill him right now. Kabuto's face showed a hint of malice. The damn Orochimaru, causing him to lose face in front of his brother, deserved to die. This time, there must be no chance for Orochimaru to resurrect. Wait, be patient and watch. The battle on my side is about to conclude, and I'll be able to come over soon. Even if Orochimaru really catches a glimpse of that improbable trace, it's not a bad thing. I'll slaughter it on my home turf. Yuuji's voice faded, and the last part was so soft that Kabuto couldn't hear it clearly. But Kabuto understood the gist. Another mysterious enemy? One that could injure a creature as massive as planet Godzilla? The universe, indeed, was profound and mysterious, filled with countless mysteries. As Kabuto felt self-reproach, he suddenly became excited. Having mysterious unknowns was good. It meant he could demonstrate his value. Kabuto watched every move of Orochimaru intently. Orochimaru had collected everything from the injury site, including all material. Planet Godzilla looked down indifferently with its vast blue eyes staring dead at Orochimaru. Orochimaru realized that he had to act as soon as possible. But what can he do? Escape? There is no way to escape. Kabuto and the others are watching him with eager eyes. As soon as he leaves Planet Godzilla, he will definitely be dead. Either killed by Planet Godzilla or Kabuto and the others. Orochimaru had no choice but to grit his teeth and inject the collected substances into his body. What a crazy guy! Guy was shocked. Kabuto said, "No, he is a smart guy. He has only one way to go. No matter who wins the final victory, he will definitely have nowhere to escape and only a dead end. Kagaya wins, she will capture the hiding Orochimaru and make him into white Zetsu and chakra batteries. Yuuji wins, he will also sweep the world, and there is no way Orochimaru can survive. Only now, with this seemingly unbelievable behavior, Orochimaru has the slightest chance. Very good, I got it. Next, either try to seal Planet Godzilla or try to summon the mysterious third monster." Orochimaru's field of vision was already filled with Planet Godzilla's huge claws. What should he choose? The 8 trigrams seal surely couldn't seal Planet Godzilla, perhaps the dead demon-consuming seal might work. Then, should he directly use living corpse reincarnation to possess Planet Godzilla? Orochimaru thought frantically, but his actions were without any hesitation. 8 branches technique. Orochimaru once again used his ultimate technique, his entire body swelling into a giant serpent with 8 heads. Oh! You've modified your body, fused with ordinary Godzilla cells. Everyone immediately noticed something was wrong with this serpent, its body even started growing a lot of Godzilla's skin. He wants to deceive Planet Godzilla, making it think he's a kin. Planet Godzilla could never be fooled like that. Orochimaru, half of his body sticking out of a serpent's mouth, his head covered in either slime or sweat, widened his eyes. Using the 8 branches technique to buy time, let's try the living corpse reincarnation first. As long as I can establish a spiritual connection. Orochimaru had gone all out. If he didn't go crazy now, he would ultimately lose his last chance. The living corpse reincarnation activated, but Orochimaru's target was not Planet Godzilla, but himself. Some powerful force must have caused this long-lasting injury. With some luck, maybe I can catch a hint of that third monster's spirit. That was Orochimaru's goal. Living corpse reincarnation allowed for the most direct spiritual communication. Orochimaru was intent on contacting the mysterious monster somewhere, even though he subconsciously believed that the beast must be somewhere in the universe, never imagining it might be in another universe. In the spiritual space, many figures existed, all with their eyes closed. These were people whom Orochimaru had once possessed, their spirits were forever left in the spiritual space of living corpse reincarnation. Is there anything? Is there anything at all? Can I establish a spiritual connection through traces even Planet Godzilla can't erase? Orochimaru was incredibly anxious. He waited a moment but couldn't see any new entities in this space, and his heart sank to the bottom. Am I really forced to attack Planet Godzilla? This act of certain death, this suicidal behavior, damned beast. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, filled with bitter resentment towards Planet Godzilla. It was this hatred towards Planet Godzilla that, faintly, seemed to yield a strange outcome due to some unknown mechanism. More precisely, the primary prerequisite for summoning that individual was to harbor extreme hatred towards the monster, which was part of the ritual. In the depths of his being, Orochimaru's spirit buzzed, and all his senses became fragmented and shattered. Chapter 524, Even if God comes, I can kill him. Yuuji had dedicated a fragment of his spirit to silently observe Orochimaru, who had transformed into the Yamata no Orokai. He was curious if Orochimaru could actually manage to make contact with that entity. After all, that being was a deity beyond ordinary dimensions, likely the one who had severely wounded planet Godzilla. It was logically possible that a trace of that entity's power remained in the incurable scars on planet Godzilla. The living corpse reincarnation can establish the most direct spiritual connection. Yuuji observed quietly. Honestly, he also held some hope. If Orochimaru could really make contact with that entity, Yuuji would be pleased to witness it. Once King Ghidorah reached out its claws, he would chop them off in turn. It was inevitable they would confront each other, so he might as well test King Ghidorah's mettle on his home turf. Brother, is that entity Orochimaru is trying to contact very powerful? Kabuto asked quietly. Yes, very powerful. Neither Kagaya nor I could match it in a one-on-one fight, Yuuji responded. Kabuto felt a chill. Yuuji was already at the pinnacle of the Six Paths level, yet this mysterious enemy was even more powerful. What kind of existence was that? This was beyond Kabuto's comprehension. What should I do then? Should I prepare some sealing jutsu just in case? No need. I hope Orochimaru succeeds, and then I'll take down that entity's clone myself. That way, I can get some information about it first, Yuuji said. He was also well aware of the ritual of summoning King Ghidorah. Simply put, if Yuuji had a way to contact King Ghidorah, he could also initiate the summoning ritual immediately, allowing King Ghidorah to lock onto the coordinates and project its presence. The first step involves a hero unit on a planet filled with extreme hatred for monsters, where extreme hatred gives rise to pure need, the primary prerequisite for attracting King Ghidorah. Without the will to hate monsters, it's all empty talk. The second step requires that the hero worship King Ghidorah, ideally accompanied by a group of desperate, hopeless natives who collectively praise King Ghidorah's name, enhancing the effect. The third step is chanting, "Come forth, King Ghidorah, and bring us a glorious conclusion." Once these three steps are completed, the summoning ritual is finished, and King Ghidorah will cross dimensions to come and devour the planet's monsters. However, King Ghidorah is not a savior, its purpose is to devour monsters across the universe to elevate its dimensions continually. His top underling, the Exif civilization, is committed to advancing technological civilization, and then birthing planetary monsters to destroy the world. They will gradually plunge the survivors of civilization into the abyss of despair, leading them to earnestly call upon King Ghidorah to devour the monsters. Humanoids are seeds, technological civilizations are flowers, and monsters are the fruits. King Ghidorah considers every existence in the universe food. It's just uncertain whether Orochimaru got a response from King Ghidorah. Even if he did, he doesn't know the content of the chant, Yuuji thought. Kazu had already brought Ranmaru back. Yuuji was unconcerned, as Ranmaru was insignificant compared to King Ghidorah's matter. Planet Godzilla had already furiously torn several of Orochimaru's heads. Yet Orochimaru remained motionless, his vast body now acting like a target, allowing planetary Godzilla to attack. Finally, Orochimaru, located in one of the snake heads, suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of horror and ferocity visible at the corners of his mouth. It seems he has gained something, though it's unclear how much, Yuuji nodded inwardly, pleased with Orochimaru. Kabuto, keep an eye on him. Don't let him get killed by planet Godzilla. I need to focus to finish off Kagaya quickly, Yuuji instructed. Core Dimension. The fierce battle between Yuuji and Kagaya had been ongoing for a while, both standing at the pinnacle of the Six Paths level, causing tremendous destruction. Their battlefield covered almost every corner of Kagaya's dimension. The reason why almost, was because they never entered the lava space where Suzuki struggled against the magma and high temperatures like a headless fly. Boom! A massive truth-seeking ball suddenly expanded, then contracted in an instant. Using multiple dojutsus, Kagaya seemed to be trying his best to defeat Yuuji. Expansive truth-seeking ball, that's your strongest trump card, right? If you can't kill me with this, you'll be the one to lose. Yuuji was wholly enveloped by the expanding truth-seeking ball, which then instantly contracted as if undergoing a terrifying collapse. For anyone else caught in such an attack, they would be disintegrated into countless particles in an instant. However, Yuuji was no ordinary person. He had a clear understanding of Kagaya's techniques and could predict how she would attack him. The expansive truth-seeking ball was a desperate attack. Where the expansive truth-seeking ball disappeared, the space was destroyed, creating a deep, dark void. It's so strong, I didn't expect Mother to still have this kind of power. Black Zetsu exclaimed. Kagaya, gasping for breath, said, that strange feeling is coming again. What feeling? I don't know why, but I always feel like he sees through all my attacks. No matter what power I use, he seems to know it as if he has fought me countless times before and knows me extremely well. This feeling of being wholly seen through and controlled was utterly disconcerting. Troubled, Kagaya used her three eyes to look into the void before her. At first glance, it seemed like Yuuji had been annihilated. Black Zetsu felt the same. But Kagaya, anxious, felt something was off. Suddenly, she turned her head. A spatial portal opened. Yuuji walked out from it. Kagaya's face turned completely grim. You didn't die. To be precise, I simply cannot die. Yuuji floated up, hovering a kilometer away from Kagaya, and said lightly, since I know your trump card, how could I not prepare? I just had to scatter some cells ahead of time. No matter how many times you kill me, I cannot die. Impossible. Black Zetsu shouted. What about your eyes? If you die, you'd lose your eyes too. You're wrong again, Black Zetsu. After observing me for so many years, do you think my immortality is just talk? Yuuji shook his head, the Rinnegan and the Rein Sharinon are engraved in my genes. As long as a single cell of mine survives, I can regenerate these eyes from the genetic level. Black Zetsu trembled all over. Kagaya's heart sank to the bottom. If that's true, how can she fight this? She had thought that even if Yuuji was hard to kill, she could weaken him by destroying the Rinnegan and the Rein Sharinon, but who could have expected? Similar to my clan's Kama, if one of me dies, another can immediately replicate my peak strength. Kagaya was silent. If you can keep generating new eyes, why do you still collect other dojutsu bloodlines? Black Zetsu asked incredulously. You surely won't have the chance to witness that scene. The eye's vision will eventually cover the entire universe, which is a future that will definitely become reality. Yuuji opened his hands towards Kagaya. The techniques of his eyes fired in succession. The Chija Ishinukamai suppressed the space, preventing Kagaya from using the Yamatsu Hirasaka to escape. The Amenaminakanushi suppressed the space, locking Kagaya's typical movement trajectory. The Kinrin Tensei Baku was fired densely, gold beams emerging continuously and intertwining into a terrifying golden network, leaving Kagaya no escape, forcing her to face it head-on. Even the expansive truth-seeking ball couldn't kill him. Kagaya felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She had fought Yuuji for so long, thinking she had found the moment to use the energy-draining expansive truth-seeking ball to annihilate Yuuji decisively. But the result was such that Yuuji lightly resurrected. This kind of resurrection technique was far more troublesome than the Otsutsuki clan's Kama. Kagaya was unsure of the limits of Yuuji's abilities and needed more chakra and energy to test them all. Yasagamai Kyuchiki. Facing the onslaught of numerous Kinrin Tensei Baku, Kagaya had no choice but to face them head-on, her fists flying densely to meet the Kinrin Tensei Baku. The Kinrin Tensei Baku, a technique capable of splitting the moon, was now in Yuuji's Six Paths level hands, reduced to a mere basic attack. How can such a monster exist in this world? Infinite clones, infinite resurrection, and nearly infinite chakra. Black Zetsu cowered in Kagaya's sleeve, terrified. At this moment, having closely seen Yuuji's immortal and infinite traits, Black Zetsu was utterly panicked. How can one engage in high-intensity combat with a freak who won't die? It's impossible to fight at all. At the end of the fight, he will either be beaten to death by Yuuji, or he will be consumed to death. Then, if Yuuji is sealed. Even the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei that sealed my mother couldn't do it. It could only trap his true body. The many clones can still maintain a certain fighting capacity and will release the true body sooner or later. Kagaya also thought of what Black Zetsu could think of. The more she was beaten, the darker Kagaya's face turned. It can't be beaten again and again, it can't be killed again and again, it can't be consumed, and the sealing technique is of little use. Kagaya herself is not very proficient in large-scale attacks. She cannot cover a planet in many different times and spaces in one go and destroy Yuuji's scattered clone. Then, the only option is to run. Kagaya fired intensive Yasogami Kyuchiki, barely resisting the incoming Kinrin Tensei Baku. At the same time, her eyes wandered, looking for a chance to escape. As long as she can escape, there is a possibility of coming back. The worst thing that could happen is that Kagaya doesn't want this planet anymore and wanders around the universe for thousands of years, looking for a new life planet, and there is a chance to start over. As soon as Kagaya retreated, she was immediately blocked by a strong force. The two great spatial dojutsu, Amenamina Kanushi and Chija Ishinukamai, suppressed her every move. What a bad dog! He wouldn't even let her escape. Kagaya was furious to find that the man in front of her had no real shortcomings, everything he showed was his strength. Kagaya tried her best to resist and mobilized the power of her entire dimension so that she could barely resist the crazy explosion of Yuuji. But if this continues, she will also be killed. If I could absorb enough chakra from those ninjas from the beginning, how could I be so passive? Kagaya was furious. She has never returned to her peak form since her resurrection. Kagaya herself is in a weak state. The 10 tails in her body have not eaten for 1,000 years and are as weak as the 2 tails. The more she fights, the more passive Kagaya becomes, the less chakra she gets, and the closer she is to the end of death. Kagaya resisted with her head down, looking like she was going to fight for her life. Black Zetsu couldn't help shouting, "Can you spare my mother? We will give this planet to you. You still have to spend a lot of energy controlling the ninja world, so there is no need to waste it on us." Yuuji paused and looked over strangely. "No, you are mistaken. Controlling the ninja world is just one of my goals. You, Kagaya, the princess of the Otsutsuki clan, are also my goals. What do you want to do?" Kagaya's expression changed. "Capture you, what else would I do?" Yuuji sneered, "Of course, I will torture you to find out the location of the Otsutsuki clan and destroy your clan." Crazy guy. Kagaya frowned, but she didn't think Yuuji could succeed. Kagaya vaguely knew that the people of her clan were trying to give birth to a vital existence, and they sent teams around to obtain chakra fruits to speed up the birth. The god of chakra. This is the name Kagaya learned. Artificial god? Kagaya guessed so. If you are based on this planet, you have a chance to resist the Otsutsuki clan, but if you take the initiative and look for the Otsutsuki clan, you will die. Kagaya said coldly. You want to trade intelligence for a chance of survival. Yuuji saw through Kagaya's plan at a glance and said, "Your clan's plan is nothing more than to create a god of chakra. What's so mysterious about it?" Black Zetsu was confused and did not know what these two people were discussing. Kagaya couldn't hold herself any longer and stared at him in horror. "How do you know? Since you know such secret information, why don't you know the coordinates of the Otsutsuki clan?" Kagaya suspected that Yuuji might be an old enemy of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, but after thinking about it, she couldn't think of who it was. Because their clan has no old enemies at all. Even if the teams sent out to plant trees were occasionally defeated by the natives, no natives of the planet could be considered their clan's old enemy. Don't you understand? Then don't think about it. I will extract your soul and get the information I want. Even if it is a god that your family wants to create, I can kill it. Arrogant, absolutely impossible. How is it impossible? The time is just right. There is a god in the ninja world trying to infiltrate. I will cripple you first and then go back and kill him. Chapter 525, Kid, sing it out loud for me. Kagaya fell silent once more. She didn't understand. From what Yuuji implied, did the ninja world encounter new trouble, too? A being comparable to the god of chakra? How could such a thing exist? Indeed, it wasn't Planet Godzilla. Kagaya felt that, at best, Planet Godzilla was a life form at the 6 paths level, merely bigger and more robust. Mother, perhaps we should find a chance to escape back to the ninja world. There might still be a chance, Black Zetsu said anxiously. Kagaya remained silent. She had no chance. Escape was not an option. Yuuji's dojutsu vastly overpowered her spatial abilities, leaving her nowhere to flee. Yuuji charged again, step by step, pushing Kagaya into a corner. Kagaya, weak from the start, grew increasingly passive and weaker as she battled the fierce enemy. It was a vicious cycle. Frustratingly, Kagaya had exhausted all her techniques, but her opponent neutralized each one. I'm too passive, he knows my abilities too well, Kagaya murmured. Bang! A Kinrin Tensei Baku smashed down, breaking through Kagaya's Yasogami Kyuchiki, and was about to hit her directly. In a quick move, Kagaya deployed a truth-seeking ball to defend herself. But in that moment of change, more Yasogami Kyuchiki came crashing down. One strike followed another, eventually sending the truth-seeking ball flying and piercing through it. Boom! A beam of golden light pierced through Kagaya's chest. Kagaya clenched her teeth. The loss of that part of her body immediately caused her chakra to become chaotic. To prevent the 10 tails from going berserk, Kagaya once again entered the tailed beast mode, transforming into a rabbit-shaped beast. The rabbit form of the tailed beast mode doesn't look particularly impressive, to say the least. It's downright ugly. Yuuji approached nonchalantly, looking casually at Kagaya in this form. Releasing this form clearly meant Kagaya was making her last stand. Just as well, Yuuji also wanted to finish off Kagaya quickly to return to the ninja world and check on Orochimaru's condition. The rabbit-shaped Kagaya charged forward laboriously. Her body seemed very heavy. Not just because of Yuuji's 2 space-time dojutsu continuously suppressing her, but also because being forced into this form indicated Kagaya was highly fatigued. The Jinchuriki was too weak, barely able to suppress the beast inside her. Yuuji spread his hands, and green chakra orbs floated up, rapidly multiplying. In no time, countless green chakra orbs floated around Yuuji, encircling him. Many of these chakra orbs are transformed truth-seeking ball. Do you want to guess which ones? With that, Yuuji waved his hand. The chakra orbs were fired explosively, bombarding Kagaya. Kagaya roared, her Rinnegan on the forehead opening further, trying to absorb these green orbs to replenish her chakra. Unfortunately, some of these green orbs transformed into truth-seeking balls under Yuuji's control and, in an instant, turned into Kinrin Tensei Baku. At close range, they caused further severe damage to the already unavoidable Kagaya. Several beams of golden light surged, and after dispersing, Kagaya was left severely wounded. Her massive body now had many open gaps. The chakra of the 10 tails, eager to escape, part of it transformed into ox heads, fox heads, and other forms. Look, you're so weak now, you can't even control the 10 tails, let alone these dismembered beasts that are taking the opportunity to rebel against you, Yuuji said. Kagaya emitted a painful moan, struggling to suppress the turmoil inside her. 8-tailed beasts were rebelling, trying to escape from Kagaya. The Sage of the 6 Paths was indeed a genius. Not only did he dismember the colossal 10 tails, but he also transformed it into 9 immortal beings with independent consciousness. Even if these tailed beasts were reassembled into the 10 tails, their consciousnesses persisted, and they would rebel at any opportunity. A stroke of genius. It also brought a slight, almost insignificant convenience to Yuuji, at least better than nothing. Yuuji, facing Kagaya from afar, raised his hand. In the next instant, countless cells proliferated, and Yuuji's arm stretched infinitely, grabbing Kagaya's body. Come here, this belongs to me. Yuuji exerted force, still pulling at the tailed beasts. There were 8 tailed beasts, so one hand was certainly not enough. Yuuji's arm suddenly grew new arms from his arm, and the number of new arms increased, each new arm extending many more arms. Soon, countless arms had Kagaya's body firmly pinned down, starting a wide-scale tug-of-war with the tailed beasts. Kagaya howled unwillingly, but by this time, her resistance was much weaker. Facing Yuuji, who was always at his peak and had unlimited stamina, she could no longer hold on. One by one, Yuuji pulled out the tailed beasts and gained their freedom. Boom, boom, boom. 8 tailed beasts landed on the ground, cautiously observing the scene. Having been part of Kagaya inside the 10 tails during this time, they were not wholly unaware of the changes in the outside world. What do we do now? It turns out this guy saved us, Son Goku said sharply. The other tailed beasts were at a loss for words for a moment. Should they thank that man? But they had ended up in this predicament because of him as well. Most of these tailed beasts had grievances with Yuuji. The earliest ones, like the 3 tails and 4 tails, had their tails eaten by Yuuji during the Third Great Ninja War. Regardless, let's take care of Kagaya first. I definitely don't want to be absorbed by her again. Several tailed beasts immediately reached a consensus and gathered together to attack Kagaya. Don't use tailed beast balls. That woman's Rinnegan can absorb our chakra, Jayaki roared. These guys seriously charged forward, intending to deal with Kagaya. Yuuji raised his hand and slapped the ground below. Shinra Tensei. Boom! The repulsive force burst forth, flipping all the tailed beasts over. Are you mistaken? Do you beasts really think you can help me? Do I need help from you lowly creatures? Yuuji looked down, expressionless, gazing at these tailed beasts. Are they thinking of joining forces with him to defeat Kaguya? What a joke! By now, Kaguya, having lost all the tailed beasts, fell powerlessly and crashed to the ground, her body covered in wounds. But she wasn't dead yet. Now, she had merely lost the tailed beasts. Inside her, there still existed the husk of the 10 tails, then Gadu statue, and Black Zetsu, so it wasn't as if she could die just from losing the tailed beasts. I don't understand you, what do you want to do to us? Damn it, I knew he had no good intentions, he just saved us to defeat Kaguya. A few tailed beasts immediately got up, wary of Yuuji. Whether they were wary or not, it was meaningless because the power Yuuji held could completely crush them. He actually called us lowly creatures. Then let's take him down first. Yes, I'm definitely not going down without a fight. Is there really no other way? Why must it end like this? The 8-tailed beasts dared not approach, they could only gather tailed beast balls, intending to bombard Yuuji. Although they knew by now that Yuuji also possessed the Rinnegan. But whether it was tailed beast balls or other methods, they were doomed not to harm Yuuji even slightly, only able to struggle desperately. Yuuji waved his hand. Countless cells proliferated, wildly expanding on their surfaces, quickly enveloping the several tailed beasts. Soon, 8 meatballs appeared on the spot, each sealing a tailed beast within. The immense pressure made it impossible for the tailed beasts to move. The first time using this method, it looks flawless. Thus, I now have a sealing technique to replace the truth-seeking ball. Yuuji looked down at these 8 meatballs, very satisfied. He could feel the tailed beasts trying to struggle. But Yuuji's cells were furiously infiltrating the tailed beasts, extracting their chakra. In some ways, this was more effective than the truth-seeking ball. The container, the meatballs, was composed of countless Yuujis. Yuuji landed, walked up to Kaguya, and grabbed her thick, long hair, lifting her. That posture, as if carelessly picking up a dead dog. You lost, but I won't kill you immediately if I'm not mistaken, you have become one with the 10 tails to a large extent. I'll completely devour you and the 10 tails, erasing every trace of your consciousness, Yuuji said. For anyone else, even the Otsutsuki, it might be impossible to kill Kaguya. The 9-tailed beasts were immortal, they could only be absorbed or sealed, not killed. If the tailed beasts couldn't die, then Kaguya wouldn't die either. Theoretically, there was always a faint chance of revival. But Yuuji wouldn't give her that opportunity. Otsutsuki Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world, the rabbit goddess, her illustrious life was coming to an end. Wait. Don't kill Mother, you want to find the Otsutsuki clan, right? Mother will help you. She knows a lot about the clan, Mother can be useful to you. She can become your assistant. Black Zetsu risked death to emerge from Kaguya's sleeve. He had been planning to escape, but hearing that Yuuji knew of Kaguya's immortality and was confident in ultimately killing Kaguya, he couldn't sit still any longer. If Kaguya were utterly dead, Black Zetsu's escape would be meaningless. And most likely, he wouldn't be able to escape. An assistant, huh? Not a bad suggestion, but I'm not interested in someone who could betray me at any moment. Besides, how can I gain stronger power without completely devouring her and the 10 tails? How can I declare war on the entire planet of Te Otsutsuki clan? Yuuji scoffed repeatedly, reached out, grabbed Black Zetsu, and, with a slight effort, completely obliterated him. The most filial son in the ninja world, who had been scheming for 1,000 years, died just like that. Yuuji's eyes shifted, opening a space-time portal to the ninja world. He dragged Kaguya by the hair, brutally dragging her along, and stepped out from this different dimension into the ninja world. At this time, the ninja world, under the influence of infinite Tsukuyomi, was plunged into an unprecedented silence. But those few who managed to stay awake were now frowning in surprise and confusion, staring at Orochimaru. What is Orochimaru doing? Having turned into this state, why does he look like that? Oh, he's not crazy enough to use living corpse reincarnation to take over planet Godzilla's body, is he? The few present didn't understand. Aware of some of the insider details, Kabuto frowned slightly, looking worriedly at Orochimaru. Did he succeed? Did he really make contact with that mysterious being? Kabuto was somewhat anxious, even unsure of the form of the being that Yuuji took very seriously. Planet Godzilla's movement suddenly ceased. Its massive blue eyes should contain no emotional fluctuations. But now, Planet Godzilla suddenly lowered its head, staring intently at Orochimaru, precisely at the existence that had established a slight connection with Orochimaru. Enemies were extremely jealous when they met. Planet Godzilla emitted a terrifying roar. Just the bellow itself was a super vibration wave, vibrating the air wherever it went. Even the continuous thick meat carpet on the ground was shattered by this roar. As expected. I bet right, even you must acknowledge that being's influence. Orochimaru's dark laughter came out, revealing his madness. The method was correct. Next was to figure out how to summon that mysterious third monster to the ninja world. But, how exactly? Even though spiritual communication wasn't possible every day, the other party seemed to be in a very distant location. Can't open a space-time door and come directly. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, remembering that strangely toned phrase. Come forth, King Ghidorah! Orochimaru had just shouted out. Boom! Planet Godzilla opened its mouth and emitted an atomic breath, striking the Yamata no Orikai's body, thoroughly dissolving a large area of the Yamata no Orikai's body. Then there was no more. Orochimaru waited for a second or two, finding no response. No. I'm going to die. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat. Why was there no response? What information had he missed? At this moment, Yuuji returned, like a god, grabbing Kagaya's hair and violently throwing her to the ground. With a bang, Kagaya crashed to the ground like a meteor, creating a deep crater on the meat carpet. The surrounding meat carpet immediately proliferated, spreading over. Atsutsuki Kagaya. She's back, finally back, it looks like a complete victory. That's normal, Yuuji-san never disappoints. Kabuto and others breathed a sigh of relief. But Orochimaru, with a sudden jump in his serpentine eyes, turned pale. It was completely over. Kagaya was so strong, yet after battling Yuuji, she turned into a ghostly figure, utterly undignified, manipulated, and humiliated by Yuuji. Bring us a glorious conclusion. Yuuji looked at Orochimaru and said something. What? Orochimaru was startled. Come forth, King Ghidorah, and bring us a glorious conclusion. This is the hymn that summons him. Yuuji looked down at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your only remaining value is this. If you can establish contact with that guy, then just summon him over. Anyway, he has noticed you. Yuuji's eyes were filled with cold color. King Ghidorah, unless its true form comes, it will only cause some trouble and be a hindrance to Yuuji. If it only sends out projections or even a clone, he can kill as many as he can. Chapter 526, Is this really Yamata no Orikai? Orochimaru stared blankly at Yuuji, unable to speak for a long time, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Does this guy know about the third monster? It makes sense. Over these years, you've been controlling Planet Godzilla, so you must know how it got injured. Orochimaru's voice was low, sometimes glancing at Yuuji, and then back at Planet Godzilla. I know him far better than you do. Yuuji said, Sing, hold on to hatred, and summon that guy over. Planet Godzilla remained motionless at this moment but clearly emanated an unprecedented hostility. You know, Planet Godzilla hardly showed any emotional fluctuations before. Orochimaru sneered, defeating a powerful enemy seems to have made you arrogant. Since you've given me this opportunity, I have no choice. You better not regret it. Yuuji looked at him coldly, showing no expression. Suppressing his doubts, Orochimaru reluctantly began chanting the incantation. For someone with Orochimaru's personality, he wouldn't do something so uncertain if he had a choice. But he had no other options. Summoning that peculiar entity called King Ghidorah might still offer a chance. Not summoning it would mean certain doom. Come forth, King Ghidorah, and bring us a glorious conclusion. In the depths of the abyss, as if something had noticed this place. But it was so far away that even beings of six paths level would despair. And the process of observing and exerting power was also extremely difficult, encountering numerous obstacles. But even so, that figure ultimately stood at the top of the universe's food chain, an ancient monster on the path to becoming a universe-level god. King Ghidorah had to take action to eliminate Godzilla, a remarkably potential threat that might threaten his rule in the distant future. Boom! It seemed like there was a sound, but upon closer listening, there was nothing. Is it here already? So eager. It seems it has been preparing for a long time. Yuuji looked up. A strange feeling of incongruity emanated from Orochimaru, but the others, including him, felt nothing, just staring blankly. It seems that only beings of 6 paths or planetary level can perceive it, Yuuji pondered. So, this is what that guy said. Wrapped in flesh, Kaguya, who was constantly losing her remaining power, looked up laboriously. A being comparable to the god of chakra, the one the man vowed to slay, is this it? But, where did this guy come from? A super life form surpassing the 6 paths level, the Otsutsuki clan had been waging war across the universe for so many years, why hadn't they received any news? Thinking about it, Kaguya closed her eyes again. What's the point of being entangled with this? She had been thoroughly defeated, and the flesh blanket had forcibly extracted her remaining power. Soon, she might not even be able to maintain her form. This feels really terrible, something is growing out of Orochimaru. Karen couldn't help but step back a few steps. Not only the powerful beings in the ninja world sensed something. As a corner of the cosmic barrier was torn open, the top predators from another universe silently infiltrated. Powerful beings throughout the universe sensed it. What's going on? Momoshiki-sama, your state seems off. Well, your strength is too weak, so you couldn't notice. Urashiki, you can probably feel it too, right? Urashiki and Momoshiki sat on Kinchiki's shoulder, rapidly traversing space and heading toward the ninja world. Unknowingly, sweat beads appeared on Momoshiki's forehead. Beside him, Urashiki stopped, simultaneously closing the spatial tunnel. The 3 of them were now floating in the vacuum space. It's strange. There's an instinctive tremor in my soul. What's going on? Momoshiki looked wary, pointing in the direction they were heading. And it seems to be coming from that direction. Are you saying it's the planet where Ishiki and Kaguya are? Are those 2 really that strong? Even if they devoured the god tree and consumed the chakra fruit, it shouldn't be like this. What if it's not them, but the guys that I have to ask for help from in the future? After Momoshiki finished speaking, both Kinchiki and Urashiki fell silent. The 3 looked at each other, and the more time passed, the more oppressive they felt. Future Momoshiki had sent a distress signal to present-day Momoshiki, and all 3 knew that. That's why they abandoned their current tasks and moved towards the ninja world. But just as they were about to reach the ninja world, the overwhelming wave came crashing toward them, making even them, who were used to being unscrupulous, feel awe. There must be some connection in this. Momoshiki asserted, but I think we can take a break here. Well done, Momoshiki-senpai, your wisdom is remarkable. Urashiki immediately responded. Kinchiki just listened to Momoshiki, and immediately said, we have been traveling without sleep for several months. As Momoshiki-sama said, it is indeed time to recover. Momoshiki-sama, do you want to eat me? No need, it's not that time yet. Momoshiki refused. He didn't want to turn his loyal subordinates into chakra fruits here. Momoshiki knew that Kinchiki was loyal to him, which highlighted Kinchiki's preciousness even more. Unlike Urashiki next to him, this bastard was two-faced, and he had no idea how to curse him. Speaking of which, if we can sense something, my family will certainly be able to sense it. Momoshiki suddenly mentioned. The 3 looked toward the ninja world, silent as if afraid of disturbing something. The main branch of the Otsutsuki clan. Standing among the top few, they felt something and immediately flew into space, staring coldly in a certain direction. That feeling just now seems to exceed the normal dimensions. Yet, it seems that an outsider has invaded. Could they be coming for us? Regardless, let's quickly cultivate the god of chakra. With the god of chakra, we have nothing to fear no matter where the enemy comes from. The war machine of the Otsutsuki clan immediately began to operate frantically. With a more frenzied and urgent posture, they continuously collected chakra fruits. Clan leader, there's still not enough chakra fruit, a member of the main family respectfully said. I remember, it's been over 1,000 years since there's been any news from Ishiki and Kaguya's side, send someone to check, the clan leader said. Ninja World. At this moment, this ordinary planet briefly became the center of the entire universe. The powerful beings in the universe all felt uncomfortable, and when a gap appeared in the cosmic barrier, it naturally caused subtle ripples at the cosmic level. But they didn't know exactly what had happened. The top few of the Otsutsuki main family had suspicions but weren't sure. But the people of the ninja world witnessed an unprecedented scene. A strange shadow spread from Orochimaru's body. It was without breath, emotion, or chakra fluctuations, like the most ordinary shadow, but it existed, moving on its own. This shadow. Could it be a shadow technique similar to the Nara clans? A yin-release ninjutsu. Kabuto and others subconsciously made judgments based on concepts like chakra and were trying to make sense of the situation. But in reality, this mass of shadows, visible only to the naked eye but imperceptible to senses beyond sight, had nothing to do with chakra. Clearly, the entity that had just penetrated with Orochimaru as a reference point was trying to figure out the situation of this universe. It's finally here, an existence beyond dimensions, a universe-level god who nearly killed planet Godzilla with just a projection. Yuuji stared at the mass of shadows, deep in thought. It's normal not to perceive it. In the monsterverse, the motherships of those three civilizations couldn't detect this shadow's situation using any technological means, only watching helplessly as it passed through one life after another, unleashing carnage. Yuuji remained calm. But planet Godzilla immediately exploded. It extended its claws, swiping, but grabbing nothing. The shadow immediately submerged, attempting to devour the energy within the flesh carpet and the numerous dormant ninjas. Of course, Yuuji wouldn't let it happen. He immediately controlled his own cells, carrying away all animals and plants. When Kaguya resurrects, she'll try every means to absorb the chakra of the ninjas. It's the same when you first arrived, I won't give you a chance. To feast on the enemy, to strengthen oneself with the enemy's power? Ridiculous, Yuuji couldn't possibly be unguarded against it. The long, dragon-like shadow turned its head and then targeted Kaguya. Kaguya looked at the rapidly approaching dragon head in horror. The closer it got, the wider the dragon's head opened its mouth. It was clearly just a shadow with length and width, yet it seemed capable of swallowing Kaguya whole. Yuuji raised a finger and used a spatial gate to toss Kaguya far away. Then please, feel free to use my power. Orochimaru went completely mad, fervently staring at the dragon-like shadow. The appearance of this shadow triggered a fierce reaction from planet Godzilla, which already indicated a problem. In Orochimaru's view, this third monster was clearly proficient in space ninjutsu and soul-type secret techniques. It only takes a little time to come to the ninja world. According to common sense, this is indeed the case. It transcends the six paths level, it could pierce through space tunnel and instantly arrive from distant unknown planets to the ninja world. But the problem was, this guy wasn't even a native of this universe but came from a very distant parallel universe. Being able to cross cosmic barriers through summoning rituals was already extremely rare enough. A clown, Yuuji commented. The shadow returned to Orochimaru. Immediately after, the torn and tattered eight-headed body of Orochimaru, torn by Godzilla, underwent a drastic change. Countless flesh and blood scattered on the ground were now reassembled. But at this moment, 5 out of 8 heads appeared to be shrinking. Gradually, something resembling a snake, yet not quite a snake, resembling a dragon, yet not quite a dragon, emerged. The 8 snake heads have turned into 3. The forms of these 3 snake heads have also changed. Everyone was a little bewildered. Was this still Orochimaru? Dragons didn't exist in the ninja world itself, but they existed in legends. A typical example was Orochimaru himself, who, after learning senjutsu from the Ryokai cave, declared that he wanted to transform from a snake into a dragon when he fought against Itaki and Suzuki. As expected, from the 8-headed serpent to King Ghidorah. Yuuji stood with one hand on his hip, floating in the air, observing Orochimaru's entire transformation process. It can't be, this isn't a snake, but a dragon. After restoring his body, the white snake sage was shocked to discover these 3 dragon heads. In the sky, under the illumination of the red moon, the surfaces of these 3 dragon heads faintly shimmered with a layer of golden light, displaying their extraordinary nature. The eyes of the white snake sage turned red. Dragon transformation. It also wanted to transform into a dragon. After millennia of hard work, it couldn't achieve what Orochimaru, this guy, somehow summoned. Swish! The middle dragon head opened its mouth, and Orochimaru emerged halfway. Ha ha ha, that's it, this is my new body. The strongest body I've dreamed of. Did you see it? What Uchiha? What Otsutsuki? And you, Yuuji? None of your bodies can compare to this one. Orochimaru's smile was incredibly sinister. Too strong. After receiving assistance from the entity named King Ghidorah, he became incredibly powerful in one go. Orochimaru stared deathly at Yuuji. But it was evident that the other two heads had their own thoughts, not share Orochimaru's mindset. One dragon head suddenly reached out and bit the white snake sage. Endless golden lightning flashed, and the white snake sage let out a piercing scream. The dragon's head absorbed all of its chakra along with its soul. In this way, King Ghidorah acquired some chakra, striving to adapt to the rules of this universe. Huff! Planet Godzilla's entire face changed drastically, becoming extremely fierce. Roar! The last dragon head then stared straight at Planet Godzilla, issuing a roar of defiance before immediately biting down. Planet Godzilla spewed atomic breath from its mouth, but it passed directly through, unable to truly touch King Ghidorah's head. Watching as King Ghidorah's head was about to bite into Planet Godzilla and about to extract energy from Godzilla. According to normal logic, Planet Godzilla could not deal with King Ghidorah, but this time, things were different. Before Planet Godzilla could counterattack, Yuuji intervened. The entire space trembled violently. After a buzzing sound, it forcefully subdued this dragon's head. Planet Godzilla's biggest weakness lies in its lack of spatial ability. In the past, no matter how hard it tried, it could only have one-sided contact with you, passively enduring your attacks, but now it's different. Yuuji coldly stared at King Ghidorah, their gazes seeming to penetrate two universes. Now, not only does it have my help, who possesses extremely restraining spatial abilities, but it has also devoured part of the genes of the 10 tails, possessing the potential to pierce through space. Yuuji pointed towards the sky. On the moon, dazzling golden light erupted. Chapter 527, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The 10 tails is not to be trifled with. As a plant-like entity, Planet Godzilla has naturally acquired some of the 10 tails abilities by taking the genes of another plant. At the very least, Planet Godzilla has initially mastered the 10 tails ability to absorb natural energy. However, extracting spatial abilities from these genes still requires some time. Although the 10 tails itself has never directly revealed any dojutsu capable of piercing through space, considering it is the origin of the Rinnegan, its genes undoubtedly contain the ability to perceive space. In theory, Planet Godzilla could possess this ability too. It lacks the time or perhaps needs to consume more of the 10 tails to obtain it. But that's not a problem. Yuuji can quickly compensate for Planet Godzilla's greatest weakness. Buzz! The entire moon turns golden as the giant Rinnegan, which had remained there for many years, is now controlled by Yuuji and roars straight toward the ninja world. From the surface of the ninja world, one can see a dazzlingly bright golden sphere descending from the sky. You have gold, and so do I. Yuuji raises his hand, holding the giant Rinnegan several meters in diameter. Two distinctly different golden lights spread explosively across the land. Of the three heads of King Ghidorah, two are focused on Yuuji. One of them is Orochimaru. So Planet Godzilla does not have spatial abilities. What an unexpected discovery. It's a pity I didn't find out earlier, things might not have turned out this way. Orochimaru licks his lips, greedily gazing at Planet Godzilla. At this level, to have no spatial abilities? Surprisingly, it hasn't mastered even the techniques that threaten space. Orochimaru feels regret. Had he known this earlier, he could have made preparations. But it's still not too late. Let's ignore Planet Godzilla for now and deal with the most troublesome one. Orochimaru said, controlling the dragon head he was on to rush toward Yuuji. However, the other two heads have different ideas and head straight for Planet Godzilla. 2 against 1, Orochimaru can only watch helplessly as he loses control over his body and heads toward Planet Godzilla. Damn! One head, one mind. Orochimaru curses. He first thought King Ghidorah was opposing his strategy, but now he realizes it was the two minds in the heads who made the decision, prioritizing taking down Planet Godzilla. How can such absurd things happen? Does King Ghidorah, an entity beyond the 6 paths level, not have a unified consciousness? King Ghidorah lets out a strange cry, which, in this silent world, even carries a hint of ethereality. Roar, 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 roar you a hammer, it's just a trivial projection. Yuuji snorts coldly and steps forward. All three eyes simultaneously emit a strange light, and a powerful spatial force descends. In this move, Yuuji forcibly compresses King Ghidorah from an interdimensional existence into this current world. Planet Godzilla opens its mouth again, charging up, gathering all its energy and chakra, and firing an electrified particle cannon. King Ghidorah is not to be outdone, opening its mouth and emitting a beam that looks like countless golden lightning bolts converging into a graviton beam. The two titans begin their clash. In an instant, terrifying spherical energy emerges, with blue and gold colors wildly flashing, every moment witnessing billions of particle interactions. Intense vibrations erupt, shaking the earth. It is not just a regular clash of abilities, but compared to Planet Godzilla's electrified particle cannon, Ghidorah's graviton beam, as the name suggests, involves gravitational powers. Space and gravity are King Ghidorah's two most prominent abilities, neither of which Planet Godzilla possesses. How splendid, then I also must seize this opportunity. Yuuji's gaze lingers on Planet Godzilla for a moment, then pauses. After taking down King Ghidorah, it's time to deal with Planet Godzilla, one way or another altogether. It's about time to act. Yuuji claps his hands, and several spatial gates tear open instantly. From within the gates, 8 meatballs fly out. What's this? 8? Could it be the 8-tailed beasts? Kabuto and others immediately understand what Yuuji is about to do. He plans to take advantage of the battle between Planet Godzilla and King Ghidorah to devour all the tailed beasts in one go. However, the 2 tails is within Kakashi. Kakashi. Guy is worried. Kazu also looks over with a cold face. Kakashi, I'm prepared for the worst. If those 2 monsters win, we'll be in trouble. Your preparedness is unnecessary, I won't let you die here. Yuuji speaks. He controls the 8 meatballs the next moment, rapidly drawing them towards himself. One by one, the meatballs squirm like sludge, directly pouncing on Yuuji. After a moment of wriggling, they merge into his body. This scene, well, resembles a certain Majin Buu absorbing Dragon Ball Warrior. Meatballs continue to pounce on Yuuji. King Ghidorah, who was fighting, was quite restrained. After all, he had 3 heads, and whatever Orochimaru wanted to do would be useless. But Planet Godzilla immediately becomes frantic. This is its food. Only by devouring the 10 tails can it fully adapt and master the rules of this universe and complete its evolution. It's well aware of its strength, without evolving, it can't possibly be a match for King Ghidorah. Getting anxious, huh? Kabuto speaks indifferently. Kazu coldly said, that strange creature has already discovered its presence here, it's only a matter of time before the main body arrives in the ninja world. If Godzilla doesn't seize the chance to enhance itself, it's doomed. Planet Godzilla roars, planning to ditch King Ghidorah and charge at Yuuji. This movement immediately causes problems in what could have been a stable clash. The graviton beam blasts forth, and even as Planet Godzilla moves, it can't wholly dodge and is struck on the spot. Bright flashes burst forth. However, only a burnt patch appears on Planet Godzilla's body without causing real damage. The projection's graviton beam is ultimately not powerful enough. Planet Godzilla snorts hot air from its nostrils, glaring fiercely at King Ghidorah, still intending to charge at Yuuji. But 2 of King Ghidorah's heads, revealing deep malice, take the opportunity to charge forward, extending like shadows biting into Planet Godzilla's neck. Planet Godzilla lets out an angry roar, its claws grabbing onto this head, slowly twisting, nearly ripping the head off. The other head also bites onto Planet Godzilla's neck. The 2 dragon heads firmly bite down, seizing every second to absorb energy from Planet Godzilla madly. After Planet Godzilla roars in pain, it attempts to tear off the head. I won't let you do that. Orochimaru quickly forms seals, his eyes shooting out a greedy glint. As part of King Ghidorah, Orochimaru feels King Ghidorah is a part of himself and can feel himself rapidly growing stronger. Absorbing the power from Planet Godzilla rapidly increases his strength, how could he let it go? Summoning technique, Triple Rashomon. 3 ghostly gates suddenly burst from the ground, forcefully lifting Planet Godzilla. Orochimaru has no choice, his mastery of powerful ninjutsu, such as the 8 branches technique and 10,000 snake formation, is limited. But a distraction was all he needed. Planet Godzilla staggers but still manages to tear off a head. Then, another atomic breath is fired, blasting Orochimaru or rather, King Ghidorah's body away. Tisk, it's really difficult to deal with. I lost 1 head. Orochimaru's face darkens as he looks at the other head. I told you earlier, this beast isn't important, the real trouble is Yuuji. Another head sends a thought. Human, weak. Weak. Orochimaru is baffled. Are humans weak? Why would King Ghidorah have such a perception? Not to mention the mysterious and powerful Otsutsuki clan, just the ninja world alone produced an entity like Yuuji. Where does Ghidorah get the confidence? Orochimaru cannot understand. Unless it comes from a place where humans are fragile, but the Otsutsuki also come from beyond the stars, clearly very strong. Orochimaru quickly thinks this through. His thoughts are all captured by King Ghidorah, who remains silent. This cosmic overlord has fully realized the uniqueness of this universe. In the monsterverse, humans, or more broadly, all humanoid intelligent beings across the universe, are merely seeds, existing only to foster the flowering of civilization, in turn for the emergence of monsters as the fruit. But in this universe, it seems humanoid beings are revered. King Ghidorah remains silent, its connection to its main body is highly distant, and it is already struggling to control the projection it had managed to send across cosmic barriers, making the connection of consciousness incredibly difficult. With its limited power, taking down planet Godzilla is the top priority. As for invading this universe, there's time for that later. It's enough as long as it can stop planet Godzilla from using the universe's power to enhance itself. As mortal enemies and beings from different universes capable of drawing power from two universes, King Ghidorah naturally prefers to kill planet Godzilla first. This universe's coordinates have already been noted, it can come and go as it pleases later, but planet Godzilla must be dealt with promptly. Can't continue to absorb. King Ghidorah's consciousness falters intermittently. The distance between the two universes is too vast. Stopping planet Godzilla from absorbing the 10 tails, I understand. The incurable wounds on it were your doing, but after it absorbed the 10 tails power, it visibly began to heal itself. Orochimaru speaks solemnly, endeavoring to fully assert control over this body, while also striving to resist the temptation to betray King Ghidorah for its power, all the while avoiding detection. I absorb. King Ghidorah continues intermittently. On the other side, Yuuji has already absorbed all 8-tailed beasts into his body. When planet Godzilla charges over, it can only stare and roar. Shut up, at this point, one of us must take the lead. What I give you is yours, what I don't, you can't just take. Yuuji speaks. Giving the 10 tails to planet Godzilla? Unless Yuuji has gone mad. If it ate the 10 tails, who knows how powerful planet Godzilla might become? By then, it might fully master the 10 tails' spatial abilities, and its 2 blue eyes will likely become Rinnegan. At that time, Yuuji would find it challenging to control planet Godzilla. Kakashi, it's time for you and Pain to be useful. Yuuji speaks solemnly, using gravity to pull Kakashi and Hirako towards him. The Eye of the Moon is ready-made, and Kakashi, the artificial 10 tails Jinchuriki, is also ready-made, plus this guy Hirako. Yuuji then looks toward Kazu. Kazu was startled, revealing a look of astonishment, wondering. Are you still planning to execute the Infinite Izanagi plan? Wasn't that just a cover? Kazu blurts out. It's not a cover, any way to increase strength is useful. Come on, Kazu, you who have the Eternal Eye can be my sword bearer. Yuuji added, don't you want to possess the Rinnegan? With Kakashi as the container to hold the 10 tails and Hirako as the natural energy receptor to provide you with a continuous supply of natural energy. With Eternal Eyes and Sage Mode, you'll ultimately surpass the limits, possibly becoming an existence comparable to Kaguya, Yuuji speaks. Nearby, Kaguya looks at Kazu suspiciously but quickly becomes indifferent. Comparable to herself? It doesn't matter anymore, as long as it's Yuuji's command, she'll calmly obey and accept the outcome. Kazu's eyes widen, revealing deep excitement, eager to stand before Yuuji. Was it all planned from the beginning? Kakashi and Hirako were indeed my backup plan, but I never said I would use their powers for myself, Yuuji says. The next moment, he reaches out, plunges into Kakashi's body, and pulls out the distorted, ununified 10 tails. After wrapping and sustaining it with his flesh, he throws it out, merging it into Kazu's body. But Yuuji keeps the main body of the 2 tails in his own hands, merging it into his own body. As planet Godzilla becomes more frantic, it charges over, planning to attack Kazu and Kaguya. But Yuuji has already lifted these few people high into the air, positioning them towards the moon, using himself as the center of the world. Since you won't listen to me, we'll have to decide the outcome. I've prepared a lot for you, and this is just one of them. Watch closely, both of you, whether it's Godzilla or Ghidorah, just watch me. Become a god. Chapter 528, Ghidorah defeated. The eye of the moon blooms again with a bizarre brilliance, enveloping the entire world. Kazu's eternal eyes are used as the medium, and Hirako is the natural energy receptor, serving as the power source. Moreover, these two individuals are infused with Yuuji's cells, which Yuuji himself controls. Under this combined effect, the eye of the moon emits a red glow again. However, this time, it's no longer the infinite Tsukuyomi but a more inescapable version called infinite Izanagi. This means that the ninja world is now covered by the infinite Tsukuyomi, infinite Izanagi, and Yuuji's cells. A triple threat leaves no room for escape. In addition to the infinite Tsukuyomi and Yuuji's cells, the infinite Izanagi is enough to control the fate of countless individuals. All actions that do not align with my intentions will be corrected, all thoughts that should not exist will be eradicated. Yuuji spreads his arms, and the entire planet trembles faintly. Infinite Izanagi, toying with the fates of millions of lives, altering them at will, he has truly mastered this tyrannical path. Indra and Asura are utterly horrified. This is the infinite Izanagi. Any slight misbehavior by a person, such as suddenly committing murder, would erase that fixed reality, resetting everything before the event occurred. Moreover, if Yuuji could control the infinite Tsukuyomi, he could repeatedly subject the murderer to dream cycles, brainwashing them time after time to eradicate the impulse to kill from their minds. Combining these two, and with Yuuji's cells covering the globe, eroding all matter, countless clones monitor everything. This means that Yuuji alone manipulates and toys with everything, whether alive or inanimate, from thoughts to actions, from dreams to reality. At this moment, the flesh blanket released by Yuuji completes its invasion of the entire planet. The planet's surface has already transformed into a thick, constantly writhing flesh blanket, and even the core is invaded by Yuuji's cells, merging indistinguishably with various materials. In the sky, the eerie red moon shines down on the land. Red moon, flesh blanket, monsters, omniscient and omnipotent. This is the ninja world now, drastically different from the past and beyond anyone's imagination. King Ghidorah looks up at Yuuji. Orochimaru plans to join forces with King Ghidorah to launch a powerful attack. But Yuuji has already noticed, casting a glance in their direction. In the sky, as the red moon flickers eerily, the chakra ball formed by Orochimaru, resembling a tailed beast bomb, vanishes instantly. Orochimaru is shocked. Is this Izanagi? My powerful technique was erased in an instant. It's downright outrageous. Facing such an absurd technique, doesn't that mean that any attack Orochimaru launches could be erased from reality? Kazu's Izanagi was troublesome enough, but infinite Izanagi is even more terrifying. A critical premise of applying Izanagi externally is using chakra to erase the opponent's chakra. The more significant the opponent, the more chakra is consumed. But now, Yuuji, rounding up, controls 2 extra 10 tails, both of which have evolved after consuming an Otsutsuki, essentially controlling all the chakra in the ninja world. Coupled with Yuuji himself, who has unlimited chakra, even if consumed one-on-one, Orochimaru can be consumed to death. Not only does Orochimaru realize the danger, but King Ghidorah feels it too. King Ghidorah's thoughts are intermittent, glancing at Yuuji and then at the approaching planet Godzilla, unsure of what to do. Continue fighting? The opponent has mastered the power system of this universe, King Ghidorah has not. The opponent has the home field advantage and is 2 against 1, at most. King Ghidorah can send a projection here, occupying Orochimaru's body. Not to mention, the humans of this universe can launch space attacks with such tiny bodies, it's really infuriating. This universe, humans, space technology, trouble. King Ghidorah speaks intermittently. This universe-level god truly feels the trouble posed by the humans of this universe. What the hell, space technology, in his universe, requires countless technological civilizations to desperately climb the technology tree before there is a slim chance of a breakthrough. Even then, rudimentary space technology is useless. Intelligent civilizations need to develop genuinely profound technology, spending countless years and endless resources to build massive experimental setups to pierce through space. And for such cumbersome, massive, yet delicate technological creations, King Ghidorah could quickly destroy them with a single blast of its graviton beam. In reality, these potentially great tech civilizations don't have time to develop slowly, they are exterminated by monsters born on their home planets. In the monsterverse, space technology that can threaten King Ghidorah, a high-dimensional existence, is not non-existent, but it's almost unheard of. But the humanoid beings of this universe, damn it, with chakra, transcendent energy, naturally turned towards enhancing individual strength, neglecting technology. King Ghidorah stares at Yuuji, then looks at Kabuto, Kagaya, Kazu, Hashirama, and others with the Rinnegan, finding the situation increasingly troublesome. Worthless humans, why do they have such potential? How can they grow to such a level with such tiny bodies, even without nuclear fusion organs, just by relying on chakra? It's absurd, too absurd. Since arriving in this universe, King Ghidorah has continuously had its worldview shaken. It must seriously consider this universe capable of fostering strong humans. Huh? The humans of this universe? What do you mean? Space technology, what is that? Is technology referring to scientific ninja tools? Ninja tools that can pierce through space. Keenly aware of the implications, Orochimaru also begins to understand that King Ghidorah's origin might differ greatly from what he imagined. Could it be that King Ghidorah is not a monster of this universe? From another universe? I get it, I understand. Orochimaru cries out in shock. No wonder Godzilla and you initially had no chakra, only showing it after absorbing the tailed beasts and the white snake sage. That makes sense, both are from a more mysterious outer world. A world without chakra? Orochimaru's curiosity explodes, he doesn't want to die here. Since he can't reconcile with Yuuji, why not take the chance to escape to that mysterious other world with King Ghidorah? There, countless unknowns and countless knowledge await. King Ghidorah knows Orochimaru's thoughts but doesn't respond. It stares at Yuuji with one head, falling silent. If not for this human, it would not lose, even if planet Godzilla swallowed the 10 tails, awakening spatial abilities would take time. King Ghidorah would have enough time to kill planet Godzilla with that buffer. I'll remember you. King Ghidorah says coldly. You should remember not him but me. Because you are not worth his attention. Kazu finally fully integrates the 10 tails power, opens her eyes again, and her eyes undergo explosive growth in power. Just a bit more, but alright, I'll help you then. Kabuto chuckles, forming seals with one hand. His blue Rinnegan instantly transforms into a red Rain Sharingan. He explosively deploys the dojutsu quickly, accelerating the flow of time on Kazu. Soon, Kazu's eyes reveal layer upon layer of patterns, evolving into the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, I finally have these eyes. Kazu is excited. What were the risks and prices she took to reach this step? From undergoing Yuuji's human experiments, surviving genetic collapse, obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan from Izumi, and merging the 10 tails from Kakashi's body. Only then did she obtain the Rinnegan. Purple eyes, quite fitting. Yuuji glances at them, nodding appreciatively, but does not inquire about the powers of these eyes. It's probably related to switching between reality and illusion. Kazu looks down, watching the two titans about to collide. Her eyes widen, instantly activating the Izanagi dojutsu. The Rinnegan's power is astounding when used to deploy a Mangekyo level dojutsu. In an instant, it twists King Ghidorah's already severely damaged body. Too fragile, Orochimaru, you're not enough to harness its power. You'd better roll back to your territory and wait for us to come knocking. Kazu's gaze is relentless. Planet Godzilla extends a claw, intending to twist off another of King Ghidorah's heads. But Kazu acts faster, combining the Eye of the Moon, Rinnegan, 10 tails, and natural energy, unleashing full power to block Planet Godzilla's move. An even more terrifying twisting force descends. Kazu is about to erase King Ghidorah from reality, to twist it into falsehood. Planet Godzilla howls skyward. King Ghidorah emits a sharp roar. This, a failure. Kazu raises an eyebrow. Of course, it will fail. You want to erase King Ghidorah's existence with the rules of this universe, which is impossible. This beast is a universe-level god, after all. It can be killed or defeated, but you can't erase its existence. Yuuji explains. King Ghidorah's status is there, ultimately far surpassing a 6 paths level. Trying to do it, you'd only erase Orochimaru, the container, which is meaningless. Yuuji says, let me handle this. I'll put a period in this chapter for this thing. Yuuji raises his hand, using powerful gravity and the endless flesh blanket to stop Planet Godzilla forcefully. Then, he flies in front of King Ghidorah, gazing at this god of the monsterverse. "This time, you've lost," Yuuji says. "Next time. I will. There won't be a next time because before you invade this universe again, I'll come find you first." Yuuji chuckles coldly, "If I were you, I'd do everything possible to enhance my strength and the power of my subordinates, lest when I come crossing universes with an army, you'd be powerless." These words are likely useless, as Yuuji seriously doubts that King Ghidorah would allow its monsters to become trusted subordinates instead of devouring them. So, this guy will likely devour monsters from various planets even more crazily while recruiting the many technological civilizations crippled by all sorts of monsters. Among monsters, trust is rare, more often, it's a food chain of mutual consumption. The relationship between Planet Godzilla and Mothra is ultimately an exception. Yuuji almost foresees the distant future and what this cross-universe war will turn into. But for now, it's better to send this Golden Sovereign's projection to its end. Farewell, Yuuji speaks slowly. Planet Godzilla glares, wanting to finish off its old rival personally. But Yuuji doesn't give it that chance. With one blow, various lights flashed, and the power of space suppression came, utterly destroying every particle of King Ghidorah. "Damn it, I've done so much, yet I still die, why didn't you send stronger power?" Orochimaru curses. He can no longer be revived, and even if he survives this time, this completely transformed ninja world has no place for him. Buzz. King Ghidorah vanishes into smoke, and Orochimaru dies along with it. At the moment of death, the part belonging to King Ghidorah begins to disappear spontaneously. What it sent was not its physical body but a projection, a non-existent shadow. Kazu. Yuuji ignores Planet Godzilla, casually speaking. Kazu, catching on, tries to transform King Ghidorah's projection remnants from falsehood to reality, but unfortunately, it fails. Failed, huh? That's normal, but it's a pity. This was a chance to study King Ghidorah's genes, but your ability was still a little bit behind. Yuuji nods, his expression indifferent. Failure is the norm. Next time we knock on their door, I'll remove a piece from that thing. Yuuji lowers his head, surveying this new world, pausing, and then going all living beings caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi with his countless clones. Soon, these people will be reborn, possessing new DNA and life forms to suit this new world. But before that, there's one major issue to deal with. Let's talk between us. There must be a leader who decides. Come think of it, we haven't had a serious conversation. Yuuji descends, flying in front of Planet Godzilla. But Planet Godzilla glares at him fiercely, then turns to focus on Kaguya and Kazu. This giant creature prioritizes devouring the Ten Tails genes as its primary action. At such a time, you'd rather follow your instincts than talk to me. Yuuji frowns slightly, finding this quite bothersome. Chapter 529, Change of Heaven and Earth. I know you can understand me, so stop following your instincts. Use your brain to think about it. We need to decide who will lead, either you will lead me, or I will lead you. Yuuji spoke slowly, collaboration as it was in the past is no longer possible. In the past, the collaboration was good because Planet Godzilla had shared its power with Yuuji, using him to continuously adapt to the universe's rules and gradually draw upon the power of chakra. Yuuji was the leader at that time. However, since Planet Godzilla completely freed itself, things have changed. It's not that there was no cooperation, it's just that they ignored each other during battles. Planet Godzilla reached out with its claws toward Kazu and Karen, but they swiftly flew high and adeptly evaded the attack. What a hassle! How about we just finish this guy off once and for all? Kazu said fearlessly, fearing not causing a big enough stir. With our strength, killing a monster like this shouldn't be hard. Even 2 Ten Tails have been killed, why fear Planet Godzilla? Yuuji paused momentarily and then slowly shook his head. Without my order, do not attack it. No matter what, it is still one of us. That was in the past, it doesn't listen to you anymore. Okay, as you say. Kazu backed off again. She even used her full body Susanoo to block Planet Godzilla's atomic breath. Kazu increasingly felt that she had grown to an incredible level, now capable of trading blows with a 6 paths level monster. Thus, Planet Godzilla pursued Kazu and Karen, the newly minted 10 tails Jinchuriki and an Otsutsuki that could only evade. Yuuji frowned, becoming increasingly impatient. Listen, I won't kill you even though I have the strength to. After all, you helped me when I was weakest. But don't think I owe you anything, and don't keep testing my patience. Without me, you would have been killed by King Ghidorah in your world. Without me, you wouldn't have come to this world, nor would you have grown so smoothly. The worst case would have been being discovered and captured by the Otsutsuki clan as soon as you arrived. Without you, there wouldn't be me now, likewise, without me, there wouldn't be you now, you would be dead. Yuuji raised his hand, restraining Planet Godzilla's movements, forcibly holding it in place. He flew in front of Planet Godzilla again, looking thoughtfully into the giant creature's eyes. You want to assimilate planets, right? This planet belongs to me, but I can give you the entire ecosystem and transform all living beings into a new life form suitable for you. But Planet Godzilla remained indifferent, finding Yuuji too noisy instead. There's no helping it. It seems you have no affection for this planet, only wishing to quickly seize enough power to control the strongest forces in the universe, then return to protect your Earth. Yuuji sighed. Communicating with such a rigid, almost planetary consciousness-like creature was too strenuous. It seems impossible to negotiate for leadership, especially since Planet Godzilla doesn't even regard the planet beneath its feet. But thinking about it, Planet Godzilla could even kill Earth's hero, the man who helped it decode King Ghidorah's high-dimensional form during its most critical moment. Haruo has an extreme hatred for Planet Godzilla. He wants Planet Godzilla to die more than anyone else. It is precisely because of this that the prerequisites for summoning King Ghidorah can be met. But Haruo set aside his hatred to save Planet Godzilla and Earth, helping Planet Godzilla repel King Ghidorah's high-dimensional projection. But what was the result? Haruo died, mercilessly blasted to bits by Planet Godzilla's atomic breath. Even Earth's hero met such an end. Yuuji, facing this extremely stubborn, rigid, incommunicative, and unemotional child of the planet, tried to achieve his goals through dialogue, but naturally, the plan failed. Planet Godzilla wouldn't actively kill Yuuji, perhaps one of the few emotions this creature had. The result is this. Kaguya recovered a little strength and struggled in the flesh blanket, then gave up and observed the situation outside with her Byakugan. As Yuuji said, that mysterious being capable of competing with the god of chakra, had it been defeated just like that? Maybe it's just a clone, but even as a clone, to display such power through a human. Kaguya was speechless for a long time. A monster capable of rivaling the god of chakra seemed to exist genuinely. And according to Orochimaru, it appeared to come from another world. Kaguya tiredly closed her eyes, now merely clinging to life. The next moment, Yuuji controlled countless flesh blankets, tossing Kaguya out. Planet Godzilla immediately looked over, wanting to devour Kaguya. After all, Kaguya still had the Ghidorah statue inside her, possessing some value. Yuuji grabbed Kaguya's neck, twisted it off, and casually threw her body into Planet Godzilla's mouth. This guy carries the genes of the Otsutsuki clan and the God Tree, pick what you can use and absorb it, Yuuji said coldly. He watched as Planet Godzilla swallowed Kaguya's body, quickly digesting it. Madara. In the distance, Hashirama was extremely sad. Kaguya was using Madara's body, and now that Kaguya was gone entirely, Madara was also finished. Even the soul would be absorbed. As for the head, what use was there for just a head? Using one's toes to think, Yuuji kept Kaguya's head for the information she held. Yuuji didn't care about Hashirama's thoughts. Having well fed, I'll send you on your way. Yuuji handed Kaguya's head to Kabuto, clapping his hands. Since it was impossible to negotiate for leadership, he switched to another method. I won't kill you, but I must possess all your power, this is the only way. This technique was specifically obtained from the Sage of Six Paths to guard against you. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from Yuuji's hands. The symbols of the sun and moon appeared and merged at that moment. 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. The entire planet trembled at this moment, the thick flesh blanket that covered everything suddenly began to writhe. Endless masses of flesh crazily pounced on Planet Godzilla, layer upon layer, wrapping Planet Godzilla into a giant mass of flesh just like how Yuuji had sealed the other 8-tailed beasts. Planet Godzilla let out a roar, tearing at the flesh with its claws while opening its mouth to spray atomic breath, using high temperatures to destroy Yuuji's flesh. But it was futile. Yuuji was suppressing planet Godzilla with the power of an entire planet, countless flesh swarming up, more than planet Godzilla could kill. Gradually, countless masses of flesh enveloped planet Godzilla, and under Yuuji's control, it was thrown high into the sky. Now, there are 2 moons in the sky, Karen murmured, looking up. What are you planning to do, just seal it forever? Kazu asked. No, when it's time to return it home, I'll give it freedom. Home, but with its strength, it's still incapable of opposing King Ghidorah, right? I understand. Kabuto's face showed a peculiar smile. Not enough now, but it will be eventually, just need to pull out the Otsutsuki clan's 10 tails and feed it to him, Yuuji said. Just settled the ninja world and already can't wait to target the Otsutsuki clan. Kabuto laughed. Yuuji looked down, surveying this unrecognizable land, then looked up at the second moon in outer space. It was time for the final step, remodeling the DNA of the entire globe, taking control of everything. I promised to bring peace to this world, now I can take the final step, transforming all living beings into my subordinates, Yuuji said. Azura struggled desperately, wait, is this also called peace? You've controlled everyone with the infinite Tsukuyomi and Izanagi, and now you won't even leave their bodies alone. So what? Then are those people still human? They're just cheap soldiers in your hands. Soldiers then? But they won't die, I even control the Pure Land, so it doesn't matter if they are killed in war, I just need to provide them with new bodies, similar to the Edo Tensei, the body isn't important, the soul is what matters most, Yuuji said. But this is just endless new wars, not dying doesn't mean peace, this world is even more cruel than the past ninja world, Indra said somberly. Joke, you, who instigated a great war 1,000 years ago, also have the right to talk about peace. Kabuto scoffed. Indra fell silent. Yuuji shook his head, can you truly understand the meaning of permanent peace? Without my guidance, this planet would inevitably fall into a new civil war, it's an inevitable trend. The entropy thing is too troublesome, and this rule is enough to make people despair. If you do not forcibly connect with other systems, divert the trouble to the east, and pass on all the internal chaos and disorder, it will only continue accumulating and eventually destroy your own system. But this is the iron law of all things after all. If we don't engage in war with other civilizations or races and only focus on the internal, we will eventually self-destruct. Likewise, the Otsutsuki clan may have already noticed the arrival of King Ghidorah. If they are truly nurturing the god of chakra, they will definitely react. Simply waiting will only invite a massive attack from the Otsutsuki clan, leaving them passive. He doesn't like being passive. He prefers to take the initiative, to hunt down the Otsutsuki clan. As for the fact that many people might die, it's better than dying at the hands of our own people after the increase in entropy. Having enjoyed the long life and countless opportunities for resurrection bestowed upon them by him, they naturally have the responsibility to die for him. You too, it's an honor that you've actually survived until now. I will give you both a chance to be reborn. Yuuji looked towards Indra and Azura. The 2 brothers sneered. Don't joke. We're not afraid of death. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm informing you of the predetermined outcome. Yuuji waved his hand, creating bodies for the 2. These brothers could never escape Yuuji's control. Using infinite Tsukuyomi to brainwash, infinite Izanagi to modify the unfavorable reality, becoming flesh and blood, Godzilla to modify genes. Oh, even the Pure Land is controlled by Yuuji. Before and after death, there are no blind spots, everything is arranged by Yuuji. Even if they die, they are resurrected and continue to die for Yuuji, endlessly. Buzz. Yuuji began to extract power from planet Godzilla. Inside the meatball in the sky, planet Godzilla struggled desperately but was powerless to break free, only passively having its power drawn out by Yuuji. Just endure a little longer. After dealing with the Otsutsuki clan and the god of chakra, I will provide you with enough food and send you back to your planet. Yuuji said to planet Godzilla. Regardless of whether planet Godzilla agreed or not, he busied himself with his own affairs. Soon, the entire meatball planet began to undergo drastic changes, and the countless people wrapped in the flesh by Yuuji underwent a drastic transformation in their life forms. With the passage of time, the astonishing changes were completed while beings were still asleep. At this moment, Yuuji also changed the content of the infinite Tsukuyomi dream, informing people of the changes in reality. At the same time, he accelerated the dreams, and countless cycles, making people accustomed to and accepting these changes from their hearts. Well, it's only necessary to weave a reasonable storyline in the dream. Turn the false setting into the true setting, and then accuse those who are not in this form of being abnormal. Gradually, countless people opened their eyes, awakening from the dream. Their faces initially showed confusion, then fell into silence. They weren't wiped of their memories and apparently knew what had happened, but soon accepted the results. So many things happened. It seems that I have no choice now. After being controlled, the reward is almost eternal life. Minato looked at himself and sighed. This kind of thing, he really doesn't know what to say. More and more people were transformed and gained their freedom. They talked to each other, exchanging thoughts with each other. But ultimately, there were still very few individuals who remained with their initial consciousness, not completely succumbing. No, this damn thing is not good. I was just constantly looking for Sasuke's whereabouts. Why did it turn out like this? Naruto crawled out of the flesh blanket, his body expanding a circle, and cracks appeared evenly on his skin. He felt extremely embarrassed. His self-esteem is so strong. Naruto quickly glanced around and, awestruck, dared not look directly at Yuuji and others, instead using his Mangekyo Sharingan to cast a technique. You shouldn't be dead, right, Sasuke? Let me think about the coordinates they exposed when they came back from that different space. Kamui. Naruto continuously opened the different space, sensing Sasuke's chakra. After so long of effort, with the new body and stronger vitality, he finally gained something. The space gate opened, connecting to the lava space. Sasuke rushed out at the first moment, almost crying with joy. I knew it, Naruto, if it's you, you will definitely not give up on me. As long as I get out of there, I can find a chance to defeat Kaguya and our teacher. Hi. Chapter 530, Can the Gate of Death Bloom Twice? What happened? Sasuke looked at this drastically changed world. His first reaction was that he must have come to the wrong place. Why has this happened? He had only been trapped in a different dimension for a while. How could this place change when he returned? How could this happen? Everyone's physical traits have changed. Naruto, what the heck is going on? Sasuke looked up to the sky, bewildered by the second moon that had appeared. Feeling utterly drained, Naruto said, as you've guessed, this is indeed the ninja world, but it's no longer the ninja world you know. From now on, this world belongs to him. He's taken over everyone? How could our teacher do such a thing? Sasuke was furious. He looked down at the people emerging from the meat blanket, their forms grotesquely transformed. Sasuke also saw his Uchiha clansmen, who had now transformed into entirely new life forms. This made him feel utterly out of place in this world. He won. All of us combined, we've all lost. It's as simple as that. Naruto replied irritably, even my physical features are changing, let alone everyone else's. Whether it's the Otsutsuki or us, the natives of the ninja world, we've all been utterly defeated. A godlike figure was born, looking down coldly at the world below. Sasuke, still in disbelief, suddenly turned and dashed off. Unless he challenged Yuuji, he would never accept this reality. Swish! Kazu, Kabuto, and others quickly surrounded Sasuke. Do you want to die? Kazu coldly said, the situation is settled, what's the point of your struggle? Do you see yourself as some omnipotent savior? With a calm demeanor, Kabuto said, Sasuke, we could just kill you now, strip all your power and give it to others. Or, we could extract your soul, brainwash it, and then provide you with a new body. Karen, eyeing Sasuke, noted, such a handsome guy, it would be a shame to kill him. But anyone who offends the boss deserves to die. Sasuke felt a wave of frustration and a deep sense of powerlessness. Instinctively, he summoned the full-body Susanoo. But just as Susanoo appeared, a bizarre red light flashed in the sky, and in an instant, Susanoo twisted and vanished. What is going on? Is this Izanagi? Sasuke was dumbfounded. Was the infinite Izanagi plan achieved? Could it now modify reality anytime, anywhere? This new world is absurd. Doesn't it mean that everyone, alive or dead, has become a subordinate of that man? The Sage of Six Paths' dream has completely failed. This is not the world he wanted, Sasuke said weakly. But this is the world I desire. Yuuji looked over coldly and stated, I can forgive your past actions, but now, if you still plan to resist me, then I have no choice but to kill you, cleanse your soul, and create a new you, even if you are my disciple." Shizuke shivered. Yuuji, who controlled the Pure Land and could manipulate the dead, how terrifying would he be if he acted? It was unimaginable. Shizuke was somewhat unwilling but fell silent, reluctantly accepting this new reality. As a figure of the Six Paths level, he amounted to nothing in this new world. Yuuji looked pleased at the resigned Naruto and Shizuke. In the future, just a bit of time would be needed to alter these two genes, naturally assimilating them completely gradually. However, there was still a minor problem to deal with. Did Momoshiki group arrived? I don't know whether to call them smart or stupid. Yuuji's gaze pierced through space, looking out into the cosmic starry sky. The trio was highly cautious, closely watching the planet ahead. They watched helplessly as the planet turned from blue to a flesh-colored hue. Kabuto chuckled, indeed, if they had acted quicker, come earlier, and decisively joined the battle when our civil war was at its peak, perhaps we would have encountered big trouble. However, getting Momoshiki group, Ishiki and Kagaya to cooperate was incredibly difficult. These guys were not attacking their kind, which was already a significant restraint. 3 people. Guy, they're all yours to handle, kill them. Yuuji casually waved his hand, this is the opponent I've prepared for you, go all out. And Guy were invigorated. So, Yuuji-san has been holding us back from acting because he was guarding against other Otsutsuki clan members. Oh! Let's dedicate my youth to the Otsutsuki clan. The father and son duo shouted excitedly. Yuuji casually tore open a space portal, reached out, and grabbed towards the cosmic void billions of miles away. Momoshiki and the other 3 were still observing the ninja world in confusion. There was a strong presence that appeared and then vanished. How strange! Momoshiki, Kinshiki and Urashiki were very puzzled and dared not approach. It was truly bizarre. Suddenly, Urashiki's face changed, not good. He immediately turned and fled, using Rinnegan's time dilation ability. But they reacted a step slower and were grabbed by Yuuji, who pulled them into the space portal. What are you running for? Do you think you can escape from the palm of my hand? Yuuji's voice emanated from the space portal. Urashiki, in terror, discovered that his movements were locked. A powerful spatial force descended, suppressing every slight movement he made. Is this a space-time dojutsu? How can it be so exaggerated that I can't move? Urashiki struggled desperately, transforming his Rinnegan into the red Rhine Sharingan, but still couldn't break free. Urashiki felt as if all hope was lost, realizing the gap was too vast, and he couldn't even flee due to the vast distance. The next moment, Urashiki and the other were dragged to the planet of flesh. This bizarre world dumbfounded the Otsutsuki trio. Everything was incomprehensible and looked extremely distorted, not like normal nature at all. What's with the writhing flesh blankets on the ground? Why are there strange microorganisms floating in the air? Why do these creatures look so bizarre and out of place? But their strength was genuinely formidable. How can there be so many powerful beings on this planet? Momoshiki was shocked as he looked at the beings whose presence was no less than his own, stunned. How come some of them looked like the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and members of the Otsutsuki clan? Damn it, what exactly did Ishiki and Kagaya do? Momoshiki trembled with rage. Kinshiki also panicked, Momoshiki-sama, what should we do? What to do? You might as well stay here forever. Yuuji-san doesn't need to act, we can kill you too. And Guy charged forward fiercely. Wait, there's no need to fight. We can talk. There must be some misunderstanding. Momoshiki insisted. Even fools knew that Ishiki and Kagaya had failed and lost all their power to the beings of this planet. In such a situation, it was foolish to fight head-on. But the father and son pair coming at them were not in the mood to talk. Momoshiki grew angry. Momoshiki-sama, eat me! Kinshiki shouted desperately. Momoshiki didn't hesitate, pressed his hand onto Kinshiki's head, and the tall Kinshiki shrank down, turning into a peculiar fruit. Momoshiki, with a fierce look, devoured the fruit. Oh! This is the Otsutsuki clan's technique for making elixirs. Speaking of which, I haven't mastered this technique yet, Kabuto noted with interest. Kazu scoffed, it's all bells and whistles, what's the use? It's useful, Kabuto explained. You can't just look at it from the perspective of increasing power. That dwarf turned that giant into food, meaning he ingested both the body and soul, integrating them extremely quickly. Kazu became slightly interested. The ability to turn souls into food was indeed intriguing. This was more than just simple gene supplementation. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Momoshiki and Urashiki had no choice but to face the battle head-on. They had no way out but to defeat these two reckless natives before seeking a chance to escape. That guy seems to have the ability to control space, even stronger than mine. He must have killed Ishiki and Kagaya and taken the 10 tails, Momoshiki observed Yuuji worriedly through his Byakugan. It's outrageous, how did a native planet suddenly become this utterly incomprehensible ghostly state filled with so many powerful beings? Urashiki approached and let out a relieved breath. What, so weak? Just an ordinary native and he wants to compete in taijutsu with me? Ridiculous. With his time-based dojutsu, Urashiki could travel back a second in time to effectively foresee an opponent's moves. He was least afraid of taijutsu. All he needed to know was how the opponent would move, and then he could travel effectively back and forth. Although this native is arrogant and ignorant, thinking he can compete with the noble Atsutsuki, we shouldn't kill him lightly. If that angers these people, it could be troublesome. Maybe capture him alive for negotiations. Urashiki confidently moved to confront Guy, intending to teach him a lesson. Gate of Death, open! Guy roared, his skin cracking as a terrible red heat burst from his body. Oh, Guy, going all out from the start? I've seen your youth, I can't be left behind. Gate of Death, open! Du and Guy initiated their powerful forms. The two Atsutsuki looked at the father and son in confusion. In an instant, their strength increased 100-fold, 1,000-fold. What kind of monsters were these? Boom! Two terrifying red beams of light came at them, still purely taijutsu, using fists and feet as weapons. But as the attack came, Momoshiki and Urashiki were shocked to find they couldn't dodge. You can't compete with speed. Using the space-time technique, the speed at which they opened the space tunnel and walked in was actually not as fast as the attack speed of the two opponents. Boom, boom! 2 successive strikes. Momoshiki and Urashiki quickly unleashed chakra to block, but their defenses were easily penetrated. The two noble Atsutsuki, like kites with broken strings, were sent flying. Is that all? Du and Guy's strength was beyond my expectations, but these two Atsutsuki were too incompetent. How did they get so quickly defeated? Kazu and others commented because their formidable strength gave them the right to judge. Even the beings transformed into new forms frowned. Useless, they couldn't even block a single strike. Shin disdainfully said. I'm different. I can catch hundreds of their moves, and I can even kill their father and son. Anyone with some sense could see that fighting with the Gate of Death was a one-shot deal. Whether or not the enemy died from it, you'd likely die in the process. True to the name, Gate of Death. Sure enough, after Du and Guy defeated their opponents, their bodies turned as black as charred coal, lying motionless on the ground. A few seconds later, they died. Without the Tensagen, the Atsutsuki is really nothing, Yuuji shook his head. Too weak. Momoshiki and Urashiki, lacking the fully matured Tensagen, were at a massive disadvantage against just the one-shot power of Du and Guy. Ha, what are you mocking? You look down on me? But I won clearly. Urashiki floated up swayingly, and with only half of his body left, he gritted his teeth. Damn natives, a bunch of inferior beings. They're still dead, aren't they? What use is striking only once? Urashiki entered the second stage, his personality becoming extremely manic, shouting and screaming. But the way people looked at the two of them changed slightly, with mockery and even a little bit of expectation. It seemed they wanted to witness some spectacle. The more sensible Momoshiki felt a chill, sensing something was wrong. But the two were indeed dead, there was no problem. Being able to strike only once is useful because they didn't die. If not dead, they can continue to launch equally powerful attacks. Yuuji chuckled lightly. The ground's flesh writhed, enveloping the father and son, instantly repairing their bodies and creating new ones by combining the power of planet Godzilla. Du and Guy stood up as if nothing had happened. How are they alive again? They were dead just now. Momoshiki and Urashiki were shocked. Yuuji spoke, You, Atsutsuki, pride yourselves on transcending life and death, so don't habitually view my subordinates from the perspective of the natives of other planets. As long as the people on this planet can breathe, they transcend the boundaries of life and death. To die laughing, an undying soul, that's eternal life, the law of the planet of flesh. Du and Guy stood up energetically again. Father, I've seen your youth. Oh. But that's not enough, I think we can bloom again. Yes, Father, let's do it one more time. Gate of Death, open. Momoshiki and Yurashiki watched, their faces contorted, as the two lunatics, like bombers, rushed at them again. Boom, boom. Bloom twice. Chapter 531, Wandering Planet. Momoshiki and Yurashiki died with their eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. According to witnesses, the faces of these two esteemed Otsutsuki members were grotesquely distorted, as if they had witnessed something unimaginably horrifying. Their eyes were even gouged out after death. At this moment, the entire planet began to get back on track, undergoing a rapid transformation. With no more dead to mourn, one of humanity's ultimate problems was solved. Typically, immortality leads to decadence and idleness, but that would not happen on this flesh and blood planet because Yuuji continuously brainwashes everyone month, urging them to strive relentlessly and dedicate their lives to the supreme god of the planet, Lord Yuuji. The relentless pursuit of power was now complete. Well, as I expected, popularizing the practice of senjutsu among the people can quickly improve their strength in a short time. Yuuji mused, sitting atop a mountain of flesh. This place, once known as the Hokage Rock before the war, was now his throne. He closed his eyes, his cells spread across every corner of the planet, easily monitoring everyone. The overall power of the planet was also rapidly increasing. What's that? Do you say practicing senjutsu is dangerous, akin to S-rank forbidden techniques? How amusing! Everyone here fears nothing, not even death. If annihilated by natural energy, they simply resurrect and try again. Those who die hundreds of times eventually gain some things. After dying thousands of times, they might just grasp the basics. Yuuji also made all ninja techniques available worldwide, including forbidden techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as people diligently enhance their power to serve Yuuji, they could earn points to exchange for their desired ninja techniques with very low thresholds. Every human and intelligent summoning creature on the planet was fiercely improving themselves. Each individual was insanely dedicated, under the control of infinite Tsukuyomi and infinite Izanagi, zealously executing Yuuji's commands. They trained to death, resurrected, and continued to train until they died again. Even if they passed out from exhaustion, they would continue training in their dreams. It was that simple. If this continues, the planet's natural energy will soon be exhausted, Kabuto remarked, standing behind Yuuji with a chuckle. The 10 tails can devour natural energy and turn vast lands into deserts. We might not last long doing this. There won't be problems in the short term. The natural energy absorbed will be expended on this planet in other forms, but in the long run, it's unsustainable, Yuuji responded. He was already aware of this issue. Initially, in the timeline where Naruto and Sasuke fought their final battle, Naruto absorbed all the natural energy from the surface, but there was no significant desertification globally. Presumably, after the war, when Naruto deactivated his Sage mode, some of the Senjutsu chakra dissipated into nature, partially returning to the environment as natural energy. However, since there's always some loss in transformation and battle consumption, it's just a question of how much. Yuuji encouraged everyone to consume natural energy so recklessly that eventually, the planet would exhaust its potential and become barren. Yuuji would be unable to sustain this planet of flesh and blood because his mechanism for creating infinite clones needed natural energy as a driving force. Without natural energy, Yuuji couldn't sustain this flesh and blood planet for long, and the entire planet would crumble. However, the planet's demise was still some time away. All we need is to find a new source of supply within this time frame. The entropy within a single system is irreversible and accelerates under Yuuji's interference. Without forcefully connecting with other systems, self-destruction is inevitable. This was a universal rule, an unassailable law of nature, the truth behind the operation of all things. Thus, Yuuji concluded that the ultimate and most perfect solution was for others to die to sustain and enhance his system. It was that simple. As for how other systems fare after being invaded by Yuuji's system, whether they face extinction or barely survive, Yuuji does not care. My side is already experiencing severe entropy. Why should I care about the life and death of other systems? I recently read something written by my brother, and it's a very interesting theory. Entropy, twilight of the gods, the 5 major threats to biodiversity, Judgment Day, apocalypse, endless tribulation. They're essentially all the same, necessitating external aggression to build one's happiness on the misfortune of others, right? Kabuto and Yuuji were chatting casually. Kabuto was astounded by such concepts, though he didn't fully grasp many terms like endless tribulation and Judgment Day. They sounded profound, and upon closer inspection, they held deeper meanings, but these meanings and the origins of such vocabulary were mysteries. Kabuto didn't ask further because he had witnessed King Ghidorah's arrival and could guess it involved other universes. His brother, Shiranui Yuuji. No, strictly speaking, there is no need for the indigenous surname Shiranui Yuuji was actually from another universe. What an immense scenario that must be! Indeed, it is the absolute truth, unbreakable. Those who try to defy it will either perish with their system in self-destruction or be killed by an external system, Yuuji slowly said. They will embark on a similar path, actively seeking targets and launching desperate attacks. The only way forward is victory, failure is not allowed. This external aggression isn't necessarily about conquering other intelligent civilizations and species. Occupying uninhabited planets and mining resources to drive development also reduces one's system's entropy. But essentially, it's the same thing. One must divert one's internal chaos and disorder into other systems. In this world, whether alive or dead, intelligent or not, living or non-living, all cannot escape this fate. We are fortunate to have intelligence and power, allowing us to attack other systems actively, Yuuji continued, rising slowly, and standing atop the flesh mountain. His gaze was commanding and majestic, like an actual deity. Since the universe's truth is as such, Yuuji has no qualms about it. Whether for ambition, exploration of the unknown, or the eternal life of his subordinates, he would unhesitatingly follow this path. Expansion and aggression are the only correct paths under increasing entropy and the only way to survive. Short-lived species need not worry so much, a mere few decades of life, and upon death, everything is settled. The future development for short-lived species remains forever unknown. But we are different. Now everyone can live forever, and our eternal problem is the inevitably despairing future that makes life worse than death. Rather than facing despair shortly, it's better to make others despair. Are we starting now? Although it's sooner than expected, I can't wait any longer, Kabuto said with a chilling smile. Since it's what Yuuji wants to do, Kabuto will follow him fully and find ways to make it happen. It's that simple. Then let's begin. With a gesture, Yuuji pulled over Kagaya's head. This woman wasn't dead yet, surviving until now, being nourished by Yuuji. Tell me the coordinates of all the life-bearing planets your clan controls. Anything you've taken an interest in must have natural energy, Yuuji demanded, tugging at Kagaya's hair. Kagaya's face was icy. You want new life-bearing planets? What do you plan to do? Just devour all their natural energy, right? You know and still ask. What difference is there between you and my clan? It's funny, a person specializing in planting trees dares to question me, Yuuji scoffed. Kagaya continued, I don't push things to the extreme. I tried to betray my clan to protect the ninja world. I would at most turn part of this planet into a desert, but you? If it were you, like Ishiki and Momoshiki, you would go to extremes, destroying the entire planet and taking all its natural energy. That's exactly my plan. Stop wasting time and give me the coordinates as well as your clan's home planet, Yuuji demanded. Kagaya hesitated, her heart torn. To speak? Then those life-bearing planets would surely face catastrophe. The clan would also face Yuuji's attack. The clan's god of chakra had not yet matured, but Yuuji had already fought a projection of a god from another universe. Not to speak. Kagaya would rather see her clan perish. The Otsutsuki are inherently a cold-hearted race. They hadn't attacked their people and fed them to the 10 tails solely because of the clan's insistence. Finally, Kagaya yielded. Good, even if you hadn't spoken, I could have extracted the information from your brain. It's better that you spoke willingly. Yuuji flung Kagaya's head into the distance. You're fortunate to witness the downfall of the Otsutsuki clan with your own eyes, Yuuji turned and walked away. With the coordinates in hand, there was no hesitation. Boom! The massive flesh and blood planet began to move. The planet was moving. Under Yuuji's mighty power, this living planet was now in motion. Yuuji would not let this planet travel through the cosmos, that would be too slow. Space portals were crucial at this moment. A vast, unprecedented portal burst open. The flesh and blood planet slowly moved through it, dragging along 2 moons. Soon, other life-bearing planets in the universe faced catastrophic disasters. Collisions between planets naturally ended in Yuuji's overwhelming victory. In terms of both hard and soft power, the force Yuuji controlled was overwhelmingly dominant, quickly subduing the natives of each planet. The planet's residents, who had been training fervently, also began their invasions, spreading slaughter and bloodshed across the universe. From a god's perspective, Yuuji is leading his planet, constantly changing coordinates through space portals, though winding and twisting, clearly moving towards a specific set of coordinates. With each move, a planet was annihilated, its natural energy plundered, turning it into a dead planet. But Yuuji cared little for such outcomes, focused on gathering all power and enhancing his strength. The god of chakra. I'm looking forward to the day when I completely control all the chakra in the universe, ascending to become the sole god, Yuuji mused, casually eliminating an unknown Otsutsuki before him. This individual was also a warrior dispatched by the Otsutsuki clan to the planet below. "Who are you, and why are you so powerful?" was the opponent's last cry. Following this, all his power eyes, chakra, and genes were stripped by Yuuji. "Sorry, I accidentally let this guy rush here using space-time ninjutsu," Kakashi spoke gravely. "It doesn't matter, warming up occasionally is quite nice," Yuuji replied nonchalantly. After years of conquest, his body grew enormously, and the flesh and blood planet expanded several times, so the natural energy accumulated was almost terrifying. The speed was already breakneck. The most time-consuming part was not conquering planets or plundering natural energy. Yuuji could quickly assimilate life-bearing planets, even corroding their cores with his flesh, pulling the entire life-bearing planet onto his flesh and blood planet for effortless absorption and annihilation. The fundamental time-consuming part was traveling through space. The universe is vast, with distances of tens of thousands to millions of light-years. Even direct space travel was a significant time drain. If it were the technology civilization from the Monsterverse, developing mature wormhole technology capable of intergalactic travel would take who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Yuuji shook his head. The paths of superhuman and technology-based systems naturally have their strengths and weaknesses. The most significant characteristic of a superhuman system is that once a mighty being appears, it can brutally drive the entire civilization to advance madly. For instance, Yuuji pulled a massive flesh and blood planet through the cosmos, something no one else but Yuuji could achieve. But Yuuji was strong enough and getting stronger all the time, rapidly gaining power. He alone could drag an entire civilization forward at breakneck speed, the main concern being whether the civilization could keep up with Yuuji's forward momentum. Regular technological civilizations couldn't do this. No matter how genius an individual was, there was a limit to what they could achieve alone, still relying on the collective effort of countless people climbing the tech tree together. But if the tech level is high enough and sufficiently widespread, even a child could wield high-tech weapons to kill top fighters. Even if the child didn't understand the principles and operation of the weapon, as long as they could give commands and press buttons, various intelligent programs would help them accomplish the rest. Well, before launching a full-scale attack on the Otsutsuki home planet, I should also prepare that thing in advance, the Eye of the Universe. Chapter 532, Assault on the Otsutsuki home planet. As the name suggests, the Eye of the Universe is an eye capable of monitoring the entire universe. It is also used to devour all inherited bloodlines continuously. Rinnegan, Tensegan, Sharinon, Byakugan, Akagan, Katsuri-Yugan. Over these 10 years of conquest, Yuuji collected too many eyes, especially after killing many Otsutsuki, from whom he extracted their eyes. You only need to refer to the composition pattern of the giant Tensegan, and gather these many eyes to create a unique super eye. Yuuji began fusing the eyes in his possession, eventually realizing he didn't have enough. The materials are still too few, they could work, but they're far from the colossal eye I envision. Yuuji felt a bit regretful. Soon after, for some reason, news of Yuuji's disappointment quickly spread across his massively expanded planet. What? How can this be? Lacking eyes, you say? I have eyes, I can. Stop, idiot. Your eyes are just normal, what use are they for? Didn't you see the Uchiha and Hyuga clans beginning mass suicides next door? Their eyes are somewhat useful. But they're not that useful, ordinary eyes don't mean much, and those with Sharingan and Byakugan can't just kill themselves. They'd lose their powerful eyes upon revival and have to find a way to reawaken them. To alleviate Yuuji-sama's frustration, we only have one option: go after the Otsutsuki. Wipe them out, eradicate their clan, destroy all their people, that should be enough. The entire planet was abuzz, with countless individuals eagerly anticipating reaching the Otsutsuki home planet. Madman! Kagaya's head rolled on the ground, her heart racing as she watched these insane beings. Brainwashing with infinite Tsukuyomi? Unthinkable. Grandmother, you've seen enough, haven't you? If you are, we'll provide you with a body. This can't go on. Indra couldn't bear it any longer. She was their grandmother after all. Rolling on the ground with only a head, what kind of situation was this? Kagaya scoffed, I won't use a body provided by that guy. I'm still an Otsutsuki. If that guy loses, our three fates might just turn around. Is Yuuji possibly losing? Azura thought momentarily, then whispered, even if he loses, he surely won't die. Over the years, how many planets has he destroyed? How many people has he slaughtered? How many life-bearing planets has he turned into wastelands? He must have scattered countless cells across the universe during this process. Kagaya remained silent. He could rise again as long as a single cell survived. Such insane capability would make anyone's scalp tingle. Let's see, it all depends on the god of chakra. Even though he's attacked many planets and plundered vast amounts of natural energy, he may not win. Because most of the natural energy was directed to the flesh and blood planet, not absorbed by him. Even if Yuuji's power was growing, did he have the capability to compete with the god of chakra? Despite this, Kagaya wasn't sure if the god of chakra had even been born or how strong it might be. But Yuuji had already considered the issues she could think of. We're nearly there. At our current speed, in 10 more years, we'll reach the Otsutsuki home world. Yuuji pondered. He didn't have much information regarding the god of chakra, but he could be sure of one thing: the complete form of the god of chakra had not yet emerged. This mysterious god was, at best, an incomplete form, far from its theoretical peak. Yuuji saw this opportunity. Is he not fully formed? No problem. He would slaughter and devour the god of chakra, allowing himself to become the complete form of the god of chakra, ruling all the chakras in the universe, and then his problem would be solved. At that time, the entire universe would become Yuuji's grand hunting ground, with numerous life-bearing planets and countless amounts of natural energy. Yuuji could absorb however he wished. The Otsutsuki clan might have realized something is wrong by now, given how many of their people I've killed. Just in case, I should activate the multi-temporal resonance plan. Yuuji took out the artifact he had sealed long ago, the heavenly plow of time. I'm suffocating, you finally remembered me. The turtle poked out its head. Cut the chatter, open the time tunnel. Understood, but to which time point do you want to go? All of them. Ah. I said I want to go to all the time points, control all the timelines, Yuuji said slowly. The turtle was confused. Control all timelines? That would completely mess up the universe's timeline. Known and unknown histories would be unrecognizable. The turtle hastily said. Does that matter? I am history, I am time itself, that's what I want. Yuuji grabbed the turtle and slowly exerted force. The turtle had no choice but to open the time tunnel. What appeared was a circular platform. Around the platform, beams of light rapidly ascended from below, cycling continuously. Each beam of light represented a time node. Yuuji's form squirmed, and endless masses of flesh soon burrowed out, rushing into each light screen. That should do it when necessary, these will give me tremendous power. Yuuji split off a clone to stay with the turtle there. His own body returned, focusing on preparing for the grand battle with the Otsutsuki. The time passed. Finally, Yuuji's flesh and blood star approached the Otsutsuki home planet. Are they coming? The enemy who has been slaughtering and attacking our clan, what are they? The entire Otsutsuki clan began recalling their people, even those from branch families, readying for battle. On the Otsutsuki home planet, not only were many Otsutsukis gathering, but countless ten-tails were also rearing their heads. From afar, it was a scene of demons running wild. Patriarch, who is the enemy, and what is their origin? Why are they targeting our clan? Even on the brink of battle, many Otsutsukis were confused. They didn't even know what was happening. The patriarch was also bewildered, but he vaguely sensed it might be related to that visitor from another universe decades ago. Other than that, he could think of no other reason. Logically, their clan had actively explored the universe, destroying countless planets and civilizations. They deeply understood the universe. But now, this bizarre flesh and blood planet suddenly emerged, charging towards their home planet, which was outrageous. These powerful beings had appeared seemingly out of nowhere without any prior intelligence. I want to emphasize that the enemy is very strong, completely different from the natives of the various planets we've faced in the past, the patriarch said gravely. Perhaps it's related to, never mind, it's unverified, so let's not discuss it. Prepare for our battle. We've gathered so many 10 tails, and it's a home-ground battle, we must win. Yes, this is the first time I've seen so many 10 tails. These dangerous creatures always want to eat our people to evolve into complete forms. The numerous 10 tails were highly agitated, roaring continuously. Time we progressed. Strike now, don't let their planet crash into our home planet. All clansmen with space abilities, use your space-time dojutsu to intercept them, try to destroy the enemy's planet. The patriarch suddenly shouted. Many Itsutsukis took action, launching various space-time dojutsu in succession. Suddenly, visible space barriers and fractures appeared, blocking the flesh and blood planet's path. Using space to dismember our planet, huh? Well, that tactic is pretty standard, nothing surprising, it was expected, said Kabuto, pushing up his glasses as he observed the arrayed space barriers. The methods available were ultimately limited at a level like theirs and in a war between two planets. Using dense space-time dojutsu for probing was a very standard tactic. But the problem was that there was a bug-level existence on their side. Space. All those who show their space abilities before me are laughable. Yuuji opened his eyes, focusing on a point ahead. A powerful purple pattern erupted, melting away everything in its path. All spatial obstacles, like flowing water or a gentle breeze, disappear without a trace. This one action turned countless Itsutsukis pale. How is this possible? Instantly erasing so many of our dojutsu. Damn, it seems they were prepared. They are probably anticipating our move, so they devised a counter-tactic. Indeed, the enemy knows us very well. Only the strongest among the Itsutsukis looked seriously troubled at this point. No, that's not right. It's wrong, it seems only one person made a move. One person and he resolved so many space-time dojutsu. This isn't just any strong person. The patriarch took a deep breath, he knew the enemy had come prepared, extraordinarily knowledgeable, hostile towards their clan, and terrifyingly powerful. He was increasingly convinced that the enemy was related to that visitor from another universe and even boldly guessed that the person who had just acted was from another universe. Was it because they knew the Itsutsukis were a dominant power in the universe, so they deliberately came knocking? Get ready to fight, just in case. The patriarch hesitated but couldn't decide. The god of chakra, it was a risky affair. Finally, the two planets drew closer, only a few 100,000 kilometers apart. Such a distance, merely a single space transfer away, was nothing for the Itsutsukis, adept at using space-time dojutsu to attack other planets. Go ahead, wipe out all the Itsutsukis. All spoils, except for the eyes, belong to the individual, Yuuji ordered. Excitement surged through the flesh and blood planet, which had slaughtered numerous planets. The moment has finally arrived, once we deal with these guys, the war should be over, right? Itaka looked up, worried. Next to him, Suzuki whispered, yeah, the Itsutsukis are the enemy of all of us, we must eliminate them. Once they're gone, the teacher probably won't launch any more wars. Itaki was still worried and always felt things weren't so simple. Was all this done just to address the threat of the Itsutsuki clan? Just to create that so-called eye of the universe? Itaki recalled a rumor that had circulated many years ago. At the end of the Fourth War, Orochimaru displayed a different form, and after using the 8 branches technique, his 8 snake heads transformed into 3 golden dragon heads. He hoped he was overthinking it. The Itsutsuki patriarch wanted more information and shouted, who exactly are you, and from where do you come, and why do you attack our clan? Yuuji stood up, flew out, and looked down at the planet below. In his field of view, he could see the number of people there. All right, the total population is less than 100,000. Powerful individuals was only about 100, which was quite few. There was plenty of 10 tails though, many of which are small, clearly not fully nurtured yet. Yuuji took note of the situation of the Otsutsuki clan. 100 or so 6-path level fighters were impressive, fitting the profile of a cosmic sovereign race. King Ghidorah in the next universe doesn't have more than 100 planet-level subordinates. Yuuji looked across, his voice calm but piercing through space, covering the entire planet. You're mistaken about one thing. I'm not against you, it's just that you're in my way. Arrogant. It seems you've made up your mind. I don't care where you're from or what you want in our world, but you will regret this. The war erupted immediately. Numerous space portals opened from the Flesh and Blood planet, and a large number of warriors rushed in and came to the front line. The battle became brutally intense from the start. As expected, Yuuji's side was at a severe disadvantage. In terms of the quality, his side was far inferior. The enemy had over 100 6-path level beings and as many 10 tails, not to mention countless super cage level fighters below the 6 paths. And on Yuuji's side, there were only about a dozen super cage and 6-path level fighters. But their advantage was their fearlessness of death. Explosions occurred in rapid succession. Yuuji's troops were decimated at an alarming rate. Ha ha ha, is that all? Too weak, they only outnumber us. Well, isn't it just my imagination? There are so many of them, any single one placed on a native planet would be quite powerful. It's not your imagination, the enemy is continuously sending people. Currently, the number of participants in the battle is 100 times ours. And it's still increasing. The number was one thing. Gradually, some Otsutsuki realized that the people they had just blasted to bits were back in the fray, looking as lively as ever. This was outrageous. Chapter 533, The Feast of Godzilla. These guys, not only do they have numerous troops, but they also have the means to resurrect. Then let's destroy their souls, annihilate their souls, and see if they can still live. The Otsutsuki were almost driven mad. They had never encountered such absurd situations where two planets were at full-scale war with seemingly infinite resurrection capabilities. The Otsutsuki discovered that the individuals they had killed over 10 times would simply rush back into the fray, becoming even more frenzied. Since destroying the body couldn't kill the opponent, destroying the soul seemed like the next best step. However, the biggest problem was that the ability to destroy souls directly was primarily through the truth-seeking balls. Truth-seeking balls were extremely rare and only available to those who had merged with the 10 tails and gained its power. Momoshiki, Ishiki, and others had never mastered the truth-seeking balls until their deaths. Only Kaguya, Hago Romo, Obito, Madara, and Naruto, who were either 10 tails Jinchuriki or had acquired the 6 paths power of the 10 tails, possessed the capability to create truth-seeking balls. This left many Otsutsuki in despair. They faced an enemy that could resurrect in the millions, and they only had a population of 100,000 to fight them off. More importantly, as the battle progressed, the Otsutsuki gathered more intelligence and began to uncover more disturbing facts. These guys are strange, they all wield chakra, and nearly everyone can manipulate natural energy. Having natural energy is normal. According to the intelligence we've gathered, these guys have attacked many life-bearing planets and killed many of our people. They must have acquired our clan's chakra. The issue was with the natural energy. For example, before Ishiki and Kaguya brought chakra into the ninja world, native entities like Gamamaru were already aware of natural energy and had started trying to absorb it. Some Otsutsuki subconsciously felt that these enemies might originate from a native group that had mastered and popularized natural energy practices. Their decades of rampant invasion and slaughter of life-bearing planets were also aimed at acquiring more natural energy. But these guys are so skilled in the use of chakra, and can control the power of chakra through strange gestures. This is obviously the behavior of the indigenous people. What is going on? The Patriarch noticed that some of the top fighters on this planet bore traces of the Otsutsuki lineage. Those powerful 6 paths fighters with Rinnegan couldn't be faked. Even if some of these eyes were harvested from our killed clansmen, it doesn't make sense that there are so many. Could some of them be our descendants? The Patriarch, face grim, realized the truth. The battle intensified. The Otsutsuki finally deployed their 10 tails into the battlefield. They finally used the 10 tails. If we hadn't been prepared in advance, we would have been in trouble. Kabuto murmured with a smirk. Over 100 6 paths level fighters, plus dozens of 10 tails of varying sizes, represented a formidable force. It was simple to evolve the 10 tails into complete forms, each just needed to consume a pure-blooded Otsutsuki. 10 tails, that guy will be happy to see so much food. Yuuji also revealed a cold smile, having sealed planet Godzilla for so long, it was time to let this behemoth loose. He looked towards the other end of the planet, where 2 moons were floating, away from the ongoing battle. The flesh and blood planet had expanded several times, the 2 moons seemed incredibly small, easily hidden behind the planet. Yuuji could manipulate his planet to devour the 2 moons, hiding them inside the planet if necessary. Yuuji then gestured slightly. Planetary devastation release. The flesh and blood moon immediately appeared before Yuuji, writhing madly as chunks of flesh fell, revealing the suppressed planet Godzilla. Roar! 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 Planet Godzilla, nostrils flaring and rarely emotional, was now furiously enraged. The monster glared at Yuuji but soon was drawn to the several 10 tails on the battlefield. It was visibly excited at the sight. Immediately, Planet Godzilla was too lazy to talk to Yuuji and couldn't wait to join the battle. Speaking of which, you don't seem able to fly. Yuuji started, thinking to assist the creature. But on Planet Godzilla's back fins, dazzling beams of light suddenly emerged, and its posture subtly changed. Powerful jets burst from the upright fins. Yuuji paused, it seems it has integrated some of the 10 tails genes and achieved initial evolution. The 10 tails genes contain the capability for flight. As Planet Godzilla charged to the front lines, it immediately captured everyone's attention. On the side of the flesh and blood planet, everyone was reassured seeing this behemoth enter the fray. It's been decades since we've seen it. Is this the legendary Planet Godzilla? Truly imposing, a fitting summon for Yuuji-sama. The Otsutsukis also turned their gaze, uncertain. What is this creature? By its aura, it surpassed most of the complete 10 tails. Is this monster also a plant? The Otsutsukis, using their Byakugan and Rin-Egan, soon noticed the clues. They sensed an aura vaguely similar to the 10 tails, which was very strange. But it was undeniably powerful. Once Planet Godzilla entered space, it fired a charged particle cannon, obliterating several Otsutsukis who had approached too closely. The vastness of space was their battlefield, extremely expansive. These Otsutsukis were killed because they had actively confronted the threat. It was inconsequential on Yuuji's side, where death was not feared, even if some were killed by Otsutsukis wielding the truth-seeking balls. With millions in the population trained for war and capable of entering Sage mode, they did not fear losses. However, the same cannot be said for the Otsutsuki side. The total population is only that large, if one dies, one will disappear forever. Even if they have accumulated more powerful people over the years, it would be a massive ordeal to repopulate the entire clan. Upon arrival, Planet Godzilla had already killed several Otsutsukis. Still, its charged particle cannon truly terrified them, as it was aimed directly at the surface of the Otsutsuki home planet. Hurry and stop this attack before it bombards our planet. The power of the charged particle cannon panicked the Otsutsukis. What kind of power was this? Why was it so strong and able to traverse hundreds of thousands of kilometers, yet its intensity was undiminished upon reaching the ground? Numerous Otsutsukis rushed to block it, managing to minimize the damage. What is this? A full-powered charged particle cannon with a strike range covering a star system. Yuuji observed the front-line battle situation. Meanwhile, his cells were silently spreading. Each person emerging from the flesh and blood planet naturally acted as a carrier for spreading cells, which increased aggressively upon the death of their host and contaminating their killer. These were all time bombs. Wait a bit longer. Yuuji smiled. Planet Godzilla had already devoured a 10 tails. After being suppressed for so long, Planet Godzilla finally had a feast, like a wolf among sheep. Even though the captured 10 tails desperately fired tailed beast balls, they couldn't stop Planet Godzilla. Some Otsutsukis rushed over, but immediately, masses of flesh grew on them, transforming into multiple Yuujis and attacking them. What is this monstrosity? The blood splashed on my clothes when I killed people, how did it turn into these things? You're still better off, this stuff directly grew out of my body. This ability is very similar to the matriarch of a branch family's trick, using the cells of the 10 tails to assimilate life forms. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Some Otsutsukis recalled the matriarch of a branch family. because it genuinely resembled assimilation. The weaker Atsutsukis, finding their bodies being aggressively invaded by the flesh, were terrified. So this is his ability, creating a vast number of clones? Truly a scoundrel relying on numbers for warfare. The patriarch immediately looked toward Yuuji's position. With so many warriors already in battle and the leader able to explode soldiers, this battle was becoming exceedingly troublesome. If it weren't for that guy suppressing our clan's space-time ninjutsu, this battle wouldn't be so difficult. An Atsutsuki gritted his teeth, blasting away an opponent before him. If we didn't suppress your dojutsu, you'd have no way out. Extinction is your only outcome. Kazu, riding the Susanoo, flew back into the fray. The arrogant fool! You rely on our clan's power to fight against us, utterly absurd. Absurd? The person who wins is the only one qualified to talk about absurdity. You haven't won yet, so what are you shouting about? Kazu's face was cold as she recklessly used her dojutsu for indiscriminate attacks. Her two Manjikyo-level dojutsu continuously altered reality, launching direct attacks to try and erase the opponents. She managed to erase a few weaker Atsutsukis. Though she was quickly surrounded and killed by several Six Paths level Atsutsukis, she resurrected on the spot, unharmed. I stand here, let you kill me as you please, and you still can't kill me. Kazu sneered, her face also showing a hint of madness. This grand-scale war greatly pleased Kazu, she could unrestrainedly display her power. Finally, Kazu used her most potent dojutsu. All of you guys just fall into an eternal cycle. Live painfully in the crevice between reality and illusion. This is my strongest dojutsu, Izanami. The ultimate form of the fate-deciding technique. Instantly, the opposing Six Paths level Atsutsuki's bodies began to turn ethereal. What's happening? Don't you get it? I have erased your reality, yet you're not completely in the realm of illusion. You will always be circulating in the form of a projection of reality. Kazu sneered. This fate was more painful than death, throwing them into a crevice between two worlds, stuck in a perpetual cycle. Gradually, the battle, centered around Planet Godzilla, becomes more brutal the closer it gets to Planet Godzilla. Millions of soldiers surrounded Planet Godzilla, using their lives to block the enemies. Since they could resurrect immediately after dying, there was no need to fear as long as they weren't struck by the enemy's truth-seeking balls. Planet Godzilla had already devoured a small 10 tails and immediately rushed to the next target. The many 10 tails began to focus fire on Planet Godzilla, firing massive red-tailed beast balls that killed countless individuals. But when the attacks hit Planet Godzilla, they were all ineffective. What a joke! This monster endures so many tailed beast balls. Shouts of alarm erupted. Planet Godzilla stared at the numerous 10 tails, extending its claws and tearing at its massive body. With each swipe, it tore off parts of its own massive body. Once separated from Planet Godzilla, these body tissues transformed into new Godzillas. Is this how my Godzilla came to be? Sasuke muttered to himself, watching the scene. Being powerful was one thing, but instantly creating a horde of minions made this creature formidable. At this moment, the battle between the Godzilla horde and the 10 Tails horde erupted. Hundreds of massive beasts collided, engaging in bloody combat, mostly grappling and tearing at each other's flesh. The situation should have been stalemated, but unfortunately for Yuuji's side, the resurrection speed was too fast, making them impossible to kill. That wasn't the end, many Atsutsukis fell for the trap, constantly suffering from the invasion of Yuuji's cells. Some turned entirely into writhing masses of flesh, clearly completely consumed by Yuuji and splitting into countless clones. The more they fought, the more soldiers Yuuji had. While the Atsutsukis were individually powerful, they weren't strong enough to quickly wipe out tens of millions. Facing an enemy with hundreds of times their number, their population steadily decreases. The natural killer was Yuuji's ability to suppress the Atsutsuki clan's space-time ninjutsu, otherwise, they could have simply opened a space-time portal and thrown the numerous enemies into it. Finally, the Atsutsuki Patriarch could no longer bear it, returning to his home planet. Patriarch! We can't wait any longer. If we continue like this, all our lower-class clansmen will be wiped out. Even if they're wiped out, we could still reproduce. Would the quality of the clansmen reproduced be comparable to the current ones? The Patriarch was furious. Reproducing to increase numbers wasn't hard. For instance, Hamura himself had left a branch of the Atsutsuki on the moon, which then internally reproduced over 1,000 years, and after self-destructing and sacrificing the entire clan, provided Tonari with a giant Tensagen. But Hamura was unique. He was born with the blessings of all beings in the ninja world and received part of Kagaya's power and the 10 tails. Theoretically, such a 6 paths level powerhouse could live easily for thousands of years, yet he died naturally after just a few decades, distributing all his power to his descendants. This branch can give birth to a Tonari, which is the result of Kagaya's tragic defeat and Hamura's selfless contribution. And the entire Otsutsuki main family, with only about 100,000 people and several 10 tails of varying quality, now depleted, would take unknown years to return to the current level of quality. Activate that thing, although it's not fully developed yet, we have no other choice now, especially since their leader hasn't made a move yet. The patriarch spoke solemnly, the sooner we act, the fewer clansmen will lose. Chapter 534, God Killer. The god of chakra finally appeared. Even though it was not fully matured, the Otsutsuki clan had no choice but to summon it during such a critical moment. It has appeared, the god nurtured by our main family for so many years. Kagaya stared in awe. At this moment, every being possessing chakra could feel an inner tremor. All chakras seemed to respond and resonate with the rising entity. This might be worthy of a being that surpasses the 6 paths level. Yuuji looked up. Indeed, it was impressive. It was a god formed from countless blue lines, a natural amalgamation of chakra. It was the chakra itself, the origin and the end of the chakra. Sacred, ethereal, and majestic, it seemed to see through the past and future of every individual. Of course, this was mostly an illusion because its level was far beyond the ordinary. Even planet Godzilla, frantically devouring the 10 tails, paused momentarily, lifting its head with deep wariness in its blue eyes. The last time it felt such intense danger was when facing King Ghidorah. It's finally time for me to act. Yuuji rose, his face calm as if not facing a mysterious entity. Be careful, Kabuto said gravely. Don't worry, I won't lose, let alone be killed, Yuuji replied confidently, soaring into the vacuum space. It has appeared, is this our clan's god? The god of chakra. After a long time and offering numerous chakra fruits, it has finally been born, and we see it with our own eyes. The Otsutsuki clan was ecstatic, with joy and exhilaration on every face. Look, we even have a god. What do you have? Just numbers and immortality? Useless in front of the god of chakra. Now, those who have stolen our chakra will surely die. How could these people use chakra to combat the god of chakra? Otsutsuki members rapidly retreated, gathering in front of the god of chakra. Majestic and imposing, it instilled unease while naturally eliciting fervent worship. Finally, the patriarch and other elders also stared intently at the god before them. Although not fully matured, facing a formidable enemy and activating it directly had already successfully awakened it, which was sufficient. Damn, it should have been me who became the god of chakra, I who devoured the progenitor 10 tails, absorbed countless chakra fruits, and became a god. The patriarch harbored resentment. The chakra source was the 10 tails, not the Otsutsuki, who merely controlled the 10 tails. Usually, those countless gathered chakra fruits, along with the progenitor 10 tails itself, should have become the power of an Otsutsuki clan member. Unfortunately, there was no time to consider this anymore, they had to hastily awaken the incomplete god and deal with the enemy first. Regrettable, but it's the only way. The enemy also controls a plant-like creature and can even plunder the 10 tails genes, which is interesting. After eliminating the enemy, we should capture that lizard-like plant for study, it might help develop a system parallel to the 10 tails. There is one thing I cannot confirm, did that plant-like lizard obtain its chakra by directly devouring the 10 tails? This was crucial. If it wasn't obtained by directly devouring the 10 tails, then it's interesting where that distinct power from chakra came from before it seized the 10 tails power. If they can develop a different superhuman system through this creature, it's only a matter of time before the Otsutsuki clan dominates the universe, becoming inevitable. That creature seems to be called Godzilla? If I can't become the god of chakra, I will become the god of Godzilla. The patriarch thought. But he didn't know that the last one who coveted Godzilla, Otsutsuki Ishiki, ended badly. Go ahead, we connect with the god of chakra and supply this one with our own power. We have no choice, as the chakra reserves are insufficient, but being part of the god of chakra's body is completely acceptable. Otsutsuki members began linking their chakra with the god of chakra. Soon, a network formed from chakra appeared, with the god of chakra at its center, connecting the people and god through chakra as a medium. Chakra itself can connect. Initially, the sage of six paths wanted to use chakra to link all people worldwide, allowing them to understand and agree with each other's thoughts. So, this is the ultimate creation of the main family. It seems the family had no choice but to do this. No one could devour it to become the god of chakra. Ishiki, emerging from Karen's body, stared ahead with an indifferent expression. Finally, not playing dead anymore? I thought I had devoured you for good, Karen frowned. How could you control the power I accumulated over thousands of years without Yuuji interfering? Now I'm forever just a part of you, surviving only by clinging to you. Ishiki's expression was icy. Who could be more wretched than him? He was about to revive fully, but then he fell into Yuuji's plot, turning all his data into Karen's power, and he became a parasite. But witnessing this grand battle, especially the awakening of the god of chakra, wasn't a total loss. Swish! The god of chakra glanced over. As the god looked their way, all Otsutsuki connected via the chakra network instantly understood the god and other clansmen's discoveries. That red-haired woman. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ah, I sense it, that head on that planet, isn't that Kaguya? Many enemies carry traces of these too. Could these enemies that causing us such distress, actually originate from them? All Otsutsuki were stunned. In that instant, every individual's thoughts and speculations were instantaneously shared with others. With so many people, they quickly deduced a possibility. Ishiki and Kaguya, who had not contributed chakra fruits for many years, had an accident on a native planet and even left descendants there. Were these enemies merely from a native planet 1,000 years ago? No, that's impossible. Just 1,000 years, such a brief time is meaningless. How could a group of natives become so powerful? I don't believe it. Using the god of chakra's perspective, these Otsutsuki clearly saw the terrifying number of enemies, most of whom were clones of a single individual. All chakra-holding individuals clearly saw this. 1,000 years is quite long, not short. It's just that your progress has been too slow, which is why you find it unbelievable. Yuuji flew over, stopping before the god of chakra, and slowly said, "Shut up. What right do you have to speak like that? You just stole our clan's chakra. Including that Godzilla on the side, it is also using our power." Angry shouts erupted. Yuuji slightly raised his eyelids and, with a gesture, launched several truth-seeking balls, silencing those speaking. You think this is your power? Wrong, it's my power, and as long as I kill you, it all becomes my power. And, what I possess is not just chakra. Yuuji's body was immediately transformed, and his flesh amalgamated into a complex structure. Ah, I've always thought about this, now's a good time to test it on you. His flesh compressed intensely, forming a bizarre organ inside him. That new organ was a nuclear reactor. Boom! With an immense burst of energy and terrifying heat surged from Yuuji's body. This enormous and dangerous energy was visible to the naked eye, but it was not chakra. With this move, he instantly shocked everyone. This is nuclear fusion. You probably can't understand it based on your knowledge. Yuuji walked forward. Many Otsutsukis furrowed their brows. The god of chakra also stared at Yuuji, appearing to use its underdeveloped cognition to ponder. Moreover, it also had many Otsutsukis brains to collate information and pass on analytical results. Swish! Yuuji moved. He alone charged towards the god of chakra. Then, let's start with a greeting. Yuuji raised his hand and formed a gigantic meatball that was as giant as a moon and threw it. The god of chakra also extended its hand, releasing massive chakra to meet the attack. The next moment, a blinding light flashed. Yuuji continued his assault, creating dense super-nuclear bombs and bombarding them. Not only were the Otsutsukis in front of him bombarded with nuclear bombs, but their home planet also suffered more terrifying nuclear explosions. Looking down, there were densely diffused light spots on the surface of this huge planet, covering everything. With this single move, he severely damaged the planet's ecosystem, and the time and effort needed for recovery were unknown. Similarly, the children hiding on the planet were almost wiped out. Damn! What is this power? Probably that Godzilla's ability. It is indeed a different system. We must seize it. Many Atsutsukis howled. Yuuji's warriors also wanted to rush forward, but Yuuji stopped them. Step back. Facing such a demigod, your souls would be absorbed by it, and rash involvement would only be a hinder. Yuuji waved to those behind him. The god of chakra moved. With a wave of its hand, a tsunami-like surge of chakra burst forth, using all the remaining Atsutsuki as its energy source. Every gesture carried the power to destroy heavens and earth, randomly unleashing terrifying chakra beams. The use of chakra was refined to perfection. Yuuji bravely met the challenge. Wielding chakra and nuclear fusion, he did not need to retreat. The two figures, large and small, collided with tremendous force. Infinite energy transformed into countless tsunamis that roared and swept through space. In their clash, countless particles of energy explosively burst forth. Space could not withstand the strain and instantly crumbled into nothingness. Countless fissures spread rapidly from their epicenter as if they were about to tear the entire universe apart. This is a battle between gods. It's not quite that. Yuuji has already said the opponent is only a demigod, not a real god. Even so, it's already terrifying enough. Many were deeply worried. The power of the god of chakra was undeniable and supported by the Atsutsuki. But Yuuji? Had Yuuji's strength reached the level to contend with the god of chakra? As the aftermath slightly cleared, some people widened their eyes, trying to discern the situation. But soon, more frightening and frequent after-effects followed, escalating wildly. No one could survive under such an onslaught. Only Yuuji and the god of chakra remained. TCH, at this rate, who knows when a winner will be decided? Yuuji burst forth from the remnants of shattered space, striking the god of chakra like a meteor. His form was minuscule, yet each strike shook the formidable being before him, shattering and plundering a portion of chakra. In an instant, the two had clashed tens of thousands of times. The god of chakra's body dimmed slightly from the impact. But Yuuji was clearly at a disadvantage, his body having been shattered multiple times. Humph, you think you can fight a god? The patriarch, reassured by this scene, relaxed. Yuuji shook his head slightly. I was prepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't have challenged this entity. It was time to recall his clones dispersed across various timelines. The plow starts up again. Is that the plow? Our clan's treasure? What did Kaguya do? Even this was taken away. A collective gaze turned fearful. They saw countless Yuujis emerging from temporal tunnels, each bringing back terrifying amounts of chakra and natural energy. Countless timelines had been catastrophically affected. You're crazy. Destroying time like this will only throw the entire universe into chaos. The patriarch exclaimed in shock and anger, thinking this man had gone mad. Changes in the past and future would inevitably be feedback, affecting every individual in the present. Does it matter? I don't care. Yuuji looked up, staring at the god of chakra as his flesh proliferated. His form rapidly expanded to become a colossal giant, matching the god of chakra in stature. Now, we can start the second round. Yuuji sneered as he faced his opponent. The vast universe was undergoing dramatic changes. The multiple shifts across the timeline ultimately reverberated back, affecting the current moment with a wave of transformations. Chapter 535, The Ultimate Battle That Decides the Fate of the Universe. The frantic extraction of power from various points in time inevitably had a massive impact on the course of the universe's history. Normally, temporal changes that do not alter the significant currents but only the minor ones do not cause severe shocks to the timeline. For instance, Hashirama's victory over Madara at the Valley of the End was significant, and this outcome remained unchanged. However, the minor detail of Hashirama taking a few more punches during the battle and dying earlier is minor. Such minute changes, when viewed against the backdrop of an infinite timeline, eventually settle and dissipate. The individuals affected by these minor ripples are inconsequential to the universe, their lives or deaths matter little. But Yuuji's actions, sending countless clones to plunder and devour through various historical periods, caused monumental tidal waves along the timeline. The most terrifying aspect was that these waves were not isolated incidents but continuous and overlapping, affecting every node along the timeline. The feedback from these disturbances was a violent shock to everything in existence. Yuuji, now enormously powerful and fueled by nuclear fusion and chakra, was on par with the god of chakra. The god of chakra and the connected Atsutsuki clan members also realized the changes occurring in the universe. Madman, he's truly a madman. I initially thought this invader was from another universe, aiming to seize our chakra system and enslave our clan. But I was wrong. He would destroy everything to achieve his goals. He'd rather destroy anything he doesn't possess than let us have a share. Could it be that this guy is from outside our universe? Then isn't he an invasive demon attacking our world? The Otsutsuki, connected through the chakra network, could instantly understand each other's thoughts, leading to chaos. This individual, appearing human, clearly acted like a demon, at least in the eyes of the Otsutsuki. As for the impact Yuuji had on his followers, they simply ignored it, considering it a demon's trick. A demon, huh? This is the final battle between an alien demon and our native god. We cannot afford to lose. We've already lost. This guy has wrecked the universe, every historical event has collapsed, and our understanding of everything has fallen apart. Even if we kill the enemy, we still have to face this devastated reality. Damn it! Who's spreading such defeatist thoughts at a time like this? Can't you keep your thoughts to yourself and stop spreading negativity? The Otsutsuki were terrified and in disarray. A demon. If he can do this, even if he is a demon, he's a demon god, an alien demon. The patriarch sighed internally, trying to control his thoughts, not to dwell on what his subconscious had noticed. Even if he was a terrifying demon god, he was a being that had grown powerful in their universe using chakra. The use of chakra, the Rin-Egan and the Rein Sharinon, there was no denying it. Moreover, the opponent had created a unique organ before them, capable of continuously generating massive amounts of energy distinct from the chakra. Before this, the demon had cultivated his subordinates and slaughtered countless planets using primarily chakra. Using their power to grow, this alien demon had crossed countless light years to kill them. The Otsutsuki, who prided themselves as the cosmic overlords, had utterly failed to notice. Damn Ishiki, damn Kaguya! This too had indirectly aided this demon god, becoming criminals to their clan and the universe. Enraged, the Otsutsuki cursed Ishiki and Kaguya, seemingly forgetting that it was their clan that had initially sent members to slaughter native planets, and now they were merely natives being slaughtered. I'm too excited, this power will surely kill you. Yuuji's form continued to expand, quickly reaching tens of thousands of meters, and he attacked the god of chakra. The demigod, now increasingly sentient due to receiving the thoughts of the Otsutsuki, became more responsive. I will not die as long as there is chakra, the god of chakra transmitted its first conscious thought. This surprised almost everyone. Yuuji remained calm. Chakra inherently contains mental energy, and each strand carries the creator's mental imprint. A confluence of countless chakras, while potentially chaotic in thought, cannot be entirely devoid of consciousness. Boom! Yuuji's punch landed on the god of chakra, akin to grasping an exploding planet. The endless burst spread to the opponent. At that moment, the power of nuclear fusion on Yuuji expanded boundlessly, with countless subatomic particles colliding. This punch was a genuine fusion-powered blow. Powerful enough that when Yuuji's fist hit the god of chakra, it couldn't withstand the internal burst of energy and exploded, or rather, the fist itself became part of the fusion process, no longer needing to remain intact. Boom! The unleashed power spread, energy against energy, neutralizing each other. The god of chakra's enormous form swayed slightly, its blue body flickering momentarily, barely perceptible to the average person. With chakra, you will not die? Good ability, worthy of being birthed by these foolish clans. You were fortunate to be born early, not fused by these inferior beings. You should thank me. Yuuji continued to pound punch after punch. The god of chakra fought back, its immense energy body seemingly moving space and time. Billions of lights rapidly circled, intensively bombarding Yuuji. These two colossal beings, amidst the raging tides of time, enduring the distortions and erasures brought by time twists, engaged in a brutal confrontation. Too powerful. But this way, won't we also be erased by time? One or two changes won't affect reality now, but what's happening far exceeds our comprehension. If I die, I can no longer serve Yuuji-sama. I won't accept that. What's there to panic about? We have the power of Yuuji-sama and planet Godzilla, not just as native beings of this timeline, but with a chance. Kabuto, Kazu, and others began to mobilize all their powers, striving to preserve their existence. 6th-path level life forms were relatively unaffected, but those below that level had troubles. Kabuto looked serious, having anticipated this situation. He immediately raised the unfinished eye of the universe. It's hard to describe precisely what this eerie eye looked like. It seemed an anomaly that shouldn't exist, its gaze appearing to peek through countless dimensions with numerous eyes. The eye of the universe focused on everyone, trying to confirm the existence of every inhabitant of the flesh and blood planet at this specific point in time. Yuuji has no time to care about these, all his attention is on the god of chakra. As long as he could kill this being, he could ascend to godhood. It's useless, I won't die. The god of chakra spoke again. Yuuji, thrown back tens of thousands of miles, stabilized himself while shaking his head. Won't die? Why emphasize that? Isn't that the most basic capability? If you were easily killed, that would truly be unfit. The god of chakra stopped talking, focusing on attacking. Their battle grew increasingly brutal, nearly collapsing the star system of the Otsutsuki home planet. Given their sizes, destroying planets was easy, but obliterating a star with one blow was still far beyond their reach. The mass of a star is millions of times that of a normal planet. These two demigods could destabilize a star system, cause planets to fragment, and even provoke solar flares, but destroying a star was out of the question. To effortlessly obliterate a star, they must consume the other and ascend to godhood. If you want to become the god of the universe in the true sense, the critical step is to accumulate mass by absorbing all the chakra and natural energy of the universe. Then, manipulating various dimensions within the universe will be effortless. In other words, the critical step was eliminating any obstruction and defeating the being that could compete for chakra shares and authority. Defeat the opponent, seize control, and sweep the universe. It was just a matter of time and accumulation. Everything was engulfed by terrifying energy clusters, with frightening magma-like substances ejecting from the stars. Yuuji and the god of chakras' clash intensified, rapidly depleting their power reserves. Such intense combat was too brutal, capable of effortlessly destroying space and planets. Yuuji began drawing on the natural energy reserves from the flesh and blood planet to replenish himself. Good. That guy can't hold on any longer. The rate at which he generates energy with that strange system can't keep up with his consumption. He's absorbing natural energy for chakra now. This clearly shows we have the upper hand. Victory is within reach. The Otsutsuki rejoiced. The god of chakra roared and began drawing natural energy from the Otsutsuki home planet. However, it was clear that the remaining natural energy on the Otsutsuki's home planet was far less than what was available on Yuuji's planet. If there had been any surplus, it would have been collected and fed to the god of chakra years ago. The god of chakra, having drained its home planet, realized it had absorbed an emptiness. It saw Yuuji still voraciously consuming energy, with no idea how much he had stockpiled in advance. Don't worry, we still have the advantage. He, an outsider using our power system, can't possibly match us. The patriarch hastily said. The god of chakra thought deeply, its thought process becoming more refined. It was now capable of analyzing pros and cons independently rather than listening to the Otsutsuki craving its body. After some thought, the god of chakra came to his own conclusion: he cannot listen to these guys and must draw more power. So, where does the power come from? The god of chakra eyed those connected to it and immediately exerted its power. Wait, why is my chakra draining faster? Damn, I'm out of chakra, stop now. It's forcibly extracting our physical energy and spiritual energy. Screams ensued, accompanied by one Otsutsuki after another turning into mummies. They were drained to death. Crack. The god of chakra discarded these mummies, letting them turn to dust under the energy impact. Its emotionless eyes turned towards the opposite side. Good, I was wondering when you would shed these burdens, Yuuji commended. The god of chakra sent a mental notion: when will you absorb your people? Those living beings are also one of your energy reserves. Yuuji paused, then chuckled wryly, you're mistaken, I won't absorb them. You will, just like I did. You will surely do the same when I push you to a dead end. No, you still don't understand. I never needed these individuals to offer me power. Yuuji spread his arms, and in an instant, countless versions of himself returned from various points. The universe's turmoil intensified, likely leaving half of it in ruins after this battle. Countless planets fluctuated wildly in the madness of time's distortions, deviating from their original paths. You're insane! The god of chakra thundered. The universe grew more chaotic, with countless life-bearing planets taking different paths, life becoming extinct, and natural energy dissipating. Does the survival of the universe matter? Defeating you is my priority. What does the state of the universe have to do with me? Yuuji's expression had turned utterly cold. I live, and the universe has a future to speak of. I don't fare well, whether the universe exists or perishes. What does it have to do with me? The god of chakra viewed the universe as its hunting ground, mourning every loss. Yuuji saw the god of chakra as his ultimate prey. Other prey and even the hunting ground were irrelevant. If he didn't defeat the god of chakra, everything else was meaningless to him. Yuuji restored to his peak and launched another attack. The two colossal beings entered the final phase of their battle. The top priority in everything was to kill the opponent, and everything was fought to the death with this goal in mind. Chapter 536, I am the Supreme God of the Universe. The decisive battle for the universe's fate climaxed as the cosmos collapsed. The two entities saw only each other. The god of chakra had exhausted all its available power. Yuuji, on the other hand, theoretically still had a way out. He had cells scattered across the timeline that could still extract chakra if pushed to extremes. There was also some natural energy left on the flesh and blood planet behind him. Is this your full strength? If so, you've lost. You might weaken me, but you can't destroy me, Yuuji stated coldly, still launching terrifying nuclear blasts to reduce the god of chakra's size. As long as I destroy your planet and its people. The god of chakras said intermittently. Destroying them is useless. I still have methods I haven't used, Yuuji retorted with a sneer. He had other options but wasn't sure if they could be effectively employed at such a critical moment. These included the illusory dream world. Both the infinite Tsukuyomi and the infinite Izanagi could open the gates to this illusory dream world. Taking power from the dream world during such a dire battle was risky. Yuuji could plunder power from multiple timelines, but extracting chakra directly from the dream world was more complex, potentially requiring Kazu's eyes to send his clones into that world. The god of chakra fell silent and continued the battle without further words. Those still alive could see the god of chakra weakening. Unlike at the start, it was no longer an equal match for Yuuji. The divine body became increasingly dim as its chakra reserves rapidly depleted, with defeat becoming a matter of time. Indeed, the god of chakra had no other strategies left. No matter how powerful, a being that had only recently come into existence, lacked the depth and had virtually no contingency plans. It could only rely on what the Otsutsuki clan had prepared in advance. Even gods need time to accumulate power and backups. I am stronger than you because I prepared for decades longer, Yuuji proclaimed as he punched through the body of the god of chakra. The god of chakra was running out of chakra even to maintain its formidable form, growing weaker with each blow. The god of chakra remained silent, gazing at the fragmented spaces behind Yuuji, where planet Godzilla was busily devouring the 10 tails. This child of an alternate universe, Earth, had swallowed a dozen 10 tails in one go. This creature would have been even stronger if the god of chakra had not absorbed the others. Even so, the changes in planet Godzilla were evident, notably in its size and the seemingly flame-like, semi-ethereal nature of its skin, which looked more like it was made of energy. The ridges on the dorsal fin have become sharper now. In those azure eyes, there is a faint power gestating, which comes from the genes of many 10 tails. You're thinking of absorbing that creature? Forget it. It's not easy to deal with, and I won't let you. Yuuji pummeled the god of chakra into an increasingly translucent state. My chakra tells me it all started because of it. The god of chakra fixated on planet Godzilla, young but acutely aware of the marks of time on planet Godzilla, which was over 20,000 years old, slow in power development, yet still desirable to the newborn god. It was unlikely the god of chakra would witness much more history, facing imminent demise. It's hard to imagine what kind of universe would give rise to such a creature. You're wrong again, it all started not with planet Godzilla but with me. Yuuji stepped forward, tearing the god of chakra in two, and said flatly, without me, it wouldn't have made it this far but would have stayed in another universe and been killed by that universe's overlord. Without it lending you power, you wouldn't have been able to rise in Konoha. Oh? You know of Konoha? I've gathered stray chakra, some of which comes from your planet, the god of chakra responded. I live, and all this has meaning. Planet Godzilla's existence and growth have meaning. I die, and everything else is meaningless, Yuuji said with an authoritative grasp on the world, unreasonable and oppressive. The god of chakra had no words left, nor could it speak. It had been shattered by Yuuji and absorbed into his body. Countless cells voraciously consumed the chakra, dissipating from the god of chakra, feasting on it. Yuuji carefully ensured there was no chance for the god of chakra to reincarnate within him, and he would be extremely cautious in every step. Finally, after several days, Yuuji finally confirmed that he had absorbed the god of chakra's essence and core consciousness. It seems we've won. Worthy of my brother, eliminating such a powerful deity, Kabuto approached carefully, avoiding vast spatial rifts, and exclaimed joyously. It can be considered eliminated, but I can feel that the guy is not dead. Yuuji smiled, its spiritual imprint is attached to every strand of chakra. One day, if someone can kill me and assemble most of the chakra bearing its mark, it might be resurrected. What should we do then? It seems I need to study how to erase the spiritual imprint from chakra thoroughly. Suit yourself. Yuuji shook his head, smiling. Whether the god of chakra was truly dead no longer mattered to him. Indeed, the god of chakra wasn't entirely dead. Theoretically, it always had a chance to resurrect, somewhat like Kaguya, who, as long as the 9 fragments of her immortal chakra exist, remains immortal and can potentially revive. But a theory is a theory after all. If we rely solely on theory to determine the changes in external things, it will be completely messed up. If I ever become so weak that these countless, leaderless fragments consume me, it only shows my incompetence, and I deserve to be killed. Yuuji was at peace with this as long as he remained firm, maintained his peak, and continually strived for higher levels. The god of chakra's spiritual imprint would indefinitely shrink within him. Eventually, when Yuuji discovers a more robust and efficient transcendental system, he might opt to discard a portion of the chakra. It was inevitable. I look forward to it. We no longer have opponent in this universe, but who knows how many universes exist beyond ours. Yuuji's gaze stretched far beyond. So, what do you mean, sir? More and more people gathered around Yuuji. Yuuji smiled, for now, let's sweep through this universe. Everyone masters spatial abilities as soon as possible and spreads out to find more life-bearing planets. I need endless natural energy to enhance myself. Kazu opens her Rinnegan, and a hint of desire appears in her eyes. Once we've accumulated enough power, we should be able to settle the score with that 3-headed dragon, right? Yes, as far as I know, that universe hosts many monsters like planet Godzilla, fully satisfying your desires, Yuuji explained. This battle was brutal. Yuuji's flesh and blood planet suffered severe losses, and more than half of its life forms and their souls dissipated, unable to revive. Another significant portion fell into the shattered void of space, lost to the corners of the universe. But the results of victory were enough to justify everything. It was time to reap the fruits of victory. Without much rest, the flesh and blood planet was on the move again. Its mighty warriors opened spatial gates under Yuuji's order, seeking more life-bearing planets. Those planets faced a destined, despair-filled future, deeper and more terrifying than an apocalypse. But Yuuji cared little for the fate of those beings and focused solely on the distance. His vision had long surpassed the limits of ordinary life's understanding. That guy, he's doing worse than us, the Otsutsuki, Kaguya remarked complexly. Indra and Azura, holding their grandmother's head, watched together, unsure what to say. After a long while, he defeated the god of chakra and nearly annihilated the Otsutsuki clan, leaving us no choice but to follow him. And he also has that adversary called King Ghidorah. Without him, our universe would have been occupied and ruled from the beginning. Indra and Azura said helplessly. They had no choice. Either be devoured by the god of chakra, ruled by Yuuji, or enslaved by the invading King Ghidorah. Either way, it seemed there was no good end, just a question of which was slightly less wrong. As for which was worse, with the god of chakra dead, it wasn't hard to compare Yuuji and King Ghidorah. They didn't know the outcome of siding with King Ghidorah, but now it seemed being ruled by Yuuji was undoubtedly the worst scenario. Indra and others couldn't understand why Yuuji's actions were so aggressive, nor could they comprehend the world truth of entropy increase. All things will inevitably explode unless they throw away garbage and plunder the outside world. But Yuuji understood, he just couldn't be bothered to explain to these individuals, not wanting to waste time and energy. One planet after another suffered greatly, the better-off ones were drained of natural energy, with a few survivors left struggling on desertified planets. The worse-off ones saw their planets consumed, life obliterated. As time passed, the universe's remaining life-bearing planets gradually realized a terrifying group was hunting them. Yuuji's name, along with his plunderous actions, officially spread across the universe. Countless natives worshipped him as a dreadful demon god, the end of the world. They set up his idols, and next, they placed a statue of a peculiar lizard-like beast. But sadly, all this was futile, only allowing these natives to feel a pilgrim's joy as they embraced their end. Yuuji's power also grew rapidly during this process. His path forward had no bottlenecks or constraints, just continuous power accumulation. As he grew stronger, naturally, Yuuji could touch countless dimensions, deploying his power to every corner. He was becoming ever more powerful. Decades passed in a blink. During this time, Yuuji repelled 2 more invasions from King Ghidorah, killing 2 of its projections. That beast is smart, knowing to send projections to scout my capabilities, Yuuji scoffed. Its purpose was just to understand the changes in Yuuji's strength. I think that guy is shocked. My strength expanded too fast. Yuuji clenched his fist. How long did it take for King Ghidorah to become the high-dimensional overlord of the monsterverse? From the conventional time of the universe, it seems to be hundreds of millions of years. However, time cannot be calculated in this way. For example, planet Godzilla destroyed human civilization and drove away 3 civilizations, including human civilization. It stayed on Earth for 20,000 years, assimilated the entire Earth's ecosystem, and gave birth to a 50-meter-tall creature, the multi-dimensional sub-body Godzilla. For planet Godzilla it is over 20,000 years old. But for the 3 major civilizations that fled, it has only been a short time. Their 3 civilizations, with a combined population of several thousand, all used spaceships to sail at sub-light speeds, and they only escaped for a short time. When the Earth's heroes chose to return to Earth to fight to the death, they discovered that 20,000 years had passed on Earth. King Ghidorah is theoretically more than 100 million years old, but he stays in high-dimensional space and time all year round, so time is probably a false proposition to him. What's more, between 2 different universes, it is even more difficult to use a simple year to judge the concept of time. There is a lack of a suitable reference. But even so, Yuuji firmly believes that his growth will definitely make King Ghidorah restless. Perhaps in that guy's opinion, he had just been defeated once in the ninja world, and he immediately sent a new projection over, and was killed by me again, and then he continued to throw out projections without stopping. But in the monsterverse, King Ghidorah might have consumed more monsters in what felt like a blink of an eye to him. Yuuji was tired of wasting time on King Ghidorah's projections. Soon, he would launch an invasion towards another universe. The rule of this universe is to absorb natural energy and leave behind chakra seeds, which will eventually allow all living things to refine chakra on their own. Then, according to the rules of another universe, the mother planet of a technological civilization will inevitably give birth to monsters that destroy the technological civilization. I will be able to see it with my own eyes soon. Chapter 537, The Monsterverse Does Not Believe in Tears. At this moment, the top existences of 2 universes are engaged in the same endeavor, frantically scouring the universe for power to augment themselves. Yuuji and King Ghidorah know that a battle between them is inevitable, and the victor will gain control over 2 universes. The enhancements by controlling 2 different transcendental systems are unimaginably vast, expanding their potential pathways exponentially. Finally, Yuuji opened his eyes again. It's about time. Nothing left to take in this universe, and the sparse natural energy isn't worth the effort anymore. It was time to act. Beside him, planet Godzilla sensed the moment, its massive form that had undergone some changes, stirring slightly. Apart from the 10 tails, only that creature piques your interest. Yuuji glanced at the giant creature. Over the years, planet Godzilla has also been increasing, striving to enhance its strength and barely transcending the limits of planetary life. Most importantly, this creature had mastered spatial abilities, and in a confrontation with King Ghidorah, it would not be without the means to fight back. Since we're prepared, let's set off, Yuuji commanded. Kabuto was visibly excited. To witness another universe with my own eyes is truly an honor. Wait until we slaughter King Ghidorah, you'll feel even more honored. Let's go. Yuuji issued the command. A massive war machine started to move. Countless mighty warriors scrambled across the planet, making final preparations. Monsterverse. In recent years, this universe, too, has become increasingly unstable. King Ghidorah, revered as a god by many, had been invading various planets more crazily and frequently. Logically, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Each planet becoming a battlefield meant that the monsters' battles could directly reduce the lifespan of those planets. But for many civilizations with nowhere else to turn, King Ghidorah was incredibly merciful and sacred. The reason was simple: they were remnants of civilizations defeated by their planet's monsters, and only by aligning with King Ghidorah did they stand a chance to defeat the monsters on their home worlds. The only drawback was that King Ghidorah gathered all these remnants, insisting they desperately develop various technological weapons and use all resources and intelligence to fuel the war technology tree. This was peculiar. The wisest from various civilizations were initially confused. Why would such an invincible and grand god persistently seek and eliminate the existence of monsters and so urgently push them to advance military technology? Lord Metphis, has the latest prophecy been released? Yes, it still encourages everyone to enhance military strength greatly. Metphis, originating from the Exif civilization, maintained a mysteriously serene smile, naturally endearing himself to others. I see. Although I don't quite understand, we owe our survival to him, so let's hurry up and build more spacecraft. Metphis quietly watched the people scattering and returning to their respective places. He paused for a while, then regained his composure and walked leisurely. Along the way, every individual, strictly speaking, every humanoid being looked at him with respect and reverence. For them, the Exif civilization was the closest to King Ghidorah. It was said that they had followed King Ghidorah 100 million years ago. Metphis, as the leader of the Exif civilization, could always contact the remnants of various civilizations first, providing multiple forms of assistance. As a prophet, he led the heroes of these civilizations to call upon the name of King Ghidorah in times of despair. It's still too slow, far too slow. On average, finding a suitable civilization takes decades, and fostering a monster to destroy that civilization takes at least a dozen years. The only consolation was that more and more civilizations were being gathered, which might speed up the search. Unbeknownst to others, including some members of his own Exif race, Metphis was exceedingly anxious. The conditions required for a planet to give birth to monsters were incredibly stringent. First, there had to be life on it, second, intelligent humanoid life, and lastly, this intelligent life must have developed a sufficiently advanced technological civilization. Only under these conditions could a life-bearing planet, through continuous self-destruction brought about by its technological civilization, give birth to monsters of various forms and strengths. Planets meeting these criteria were already rare and highly valued, making it even more challenging to stimulate these technological civilizations to meet their demise early so King Ghidorah could appear as a savior. After King Ghidorah consumed the monsters, he would return to higher dimensions, and the Exif and other affiliated civilizations would gather the surviving population of those civilizations. Those unaware of the inner workings, including some members of the Exif civilization, were puzzled by King Ghidorah's obsessive actions. What was the point of gathering a multitude of technological civilizations to develop military technology desperately? Even the most potent planet-destroying cannon or the giant spacecraft was no match for a projection of King Ghidorah. Because they all faced monsters from their mother planets, these civilizations lacked the time and heritage to spend thousands or hundreds of thousands of years researching powerful space technology. King Ghidorah seems a bit impatient. Metphis frowned slightly as he returned to his residence. Back already? Enjoying the praises of those clueless folks must make you very happy, a senior man sneered at him. There's no need to mock me the moment you see me. I, too, am working hard for the continuation of our species. Metphis stopped, staring at the old man. We haven't seen each other for over 30 years, yet you've aged even more. Earth's civilization seems to have reached the end of its biotechnological capabilities. I remember a recently accepted civilization has advanced quite far in biotechnology. I'll have them tailor a genetic potion to extend your life. Are you boasting about your species' natural longevity? Metphis, hide your ugly face, it just makes one sick. Those newcomers don't know your true face, but I do. The middle-aged man rushed forward, grabbing Metphis by the collar while yelling angrily, "You bastard, many of the monsters on those planets shouldn't have emerged so early, it was your doing, wasn't it? You accelerated their technological levels, stimulating the birth of monsters. Even Earth was your doing. Haruo, it's been almost 300 years, why are you still dwelling on this?" Metphis looked indifferent, with a natural disdain for everything external, his true cold-blooded nature. Metphis calmly said, "Are you really ignorant or just pretending to be? The birth of monsters is related to the strength of a technological civilization, its level of development, and the degree of environmental damage it causes. Even without us, if, once you secretly reached the levels we manipulated, you would still have encountered Godzilla and been destroyed by him." Haruo slowly released Metphis's collar. He couldn't kill Metphis here. The moment he tried, high-tech weapons hidden in the walls around them would have killed him before he could act. "Calm down? If so, continue urging your humans to build more spacecraft and ground-based cannons." Metphis walked past Haruo. "Wait. I have one more question." Haruo dragged his aged body, speaking deliberately, "Is it that creature coming back?" "Who? Godzilla? Why do you say that?" "As far as I know, Godzilla is also one of the most powerful monsters among the Mutos. I even suspect that it's second only to King Ghidorah, the monster that destroyed your Exif civilization," Haruo said. "That's right. King Ghidorah's #1 henchman, the Exif civilization, has been running around for King Ghidorah for 100 million years and harming technological civilization. It is actually the technological civilization that was destroyed after King Ghidorah was born. The difference was that King Ghidorah is cunning and smart enough, and does not fall into mechanical thinking logic like Planet Godzilla. King Ghidorah overcame his instincts and recruited the remnant population of the Exif civilization as henchmen. Just for this skill alone, King Ghidorah is the only one in the universe, which is amazing. With such wisdom and self-control, it is no wonder that he can become the overlord of the universe. But the orders issued by this cosmic overlord in the past few hundred years are extremely strange. Why does the monster civilization accept so many civilizations to make weapons for it? Godzilla, who disappeared mysteriously back then, is back, right? The demon is back." Haruo trembled. King Ghidorah noticed this and felt a strong threat, which is why it's acting so crazy. "Maybe, but I'm unsure if it's because of that. Theoretically, it's unlikely that a monster over 20,000 years old could threaten King Ghidorah, who has developed for over 100 million years." Metphis paused, his expression slightly more severe. "It's more likely not because of Godzilla but some other powerful enemy. A new monster." Haruo's gaze sharpened. Neither could understand. They wouldn't imagine that beings from another universe were preparing to launch a fierce attack on their universe. Think about how outrageous the cosmic rules in this universe are. Before a technological civilization develops, it will be destroyed by its own planet monsters. So, by definition, it's not a technological civilization. It had to be another monster. But what kind of monster could make King Ghidorah, the overlord of the universe, so nervous? Even if it is really a monster, what is the point of urging them, the remnants of technological civilization, to make weapons? That's strange, a powerful enemy capable of threatening Ghidorah, yet they resort to technological weapons that can't threaten Ghidorah? The opponent isn't a technological civilization. Perhaps the enemy is a collective civilization similar to technological civilization, a collective civilization composed of many monsters. Metphis and Haruo, intelligent and courageous elites of their respective civilizations and friends and foes, understood each other's thoughts and analyzed a possible outcome in just a few words. But this conclusion left these two widely knowledgeable humanoid beings somewhat bewildered. Is it possible? Among monsters, competitive food chain relationships exist, consuming each other to elevate their life forms significantly. Although these monsters protect their planets and theoretically shouldn't encounter each other, clever monsters like King Ghidorah who have overcome their instincts exist. Not to mention, on Earth, Mothra turned into an egg and went into a deep slumber, and Godzilla did not bother Mothra. Perhaps it didn't discover it. But if a collective civilization composed of a group of monsters emerged, that would be a seemingly absurd yet logically coherent conjecture. Only such a civilization with multiple members would need them, these remnants of technological civilizations, to desperately manufacture technological weapons to fight against it. At worst, they could engage some of the enemy. The two looked at each other silently, then turned and walked away. The conjecture was too bizarre, shattering their understanding of monsters. Metphis hurried away, considering whether to plan to prepare for the war to avoid panic among his people. And Haruo was filled with discontent. Why? Even if the enemy indeed was a group of monsters, they were still monsters, weren't they? All monsters were the mortal enemies of technological civilizations. Haruo was unwilling to become a subordinate to monsters like Metphis. Isn't there a possibility? Can't technological civilizations ever overcome the monster barrier? What cosmic rule? With so many technological civilizations having grown over billions of years, isn't a single one that managed to kill its planet's monster? Could there be no miracles? Even if it was a cosmic rule, wasn't there a sliver of possibility to break it? Monsters. Even if those creatures are the great filters standing before all technological civilizations, I believe someone can lead their people through. Chapter 538, How can human flesh compare with spaceships? For the humanoid beings of this universe, monsters born according to cosmic rules are the ultimate filter. Yuuji opened a vast spatial tunnel, leading the way for planet Godzilla to retrace its path back to the monsterverse. As they journeyed, Yuuji chatted casually with Kabuto. What is a filter? Simply put, it's a mechanism that impedes the progress of a species or civilization. Every group faces a great filter, and only a few overcome it. Yuuji explained. The concept of the great filter had been a topic of study among scholars in his previous life. Humans, having not yet discovered other intelligent civilizations, hypothesized the existence of one or several complex filters that would wipe out intelligent life. Some believed that the emergence of intelligence and the establishment of civilization were humanity's great filters, suggesting that humans had already overcome significant challenges. Others proposed that controlled nuclear fusion was the genuine great filter, without which humanity's future would be bleak. It would inevitably exhaust the resources of Earth and the Moon, and the high costs of colonizing other planets would make it unfeasible. Even if Mars were colonized, it would only be a slow death, trapping life within the solar system. This might be why no other intelligent civilizations were discovered. They were all trapped within their star systems, unable to venture out, let alone travel between stars or galaxies. In his previous world, Yuuji didn't know the great filter was for humans. But in the monsterverse, it was clear, the inevitable emergence of monsters represented the most significant barrier in front of all technological civilizations, an almost impossible filter. As far as Yuuji knew, no civilization in this universe had defeated a monster with technology to pass this barrier. All failed before the monsters. Those lucky enough left only a few hundred or thousand survivors struggling to avoid detection. The less fortunate were wiped out entirely. Time passed as Kabuto eagerly learned about the situation, astonished. He couldn't fathom such a universe, not just the existence of monsters, which he could understand having seen Planet Godzilla, but he was genuinely baffled by how frail those universes humans were. Without chakra to enhance their abilities, relying solely on intellect to develop various ninja tools? Don't underestimate them. A technological civilization is a typical collective civilization. Individual beings are fragile, unable to defeat common wild beasts like lions or tigers. But once they are numerous enough and establish a comprehensive system, the power they unleash is incredibly formidable. Yuuji had never underestimated those without supernatural powers but climbed the technological tree. He came from such a civilization in his past life and knew well the advantages of technological civilizations. A single individual might be weak, but what if they wore powered armor? Or have they had a few hundred or thousand energy weapons in the form of war robots? And if these weapons were controlled by advanced artificial intelligence? If such a fully equipped human arrived in the Naruto world, they could slaughter Chunin and Genin as quickly as slaughtering dogs. Are ninjas fast? Faster than the analytical capabilities and predictive algorithms of intelligent programs? They have ninjutsu? Ninjutsu is essentially a manipulation of energy, but can it stand against a cannon or a laser gun? This is just an extreme situation because it is certainly not easy to train a warrior who can control a mecha. However, manufacturing robots with intelligent programs is simple. These things alone are a dimensionality reduction blow. Compared to this kind of robot, the cost of training a Chunin and Genin in the ninja world is too high. The 5 major countries' total strength does not exceed 100,000 and the vast majority are Chunin and Genin. For a complete technological civilization, mass-producing war machines on the assembly line are too simple, and loading intelligent programs is also a piece of cake. Individually, superhumans utterly surpass technologically based individuals. When scaled up, at least at the Chunin and Genin levels, a superhuman group would be slaughtered by a technological group, utterly powerless. An advantage over a technological civilization might exist only at the Jonin level, who have mastered powerful power. Both development paths have their merits, and any that can develop will be formidable. As Yuuji and his group conversed, they barely noticed time passing. They saw endless nothingness after leaving the universe and passing through the tunnel leading to another universe. Here, amidst the blank expanse, without even the basic concept of space and with time irrelevant, they finally burst through the barrier with a loud noise as Yuuji stood up, unleashing his formidable energy to tear open the barrier ahead. The vast flesh and blood planet surged forward, entering a new world. Are we there? I'm going crazy after such a long period of nothingness. I even had to enter the world of infinite Tsukuyomi to survive this period of time. So many stars shining in the sky. Yuuji and the other also looked up. Their senses immediately detected the differences. Is it my imagination, or does my body feel? It's not your imagination. Refining chakra here is harder, as if something invisible is dragging me down. Probably different cosmic rules, but at least we can still use chakra and perform jutsu. They conversed among themselves, their words tinged with excitement and a slight worry. They understood the human situation in this universe and knew about the technological and monster civilizations. They weren't worried about the monsters, a life planet could only give birth to one monster. The scarcity of monsters meant that only a few top-tier combatants needed to deal with them. The real challenge might be the technological civilizations, whose mass-developed high-tech, accessible to all, could pose a dimensional threat to their genin and chinin class citizens. The specific impact depends on the enemy's technological level and population. We're okay, but those with weaker powers might suffer more. Let the cage level lead the charge to reduce the pressure on the others. Use the Rinnegan early to open spatial gates and teleport our people inside the enemy lines, bypassing their powerful ninja tools. Some were already devising tactics. Their advantages were apparent, such as using various jutsu like space-time techniques, secret techniques, etc., which are absolutely effective in war. As for these forbidden techniques, it is foreseeable that the technological civilizations they have to face will not be able to develop similar technologies. Wormhole technology? Extracting souls? Don't joke, if a technological civilization could develop such tech, they wouldn't be nearly exterminated by their planet's monsters. Prepare for battle immediately. Those remnants of technological civilizations might hinder us, but they won't be our equals. The key is to locate King Ghidorah. Yuuji gave the order. The massive war machine sprang into action, everyone eager to engage. Meanwhile, as Yuuji's colossal form entered this universe, it inadvertently created subtle ripples. King Ghidorah, perched in higher dimensions, became immediately alert. And he sent a message to Metphis right away. So, it's finally come, the enemy that even King Ghidorah dreads so much. Who could it be? Is it a group of monsters as I and Haruo guessed? Metphis's heart skipped a beat, and he began organizing various civilizations, dispatching spacecraft in all directions to scout. Ordinarily, locating a formidable enemy could take many years, even if a formidable enemy were detected. The universe's vastness, with its endless light years of distance, was enough to frustrate anyone. As for detecting the other party's location? Even if the information traveled at the speed of light, it would still take years. Many thought this way, and the tense mood quickly dissipated. Even Haruo himself thought that the war wouldn't happen soon. Years, maybe decades, might pass before either side could determine the other's location. Unless the enemy's monsters can also use something to lock onto coordinates and then deploy power directly from a higher dimensional plane. Haruo commanded the remaining Earthlings to prepare, subconsciously assuming there was plenty of time to prepare. But what he didn't expect, what Metphis didn't expect, what no one expected, was that the enemy would arrive so soon. Unusual spatial distortions detected ahead. It's unmistakable, even the light is being obscured. This must be man-made. What is that? Oh no, they've launched an attack on our spacecraft. The spacecraft patrolling the solar system's outskirts and detecting anomalies were instantly wiped out. Then, astonishing news came one after another, shocking every civilization into silence. Our most advanced spacecraft, gone without a trace. Not even a single shot fired, and they lost contact just like that? How is that possible? Who can manipulate space, causing advanced spacecraft to disappear without even sending a message? What kind of monster is this? No wonder it's an enemy that even King Ghidorah has to guard against. They also have spatial abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is grim. One of the spacecraft has sent back scouting results, and after computer aggregation, we've initially reconstructed the appearance of our enemy. Our enemy is a planet. The leaders of various civilizations stared wide-eyed. Metphis and Haruo stood side by side, their expressions grave as they looked at the image before them. This was not a direct photograph but a simulation reconstructed through various technological means. But the result was absurd. A planet? Is it a planet-shaped monster? A monster the size of 10 Earths? Haruo was bewildered. This far exceeded his comprehension. A 300-meter-tall Godzilla had already stunned the young Haruo. But a monster 10 times the size of Earth? What was that even about? Although absurd, it's possible because this thing is alive, emitting heat. Metphis also felt a headache coming on. The most basic thermal imaging technology showed a non-uniform, circular object. Combined with other technological analyses, one thing was clear: this was alive. Everyone was baffled. A monster the size of 10 Earths, alive, and emitting heat. These concepts together overwhelmed everyone, leading to an intuitive sense of panic. This was outrageous. How could they destroy such a massive living planet? Even if we can confirm that King Ghidorah is extremely wary of it, we still can't determine exactly what kind of monster it is. But with such size and spatial capabilities, it's clear this isn't something we can handle, Metphis said. Haruo frowned. If the enemy is so massive, what's the point of us humans? Just a few spaceships trying to deal with a superplanetary monster. One-hit kill? Don't joke. We don't have the technology for a planet-destroying cannon. If we did, we'd have used it on our planet's monster first. As the enemy drew closer and new forms of energy were detected emanating from the planet, everyone's anxiety increased. We've never seen this kind of energy before. Sure enough, it's not just one, other monsters might live on that planet. Metphis and Haruo understood at once. This made sense. These relatively smaller monsters are the enemies their technological civilization must deal with. But as the distance closed and they sent their ships out to make initial contact, everyone was shocked again. Individuals flew out from the living planet and headed straight towards them. Those figures were unmistakably people. How can that be? They're humans like us. Impossible, it must be a trick. Did you notice? They can fly through space with just their bodies, without space suits or devices. Maybe it's low gravity? But at that altitude, they're exposed to outer space. How are they surviving in vacuum conditions with lots of radiation and no oxygen? Once again, everyone present was thrown into disarray. Humanoid beings share certain traits, like needing oxygen and water to survive and lacking bodies strong enough to resist radiation. Beings that can survive without oxygen or water and endure radiation are typically energy-manipulating monsters. This scene was beyond everyone's understanding. Especially when they saw these beings who looked so much like them just fly over. The enemy was just casually entering the vacuum of space and heading their way. A group of people flew out from the living planet and were able to travel across the universe with their flesh and blood. It's fucking outrageous. Are these really human beings? Chapter 539, vs Ghidorah. The conference room was filled with unceasing clamor. The scene before them was beyond their comprehension. How could so many humans traverse the universe with their mere bodies? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Perhaps these individuals are monsters disguised as humans. But how do you explain their number? All these people show heat signatures, they are real. The front line had already engaged in combat. Their side achieved some trivial results, only inflicting minor casualties on the enemy, but their losses were far more substantial. Under the fierce assault of Kazu and others, their spaceships were extremely fragile. It was simply a matter of insufficient technological content. Despite desperately developing technology for hundreds of years, their achievements were still limited. Facing Six Paths level and Super Cage level life forms, the spaceship they produced could not hold up. Based on the energy reactions, some of these humans are on par with monsters, Metphis finally spoke. A flash of shock and excitement passed through Haruo's eyes. Could it be that the enemy isn't monsters but humans? Humans? What kind of humans could have such? It must be. I've said it, the universe is so vast that there must be humans who can defeat monsters. They must have succeeded and developed biotechnologies to modify their frail bodies. Haruo became more excited as he spoke. Everyone else fell silent. It wasn't impossible. Had those who could tear apart spaceships with their hands modified their bodies to match monsters and store vast amounts of energy? Deploy all fleets and have the ground-based cannons ready. When the time comes, fire at their mother planet, Metphis ordered. As the war progressed, both sides struggled to gather information about each other. Such large-scale interstellar warfare was bound to last for some time. But regrettably, the enemy had a peculiar living planet constantly moving towards their star system. Metphis and others witnessed a scene that left them dumbfounded when it approached the outermost planet. A man casually floated up, gathered a ball of light in his hand, and with a gentle wave, a terrifying golden beam of light sliced down, causing the planet to tremble violently, its crust shattering, clearly on the brink of collapse. A casual strike nearly destroyed a planet. This terrifying scene completely shattered many people's will to resist. Furthermore, many more powerful beings were rampaging around, even opening spatial gates with their bare hands to enter the spaceship and massacre everyone inside. We can't hold them back. We're just using lives and distance to buy time now. Once their mother planet moves closer, we're all going to die with no chance of escape. They have many individuals with spatial abilities, able to deploy forces directly inside our ships. Each person also controls the ability to create lightning, fire, wood, and even more bizarre powers. We can't stop them. The third fleet is wiped out. Somehow, they've created a Buddha statue with countless arms. The sixth fleet is gone. We are facing a blue giant possessing powers that are surely not just technological, right? As the battle wore on, their confidence waned. Planets were destroyed, and their meticulously developed and built spaceships were obliterated. It can only be said that the technology they have put together as a group is too poor to demonstrate the advantages of scientific and technological civilization, especially against someone like Yuuji intervening. Ha ha ha, this thing works better than jutsu. Leading a group, Kabuto began to fiddle with the captured spaceship, even firing its main cannon in ecstasy. Ordinary people, after learning, could operate such weapons? Was this the strength of a technological civilization? Unfortunately, the enemy's weapons were too singular, they had the killing power but couldn't penetrate through space. Moreover, attacks of this level could be blocked on the spot by the Six Paths level and Super Cage level life form. Metphis stood rigidly, having stood there for many days. No wonder this group of people made King Ghidorah uneasy. They indeed have the strength. Metphis took a deep breath and said, all we can do now is delay. What happens next depends on when King Ghidorah makes a move. Why isn't he acting now? Probably observing. Haruo, you're always lurking behind me. Are you waiting for a chance to kill me? Would you rather die with all these civilizations, allowing these enemies, who may or may not be human, to have the chance to kill King Ghidorah? Metphis slowly turned to face Haruo, who wore a sneering expression. I can't hide it from you, and I wasn't trying to hide it. I've endured for many years, finally finding this opportunity, perhaps the only one. Haruo clenched his teeth. Metphis shook his head, just pointing at a screen. The screen intermittently displayed fuzzy images, vaguely showing a lizard-like monster, 500 meters tall, emerging from that living planet and freely moving through the vacuum space. And many of its movements were incomprehensible, seemingly teleporting. This guy has changed a lot, but I won't mistake him, that is Godzilla, the monster that destroyed Earth's civilization. It has returned and brought a group of powerful humans, either its companions or its masters. Metphis pointed at the screen. Haruo stared intently, his slightly cloudy eyes showing no apparent emotion. Metphis continued, this is the opportunity. You want revenge, but King Ghidorah, Godzilla, and I are enemies who destroyed Earth's civilization. Which one do you plan to retaliate against? Or wait a bit longer, see how the battle unfolds before deciding. A vicious look flashed in Haruo's eyes as he shot Metphis, knocking him to the ground. You're the one who should die the most. Perhaps, but too bad. Metphis looked at his chest. At that moment, a large number of soldiers surrounded Haruo, ready to execute him on the spot. Everyone's actions froze in that instant, as something bound their bodies. Warning, detection of abnormal substances spreading. Please proceed with decontamination immediately. The body monitoring system warned everyone, but it was too late. A man gradually formed from nothing in front of the high-ranking officials. Coming here casually, I didn't expect to see such a drama. Speaking of which, as old acquaintances of planet Godzilla, you two are still alive. Surviving until now really wasn't easy. Yuuji stood before them, looking interested. Haruo and Metphis showed expressions of utter horror. What were they seeing? A person growing out of thin air? Space technology? Clones? Projection technology? Haruo maintained his composure, no longer the impulsive young man who faced planet Godzilla years ago. This is obviously none of them, but his power, a way of using biotechnology. Is the invading abnormal substance a bacterial virus introduced using space capabilities? Metphis remained calm. Sort of, my cells can proliferate indefinitely. Wherever they cover are under my control, and can instantly turn into countless versions of myself, Yuuji explained. I am everywhere. I see. You can easily invade our headquarters? Then this war is meaningless, you casually let your subordinates suffer losses. Haruo was interrupted before he could finish. They haven't died, nor will they die. As long as the soul is immortal, they can be resurrected endlessly. You can kill them countless times, but you can't kill them. Everyone fell silent. Souls? Endless resurrection? Their minds couldn't cope. Where exactly are you from? Surely not just a plain technological civilization. From another universe, here to eliminate the overlord of this universe, Yuuji responded. That makes sense. This explanation relieved people. Parallel universe theory, while not a complex scientific achievement, was an unverifiable theory. Metphis looked enlightened. So Godzilla entered another universe through a black hole, and it seems you've taken control of him too? I'm curious, what's the other universe like? You won't see it. As King Ghidorah's #1 loyal dog, death is your only fate. Yuuji stomped down, crushing Metphis' head. In this way, we got the coordinates of King Ghidorah in reverse. At this moment, that guy should show up. Then, without paying attention to the other minor characters, he left. The remaining people stood dumbfounded, gradually regaining the ability to move, but neither spoke nor acted further until the frontline fleet returned inquiries on how to proceed with the battle. Haruo decisively said, "Retreat, stop fighting, let them come and go as they please." One person argued, "The enemy might not spare us, and neither will King Ghidorah. Do we have a choice? We must live to see the end, to witness the outcome." Haruo insisted stubbornly, whether these so-called visitors from another universe, possessing powerful energy systems, win, or whether it's King Ghidorah or Godzilla, I want to see the final result. Everyone fell silent, then issued various commands. The already collapsing remnant forces on the front lines, now frantically retreating, were greeted by various pursuits. But no one was in the mood to care about these matters, they were focusing on the most crucial issue. That man, with magical powers, wants to challenge King Ghidorah? Previously, only monsters challenged monsters, and the humans on various planets were just tragic side characters. Not this time. Haruo muttered, his feelings complex. Yuuji stood at the center of the star system, next to a blazing star. Boom! Vaguely, space began to distort, and golden lightning appeared continuously as if something terrifying was focusing its gaze here, closely watching Yuuji's every move. Are you not coming out? Do you want me to venture into your high-dimensional realm for a battle? Yuuji sneered. Planet Godzilla also rushed over, eagerly eyeing where the golden lightning was, ready to pounce. The hatred between the two, spanning many years, was about to end. Calm down, actively intruding into their territory will make things that are troublesome become more troublesome. If he doesn't come out, we will drag him out. Yuuji gestured with his hand. A gigantic eye suddenly rose from that flesh and blood planet, bearing immense pressure as it surveyed everything. Its gaze alone seemed to bring everything to an absolute halt, unable to move due to the terrifying force. This was Yuuji's creation, the Eye of the Universe. An eye that could see everything and tear apart the very rules of existence, crafted from the laws of another universe into a weapon. Boom! The piercing gaze moved forward, looking directly at the source of the golden lightning storm. Suddenly, everything in front of it was torn apart, turning into nothingness. Even if there were dimensional obstacles, it precisely locked onto King Ghidorah's location. Yuuji pointed forward, tearing apart high-dimensional space with his mighty force. He was going to drag King Ghidorah down. Come on, beast, let me see what kind of monster you are. Yuuji's eyes flickered with malice. No one knew what King Ghidorah's proper form looked like. The projection alone, the dragon heads protruding from the 3 black holes, is hundreds of meters long. A terrifying explosion sound occurred, and the high-dimensional space was penetrated and violently destroyed, and its devastation was directly transmitted to standard 3-dimensional space. The hints of this explosion caused severe disturbances around, causing stars to tremble violently and go berserk. And this was just the beginning. The clash between 2 universe-level gods was destined to be earth-shattering, capable of utterly disrupting the normal state of the world. What's happening? There's a super large-scale spatial vibration covering at least tens of light years. Stay calm, it seems those two have begun their battle. This fight will decide the ownership of the universe. Haruo forced himself to be alert. Ahead, humans from different universes have landed on their planet one after another, and there have been many killings along the way. But at this moment, Haruo and others had no heart to care about these details. The battle between gods has begun, a real battle between gods. Kazu looked up and used her Rinnegan to watch the battle closely. Whoever wins will be able to calmly receive the wealth of both universes, which will be an indescribable and huge improvement. Perhaps, there will be a chance to take a step forward from the level of the god of the universe. Gods. Just thinking about this word is enough to make people tremble. The power that could quickly shake vast expanses of space and time was incomprehensible to people. 2 entities of terrifying size broke through the space barrier and boldly initiated the battle. Chapter 540, Piercing the High Dimension. In this battle among gods, even a creature as immense as Planet Godzilla can only play a supporting role. Nonetheless, Planet Godzilla continues to exert its vast powers. Boom! A massive golden claw suddenly extends from the high-dimensional space. King Ghidorah's first move is not against Yuuji, but rather, it targets Planet Godzilla first, seeking to devour it to gain stronger powers and eliminate a significant threat. Trying to take down Planet Godzilla as quickly as possible? A fitting tactic, given it's the strongest creature in this universe next to you, both in strength and potential, Yuuji remarks, looking up. But Planet Godzilla is no longer the monster that could be beaten without resistance, having devoured many 10 tails, it has evolved. Buzz! Planet Godzilla lifts its head, and a strange pattern of light bursts from its eyes, unleashing the power of the 10 tails genes. Instantly, it pierces through space, opens its mouth, and fires a charged particle cannon directly at the golden figure. The strike hits King Ghidorah, eliciting a cry from it. Yuuji follows up immediately. It's just a diversion in our battle, the key issue remains between us. Kinrin Tensei Baku. An unprecedented, terrifying golden light, as if to split the universe in two, emanates from Yuuji. Where the golden beam touches, space is torn apart, matter is cleaved, and energy is consumed. Only the extreme gold, blazing, sweeps towards Ghidorah. King Ghidorah extends a head, opens its mouth, and creates a black hole. In an instant, terrifying gravity bursts from the black hole, devouring part of the power of the Kinrin Tensei Baku. But the black hole quickly becomes overwhelmed and shatters. Yuuji claps his hands, focuses on King Ghidorah, and begins pulling him out of the high-dimensional space using his terrifying spatial abilities. King Ghidorah struggles desperately, causing more intense vibrations in the vast depths of space that transmit to the 3-dimensional space, creating a sensational effect. This spatial fluctuation will gradually affect more and more star systems over time. But in such times, no one cares about such things anymore. In a battle of gods, everything below God is trivial and unworthy of mention. Being affected or killed is their bad luck. Planet Godzilla, too, is highly agitated and roars fiercely. After receiving a chakra boost, it repeatedly fires its charged particle cannon, which is significantly enhanced in power. Yuuji and Planet Godzilla possess spatial abilities, and the energy system from another universe, chakra, is inflicting massive damage on Ghidorah. Even if chakra does not originate from this universe and naturally faces suppression, energy is still energy. The difficulty in refinement doesn't change the outcome, if it's energy, it functions the same. Terrifying exchanges of blows continue to erupt. At this point, King Ghidorah can no longer remain composed. All 3 of its heads are exposed, each furiously launching attacks. One head battles Planet Godzilla with its gravity beam. Even with just one head, King Ghidorah matches Planet Godzilla, showing no signs of weakening. This isn't to say Planet Godzilla is weak, but that King Ghidorah has grown much more powerful than before. How many monsters have you swallowed during this period to gain this kind of strength? Although it is of no use, it cannot change your ending. Yuuji's smile grows colder, and his actions become more ruthless. Yuuji alone confronts two of King Ghidorah's heads. These two heads are clearly extremely angry, howling, sometimes creating black holes, and sometimes spewing out gravity beams. But at least one thing is sure, no matter how desperately King Ghidorah struggles, it is inevitably dragged down from the high dimensions by Yuuji. Losing the high dimensional advantage means losing the home field advantage as a higher dimensional being, forced by Yuuji onto an equal playing field. Although King Ghidorah remains the supreme ruler of the universe even without the high dimensional advantage, its form is still a unity of time, space, and energy. But fighting on an equal footing, Yuuji is confident of victory. Not only does he have the size that King Ghidorah possesses, but he will also be stronger, much stronger. Stop struggling. I've said it before. Your end is already decided. Your most prized abilities are all related to space, and I am precisely the one who restrains space the best. Yuuji's cold laughter continues. King Ghidorah, eater of worlds, sweeps across the universe and eats whatever monster he wants. His most powerful methods are three: the main body, which is located in a different dimension, can project its own projection into the entire universe to form a dimensionality reduction strike, gravity beams, and manipulation of gravity. Yuuji somewhat restrains these abilities. King Ghidorah becomes frantic as it watches its vast golden form slowly drag down. The three consciousnesses in the three heads also started to become frantic at this moment. Black holes hit Yuuji one after another. Yuuji just raised his head and glanced. Suction. I can do this stuff too. He used his hands to create black balls one after another, which also carried terrifying suction force, and threw them out. The collision between the black hole and the black ball soon erupted with a violent adsorption force, and this suction force was changing violently all the time, which directly caused the entire star system to be on the verge of collapse. The worst thing is actually those technological civilizations that have been beaten to death. Faced with this kind of disaster, they have no power to fight back, let alone the possibility of escaping. The value of gravity changes all the time and is difficult to predict. Almost all the planets have deviated from their original orbits and been sucked in by them. The survivors were horrified. The few high-level officials all looked at Haruo. Metaphyse is dead, and only Haruo can lead them. But Haruo did nothing, just stared at the screen in front of him with a cold face. However, this display screen made with the most advanced technology no longer displays any pictures. Why are you panicking? We are losers. We should have been killed by monsters many years ago. We have lived enough to be able to live until now and witness King Ghidorah fall into such a bad situation. Haruo has become extremely old and can see more clearly. He experienced the prosperity of the Earth Age, witnessed the birth of Godzilla, and destroyed human civilization with his own eyes. He also returned to Earth with the consciousness to die and killed a sub-body Godzilla. To be able to see planet Godzilla and strange humans besieging the arrogant King Ghidorah. Haruo felt it would be a shame if he did not see the real ending. Unfortunately, as of now, the planet he is on has been pulled by intense gravity. It was either drawn into the battlefield and turned into pieces, or it was slowly falling into the violent stars. Death is the only outcome. Are you giving up now? It's not the time yet. Kabuto walked out of the space gate calmly and looked at the person in front of him with interest. Looks like, apart from being weaker in strength, he is no different from ordinary people in the ninja world. Who would have thought that a person like this would be the Earth's hero? Haruo didn't panic at all. He glanced at this strange person calmly, focusing on Kabuto's Rin-Egan. He paused for a moment and said thoughtfully, "Your eyes are glowing. These strange eyes release energy." Launcher. Launcher, an interesting statement. Haha, even if you can master special abilities and have the extraordinary powers in novels and movies, you can still explain it with science. Haruo is proud of the achievements made by countless weak humans, it's nothing more than transferring technological creations to the body. Other than that, there is no difference between you and us. Is this what you think? Science, we have similar words there, but they are more used to describe tools, scientific tools. Kabuto was not angry at all. He found Haruo, a weak human being, very interesting, and he was more interested in groups like technological civilization. Making low-cost ninja tools popular among all people can greatly increase the lethality and destructive power of an entire ethnic group. It is really an amazing development model. Who will win between the two of them? Haruo was not interested in Kabuto, he only wanted to see King Ghidorah die. From Haruo's perspective, these visitors from another universe traveled thousands of miles and took many risks to come here. They must have located their coordinates through planet Godzilla. To come here at such a high cost and risk and then fight non-stop against the overlord of the universe is definitely not to be a savior and philanthropist without asking for anything in return but to pursue greater interests. Perhaps it's to rule this universe, Haruo thought. This old guy, who has experienced too many events, no longer cares about this group's ultimate goal. As long as King Ghidorah can be killed. As for planet Godzilla, whatever. Haruo suddenly felt that he was very tired. Kabuto waved his hand and opened the space gate. In an instant, he swallowed up the people nearby and threw them into the universe's vacuum. Only he and Haruo were left. Look patiently. My brother will definitely win. He is the strongest and has never truly lost. Kabuto walked to the console and enthusiastically manipulated it. Really? You mean you have lost? Haruo asked. Kabuto frowned, his expression displeasured. That time, it was because I was verifying something, so I was slightly hindered. The war between the gods becomes more and more violent. Endless energy poured out crazily, swallowing everything in its path. Countless shock waves erupted, and space collapsed at an exaggerated speed, spreading toward the more distant depths of the universe. The endless light is like lightning and thunder, and the destruction caused gives people a sense of the end of the universe. Yuuji finally used all his strength. It is full force in the true sense. When he personally pulled King Ghidorah out of the high dimension and saw the big guy's true form, his eyes lit up. Your body is like this, so I can do it without any scruples. Yuuji controls the eye of the universe, covering everything. Where it is covered, illusion and reality begin to blur. Obviously, Yuuji's trump card, which he had never used against the god of chakra, was activated at this moment. Grab power from the illusory dream world and bring it to the real self. Yuuji grows from the eye of the universe one after another. They all return from the illusory dream world, bringing back the power from within the illusion. King Ghidorah was so shocked that the three heads showed a brief delay simultaneously but soon fell into a rage. Then disagreements arose. One head wants to take down the eye of the universe first, and another wants to devour planet Godzilla, believing it wouldn't be in this mess without that nuisance. The last head focuses solely on Yuuji, launching attacks. But dealing with any of these heads is tricky. How sad, hail as an overlord of a universe yet unable to unite your consciousness, allowing three selves to argue and divide your strength. Terrorizing energy operates around Yuuji, transforming into a massive form, causing even King Ghidorah to feel a trace of fear. And this power is still not Yuuji's full strength. When I dealt with the god of chakra in another universe, I planned to use this technique but ultimately didn't. You are fortunate to have the opportunity to witness this ability. Yuuji controls unimaginably massive chakras, manipulating these energy particles to collide with each other. Heavy particle mode. Yuuji's form undergoes a transformation, the entire body seeming to metamorphose into a pure energy aggregate. Every collision triggers a fusion reaction akin to nuclear fusion within all of Yuuji's chakras, bringing him a power surge far beyond his previous limits. But this enhancement is fleeting, given Yuuji's immense volume and the support of the illusory world, he can afford it. This is a life-threatening ability. Yuuji moves, seeming like the universe itself, carrying an immense transcendental system, rushing toward Ghidorah. This is the collision of two gods, where only one will suffer destruction while the other annihilates everything. Faced with this destruction that shreds all matter, energy, and space, even planet Godzilla feels the fatal threat, roaring once before immediately retreating far away. Compared to King Ghidorah's size, Yuuji appears incredibly tiny, but within this insignificance lies the audacity and determination akin to that of a snake swallowing an elephant. Two figures merge amidst the explosion of sublime proximity. At this moment, all distinctions came to a brief stagnation, except for the two top beings locked in a desperate battle. Suddenly, all perceptions vanish, as if the world is undergoing a rebirth, yet all living beings lose their ability to think. This is a confrontation that distorts and erases even thoughts. It's over. Where the golden light exploded, a voice resonates, transcending the bounds of time, appearing out of thin air in any location, and echoing within the minds of all living creatures. Crack. The massive, blurry golden mass now shows a crack. And slowly, bit by bit, it splits open, as if torn apart by something. Chapter 541, Everything starts and ends here. Only Yuuji truly pushes the fusion mode to an extreme level in the entire universe. The heavy particle mode developed by Cube is essentially the same as nuclear fusion, which controls microparticles to collide to obtain a brief yet unimaginably immense amount of energy. Not seeking to last forever, only a burst of fleeting brilliance. Yuuji, having mastered nuclear fusion in the heavy particle mode, combines the power systems of two universes. Naturally, his displayed strength surpasses that of King Ghidorah. More importantly, Yuuji has tread across countless timelines, wielding reality and illusion, and possesses the mighty power to suppress space. Even King Ghidorah finds it futile despite its efforts to find and devour monsters during this period. Even though it resides in a high-dimensional realm and can surpass conventional time like Yuuji, it proves pointless. Yuuji has never slowed his pace, there's no reason he would be inferior to King Ghidorah. The terrifying orb that shrouded everything begins to crumble under Yuuji's relentless assault. Crack! Yuuji rips off one of King Ghidorah's massive heads. The remaining two heads emit piercing screams, displaying their agony. King Ghidorah becomes desperate, disregarding defense and focusing solely on using all its power to kill this insignificant human before it. But Yuuji, resembling an actual god, seems to have lost his specific form. He embodies energy and rules, effortlessly maneuvering and flexibly appearing before King Ghidorah. Snap! One head is abruptly twisted. Yuuji strikes continuously, his moves simple yet powerful, delivering his most powerful attacks. The fusion power, the bombardment of billions of particles, the interweaving of endless reality and illusion, seems as if all the matter and energy in the entire starry sky were taken away by Yuuji for fusion reactions, chasing after the momentary explosion that lands on King Ghidorah's head. Snap! Yuuji forcefully detonates another head. The cost is that the glow emitted by Yuuji dims significantly. Killing a universe-level god head-on is not easy. Planet Godzilla, having fled far away, now rushes back, biting off the previously torn head and greedily devouring it. It finally finds an opportunity for a share. Yuuji glances at it without concern. Planet Godzilla, typically rigid-minded, has acquired some intelligence. After all, it's just a head, so let it eat. But after swallowing the head whole, Planet Godzilla rushes back, aiming to attack King Ghidorah. Yuuji restrains it with a hand. You're not needed right now, go do what you should do. Yuuji opens a spatial gate with these words and tosses Planet Godzilla through it. King Ghidorah then descends into utter madness. That golden form, once transcending endless time and space, its supreme nobility and majesty, has now lost everything. The only remaining head now widens its eyes. While enduring the pain, there was also a sense of deep disbelief. Why is this happening? It spent over 100 million years climbing to the top of the universe, turning the entire universe into its vast hunting ground. Time was its plaything, space its vassal, energy its servant. All intelligent civilizations were merely pastures, all monsters were food for its periodic harvest. Why did it end up where it is today? When did this start? Oh, it seems to have started from Planet Godzilla. This guy fell into the black hole it temporarily created to come to Earth, and fell into the dimensional turbulence without a trace. At that time, King Ghidorah lamented not having devoured Planet Godzilla because it was the most powerful and potential-filled monster King Ghidorah had ever seen. A mere 20,000 years old monster, yet it has the entire star system within its attack range. But no matter how great the potential is, that's all there is to it. All power is confined to the constraints of time and space rules, fundamentally unable to harm King Ghidorah who possesses spatial abilities. A difference in evolutionary direction kept King Ghidorah confident in its absolute suppression over Planet Godzilla. Who could have predicted it would turn out this way? A mere human from another universe, now controlling Godzilla, gained the power of two universes, and hunted him down. Just a human. A frail human who could die with a mere breath. Why are humans so strong? How can they be so assertive? Aren't these numerous beings known for constructing various machines and relying on them for combat? Why are they so powerful individually? King Ghidorah harbored intense resentment. If I also had the power system of another universe, I would far surpass you and kill you. King Ghidorah's last head finally sent out a thought. This was the first complete sentence King Ghidorah had ever spoken. It had always disdained speaking with a human, simply killing and then eating them. You would still lose. You, an old thing who has lived for at least 100 million years, have only grown to this extent. What's there to be proud of? I have lived for less than 1,000 years and can kill you. If I lived 100 million years, I would have long traversed multiple universes. Yuuji was confident in this. He is not yet 1,000 years old, so he is a standard. Time flows in the normal space-time continuum. Given time, he could ascend to a higher dimension and, after confirming coordinates, precisely deploy his clones across the universe. Yuuji could ultimately surpass Ghidorah, mastering both time and space and existing at any spatial coordinate at any point in time. Whatever Ghidorah could do now, he could do it too. What Ghidorah couldn't, he could also achieve. Not to mention, once mastering higher dimensions, conventional time becomes vague, possibly accelerating or decelerating the passage of time for the individual. Still, the growth rate would also change accordingly, which is relative. Ghidorah remained silent. Such beings, humans. Ghidorah muttered, still unwilling to admit defeat. Damn it, a mere 1,000-year-old insignificant human was about to achieve the ultimate victory. Ghidorah exhausted its intellect but never imagined it would one day lose to a human. If only it could replace Godzilla, enter that other universe, and master chakra, it would not have ended here. Time was still too short. I didn't get enough information from that human named Orochimaru. It also wanted to refine chakra, but without being in that universe and adapting to its rules to refine under those conditions, it was impossible to forcibly create such an energy system in the monsterverse. Even if it succeeded, it likely wouldn't be as valuable as its perpetual nuclear fusion. Chakra. Ghidorah was still full of rage and reluctance. Yuuji stomped, crushing the massive dragon's head. Forget it. Even if you had chakra, what could you do? Chakra is essentially about the manipulation of energy. Can that energy be greater than what you produce yourself? Ghidorah grimaced in a final struggle, its body beginning to emit a golden glow, using the last of its power to make the final explosion. I don't believe it. If I had chakra, I would be stronger than you, a weak human. In the monsterverse, monsters are uniquely privileged, and Ghidorah is born sacred. He was born with space ability and has the conditions to go to other planets to devour monsters, so he quickly takes off. Ghidorah thought, if a weak human could achieve such feats, how could it not? Indeed, because you started so high, you believe your future will be greater. But there's something you may not know, whether it's you, Godzilla, or another universe with chakra, I am different from all of you. Yuuji sneered, because I come from a third universe, distinct from all of you. I can perfectly harness the power of your two universes, but you can't. Yuuji's body again burst out with a shimmering force that lit up the entire universe, launching a final fatal blow on Ghidorah. The third universe. This time, Ghidorah seemed to understand where it was lost and glared, trying to engulf Yuuji with its explosion. The final struggle of the universe-level god brews the ultimate terror that will destroy everything. Time, space, matter, and energy are all heading towards the end of destruction. At this point, Yuuji also used the last of his power. He opened a space gate again, using his might to construct a spatial tunnel, pulling Planet Godzilla back. This time, Planet Godzilla brought back another monster. In a deep sleep on Earth, evading Ghidorah's search. Mothra. Not bad, you finally used your brain for once. Since it's the last struggle, we might join forces one last time. Planet Godzilla roared in response. Mothra, not entirely understanding the situation but vaguely knowing what to do, spread its wings, the dazzling light points sprinkling warmth into the dark, icy darkness. Yuuji absorbed Planet Godzilla into his body again. Facing the frenzied Ghidorah, Yuuji clapped his hands, finally activating his strongest and also last resort mode. Godzilla Gurren mode. Yuuji's body suddenly expanded. Endless red lines, like magma, began to appear densely on his body. Planet Godzilla inside the body enters the Gurren mode, increasing his energy index at an exaggerated rate, but the price is that his body is on the verge of collapse. Gurren mode is a form in which Godzilla overloads his energy, risking bodily explosion at the critical point to deliver the most potent attack. For most Godzillas, entering this mode means the best outcome is mutual destruction. Same as the heavy particle mode. But Planet Godzilla is one of the few who could survive this mode. Buzz. Under Mothra's guidance, the Gurren mode transmitted from planet Godzilla to Yuuji. Yuuji combined the heavy particle mode and Gurren mode on himself. Not only was his body collapsing, but every cell was screaming in agony. His soul also began to falter under the strain of guiding and controlling this ever-escalating power until self-destruction. But at this point, Yuuji didn't care anymore, he just wanted to have a final confrontation with the frenzied universe-level god in front of him. Mothra, you're no longer needed, return where you belong. Yuuji pointed at Mothra, sending it back to Earth. Boom, boom, boom. This intensified confrontation far exceeded the past, devouring all cognition, transcending space-time limits, and existing only in profound nothingness. It seemed like eons passed, perhaps a moment, or perhaps, at this moment, time had no meaning. The universe suffered tremendous wounds, space flow drastically changed, destined to cause havoc for hundreds of millions of years. But when all settled, Ghidorah was left with only one head, and its remaining consciousness was fading. Yuuji stood awkwardly in place, his body battered but quickly healing. Amusingly, physical damage is what he is least afraid of. No matter how many times, it can be easily repaired. However, his soul had suffered significant damage, battered and needing a long time to recover. Rest in peace, I will receive your inheritance and take away everything you have in this universe. Yuuji wobbled over to Ghidorah. Only one head was left. I never asked your name before. Tell me, human. Ghidorah's mouth opened, its eyes gradually losing light. Yuuji. But Orochimaru said you're also called Shiranui. That, well, that's in the past, just a transitional identity code. Humph, how casual. Ghidorah's consciousness wholly dissipated. Yuuji raised his hand, and countless pieces of flesh grew from his body, covering and devouring the massive dragon head before him. Yuuji also seized Ghidorah's genes. What he will definitely get is Ghidorah's right to rule the universe. It's over. Yuuji let out a long sigh as if personally putting a full stop to this battle. It's over, exactly as I expected. Kabuto and others had used their spatial abilities to hide far away early, and only after sensing the fluctuations gradually calming down did they struggle to return. Space was massively fractured but slowly repairing, making it very difficult for Kabuto and others to move. What do you mean as you expected? This is the inevitable outcome, Kazu snorted. Kabuto maintained his smile, not arguing. So, you're satisfied seeing the ending you wanted to see? Kabuto turned to look at the frail human by his side. Haruo stared ahead, already lifeless. He's already dead. Ordinary people can't withstand such an impact, especially since he was so old. For an ordinary person, this is a glorious death, Kazu glanced briefly, quickly losing interest. She couldn't understand why Yuuji and Kabuto were interested in such an old man. A hero from Earth? It was nothing special. Kabuto shook his head, accustomed to Kazu's brashness and bluntness, and closed Haruo's eyes. Swoosh! Yuuji appeared beside them. Haruo, is he dead? Yuuji examined the old man. A hero born from a civilization, though incredibly weak to them, but as the counterpart to planet Godzilla, was indeed rare. I'll send you back to Earth, you can rest forever on your beloved home planet, undisturbed. Yuuji, carrying Haruo's body, arrived at Earth. Earth of this universe. Planet Godzilla was also pulled from his body and dropped here. The big guy was in terrible shape, like a chewed-up mountain, staring blankly at the scene before him. Instinct told it this was its place of origin, its mission was to protect it. This entire planet resonated with planet Godzilla. This planet gave birth to two remarkable beings, one is you, and the other is him. Originally, his fate was tragic. To prevent Ghidorah's second descent, he chose to launch a suicidal attack against you, ultimately dying under your atomic breath. Yuuji observed everything before him. Whether Godzilla, Mothra, or the now-deceased Haruo. These three were supposed to be the sons of destiny for this planet, just like the beings in the ninja world gave birth to Hagoromo and Hamura through Kaguya in order to change their own destiny. Everything starts here and ends here. Chapter 542, The Grand Finale. Time is erasing old scars. But scars will remain where the damage was worst, a stark reminder of painful memories. Yuuji's battle to kill Ghidorah had a massive impact. Countless planets that should have continued on their stable orbits have quietly veered off course, some crashing into stars, others colliding with different planets. More and more people and monsters are aware of the aftermath of this great war, which is gradually spreading to the entire universe. For many technological civilizations, this cataclysm is incomprehensible. They speculate that perhaps some highly advanced technological civilization sparked a prolonged interstellar war, shattering the dimensions of time and space. Their scientists are baffled, unable to comprehend what level of technological power could achieve this. Presumably, technologies such as stellar cannons, black hole weapons, and curvature navigation have all been mastered for a long time. These civilizations aspire to become new superpowers, yet they still face a terrifying filter, deadly battles with monsters born on their home planets. Yuuji, however, has no interest in altering this rule. He spends more time and energy on healing, indifferent to these lower civilizations. Yuuji no longer concerns himself with their survival or destruction. At his level, he no longer seeks out or destroys them, there's no need. At some point, the construction of a super tunnel connecting the two universes has been completed. A terrifying group can now travel between these two universes at some cost. The monsterverse isn't so bad, and Yuuji occasionally likes to visit Earth to see how planet Godzilla is managing his planet. Despite being smarter and evolved many times, Godzilla is still dismissive of Yuuji, apparently still holding a grudge for past grievances. This guy, I guessed it right, he is really a small-minded guy, and he still hates what I did to him. He is obviously an old guy over 20,000 years old. Yuuji looks at Godzilla's silhouette, shaking his head. During the Fourth War in the other universe, he didn't hesitate to extract power from Godzilla forcibly. Not to mention, just 1/6 paths, planetary devastation that he used to seal it probably left a lasting impression. But Yuuji had no choice then. When Godzilla was mainly driven by instinct, its consciousness was often overwhelmed by primal urges. A reasonable discussion was out of the question, and Yuuji couldn't kill it outright. However, considering Godzilla's origins, being over 20,000 years old might still make it juvenile. After all, it's a child of a planet, and planets typically have lifespans spanning billions of years. In normal development, even if Godzilla couldn't live as long as its parent planet, living millions or tens of millions of years was plausible. This guy, I was thinking of studying its nuclear fusion organs by entering its body. But never mind, I'll tour other technological civilizations instead. Kabuto stands behind Yuuji, sighing regretfully. What's the use? You're not native to this universe, why waste so much time on the power system here? Kazu scoffs dismissively. You don't understand, technology is interesting. Some research and development principles and ideas seem to be common in every universe. If we discover a new universe in the future, we will definitely be able to use it. Kabuto counters, now thoroughly engrossed in technology. Technology is indeed beyond his imagination. Who would have thought that such weak and short-lived humans could unite, each studying different fields, and establish a powerful civilization? Kabuto couldn't have imagined such a scenario in the ninja world, where the strongest being was only a jonin or a chinin. It would have been laughable. Now, his worldview has been turned upside down. Exploring different universes and observing groups growing under different universal rules helps broaden perspectives and thinking. Kazu doesn't understand. What technology? It was just a fancy thing that she could chop down with a single slash. Furthermore, the strongest development route in this universe is obviously the monster route. Ghidorah is a prime example. Though defeated by Yuuji, Ghidorah wasn't weak. It was just unfortunate to face Yuuji, a unique anomaly. Against Kazu and others, Ghidorah would have likely won. Yuuji watches the pair quarrel but doesn't mind. A little quarrel now and then isn't wrong. Yuuji stands up and walks into the cosmic tunnel. Really speaking, when it comes to researching technology, biotechnology is the way to go. Yuuji walks through the tunnel, smiling. Indeed, the construction of this cross-universal tunnel was mainly maintained by his power. More precisely, by countless versions of himself, forming the tunnel. Yuuji alone equals countless selves, capable of infinite replication. If he pursued a biotechnological path, it would undoubtedly be the unique ace across both universes. Chakra Universe. Yuuji returns here again. The flesh and blood planet returned to its rightful place. Many individuals trained in chakra and natural energy are engaged in strenuous practice. The universe over there is engaged in human technology and monster nuclear fusion, and here is chakra and natural energy. Yuuji lands on the planet's surface, walking across his world. His vision already penetrates everything, his clones are omnipresent, and his thoughts spread into every individual's mind. All things are within his grasp, all beings but a thought away. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fighting came from ahead. Here they go again, these two are troublesome. Obviously they can fight for hundreds of millions of years in the Tsukuyomi world and destroy it at will, but these two uncles refuse to do it and insist on fighting in reality. Doesn't anyone care? Look at what they've done to Yuuji-sama's planet. Yuuji-sama wouldn't care about this minor damage. And who, other than these two, is strong enough to bother? Forget it, I'm going to find a tree to hang, so as not to be killed by these two people in my sleep and affect my practice. Some complain as they leave, searching for distant giant trees to hang from, closing their eyes, and entering dreams. Naruto and Sasuke are fighting fiercely. Naruto. I'll win this time. Sasuke is exhilarated, reveling in the thrill of beating Naruto again. Nonsense. Your six paths power is all drained by me. You're no longer a six paths being. How can you win against me? Naruto controls the true several thousand hands and a horde of wooden dragons and wooden men, aggressively confronting Sasuke. Across from him, Sasuke controls a massive Susanoo, clashing head-on. Far away, a group of onlookers comments. Boring to death. I don't understand what these two are doing. Right, knowing they can't kill each other, yet they keep doing this nonsense, ridiculous. Indra and Ajura are tempted to join, but after looking at their grandmother, they immediately calm down and start talking loudly. Kaguya watches silently, the world has become unrecognizable to her. Since being defeated by Yuuji, what this former rabbit goddess has experienced was too exciting. The god of chakra was killed, then traversed universes to slay another universe-level god. Kaguya's mind is numb, she prefers to lay low and doesn't want to think. Kaguya suddenly looks around but finds nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Kaguya turned around again. She didn't want to care about anything. She was tired. These people are really energetic. Yuuji finds a spot to sit, watching the ceaseless conflicts of these two from afar. The world has changed, things have changed, but people are still the same people as before. Just as the destiny of planet Godzilla lies in the monsterverse's Earth. The destiny of these people lies here. Occasionally reminiscing, Yuuji can vaguely remember that the story was supposed to start with the entanglement between these two, but such is the unpredictability of life. Old traces will eventually fade away, and new trajectories have already led to new life. Yuuji watches for a while, then looks around. He remembers sitting here many times, whether during the ninja era or the era of flesh and blood here. This place, once known by a name everyone would recognize. Konoha, the Hokage Rock. End.